The dust has settled after an intense day one, and we have now seen what we've got going on for our day two meta.
Yep.
Tell me, what do you think? Have you looked over any of the lists so far?
I mean, I look a bit here and there. Like, what we expected, basically, a lot of fire, a lot of wind. But there's a lot of exciting deck. Like, for example, Limbo's deck yesterday actually made it through. And I think the Tonorus made it too as well.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So there's a lot of exciting things to be excited about for day two. And I believe we have some graphic to show as well.
Yeah, that's right. Let's take a look at the stats for day two here. So this is day one. The breakdown. So if you can see 54% fire, 31% wind, and 15% water, and then Lost Spirit. I guess those are Sylvie's probably.
Yeah, a bit lost in the meta. But the thing is that with this representation, it's a clear cut that fire is the dominant element right now. Not surprising with the Round Abyss, as we discussed before. Wind element being the second choice. Well, with the Seiyus and Tristans, not really a surprise. Water being 50% is actually quite a bit of a surprise. I would actually expect a bit lesser. But the fact that there are about 80-ish players playing this particular deck, it's a good feeling to see. I believe we also have the breakdown for day two of the Spirits.
Right. So as you can see from here, fire has gone up to 61. Actually, I think this is like, if you round this up, this is actually 62%. And then wind at 26 and water at 12. So I think the water players actually did pretty well considering there was so little of them. The fact that this many made it through kind of shows that people shouldn't be knocking on water too much.
Yeah, I mean, this is my take. In the end of the day, like, you can make it through with your pet deck if you are good enough, you read the meta enough, if you be able to put enough text and put in the practice. I think you can make it through with most decks in the meta game. And it just shows that there are water players that still make it through. You know, water is not dead, guys. It's alive. It's alive somewhere. Someone's playing it, swimming in the ocean with it. There are ways to play it, but it is a very, very strong evidence that fire is just too strong, way too strong. This is an extraordinary outcome. 61% fire. That's a lot of it. We also have some numbers for you guys of what kind of champion made it up on day one. As you can see, people decide to opt for a lot of Lorraines, a lot of Gochas, a lot of Tristan, a lot of Xanders. I think these have to be expected.
Yeah, these are all pretty typical. I think the most expected champions really were Lorraine's, Gojas, Tristans, Xanders.
Yeah.
And then after that, you go like fringe decks like Ciel and Merlin. Diao-Chan actually very well represented here. Not just the fire Diao-Chans we've been seeing, but also fractal Diao-Chans, like water fractals. Actually, a couple of them that made it through to day two as well. So yeah, it's a pretty expected breakdown. But let's see day twos actually.
And we can see, well, nothing really changed besides the fact that most of the other champions are not here, but Lorraine, Gocha, Xander right now taking top three, and Tristan and Ciel. Ciel as well, getting a good representation as well. I think everything else is pretty much in the expected area, except for 3 Arisana and 2 Nico down there.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. So actually, the bottom 2 players in our top 118 is a Wind Astra Arisana and a Water Negate Astra Arisana. So, you know, the fact that they sneaked it in right there at the end. And then the last Arisana is a Fractal Arisana.
Fractal?
So, yeah, I guess to play, basically to play Polaris if you want to. So, interesting stuff that we're seeing here. I mean, I'm really glad to see 2 Astra people make it. I would not expected Astra to make it this far. Also, I want to highlight 2 Nikos.
Man, the thing is that so one of the Nikos should be Limbos.
And then the other one's Wind Nico.
They're not real Nico. That's the sad reality. If anyone's wondering, oh, there's a Nico that they made it through. Well, sorry to burst your bubbles. I don't think they are actual wallet
They're
Nico.
level 1. They're also level
they're
1
one
Nikos
Nikos.
only. They don't even go up to level 2. So
So yeah. But then again, it's just a really interesting breakdown. I think overall this is a really good showing of what the meta really is. Lorraine, Gochias, all this thing. And for fun fact for most of people at home, the player that went full win undefeated last night was a Seiyu player.
yes, the top 2 were both Seiryu players. Actually, in top 4 were Seiryu, then a Crux deck, and then Seiryu.
Yeah.
I think. So I think maybe people gotta be worrying about that dragon a little bit.
Yep. They might have dodged the stream, but they definitely didn't dodge the Swiss table. Like everyone was after I went home with the Apex gang, they were like saying, dude, Seiyu is so strong. Like even if they were piloting Tristan, they were still afraid of Seiyu even with the tech cards because right now with the cards that Seiyu has and the meta now not really focusing on Seiyu, it is actually really a scary time to like see one out of nowhere in the Swiss table because they can just pop out a dragon and just kill you with a really strong blast. So I think I don't know. Like, do you actually think Seiyu is what people consider the tier 1 deck
I would
now?
consider it tier 1. I don't think it's the best deck. 'Cause I don't think there really is a best deck. If I was gonna give best deck to anyone, it would probably be Lorraine.
Yeah, Lorraine,
probably
right?
Enso, but you know, it's not so far and above everything else. Clearly, the fact that a deck like Seiryu can do so well, and we see a lot of other decks. Actually, I wanna mention Tristan. Actually, she was the 3rd most represented champion.
Yep.
Yet only 9 of them made it.
Yeah.
So conversion rate's not great on Tristan for this event, fortunately.
Yeah. The thing about Tristan is that if you actually run into like bad matchups like Jin is one example, there's nothing much you can do really because at the end of the day, most of the things that Tristan relies on is basically attack damage. So if you're just fighting someone that has resolute stand, a way for you to just not attack, or a way for you to just pay tariffs and stuff like that for you to swing in, it is not actually easy to play Tristan in this meta game.
Also, notably, I was looking at the most sideboarded cards. You can see all of this on Fractal of Insight.
Yeah.
Number 1, Regal, as expected.
Well.
And then I think it was Crystallized Destiny, number 2.
Interesting.
And then Staggering Strike. So just like CNATs last year, everyone is playing Staggering Strike again.
Yeah.
Because Tristan is so represented.
Like I think it's bound to happen to have counter cards in meta, like specific counter. For example, Scattered Essence comes in mind, right? Last meta. This meta again, Staggering Strike. Staggering Strike is really painful. Imagine you take a hard work. Okay, you prep 3 prep counter because in general, Tristan wants to have 4 prep counter to go into the level 3 for the Shadow Claws. It's all just gone with 1 card.
Yeah, that's right. It's not a great situation to be in where Regal hits you because they can hit your Shadow Strikes and your Slice and Dices and your deck doesn't do anything anymore.
Yep.
They can Crystallize Destiny or Shadow Strike.
Yep.
Or they can Staggering Strike you and then now you have nothing. So
your hard work gone. I mean, we saw it yesterday.
yeah, we did see it on the last game of yesterday, getting double Staggering Strike by Limbo there. It was a funny game, that's for sure.
Yep. So maybe the smarter choice is to play decks that are gonna be less being the collateral damage. But basically, you are picking decks that are not being countered, right? So Dalchan comes in mind yesterday. With all the Fractals players are basically non-existent. They're like, oh, we're not going to play Scattered Essence. We're not going to play Fractal Hit. Let's play Dalchan, right?
Yeah, but speaking of Fire Aggro, we definitely can't ignore Suzaku. There's a lot of Suzakus in our top 118.
Suzaku is something. I still think Suzaku is a really scary deck. Like, the fact that you can just be really aggressive. At the same time, being safe as well with the Purifying Flames. Basically allowing you to heal, allowing you to just play out. And also, like, all the burn damage spells are really powerful with the addition of... that's one where you can't recover. There's the one that...
Fiery Interference.
And there's the one that Banish Cryptic. Like, all these cards are really strong into the metagame as well. So, we'll be excited to see Suzaku on stream, actually.
Yeah, I think we've been the Seiryus and Suzakus. We didn't want to feature them because we didn't want to show the decks that we knew would all be there. So I think today we're actually going to see a lot of that. So I hope you guys are steeled to see a lot of dragons and actually just a lot of Shenjus in general, right?
Senjus in general, yeah. I mean, again, we talk about it. The Senjus are really cool. Maybe one day Byaku will be playable. Who knows?
Maybe one day, one of these days. Speaking of Wind, I do want to highlight 2 Wind Crux players made it. So, you know, Crux is not dead. Wind Lorraine is not dead.
Wind Lorraine is not dead. But Wind Lorraine actually, is there any advantage playing Wind Lorraine over Fire Crux though?
You can play Thurible. You can play Censor.
Is that a good version?
A single Pendragon. Like
You can loop a single
5 times?
Pendragon 5 times. Like all the other Crux players need to draw up their Pendragon. I just need to draw like I don't know my Reclaim or something, right?
Yeah, you have to just draw Pendragon plus anything that bounces it back. And you get to play Thurible and Censor and all that nonsense. So and then Ascent, of course, you have Ascent. So I think maybe probably do a bit better into aggro.
Maybe Windows does have like a very strong mid game with Ascent Protectors and Reclaim and stuff. Basically, you're able to just maintain your influence or just have a very strong 3-4 intercept that basically also bounces back your things to the hand so you can reuse them like your Windmill Engineer. So Wind generally has that very strong mid game, right, compared to Fire and Water.
Yeah, that's right. But remember, 118 players today, where you're doing 5 rounds of the remaining 5 rounds of Swiss. I think this is the first Ascent we've had 5 rounds.
Yeah, pretty sure it is. Yeah, and we have about 100 players, I believe, for day 2. That's a lot. 118, that's a lot.
We were talking about this yesterday. We were like, oh, how many players do you think? I was like, oh, 70? 118. No, I mean,
yeah,
far above that.
We're so far off. It's insane to see how much the game has grown. Like, you've been here since the start, I believe. Or
yes, well, not since Kickstarter, but technically since Doa released, yes, I've been here.
Yeah, and like, the game has grown a lot since then. The player base has grown, the card pool has hugely increased. It's a good thing to see, growth, from the game.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and I think Akihabara is really going to be the capstone for the year with that, where we're going to see probably the biggest event we're going to have for a while.
I'm so excited for Akihabara, but not for the reasons you think of. I can't wait to eat the food there.
I can't wait to be in Akihabara. By the way, for everyone who doesn't know, Akihabara is known for being like the nerd center of Japan. Kind of crowded. If you want somewhere, here's some tips from someone who's been to Japan like many times. Nakano Broadway.
Nakano Broadway, I do agree. It's more of the more old school kind of like stuff, right? Instead of the current modern one. Because Akihabara basically features more of the more modern-ish nerd stuff. But if you're looking for quite old school, maybe in the 2000s or even in the 90s, you can go Nakano Broadway. I agree.
It's also way smaller, so you don't have to. It's very condensed.
Yeah, it's really condensed. It's really condensed indeed. But one thing I would also give tip to people that are going to Japan, right? Have a coin pouch. I think that will be very helpful.
Yes, cash kind of important. Can't just card everything in Japan, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe Tokyo, I think it's fine. But outside like the Tokyo main area, it's a bit hard. When it comes to the local as well. When it comes to the local, there are going to be some vending machines like eating ramen, right? There's this vending machine that doesn't take cards. And then you're going to put in your yen there to like buy the ramen and stuff. It's a bit hard. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's feels like just a month away. So crazy times to be in, and I hope everyone.
Is that month away?
November, end of November. So I guess like 2-ish months away.
Oh, yeah, it's very close.
Yeah. So I mean, that's probably going to be the biggest event of the year.
I just thought it's like half a year ago or away. Right? Oh my God, it's only 2 months. Time flies indeed. I believe we do. Sorry, I lost my train of thoughts.
We got the standing.
We got standing.
So
there we go.
Let's just look a little bit here. So we have A-Paul at number 1. So Seiryu, and then we got 2 Crux decks, one Ensoul and 1 Merlin into 3 Fire Gorgas. I mean, yeah, these are basically the 3 decks I think everyone was expecting to see in this event.
I mean, they're lined up so nicely as well, so neatly. You look at that, like the 2 Gorgas on top of it, and then like the 3 Gorgas below it, and then of course Lorraine and Merlin next to each other. I think this is the best representation we can get. Oh, of course, that Win Nico at number 11.
And the Vanitas as well. So there were very few Vanitas. I think one of the lower represented champions, but some of them made it actually. So. He converted pretty well, and I think the deck, you definitely can't sleep on this just because it's the surprise factor is gone. Yep.
And then we have, more fire, more wins, but interestingly, the 5 Dachau did made it in, number 17 right there. And then we have is that a Lorraine level 2 deck? A Philo?
Yes, that's a Philo right there. So that's Fire Lorraine aggro. We have Noel from Chess Club on Fire Luxem. We have Lift Giselle on his new and improved Regal Spam CL deck.
Yeah. Yep.
Ruby Zelia, friend of the show here as well.
Yep. Going next, we have a Jin. Jin is there.
Yeah, Jin made it. There's another Vanitas as well. So here are the Tristan. See, they're all the way here, like 27 down.
Yep.
The Tristans come in. There's Water CL as well. Most of these Water CLs are like basically Water allies that have maybe a very small Umbra package at most.
Yep. And then moving forward, we have Is that Wind Spirit?
That is Wake Up. No champion.
Ah, wow! It's just basically Crasaya, Cat, and Prey.
Yes.
And then there's also Malaysia's Levin there playing Tristan. His very Hachiko is right there with his Merlin deck there.
Oh, that is a water Goja, so that's Genbu.
There's Genbu there. We found Genbu. You see, guys, there's water somewhere in the ocean. Moving forward, we have we have Morgan. Is there 5 CL as well there. Wow. A lot of CL, more than I expected. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think CL is really strong, but it's also because he's split between the fire Ryle CLs and these water CLs that people have been playing. So definitely a lot to consider. It's actually like 2 CLs here. But I think these are all water allies. So
and then there's 3 Xanders right here.
Yeah, Luxem, and regular Fire Xander. More Suzakus, and this is where the Diaos come in. So these are all Fire Diaos as well as a Fractal Diao. So a lot of Diaos actually, more than considering how little her representation was. There's also that Wind Crux Lorraine as well. Big favorite of mine that I want to see make it further in this tournament.
Well, we might see it more of those things. And then moving forward, we have the, more the same, but we see more of the wind representation here instead of fire for sure. Then we have also the, Sano's there.
Yeah, Sano here as well. I mean, we're also starting to see the Luxem players make it through.
Then we have, another Jin right there. More fire Gochas.
A lot of fire.
A lot of fire. A lot of fire. Just showing you how strong the fire variance is. Also, the diversity. You're not going to see like all of the same champions, right?
Yeah.
They might not even be playing the same list. So this is a good showing so far. And then we have
my man, Water Neos here, making it in 87th place. I can't believe he made it.
Your hero.
that's my guy right there. I hopefully he continues to do well so we can feature him on stream another time. Yeah. There's also a Water Aetherwing Diana that somehow made it.
Yep.
Oh, Limbo, friend of the stream here, on his Water CL/Nico.
Yep. Nothing much to be expected here. Oh, the fire, wind, 2 CLs right here. And then moving forward, there's a Toloris.
That's suited.
Yeah, suited? Wow. Well, speaking of suited, we never really talk about suited on this stream, huh?
Yeah, there were 2 suited players that made it into top 118, but we didn't feature them on stream. So, maybe one of these suited players we can get on there. And then there at the bottom, you can see the two Astra Arizonas. It's like, oh.
They made it in.
Yeah, you know what? Like, we are literally just the 2 Astra players who like barely squeaked it in here. It's just like, I think Cam is probably happy about that. Our cameraman here is like, oh my god, people are playing Arizona again.
Yeah, but I think that's the reality of it, like what Limbo said yesterday, that despite how funny the interview is, there's some truth about how Arizona is a bit followed off. I mean, there's not only the hit for her Polaris, there's also the fact that the meta is just really, really hard for you to play a non-fire level 3 decks. Well, you can do it, but like, again, like I mentioned, speed is the name of the game. If you're not competing with Raul the Abyss in terms of speed, I think it's a very, very hard matchup in general.
Yeah, and honestly, they didn't need to hit Polaris. Come on, it's fine. You could have kept Polaris.
Actually, it might be a buff. You can't ash it anymore.
Yeah, but Arizona is not the kind of deck where she can just -1. She already plays Serene or Fragmented. -1s on a deck that struggles to get influence. And if we see Pro Ann over here, friend of the show. Yeah, so.
Oh, Paul is on stream.
Okay, we finally got one of our Apex members on the stream.
All right.
Okay, so
Mr. Poan.
He was on Fire Suzaku, so finally we are going to show Suzaku today. And it's actually a mirror, so this might be a fast one.
This will be a really fast one, folks, so hang on tight. But you're going to see why these decks are in the top tier bracket. Because honestly speaking, Suzaku is just not just fast. Like, we already experienced the Suzaku meta last set, right? But with the addition that I mentioned, the Cryptic, the interference, yeah, very
Pepper
strong.
Chef, really. March hair, red hair as well. It's like it's
so strong.
She's got a lot of buffs. And Fire in general got a lot of buffs, but especially Fire aggro, this set is insane. And I'm ready to see the sparks fly. I'll say, yesterday we were featuring a lot of kind of like weird, maybe rogue off-meta decks.
Yep.
The Kid Gloves are off. We're about to show you all of the top-tier stuff here in the next coming rounds. Remember, 5 rounds and then top 8. So, yeah, I mean, I guess let's ask each other, what do you think the top 8 is going to look like?
I personally, before I came to Taipei and after I experienced day 1. So these are my opinion. Before I came in, I really expected it to be like, okay, 4 combination of Crux, any of the Crux, 2 Suzaku, 1 Tristan, and 1 weird stuff that I never see before, all right? After Taipei, I actually think it will be like 2 Shiryus, or even 3, 2 to 3. Okay, 3 wins. I don't really care what the third win is.
Okay.
3 Crux, one Suzaku, and one random stuff, I guess.
Okay. I think I'm on the same page. I think 2 or 3 Seryus will definitely make it.
Yeah.
And then I think there'll be a lot of Crocs.
Yep.
Maybe a couple more Fire. Maybe you'll see like a Diao-chan plus a Suzaku or like
yep.
2 Suzakus.
Yep.
And then maybe one Water Deck. I just want to give one Water Deck.
I
think there.
I think one Water CL might make it.
Maybe. Actually, I also think that the Regal
Regal deck, right?
has a strong chance of making it. So, I don't know, like CL, there's Lux, and there's a lot of options in the Ryle spot in this this pie. So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing what ends up going here. So I'm actually just gonna write that down, and we'll see who is right at the end. But yeah, this is exciting times. I'm really looking forward, and I think you know what people are really looking forward to the post Ascent keynote speech where they're gonna announce the ban list. Okay, so after seeing this, what do you think?
I think Rao will still be untouched because okay, this is my take. If the meta is diverse and there is a lot of different variants that there are not just one way to play it, because right now we are seeing Rao being played as an aggro and also the level 3 play style. I think it's fine. I think it's totally fine because in the end of the day, engines will always exist just to make your archetype playable. In the end of the day, it's an engine. It's not really an archetype like Fractals. I think Fractals is a good example. Fractals is an engine/win con, so that's the biggest problem. Like, you won't see people playing Fractal other. Well, you can see Fire, Diao-chan Fire or whatever, but the point is that most Fractal have a set win con, and they are abusing a card that's not even meant to be with Fractal, aka Sangjiao. But for Round the Abyss, they're not really abusing anything. They're just playing archetype that already exists or new archetype, and they're just making sure that they can reach that stage safely, right? So I think Round the Abyss wouldn't get touched. That's my take, at least, for Round the Abyss. Any opinion on that?
I also think it won't get banned, but maybe. Proxy card? Maybe?
I mean, if you want to touch it, I would. Okay, this is my take as well. Before this whole thing blow up, my take would be make Round the Abyss slow. That's about it.
No, they're not rather Round the Abyss. I highly doubt that. You know, so that takes something egregious like 3 visits for that to happen.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's stop talking. Let's get straight into this game. It's about to be a pretty fast one, so don't blink.
Yep. So we are going to have Poan win second here. Quan just passes here. Really typical of a Suzaku deck, because both of them are just going to be playing a lot of fast speed. We're going to be a crazy shock here, drawing 2 here, probably setting up a floating to level up into the level 1 Gocha here. Well, it is still floating. He has it, and it's probably just going to be a pass. Is there anything else?
Burn maybe potentially coming out here?
Probably after you level up, I think. I think you want to go.
Ooh, okay, we're going to ride on our own. We're going to give our own here.
All right.
Can we be better than our opponent? How many are we throwing? Okay, that's 1.
2.
Okay, it's unfortunately not the God Ryle, but it's still 2, so we get to dig deeper into our deck, which is a really important thing here, because we really just want to find all of our power cards.
Yep. So Gocha's level 1 safely goes in. I mean, this is the Gocha check his side. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
He doesn't even care. It's like, I've already seen your deck.
Yeah, it's open deck list. So they two, everyone basically knows each other's list, right? That's the biggest difference. So there's no more surprise tag. You just have to play with your wits at this point. So Gocha triggers activate. Both players will take 1 damage from this, and basically get a quest counter for Quan right here. Quan just considering anything you want to do before pre-rec.
I don't think that's a Vermilion Decree. If he wants to just fire it unimbued, that is a potential option just to get some more quest counters right now. Oh, an Ember Crypt Burn here, going to hit this Liminal Guide here. Unfortunately, Brian going to lose his +1.
Yep, Ember Crypt Burn is a really, really strong card in this mirror, because there are a lot of cards to target, right? Floating, Luminal Guide, even a fire target, so that Suzaku doesn't get an easy revive. So I think back to Pawn's turn. Actually, just go to a level 1 Gocha.
Yeah, it's really important as a Gocha to just level up as fast as you can, because you really need to start getting these quest counters up.
Yep.
Every turn that you stall on level 0, that's like another turn that you're not getting quest counters.
Yep, exactly. And then also drawing the cards that probably give you more than 1 quest counter per value card. So for example, Searing Flames, Vermilion Decree, these cards actually allow you to just accelerate this quest counter farming. And then we're going to see the Demolition here.
Pre-recollection Demolition is huge, so we're going to do another 3 damage and then also get another quest counter. So both players pretty on par with each other in terms of like how much damage they're doing and how much quest counters they're generating.
Yep. Whoa, there's a lot of Pepper Trap from Poan's side.
3 Pepper Traps somehow, with no Suzaku yet, but the Fluffy Shopkeep will have something to say about it.
This is a one-off. This is a one-off Fluffy Shopkeeper. Really interesting card, because in the end of the day, if you look at how games are usually played, not not every of your material deck is going to be played, right? I think it's a really, really excellent one-off. You got to get rid of cards that are not relevant in this matchup. And it's a 1/3 intercept. Really, really strong body.
Ooh, you see there in the hand as well, a Sparkle Light. That's a big one. If there's any ally that's going to try and kill this Fluffy Shopkeep, we can try and like burn them, also get a quest counter at the same time.
Yep.
So there's a lot for Kwon to have to like actually try and burn through, but if he has something like a Demolition, we can just kill the Fluffy Shopkeep without having any interaction.
Yep. We do see Kwon's hands here. A bit of a break here. I think that I see two of the suited cards here, not much of the fast reaction cards.
Yeah, I think there's also there's a Vermilion Decree.
Vermilion Decree, yeah.
But that's still unfortunately not enough to do damage because Fluffy Shopkeep has 3 and Vermilion only does 2.
Yep. That's the unfortunate part of it. So Kwon just is taking his action here, taking his time slowly to see what his opponent can do. Well, there's nothing much in the graveyard for him to manage.
3 fire cards though that could open you up to a potential Kindle. There are Kindle cards in these Guoja decks, like if you're playing on the March Hares, if you play Intensified Pyre, even something like there actually there are a lot of Kindle cards. Courtesan is probably the one that most people remember. Who's going first?
Yeah, I mean that's great. That's wow for me when I heard like, oh, the game plan is because I'm going first. I'm just gonna play a list like that. But anyway, we are going to see the Vermilion here.
2 damage going to the Fluffy, but I think this is an end phase. So
yep.
So we're gonna get 2 quest counters actually because Vermilion Decree does count as 1 because there are 2 parts of the ability.
Yep.
And each one is like it counts as its own instance of damage. So we are actually getting 2 here.
Yeah, that's the thing about Vermilion Decree, right? For this particular, and also Searing Rebuild. Not Searing Rebuild, sorry. Searing Truth, because these cards actually give you like 2 counters, which basically accelerate your Suzaku game plan. We are going to go into Gocha level 2 right here. Low in influence, I think might be a draw here.
Yeah, I mean, unless we're trying to hit that 7 quest counter threshold, we already have 4. If we could get 2 here. And then we get 1 from the Suzaku.
Yep.
So we could actually hit the Suzaku now, but is that worth it?
Well, is there any way for the Suzaku to just get punished here? Not really, right?
Flame Wreath Call, perhaps, but that's a bit too expensive at this point. No animal or beast on field.
Well, we'll see. Oh, he's going for it.
Going for the quest counters here. So now we're going guaranteed to get Suzaku off this turn, off of the 1 ping from the Ruby Fatestone.
Is Paul in trouble? Is he in danger?
He is pretty in danger, but we do have the Fluffy, so don't forget about that. I don't think these decks are playing like Suzaku's command anymore as well, so you're gonna have to still burn through this Fluffy if you want to hit into the Suguasha here.
And Kwon's influence isn't looking that healthy as well. Well, a total of 4. Like, and then before we
wait, never mind. He is playing Suzaku's command, so. That means this Fluffy Shopkeep is not going to be able to block the Suzaku, but that's only on Suzaku, so that means if there's any other allies he wants to play, then he's still going to have to go through that Fluffy Shopkeep.
Yep, that's 16, 3 more damage. Can he find 3 more damage? Oh, that's a pass, wow.
Probably has a fast speed spell in that hand to do the last 3. Even like look at 4 cards in hand means Demolition is a possibility. There's also... I mean, Sparklight would only do 2 here. So I think the only 3 damage ping it could be is either another Vermilion Decree or Demolition. Cinder Geyser, I think it's 4 cost, so can't play that. Or
he's just trying to race, I think. Racing is also a really, really logical play, I think, because like in the end of the day, what's Pawn's going to do? Pawn's not be able to respond with this 6 damage coming in anyway, right? Probably leveling up also, maybe forcing Pawn to just, okay, you're dying. You need to level up in order for you to survive the next turn.
I see an Ember Crypt burn in the hand. That would be doing 2 damage. Poan, if he can hit to the Suzaku here, he has a lot of Pepper Chefs and he has a lot of fire cards. That means he could potentially do a double swing here. So it would be Suzaku for 4, Pepper Chef for 4, Suzaku plus 4, 12 damage out of nowhere.
Quite scripted, right? I think it's probably a later setup if Pawn doesn't level because the Pawn's Face Stone will trigger. So Pawn will take 1 damage, 17, and then Cryptid will burn for 2.
That's right. Yeah, actually, that is that's very true here. So Pawn at only 16 has to just take 3 damage. He's going to take 1 damage from his Fate Stone. So he either has to level up or he needs to get a Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah, I think there's a heads-up play from Quan. Quan probably noticed that, okay, he's going to take 1 from his own stone, so I'm forcing you to level here, even if you don't like it.
Now, the thing about this, though, is that if he levels up, though, he's going to go up 3 quest counters from the Goja plus this.
Uh-huh.
So that would put him at 5, and then he has a Searing Truth in his hand, so he can level up Searing Truth, get 2 quest counters, and then get 3 from the level up. And the Fate Stone trigger, putting him at 7, and then he can suddenly pop off with his triple Pepper Chef.
Triple Pepper Chef is crazy. Pepper Chef is such a strong card. For a cost of 2, you can basically deal 4 damage. It's so good.
And let's not forget the fact that the main thing about Pepper Chef is it kills you. You can sacrifice your Suzaku, which will then allow it to get its on-death effect, banishing 3 fire cards and then resummoning it so it can attack again.
Yeah, law accurate. Phoenix, basically.
Coming back from the ashes, it never dies unless, unless it gets returned to the deck or you don't have no fire cards.
Yep, or you get Lantern,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, he's going to do it. I think this is the only line because you are going to be in danger of a lot of the burn spells that Suzaku currently have, a lot of that 2 damage burn spells. So, let's see.
Losing Blazing Throw, not really helping in this situation, and one of our 3 Pepper Chefs.
Yep. And then...
In response, Demolition! That's 3 damage. Does he have Restorative Flames? Seems like a no. And that's it for game 1. I mean, we said it was going to be a fast one, and that was 11 minutes for game 1.
I mean,
I know, it was 9 minutes, actually.
That's basically it. That's how games usually go with this kind of fire aggro mirror, because it's just really about the speed. Like whoever basically dish out the burst damage first. Like basically Quan said that, okay, I have just set up, right? I just need to do 6 damage and then I have demolition in hand and that's it, game. So really heads up on Quan there, noticing that, okay, he just needs to go speed. Like this is what sometimes influence doesn't really matter, right? Like who cares about low influence if you just kill your opponent?
That's very true here. So we can try talking a little bit about the sideboards here, because I think that's a lot of times where these Goja decks end up evolving. So on the Pro-Am side, I mean, it's a lot of stuff for other decks, like Resolute, Staggering Strikes. You see anything in particular that you think he might side in?
I don't noticing pawns. I don't think there's anything in particular that he wants to sign for the mirror. I think for the mirror, it's really just about who draws like the burn cards and also the cards that accelerate your counter faster. So it's just a matter of like, well, if you draw better, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I think a big thing is also going to be whether or not you go first or not. So I think in that game, we got to see Quan go first here, which is a huge advantage. And I mean, we've always known Fire Aggro is the kind of deck where it's like, you just want to go first all the time. And so having the choice means that chances are Piranha's going to have an advantage in this game. But that means even if he wins this game, on the last game, Quan's still going to get to go first. So
yeah, there's a thing about fire mirrors in general where people often say, oh, if the winner of the dice roll or the conflict basically determines the outcome of the matchup. But again, anything can happen in Grand Archive. Your opponent could break. You could outplay your opponent. I mean, going second means you are opening into like a, I don't know, double Vermilion. Who knows? You can do this kind of like weird plays. It really depends on what pawn opens and how pawn plays. This is a really interesting mirror, in my opinion, because it's about realizing the damage cap of both players, right? You need to understand that your opponent could deal this much of damage, and pawn does run a bit of defensive tools.
Yeah, their Restorative Flames is probably the most important card to see in this matchup, because that is a potential heal 6 that can come out of nowhere, and you saw how tight these damage thresholds can get.
Yep, pawn will probably survive with Restorative Flames like last games, because he does have 3 fire cards. So, well, if you just throw it, it'll be fine. But we are going to start game 2 here really quickly. Here, Paul's going to flip his Spirit of Fire. Oh, just double checking his spirits.
Actually, on Kuan's side, I want to highlight that he has Flame Wreath Call in the side. So that's probably coming in, because that is one of the few cards that can actually kill Suzaku, because it is not a spell. It is a skill.
Yeah, this is a really strong card as well. Like, being able to take down 2 allies. You can also take out the Pepper Chef at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And it is also a, it gets you 2 quest counters, I believe. So...
Well, we are going to Paul going first and just going to pass here. As we mentioned, both of this fire deck don't really want to do anything on their first turns. It's just going to be actions done on the end step of opponent, because it's mostly fast speed.
See, in Pawn's hand, I don't see a creator, I don't see a Ryle, I don't see anything that like cycles in these liminal guides. I see a lot of burn spells. Not much to do to help to get level 1, unfortunately.
It's going to pass here. Might be just a demolition.
Might actually just have to be demolition here. Are we going to play out? Yeah, we're going to play out the demolition, do 3 damage. towards champion, but now we spend a burn spell when we're not level 1, so we're actually not getting a quest counter from this.
Yep. While Quan has his Rowdy Abyss, this is just
Ooh,
really
Restore the
strong.
Flames in the hand here.
Ooh. Or two.
Okay,
two
okay.
fire.
You know, it's just Paramore. That's not.
Is that in cap?
Yes, that is in cap. So he has that in the sideboard. It's interesting because pretty expensive card to have to play.
Yeah, I think for the mirror maybe it's worth it because like it all matters about what matters is basically accelerating the quest counters, right? So you can basically just in-cap your opponents like Truth or Vermin Decree. So I think it's not a bad card in this matchup.
It's also something you can just throw as a surprise in a game. If you're going second, you can just, okay, I draw up. If your opponent doesn't shotgun their Riles, you can also incapacitate it.
Yeah. So we do see any changes on Poon's material deck? Probably not. And then...
Ooh, there's also a creative in here, so we can be drawing a lot of cards.
Yeah, Quan just have a really, really strong opening. This is what you want from a Gocha deck, not to burn early, but just to set up, right? Set up the cards in the graveyard, in the floatings, in the fire cards, and then eventually draws into the burn card. So Quan has a really, really good start. It just depends whether he can draw the other pieces, which is the burn part of the deck.
That's right. So, and the one thing here is we also have filled the grave with a lot of fire cards, which means if we do find those Kindle cards, if we do find our own Restorative Flames, Quan does have 3 Restorative Flames as well, 2 in the main and 1 in the side. So if he can find those, he's got a lot of fodder to work with.
Yep. I think we're just waiting for some soft instructions from the judge. However, we are going to continue playing here. Poon is going to trigger the Fate Stones effect. So each of you take 1.
That's not the right number.
Wait, which
We
one?
put it on 4 instead of 1.
I mean, who knows? Maybe it's some information we don't know. Maybe he has 4 counters out of nowhere. Anyway, I think this is just a truth before recollection.
That truth would get sniffed out by this incapacitate if Kuan wants to spend it here. That would be a pretty prime target considering this gives you 2 quest counters.
He's doing it in cap.
Ooh, this is not good, Christoph. I think Juan with 4 cards, it is influence and very little going on. I'm not sure if he can weather the storm that's about to come.
I think, as the kid said, he's cooked. I actually think it's gonna happen. Illuminate Guy as well in hand is not helping. Like Pawn doesn't really have much going on with his hand. I think it's gonna just be a pass, or maybe Illuminate Guy. Oh no, is this gonna pass? Quan's turn to level up here. He's gonna go to a level 1 Gocha, go into the Fate Stone as well. Asking him, you want to check now? There's nothing to check, dude.
That's 2 Little Guides in the hand. This is so sad. I mean, you know, this is the thing about the Spectre package. You know, it giveth and it taketh at the same time, and yeah, this is really not looking good. There's a maybe an Ember Crypt Burn going to be spent here to take out the Paramore, I imagine.
Yep, get rid of it first because this Paramore is really, really strong as well. It comes as a spell, so it does trigger the giving you a quest counter. We're going to go into a constant recollection. I see a lot of burn spells.
That's his own Ember Crypt Burn. I believe that's also a Demolition. That's a Blazing Throw. So next turn, we could go for an Impact Hammer Blazing Throw line.
Yes, also Creative Shock if you want to dig deeper into the deck. He has so much options.
That might also be that's a Heated Vengeance, actually. So we have Heated Vengeance Blazing Throw. That's the classic combo right there. Potentially, that would be 7 damage plus 4. What is Bohan? He's only at 4, so that would be... He would not die, but then we also have all these these pings. The thing about that's hard about these Gochi, you have to remember, each turn these things are pinging, so it's like you kind of have to remember that there's all this extra damage that's like not actually you activating anything.
Yep. Pawn just going for a GCR at this point. His influence is really, really low, so triggering the Fate Stone, getting quest counters, drawing 1.
I think Bohan's gonna have to kill this turn. Well, he has that Restorative Flames at least, so he can probably try and like goad Quan to try and go for lethal here, but then end up just, I'm just gonna restore the Flames.
Yep, interference. So Quan just gonna go into his Creative Shock to see what he can dig further. Blazing Throw not gonna help here. Another Truth, probably gonna help with the quest counters, but not at this moment. You might actually die this turn if you're not careful. So interference just comes in, take 2, and basically at the end of turn, Quan could not recover, but not that it matters because Quan doesn't really have Restoration Flame in his hand right now.
Yeah, but look at Bon's hand. It's just got no action in it.
Nothing. That's really, really sad. That's the thing about this kind of burn decks where you actually want to draw the right order of cards. Like Pawn didn't actually draw of his cycle cards, like the Creative Sharks, the Rowdy Abyss. You actually want to hit them first before going to the burn spell, like what Quan is actually able to execute.
So let's talk a little bit about the math here. There's a demolition hand. We can
Yep.
throw this pre-recollection, do 3
Yep.
damage. That would
Okay.
put Poan up to 8.
Yep.
The Heated Vengeance line does, with the Blazing Throw, does 11. So that'd be
11.
19 exactly. But because of the Restorative Flames, he would survive here. And then on the crackback, maybe he can send another 9 back. That's not out of the realm of possibility for Guoja. But the problem is his hand is just kind of bad.
Yeah, Poan will survive with 1, I think. One life. So I think he's just passing the turn.
Actually, I also forgot. There's also that Suzaku trigger, so that would be an extra 1. So
Oh,
that would
extra
actually that'd be 4 plus 11.
11, 15, 15 Restoration Flame.
Would heal for 6.
19, you're still dead? Might be actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think it might actually still be game here.
Let's see if we. Oh, Blazing Throw. We had 2 actually,
have
so
two.
we're fine. We're fine.
We're fine. We're all good. Actually, it might be a hit. Oh, it is just going to be Gocha.
Counters.
Yep, Gocha
So
level
we have
2.
the Searing Truth, I believe, in the hand as well, so we can get up to 5 plus 1. So that would be 6, and then any burn spell, the Blazing Throw would actually put it up to 7. So I think that is exactly what's going to happen here. Yeah, we're going to be using that Searing Truth in the hand. Remember, so we need to hit 7. Magic number 7. We already have 4. This is going to be 1 right here. Oh, it's Demolition actually choosing to go for that. So 5 here, and then the Suzaku ping is going to be another 1. And then we also have Blazing Throws. And then if we actually, no, we don't have a weapon though. So I guess we're just going to use Ember Cup Burn or Searing Truth. Oh my god, Suzaku's command too.
Suzaku command.
So much damage coming in here.
It's just a matter of just raising up the damage right now. It is a bit unfortunate that there's not much going on in Quan's hand itself, but I think maybe the Impact Hammer line would be better. Okay, so we do get a truth here. This is going to up the counter up to 7, and now Suzaku will be able to flip at this turn.
Yeah, no, the problem is, remember, he has that Restorative Flame, so Suzaku can come in here, swing 4 with the command, can swing for 8, which is enough to threaten lethal, but because of that Restorative Flames, so actually, in this line, because we leveled up to 2, we actually have an extra life buffer at the very least.
Yep, so gonna go Suzaku commands instantly, and asking Pawn, does it have any sort of answer? This is not even lethal, to be honest. 6 plus 11 is still 17. Pawn's still alive
actually,
here.
yeah, this is 8.
8? Oh,
this is 8. So
my bad. Two,
so this is actually
yeah,
lethal,
8.
and then even if he survives, like, he's gonna be taking extra pings from this as well. So
there has to be a flames here.
he's got to use their Restorative Flames. He's basically forcing it unless he has a way of killing Suzaku, which I don't see in the hand. Yeah, so Restorative Flame is going to be used here. Probably going to banish 3 fire cards to heal 6 life.
Yeah, but it doesn't come cheaply. It doesn't come cheaply because Restorative Flame basically eats 3 of your fire card, which you want to use for your Suzaku.
And notably, also just eats up a card from your hand. He has 3 influence right now.
That's not looking good. And remember, this post GCR, so GCR is already used at this point. Ooh, our game disappeared.
Yeah, and I think it's really telling that how much of a difference it makes when one person gets the rile off and the other person doesn't, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you how important influence farming is, sort of. Because Quan's able to basically farm the amount of cards in the graveyard and also farm floatings. So it does play a huge role in this matchup.
Okay, we're going to be able to flip this Suzaku here. Blazing Throw, going to do this Impact Hammer does 2 damage to himself, or 3 damage to himself, plus the Blazing Throw here. So we are going to get the Suzaku. We're going to actually kill Suzaku with the Blazing Throw, or no, that was auto-lethal. So Pawn found the line. See, this is why Restorative Flames is such an essential card in this matchup. Without that, he would have been dead 7 ways out of Sunday. So
it also shows you the line where you can go into Blazing Throw and Impact Hammer. This is a very important line. Yeah, you don't need to win with Suzaku necessarily. Well, it is an additional plus, but the Blazing Throw and the Impact Hammer line does make a lot of damage in this deck.
Yeah, I think really the name of the game is do you find Ryle and do you find the Restorative Flames? Because healing 6, this deck does a lot of damage, but it runs out of steam very quickly. That's why it's like you want to have Ryle to like increase your fuel capacity in a sense, and you also want to have Restorative Flame, so it's like, oh, you can just outlast the other person. Yeah,
it's all about basically, can I buy 1 turn to kill him next turn, right? That's what Restorative Flame is all about. And Pawn managed to do that line is really, really interesting. But also Quan, I think we saw a similar line, right? Quan could have done the Impact Hammer into Blazing Throw line. So I think it's just about understanding the matchups as well. So but then this is going to be the same problem against game 1. Quan is going to go first. If Quan opens with all around the base combo, it might be a repeat of game 1.
Exactly. So let's see what Pro-An can open up in his hand. Hopefully he can find some of those pieces that would help him going second, like probably we just really want to find Restorative Flame.
Yeah. I mean, Restorative Flame, I mean, to start off with, Round Abyss into Double Luminous Guide, pretty good, I think. If you can start off with that kind of like really harrowish hand, okay, not necessarily 2 Luminous Guide, but any of the Rao cards is actually, sorry, not Rao, any of the Spectre cards will be really, really nice here. Quan here will be drawing 7 here, see what's in the box.
Going up into a 7. Hoping to find... Ooh, Resolute Stand is a big one. That's actually 2 Resolutes, though, so maybe not happy to see too many defensive cards here. In the end, you still need to threaten for damage.
I'm seeing a lot of Norm cards on Quan's side, like a fire.
There's a Blazing Throw. There's a Undying Dreams, as well as that Spark of Light here. So actually, yeah, not much going on here. We have the Creative Shock, though.
We have the Creative Shock, yeah.
We at least have that. But is there an Ember Crypt Burn on Pro-An's side?
Pro-An's side, well... they're just, well, making space for more action on the table. Pro-An's side here, again, no cycle. The game hasn't been like a bit kind to Pro-An. 0 cycles this game.
Just gonna pass it back, it seems. Quan here gonna be forced to do something. Probably going to throw out that Creative Shock here, throwing that Undying Dreams.
Yep, we'll go Creative Shock here. All good. Draw 2. See what's in the box again.
I mean, this is really what you want to see as a Gorgia. You want to be able to play one of these cycle cards, throw a card into grave, level up to 1, and then you start fast playing all of your burn spells to start getting those quest counters as soon as possible.
Yep, that's basically the game plan.
Ooh, Restorative Flames has been found. Critical card here.
So I think we'll just decide. Yep, just gonna go into level 1 Gocha. Probably nothing in the prereq. I think you don't want to spawn out.
He has a Rile. He could just Rile here.
You want to Rile here? Just a cycle?
Rile just D1. Actually, it must have been drawn off the Creative Shock there. I don't see why you would use the Rile over the Creative Shock.
Yep. Oh, he is a Rile here.
Yeah, so we're just going to, cycle 1.
Lucky draw? Nope.
Nope. Oh, it was actually, it was, well, I mean, no, that's a second fire card in grave. We dug 1 card deeper, so it's no reason really not to do it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, the Rao pieces is not that important in the sense of like, oh, you don't really need to trash in the floatings or Luminous Guide necessarily. You just want to get 5 cards into the graveyard to trigger all your Kinders or your Suzakus. So there's no harm really doing that. So back to Pro-An, we are going to see a Demolition, a very similar line here. Pro-An not hitting the cycle cards.
It's just going to do another 3 damage here. So no quest counters off this one, but it's damage. Damage is damage. Yeah,
Demolition is a really, really big one. Like, being able to deal that much damage is such an insane card. And then we are actually going to go into the Gocha level 1. Similar lines here. We're going to see a repeat of what happened in Game 1 and Game 2. Both players just want to go into their Gocha as soon as possible to start farming that quest counter.
It's going to ping both players here. So, like, this is the thing about this mirror match in particular. So much extra damage coming from these two. Just means like the games end extremely quickly.
It's not going to do anything about this, so Truth will be able to resolve, which is a huge deal. Truth is one of the most optimal cards to farm your quest counters. Luminous Guide found, but no way to put it into the graveyard.
Ooh, actually, there is a way to put it in the graveyard. There's the 3 of Hearts in there.
Ooh, you're right. So maybe 3 of Hearts and pass?
It's a bit risky, you are already you are at that point where maybe Quan can find just like, oh, okay, 16 damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, 16. I mean, 19 HP is quite safe, I think. If you're a Spirit, I would be reluctant to do it, but 19 is sort of a safe space. I mean,
would you say it's safe? I mean, okay, fast speed burn spell, ping, and then if you can find the flip to Suzaku, you can just go, okay, Suzaku, Pepper Chef, Suzaku. It's like it's actually so easy to just die out of nowhere.
Look, man, like sometimes in life you have to take risk, and I think this is the time for Pro-An to take risk, because if you're not taking risk here, I don't think you are actually going anywhere. Oh, Pro-An's just gonna pass here. So respecting his opponent's influence, passing, and going back to Quan's. I think there's still Quan's end phase, or Quan is just responding in the end phase.
Another thing about that line is, of course, everyone here is playing Ember Crypt Burn. So, if we spend our entire turn just to throw 1 Liminal Guide and it just gets eaten anyway, it's like, was it really worth it?
I mean, you just have to pray that they don't have it. It isn't that easy. It's the same thing as just draw it. Anyway, jokes aside, I think this is the better play to respect your opponent's hand. Your opponent's influence is really big. Truth here as well, going to be really huge here to make the quest farming race a equal playing field.
Yes, we are at parity on our quest counters. Next turn, we're going to go up to 4. So, we're actually going up to 6, which means any burn spell in hand gets us to Suzaku.
Yep. So we are going to go to Gocha level 2 here. Going to go into getting 2 more quest counters, I believe.
That's right. Never seeing anyone take the draw here. Quest counters are a bit too important to have.
And then both players will take 1 damage each. And then
Ooh,
ping.
Restorative Flames has been found. So we are we have Restorative Flames on both sides here. So both players. It's probably going to be a bit of a longer one.
So Quan basically chose to draw one.
Intensified Pyre as well, though. Probably going to conflict a bit with the Restorative Flames.
Well, that is the Blazing Throw. There's not really much going on in Quan's hand. He has too many of the defensive cards in his hand.
That's all right. It's just like, but then again, Poan last game also lacked a lot of offensive power. But the thing about Suzaku is so much of it just comes from this guy that you don't even need to really draw the cards as long as this guy is able to get flipped.
Yep. What matters is basically flipping him. That's why all these cards that generates more quest counters than usual is really important, like troops, your Vermilions. We are going to see Spark all right, I think, into this. So unpreventable due to just to get the counter a bit higher.
We could throw out the Intensified Pyre here, but I don't think we're actually hitting 7 this turn. So I think probably just going to be a pass and hold up this Restorative Flames. But if Poan has a Fiery Interference in the hand, I'm not seeing one, unfortunately.
Pepper Chef is drawn, so Quan is actually set for next
Ooh,
turn.
actually, wait, no, that was pre-recollection. So now we can fire probably this. I imagine maybe he can throw like the Intensified Pyre. Does he have 2 burn spells? Blazing Throw can't be used here. Yeah, so actually gonna have to just pass back and wait for next turn instead.
On it's gonna play Truth here. Truth is a really, really important card, as you can see here, accelerating the quest counter gain from this matchup.
So we are at 5. We are going to go up to 6 off of this ping. So if any other burn spell in hand gets him to 7 already, and we can start flipping the bird.
We do have a million in hand, but a bit of we don't really have enough to pay for it. Maybe a GCR next turn to draw one.
Could go GCR and then try and play out this Vermilion Decree, but maybe he also just wants to level in order to gain more life.
Yeah, I think gaining more life in this matchup is really, really, really important because, like you said, anyone can just die out of nowhere. There's so much burst damage from this deck. It's going to be Tengu instead. Interesting choice.
Yeah, so that is going to get the quest counter, the remaining quest counter he needs in order to get up to that 7. And whilst also still drawing a card.
Yep. Very excellent play here just to get his quest counter to 7 while able to get back his influence up a little bit more. Instantly flip the Suzaku. What does he have? What kind of combo can pull off to actually win this game? Can he win it this turn?
He can if he has found that fire interference, but I'm not seeing in the hand. He has to be able to try and knock Kuan down low enough that he can maybe potentially like burn spell at fast speed in response. Ooh, the Resolute stand here is going to stymie this a bit. I think there were 2 Resolutes in the hand as well. So actually, this is really bad because that means next turn, Kuan gets to go up to 7. And then he can throw out his huge Peppered Chef combo. This is 12 damage coming in. So if you haven't seen this before, we haven't featured this on stream, it's Suzaku swings for 4.
Yep.
Peppered Chef sacrifices Suzaku, comes back by banishing 3 fire cards.
Yep.
Peppered Chef swings for 4, and then Suzaku swings for 4 again. So that's 12 damage out of nowhere, which would be enough to kill Poan at 18, but he does have Restorative Flames. So we need to be able to go a little bit over that.
Yep. A little bit over that, but even then, right, Poan really in a pickle here because like this means that Poan will be using all those fire cards in his graveyard. And again, unlike Quan's side, Poan really didn't farm that much fire cards in his graveyard because he didn't really hit the Rao, he didn't hit the what's it called again? The Creative Shop, yep, sorry. So everything there is not looking into Poan's favor. Poan desperately is trying to see whether he can tank through this turn, and it looks like Quan's giving him a chance that I'm going to play a bit defensive, I'm going to go to my turn, I'm going to burst you down, I'm going to force out from you, and then see whether you can kill me in the next turn, which I don't, maybe Poan has a chance.
There is a world. If he has to do 19 health on Goja, but essentially you have to add +6 to that.
Yeah.
You have to hit 25. So if we do the Pepper Chef combo, that's only 12. So 13, finding 13 more damage, maybe. Actually, we already took 8. So 25 minus 8, that would be.
The problem with the Pepper Chef lying on Poan's side is that he is not aware. Quan does have another Resolute stand. So that's the thing about this matchup. Resolute stand does stop this whole Pepper Chef combo.
That's true, and I think though the thing is like he's already pretty low, 12 already. Like we can just do burn spells, and actually if we can find the Suzaku's command, that is the way of getting around that Resolute stand.
Exactly. So it just depends whether Poan actually finds the right line next turn. Because I think Pawn will survive this turn. He has the flames, restoration flames. It just depends whether Kwon also is going to be committing to all his cards in order to try and kill Pawn this turn.
I think if you're on Kuan's side, you can't commit all in. You have to make sure that you keep up enough cards to play the Restorative Flames.
Yep.
So I think he's probably going to go for a Peppered Chef line here into holding up cards for Restorative Flames in case the Suzaku somehow... Also, he has the Blazing Throw, so I think what he might try and do is force the Restorative Flames here to banish all these fire cards and then Blazing Throw the Suzaku because it is a skill. It will die to that.
I think, that might be actually a line here to order to take out this opponent's Suzaku. Because without Suzaku, right, Kwon's way of basically, Prawn's ways of playing the game is very limited at this point. No Suzaku, no Phoenix that just keeps dealing for damage. It's going to be a bit more rough for Prawn.
Yeah, so sort of seeking here can just swing for one as well. So some extra damage. We have the Blazing Throw. It's either we're gonna. So if we have currently 1 damage from this, so we need to remember we need to find. So I think we already did the 1 damage ping. So we need to find. We have to do 25 minus 9. So that would be 16. 16 damage. Can we find 16 damage if the Pepper Chef line does 12 and then Blazing Throw does 4? Plus 1 from this, we can actually do 17. So he might actually be able to hit over it. The question is, does he have Restorative Flames and also something else, right? He could have a Flame Recall. He could have a Resolute Stand. This is the hard part about this matchup. If you're not respecting your opponent's cards and then they're able to survive the turn and you don't have any cards left because you went all in, you're almost assuredly dead.
Yep. That's the problem right here. Because if Kwon actually basically put his cards down, unable to have any sort of reaction during Pawn turn, it is a bit dangerous here. Well, he has, like what you say, the Blazing Throw line into the Suzaku commands line, but is that actually a risk worth taking at this point? I think it's better just play safe and just wait it out.
Actually, looking at hand, I don't even think he's not even at 7 quest counters yet, so he's gonna have to just like a Blazing Throw raw right here.
Yeah, exactly. He has to actually just play this Blazing Throw right now in order to have the 7 counter in order to flip the Suzaku. But that means you have no influence of Restorative Flames.
But remember, if he just goes all in now, just chooses to do it, he can already hit the he can actually kill over the Restorative Flames. So he's actually putting it down. He's putting it on the Restorative Flames. He's going for it.
He's going for it. I think he's counting as well. I think he's like, okay, I think I probably queue over Restoration Flame, so he is going to flip the Suzaku. Suzaku comes down here. The command will give it an extra 4 damage, so this Suzaku will be likely swinging for 8.
Yeah, but that would not be enough to restore it. If he has to do the Pepper Chef, the problem with Pepper Chef is if you play Pepper Chef, if Prawn has anything that can kill the Pepper Chef, like a Sparkleite, then suddenly you're missing 4 extra damage.
Yeah, Prawn here, considering his options. Yeah.
Thinking long and hard about this. It's going to be a very critical turn. I think this is the turn that's going to decide this entire set right here.
He is going to take it.
Peppered Chef comes out. Prawn's going to need to find something that removes this Peppered Chef. Otherwise, he is done and dusted. The combo comes out here. 3 fire cards going to banish. Going to bring Suzaku back from the ashes. Peppered Chef going to get +2, swinging for 4. Oh my god, does he have... Okay, there's... Oh, a Vermilion Decree?
Vermilion Decree does help.
Vermilion Decree going to do 2 damage to this Peppered Chef, and it's going to kill her. Only 1 life. And what's the other mode? Are we picking 3 damage, or are we picking draw? I think he has enough cards to play the Restorative Flames anyway, so we can just do 3 damage back. And now it's like, okay, Suzaku swings for 4, Restorative Flames, and you live.
I think Prawn lives and also wins the game next turn.
He almost assuredly wins the game next turn. He's going to swing for the 4 here. Do you have it? He shows the Restorative Flames. That's going to be it. Heal 6, banish 3 fire cards. Going to go take 4, 22 minus 6. That would be at 16. Next turn, he gets a fire for 4. Just needs to find another...
Another 5.
Oh, well, yeah. So it's like it depends. Like his hand was kind of weak actually. So he has 2 liminal guides in here. So maybe he actually doesn't have enough. If we go Impact Hammer, that could swing for 2. This is swinging for 4. So he might actually be a little bit short unless he has maybe like a Blazing Throw or something in there.
I mean, we can still draw cards. I think there is still a GCR, I believe, in the material deck.
Actually, notably, also all the fire cards are banished. So that means we could actually just swing Suzaku into Suzaku.
You can just have the chicken eat the other chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
So we are going into... Pawn is considering... I think level 2. Maybe considering for the level 2 setup here. He is shuffling his hand, his memory. maybe considering a level 2 play here, or he's just, fidgeting, trying to consider his options here.
Could be trying to look for the lethal line
Yep.
here. It is
Yep.
pretty bad just because the double liminal guide in that, I think it's liminal, and a 3 of hearts. So that means not a lot of firepower in there.
Not a lot of firepower. Oh, he is going to, he's,
reconsidering.
yeah. It is not easy because there's a line where probably you level up and then you just kill your opponent Suzaku, right? And then you live another turn, sort of. Two Luminous guys here being...
Oh, what a lucky banish right there.
That's really, really good because those Luminous guys
Oh,
are
fiery interference is pretty
interference.
huge. We remember there is there's a Restorative Flames in there, though there's no fire cards engraved yet. So Suzaku into Suzaku, most assuredly going to be the line here if we're not going to kill.
Yeah, I think it's actually just Suzaku into Suzaku. You can't find the 5 damage here because your influence is not enough. He does have the damage hand. There is the Vermilion Decree, there is the interference. It just depends on buying one more turn, I think, for Pawn's side. So I think it's just Suzaku into Suzaku and just live another turn.
That seems like that's going to be the line here with only 3 cards in influence.
Yep.
Well, probably 4 after draw, and then maybe have a GCR here. Could go up to 5. So there is a world where he can hit him on the... Actually, there's a second Restorative Flames in the hand as well.
Yep, so I think Pawn can play it a bit more slower. So probably just hit... Oh. Just hit face. Wow.
Swinging into face. Can he find the remaining 5 damage here? He has a Fire Interference. That would be 2. He has Vermilion Decree. That would be 3. So he actually can do it, I think, if he goes... He only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he can't play both of them on the same turn, unfortunately. Even if he goes for the Vermilion Decree draw.
This is looking more of a situation of if Kwon can actually find... I think Kwon just needs to find the second command. If he gets the second command, I think it's probably really half a Pawn at this point, isn't it?
That's right.
Second command would be 8 damage, 24. Restorative Flames for 6, 18. Probably just need to find 4 more damage. I think it's possible. There is a truth. There is a Restorative Flame, but the Restorative Flame won't be able to be played at all. Look at his graveyard. It's all empty.
Yeah, and don't forget the Pawn does have that. He does have that Fire Interference, so...
Yep.
There's the command. So that's
there.
going to be coming in for 8, but we have the second Restorative Flame, so we would be living.
Yep. We are going to Restoration Flames here.
Only for 4. I think it's only 2 fire cards in grave, so we're only going to heal 4, but that's more than enough.
Yep. And then we're going to eat 8.
Go up to 20. Chalice of Blood, anyone?
So 2 more damage here. And
Intensified Pyre is the last card in hand using the Kindle there, and that's it.
That's it. And Kwon takes the game here with a masterclass piloting. Well, that's the fire aggro right there.
You know, you said earlier, I think Blind got cooked. Kind of got cooked there.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate side on Pawn's hand, but I mean, that just displays how the mirror really is, right? The mirror is basically just a game of who can farm enough influence, enough floating memories in order for you to go into your game 1, your champion's level 1 game plan into farming your quest counters, right? So Kwon basically displays that mastery. And honestly speaking, again, a bit unfortunate side on Pawn, but it shows you that even with the lack of draws and cycles, you can still actually power through this matchup. If you just draw enough burn cards, we saw it with game 2. Pawn actually just did it with the Impact Hammer and placing Throw Line. There are ways to play around, not to play around, sorry. There are ways to win without the route package, but it's a bit difficult.
Yeah, that's right. So we're gonna be trying to set up a player interview with our friend of the stream here. But like that was a really, really fun game. You know, we haven't seen the Suzaku yet this entire time. It's actually like, oh, you know, it kind of feels new.
Yeah, not just that, it's also the fact that it shows you, like, despite being an aggro matchup, the game did take a while. I think this was
that third game lasted pretty long. Like the first 2, they went out in like 20 minutes. Then the third game was longer than both of them.
Yeah, the first 2 games was just like, I'm going to kill you. No, I'm going to kill you. It's just a matter of just each other killing each other. And then the game 3 is more of like, I'm going to survive, you're going to survive. It comes to a point where it all just boils down to Restoration Flame diff.
Yeah, I mean, even then, like, Pawn found 2 Restorative Flames. It's just that his damage was so low because he didn't find Creative, he didn't find Rile, he didn't find... I mean, he found the Liminals, unfortunately. You know, you hate to see it. Liminal guys in hand with no way of throwing them. But that's just the Guaja matchup. It's very volatile and it's very fast. Like, anyone gets an inch, they can take a mile, and that's exactly what Kwon did right there.
Yeah, I mean, it just displays how tight these matchups are, in particular in the mirror. In most cases, for most mirror in this game is more about if my opponent drew the correct sequence of cards or the better half of the deck, right? It's just what it's like, especially with these decks where the requirement for you to farm the quest counters is important. Poan did farm the quest counters slightly faster, I think, because of the two truths. But in the end of the day, you're missing the other part, which is the cycling part, not seeing enough cards for you to play it through. A bit unfortunate on that part again. But there are other lines. For example, the last line, Poan maybe could have swing into his opponent's Suzaku, right?
I actually think there might have been some fire cards in the grave that were off screen because when he played the intensified bite, he kindled for 3. So I think there were cards actually there. So I think they were maybe just like a little bit off center. So because yeah, I was thinking to myself, there's no way he doesn't kill the Suzaku if it doesn't come back. But so I assume it probably had a way of coming back. But gonna have to check the tapes on that one.
Yeah, gonna have to hack the tape on that one. Again, there's some information that might not be displayed, or no, players are players. Like they are there for a reason. They are better than us. They are basically better reasonings than us. So I mean, we're just here casting, telling you the viewers what we saw and what we actually think could happen in the game. But again, what displays? Like, do you think every mirror is similar in that fashion? Like, it just depends on who draw like the better half of the deck.
Well, I'm not gonna say that. There's no skill component, but it definitely is. When you're playing a mirror match, a lot of times it comes down to who draws better and who plays better. But you know, both of these players obviously very strong, and I think really it was kind of a diff. Like the first game, it was like, okay, I just got blown up. Game 2, I restored a flamed you, and you didn't restore flame me back. And in game 3, I drew 2 liminal guides with no way knowing them away, and he drew creative shock, right? So I think there's definitely like there's definitely a luck component, right? In these games that last only like 3-4 turns, there's a lot. Your opening hand kind of determines a lot of how the game works out for you.
Yeah, and also so it's really, really hard to see through because at the end of the day, you're playing a 60 size deck game, right? Like anything can happen. You can draw different variation or combination of cards from your starting 7 cards in your hand. And sometimes it'll be great, sometimes it's not great. I've seen someone who is unable to play cards down before, and like they're just forced to play like an ally. In the Suzaku mirror, oh, I'm going to play Luminous Guide. They're like, why you do that? I have no other way to banish cards. It is the only way. Yeah, it is. Basically, this game is really interesting where you need to understand your game. Like, for example, right, even if like, I mentioned that play, the Luminous Guide play 10-1, it's not a good play. But if you look at his hand, he has no way to actually play cards down to the memory to level up to Gocha. And he understood that I need to go to Gocha level 1. That's the game plan. So sometimes you just have to make these desperate moves.
Yeah, you know, you can Pepper Chef. You can Pepper Chef the Liminal Guide if you really have to. You can play it. Pepper Chef, level up to 2, comes back. Actually, that's another thing. We didn't really see any Liminal Guides hit the board. We did see them discarded, but we saw them Ember Crypt burned promptly. But he's a big difference because every single turn he swings for an extra 1, and you really don't want to be sinking attacks into like random Liminal Guides. But then every single turn he's doing 1, right? Just like how the Fate Stone does 1 damage every turn, but this time it's one-sided. It's only one person. It's like a different form of damage. If you bring out Safeguard damage, there's a reason why people are playing these Ryle packages. I think there's been a lot of debate around whether it's worth it to play Ryle in aggro decks, and I think especially in the mirror, it's a really, really big difference when one person gets a liminal out and gets to swing for 1 every turn and one person who doesn't.
The effort to remove Luminous Guide also is a huge effort. If you think about it, like we mentioned yesterday's stream, 3 defense allies are really, really premium. And like, Luminous Guide is a 1/3, by the way, so it's not easy to take it down. Like, if you notice, all your burn spells also deal 2. So the only way to take it down is through basically 2 damage source. Even Vermilion Decree doesn't take it down, right? Vermilion Decree is the deal 2, deal 3. So deal 3 to the face, but deal 2 to the ally. That doesn't really take it down. It requires a lot of effort to take down 1 Luminous Guide, and it's just 1 source of damage. So like, it's not worth to take it out. It's because it's only 1 source. Because it's only 1 damage, and it requires you to have 2 sources of cards to remove it. But it's also very painful every turn. So what do you do with the card? Like, what do you do in the mirror with it?
Yeah, and worst of all, you try and kill it, gets Undying Dream. Buff counter, and suddenly, okay, it lives.
So in most mirror, they just leave it there, but it's a huge advantage to have Luminous Guide. And I think that also is a big difference. Both players didn't have Luminous Guide. I actually do believe that if one of them do have Luminous Guide, the game could have finished a bit faster, maybe.
That's very true. That's the reason why we're all on Ember Crypt Burn. We can't allow these Liminal Guides to hit the field and start doing their thing. But yeah, that's going to be it for us. We're going to be moving to a player interview real soon.
Hello everyone, we are joined by the winner of round 10 of the Swiss rounds at Ascent Taipei, Kuon. Thank you so much for showing us a great Suzaku mirror. I guess my first question to you now is, how do you feel coming into Ascent Taipei Day 2 with 9 wins and 1 loss?
那首先先恭喜你刚刚获胜了，然后想请问一下，今天 Day 2嘛，然后第1场你就获得了一个胜利，你感觉现在心情感觉如何？
感觉离上位又更进一步，对。
yeah, he feels that he's one step closer to the top right now.
You definitely are. I think it's going to be quite a few more steps to go. Still 4 more games of Swiss today. So make sure the viewers at home, you guys don't go anywhere. Kuon, how do you feel about the Suzaku mirror? That game was very close. It was quite a tight game on both sides. How well prepared are you for this mirror matchup?
那你刚刚对到的对局是跟你就是你的自己的卡组也是一样嘛？就是双方都一样嘛？那你对这个对局的准备有很有信心吗？还是你之前有什么策略了吗？
有想过就是在正边、背边都带上背影这张牌，可以让我们很好抵抗那个朱雀加厨师这套 combo。
So he says that he gave it a thought before. So he basically has some strategy main board and also post sideboard. So mainly he wants to deal with things like Suzaku plus Pepper Chef. So that's something that he had in mind and he had prepared for it, and that's his win.
Definitely, that Resolute stand did a lot of work for sure. I'm sure if there was a Pepper Chef combo, that would have shut it down as well. Now, I think the last question is, before we go on to any shoutouts and everything like that, what is your goal for today? Are you going for top 8 for the Spirit or all the way for that top 1 Ascent Gauntlet, World's Gauntlet slot?
那今天我们还有4场比赛，4场那个对局嘛。然后你今天的目标是什么样呢？是只想 top 8吗？还是只是想直接拿个第1名，然后直接去 Worlds 这种感觉？
因为没有上位过嘛，还是先以前8为目标。如果进了前8，再想接下来是。
So he has never top 8 before. So first step, top 8 first and think later.
All right. I love little by little attitude, step by step, and every game counts here in a big tournament like Ascent Taipei. Thank you so much for joining us, Kuon. Before we leave, do you have any shout outs you want to give?
那最后有什么想跟朋友还是观众们说的吗？
就多打总有机会上位的。就像我之前都没有上位过，可是现在有机会。对。
Right, so most importantly, play more. So eventually you'll get to the top one day. So he doesn't have any experience being like day 2 or what before. So here he is, and he hopes everyone does the same thing too.
You heard it here first, folks. Anyone can day 2 if you practice hard enough. Congratulations again, Kuon. We will see you guys later for Swiss round 11. That's 2 store championships back to back.
11 games. Can you imagine spending so much hours playing a card game here? And some of them not even from Taipei, flew all the way from Singapore and who knows where else.
We actually have statistics on this. If you go on Fractal of Insight, you can see, I don't remember what the rest of the nations were. I'll probably check that in a little bit. But there's actually 83 Singaporeans here out of 570 players. That's a lot.
And how does it make you as a fellow Singaporean? Are you proud?
As a fellow Singaporean, Majula. All right. Let's all keep going. I want to see at least one Singaporean take a Spirit home. Spirit of Wind, Brissa. It's going to be a very, very crucial, I think, period right now when we're going to all of the different ascents.
Yep, exactly.
If you're able to secure the first place national slot,
Yep.
it means that a lot of pressure is taken off when you're going to the nationals events themselves.
Yep.
Of course, at the nationals events, you can get a direct entry into Worlds instead of having to go through the gauntlet.
Yep.
But having that gauntlet slot is still definitely a bit of a relief.
Yep, exactly, because that gives you a reason to actually participate in Worlds, right? Especially if you're so close to Worlds at this time in Singapore. So a lot of the Asia players are looking forward for it. Like, unlike the previous Worlds where the gauntlet is all the way in North America. It's a bit hard, honestly speaking, for the traveling expenses and stuff, but in Singapore, I think it's much more reasonable. Let's say you're from the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, you got a gauntlet slot. There's actually much more high incentive for you to actually go through that and play in the gauntlet.
Of course, I mean, Singapore is great. I mean, of course, Malaysian beside me may not agree 100%. We do have a little bit of a sibling rivalry, may I say.
Anything that Hero says without Singapore, I'll just smile. There's nothing else to say. I might not agree or disagree with him, but I'll just smile, all right?
Yes, this is the best way to resolve sibling rivalries. Although I'm not sure how well that worked for our countries themselves in the past. I guess right now we're doing okay.
Well, it could be better.
Yeah,
Could be better.
smiling. He's doing the thing.
Could be better.
I'm really looking forward to see more of these rivalries. I think, especially between all of the high tier and high profile players at Ascent Taipei today. Earlier we just saw Pro An, who managed to, despite losing that game, he still has an 8-2 record going into the rest of the Swiss rounds. It's going to be a very difficult tournament moving forward. You're going to have to expect at least like another 4 wins for a X2 or a X2-1 maybe, just to qualify. I think it's going to be very, very difficult. Now we're going to head into our next matchup, and this is going to be one of the decks that we actually saw right at the end of yesterday. If you missed it, it is Limbo's Water Allies, Nico 1/CL1.
Yeah. Not really sure if this player is playing the Nico or CL variant, but it is the common team, right, of people playing Water Ally variant using the CL champion. So we'll be looking forward to see it.
Yeah, and other than that, we're also looking at Genbu on the opposing side. So we actually have a water mirror on stream. We're going a little bit of a throwback.
Genbu.
A couple of sets past when this was the meta.
I honestly thought Genbu was like forgotten and dusted. Like I never thought it would actually make it all the way to day 2. Thoughts on that, Genbu?
Yeah, I mean, you were presenting it earlier at the start. Actually, water is pretty highly represented.
Yeah.
Assuming you also have a couple of fire vanitas, which means the win numbers are a little bit inflated.
Yeah.
It's actually not too far apart. Overall, like water and wind representation in day 2 today. I think we will have to see how that translates into conversion into the top 8. I'm probably expecting like out of the 8, maybe you only get like 1 water, 2 wind, that kind of angle. But we're going to hit straight into the game already. It's Zabi-chan versus Guojia. And Guojia is a famed Genbu player. He's named after Guojia after all. So we're going to see how he shows us how to play Genbu in DTR.
It's just 1 letter difference, and this man will show us how to actually play a real water variant type of the Genbu deck without Lost in Thought. I still think without Lost in Thought, the deck's power level is significantly lower.
Yeah, it definitely is significantly weaker without that Lost in Thought. Such a key card for being able to gain more influence and convert all of those floating memory that you mill out of your deck into more influence. But we are going to see how he does start off. What is the starting hand looking like here?
There's only a Polar Depth, no Fractal Array, as we discussed before. Fractal Array really core integral part of this deck.
I agree. Fractal of Rain will allow you to help mill yourself out. However, he does have the Bullfrog, which is a really helpful 0-4 taunt and also is floating memory. Definitely something that you want to see in these aggressive ally-based matchups.
So annoying. Like this really, really annoying taunt, right? Because as you discussed, even 3 defense allies are very premium. 4 is even more premium. Okay, of course it doesn't have attack stats, but its duty is just to stay there and guard your champion until you have the Genbu flip.
Yeah, on top of that, right, other than the champion, it also protects you from not only your champion, but it
Yep.
also protects your Tightstone Bovine.
Yep,
That
exactly.
you really want to stay on the board and continue to attack as much as possible. But here, Sabi-chan is starting off right away with a Nia, which is going to review Kwotia's memory.
Ooh.
And now Sabi-chan can declare any card, and that card will now cost 1 more to play. This includes champion cards as well. So
Yep.
Sabi-chan might have called something like Guojia 1,
Mhm.
which will mean Guojia has to pay 2 in order to materialize that level 1 champion.
Yeah, so it's a bit hard here because the fact that most of the time is that you want to mill cards, especially floating, right? You want to mill floating cards for your cost, for your level Gocha. But unfortunately, you don't factor array, no way to do it. Conniving plans is not activated. Conniving knives is not activated yet. So Gocha might have to hard level here, but do you really want a hard level here? I don't think there's a rush to actually go into level 1 right now.
Yeah, paying 2 to go up to level 1 is going to be really difficult. It would be a lot better to just kind of remove
Yep.
this Nia, especially right now when there's no Seneschal active in order
Yep.
to taunt away from it. So if Kozia has something like a Frostmourne Paladin with floating memory, maybe he can try to get rid of it, but I don't really see an option right now.
Yeah, maybe a bit of fractal rain. Sorry, not fractal rain. Refracting missile also can do the job, right?
Yeah, and he actually does have that refracting missiles plus Seaside
That
Ring
Leader,
Leader, and
mhm.
pays that down already. Will be able to actually
Oh.
hit into the Seneschal instead here. So he's going to clear the 3/4 ally instead, making sure that he has at least some tempo on the board and also gets a floating memory into the yard. So at least if he was going to go to level 1, he could have paid with it until the sensor was materialized by Sabi-chan. Of course, really important to play this in the Genbu matchup. This Seaside Ring Leader, of course, also really great when it hits the yard. So Sensor of Wrestle Piece will be super impactful.
Yep, this means that a lot of our Gochia's cards are actually going to be turned off, unfortunately. No floating, no Z-side ring leader. However, there is answer to the sensor. Fortunately, there is the Fractor. Not Fractor, sorry, Factorize. Factorize is a really, really powerful card. Until this day, I mean, the only card it doesn't answer is Lantern, but man.
Of course, and other than that, there's also going to be the Unbroken Mustang, which can be used.
Yep.
Zabi-chan here plays the Lily Marine Castellan. We saw this
Yes.
in the match with Limbo.
Limbo, yep.
Yesterday. Really great in this specific scenario because, for one, it is a unique ally. So if Zabi-chan had something like the Jueying, that would be activated by both that as well as the Nia. But other than that, because he attacked into the Bullfrog, which has an even life stat, he gets to return a card from memory to hand, and it also gets +1 attack.
Yep. So basically, Lily is one of the most interesting cards that we've seen in this tournament so far. I think Lily has impressed a lot of people because of how you can combo it. For one, 1/4, very, very premium. I think 4 defense stats is really hard to remove. However, the biggest one is the ability to return a card from your memory to hand. This means you can have more leeway to combo off stuff. And it's really, really strong, especially for Waller, right? Waller sometimes want to do this awkward place where they want to play a 3 cost, and then actually you have like extra hands that you want to just, I don't know, have for reaction. With Lily's effect, you can basically pull one back up.
Yeah.
So means you have 4 cards in hand for interactions. So yeah, interesting. I think a lot of people will start playing Lily after seeing how well she does in the tournament so far.
For sure, I think in the Water Allies deck, Lily is really great.
Yeah.
We're going to see a Tariff Ring materialize for Kotia. He's not running too many cards with 0 material cost. Other than this, there's of course the Tangu, but you would want to wait until you're at least level 1 in order to get rid of it. I'm just wondering how he's going to be able to answer this Nia from the side of Sabi-chan right now.
Yeah, Nia's a bit annoying right now. Unfortunately, the factor of Rain is not here. I think with the factor of Rain and Polydef, probably the refracting missile is going to be an easy decision, right, to remove this?
Yeah, if he was able to find another Fractal, he could also refracting missile this Nia in order to allow his level 1 to get unlocked. Other than that, actually, Nia doesn't have stealth because that stealth is a class bonus effect.
Yeah.
So currently, not really a big issue. However, Kotia just doesn't have another ally to help him get rid of this Nia right now.
Yeah, being a 1/3 stats is really, really annoying right now. Gocha is going to go to Mocha Mustang, getting rid of the sensor, I believe. So this means Floating Memory online, not going to be too worried if the Seaside Ring Leader goes to the grave. In fact, you want it to go to the grave at this point.
Yeah, Zabi-chan just responding with fracturizing his own
Ooh.
sensor. Unlike the Nullifying Lantern, this does mean that the sensor is no longer active. However, it's still really good because this way, the sensor is still gone. Yes, the Unbroken Mustangs on enter technically fizzled, but I think it's still pretty worth it. As long as the sensor isn't active, that's all you really want.
Yep.
But now Sabi-chan has that floating memory, which is also active because his own sensor is now nullified. So I wonder if he'll be going up to either the CL or the Nico this game.
Yeah, very heads up from Sabi-chan. Understanding that, okay, it's going to get destroyed anyway. Might as well just turn it into a factor, a value card. A fractal, especially reversible ones, are very valuable in the water deck because this means that you don't have to actually pay extra cards from your hand into the memory cost when you want to pay for cards. Like for example, right now, he's probably going to do it, put 2 down, and then use the fractal to play for 1 more card to maybe play the Frost Paladin if he wants to. Quasi Trapper is a pretty good card to play right now.
Definitely. I think he is going to want to clear this Throne Bullfrog.
Yep.
He does have to pay the extra tax for the Tariff Ring. So I think he's just mathing out whether he can get two attack swings into the Bullfrog. Remember, Lily does get the +1 in this matchup specifically into the Bullfrog. So I think he is trying to see whether he can clear that. He also doesn't want to keep getting hit by all of these allies. The Seaside Ringleader and the Unbroken Mustang will continue to attack into him. Zabi-chan here just playing a Quasi Trapper, getting a preparation counter on his champion. And while we were discussing earlier, he is actually at the CL level 1 this game. So I think maybe our theory yesterday between Flon and I was correct.
Yeah.
You're only going into the Nico for the matchups where you expect a lot of spell damage. So I guess we're not going to see that Nico just yet.
Yeah, it's probably to combo off with the Bane Slash because the Bane Slash has the Nico class bonus effect,
That's
right?
right.
So I think CL is a better one for a more late game kind of. I would say late game, but basically being able to have the mastery up and also slowly grinding up for the mastery side. In fact, it's really, really strong for CL, right? And now Gocha is going to go to his Gocha level 1 here. We're going to see the Fate Stone thing, and then both play will mill. Yep, just clarifying the effects. So
And
Mills,
freezing here. Liminal Guide!
Luminal Guide, this man is talented. That's why he's the Gocha player and named Gocha. Fantastic here. Luminal Guide here is really, really strong. I mean, Luminal Guide here has been the team of this tournament so far. Luminal Guide, you are golden. Luminal Guide in hand, well, you'll be born, I guess.
Bipoan, I guess, is so real. Let's be honest. That was a really tough game, but let's not dig on him too much. He is going to see Seaside Ringleader now swing into that Kohazi Trapper and probably wants to clear it with that Unbroken Mustang. But here's the Storm of Thorns we saw last time as well. Class bonus floating memory as well. Really, really good.
I really love this. This card's so good. Like, this card, not only does it protect you, but a lot of this, like, one different ally also get punished from it, right? You
That's
just instantly just removes, or there's a lot of combo play you can do, like, because the ally took 1 damage, you can retaliate, and then also finish off the job. So, this card right here is still a really cool card, and it's a floating memory.
That's right. And Zabi-chan is doing exactly that. He is retaliating onto the Seaside Ringleader, plus the 1 damage from the Storm of Thorns. And so Kozia realizes, okay, this Seaside Ringleader is not for this world. Here is a Primordial Ritual, sacking it, and also milling myself at the same time, plus getting myself another quest counter. Not only that, the Seaside Ringleader is always going to be better in the yard anyway, because it will allow you to get additional buff counters on any of the animals that you play in the turn that you activate the Seaside Ringleader's effect. Right now, I don't think there's any animals in Kozia's hand, but he also has things like the Conniving Plants. Next turn, he also has options like the Portentous Tangu to continue to draw more cards. So I think he's still pretty happy about that.
I mean, getting 2 quest counters on this turn is really, really strong. And like, Kocha doesn't really... I don't think this is a matchup where you really want to be too focused on the stone right now. I mean, okay, this matchup, like we've seen, probably wants to because it's an ally matchup, right? However, the more key point is that getting in your influence, farming it slowly, and then eventually flipping that that big turtle right there for you to block all these allies' attack. Right now, Zabi-chan is going to be playing out allies as the deck is suggesting it's an ally deck, so you're going to play down one of the most powerful water ally of all time, I would say, Frost Paladin.
Yeah, I think one thing is the Grande Aguil was actually materialized by Zabi-chan. This is a card that wasn't actually present in Limbo's decklist yesterday. CL bonus, as long as you have 2 or more ally omens, Grande Aguil gets +1, so it becomes a 2 attack sword. Right now, it is coming in for 1+1 from Serval Possessions, so we'll allow the Bullfrog to be removed. And now the Frostborn Paladin also goes into the Unbroken Mustang. So Kozia's board is now left empty, and Zabi-chan has quite a bit of attackers available with that 3/4 Frostborn, that 1/4, sometimes 2/4 Lily, and also the Kohazi Trapper.
Yep, this is basically showing you the strength of this water ally deck, or this CL variant, right? You have the Guardian class, which honestly speaking has a really good synergy with most of the Water Guardian. Both of us are quite familiar because we both play Nico, right? And then there's also the allies, Quasi Trapper. Quasi Trap. Frost Paladin, Lily, all these are really, really strong allies. And it's really annoying to get rid of them. All of them have very premium stats in terms of defense.
Yeah, and it's going to be harder and harder for Kozia to try and catch back up on board the longer the game goes. Kozia does have, of course, the very standard Smoke Bombs, my own ally play, but it looks like he's going to just go up to Kozia 2 here. He's still considering what he wants to materialize, but is considering the Kozia 2 because that will allow him to get that liminal guide that he milled earlier onto the board, and that will help him to kind of catch back up a little bit on the board still. Zabi-chan, 3 allies, of course, still going to be a little bit difficult, and there's no Undying Dreams or anything like that for Kozia, so there's no way to make that liminal guide go in for 3 and try to trade into the Frostborn Paladin or into the Quasi Trapper just yet.
It's going to be a very manual way to remove these allies because, like, unlike most of the decks we've seen today, like they have like this kind of effect damage or a way to just remove stuff. This deck don't really have it. That kind of like mechanic is more of like I play allies. I play really, really strong allies. I mill cards so that I can flip my big turtle, and eventually, boom, I win with that big turtle, right? But so that being said, right, the only way to remove all these allies is by manually attacking them with your own allies. And right now, with 0 allies on the field, Gocha is going to be struggling a little bit here. We can look at Gocha's deck as well. Does he have any very relevant allies besides, like, this is a Frost Paladin. Frost Paladin helps, 3 attacks.
Yeah, he does actually level up to 2 and then draws into the liminal guide. Unfortunately, doesn't mill that out this time, but he can always do something like Primordial Ritual it in order to put it in the yard before he goes to Kozia 3, because Kozia is playing the level 3 Kozia Heaven's favorite in his list. So we are going to see him choose, I believe he goes to draw instead of quest counters here, but I could get a clarification on that pretty shortly. We're going to see him mill another card to go up to 5 quest counters now. And unfortunately, I think it might have to be a case where Kozia has to just try to flip Genbu in order to, number 1, stave off a bunch of damage.
Yep.
And number 2, be able to contest on board because that Genbu is a 3 attack ally after all. So it could be useful.
Oh
wow.
That's really good. That's really good.
Okay, that's a second Seaside Ringleader into the yard right now. Unfortunately, Kozia doesn't have the hand to pay for both of them this turn, but I did see him draw into another Unbroken Mustang, and that could come in as a 3-4 ally the following turn. He's just going to banish 1 Seaside Ringleader this turn, gets to draw into memory, and also makes all of his ally beasts and animals that come in this turn have an additional buff counter. So I wonder if he will still go for the Unbroken Mustang here. I'm not sure if he can remove anything with it right now that is like super relevant. There's no more sensor after all, but we'll see what he ends up doing this turn.
Yep, this position right here, you think Gocha can go for a Mew Wincon at this point?
Well, he does already have the Fractal of Polar Depths on the board. I think he might need to find at least another one in order to go for it. He doesn't have that much in the yard right now. I think if I were to guess, it's probably around 10 cards. So generally, if you've seen other Genbu gameplay before, you would need around 20 to kind of guarantee lethal if there were 2 Polar Depths. But if you have 3 Polar Depths, actually 10 is a pretty decent number because you can go all the way up to 40 very quickly. Let's note that Kozia does run some Norm Element cards, so he does have to be a little bit careful on the math. He does have the 4 Liminal Guides as well as 2 Unbroken Mustangs in his list. So if he's really unlucky, he could lose quite a bit of water cards on the mill. So he does play a Fractal of Rain here imbued, which will help him to mill a little bit more. And I think that means next turn we are going to see Genbu make an appearance. Let's see what he plays here. It is going to be that Unbroken Mustang. Like mentioned, he gets to destroy the target weapon. The Grande Aguili is going to be destroyed from this on enter most likely. We are going to see a response to the activation of Unbroken Mustang here.
Yeah, there's a clear difference between activation and also on enter. So Sabitin is going to negate the activation right here.
Yep, imbuing the Cerulean Decree with Frostborn Paladin, a Song Frost, and the Snow White, forcing Kozia to go hands down, and Zabi-chan gets to put a card into his memory. However, Kozia still going to be happy with that, does get to get rid of the weapon, and we're going to see the Liminal Guide and the Unbroken Mustang with the buff counter go into the Quasi Trapper.
Yep. This is very, very scary that Sabi-chan still have the Quasi Trapper's effect, so he need to be very careful here. He is going to use it to reduce his attack by 3 for the past turn. Sabi-chan still keeping his board really, really strong. This board has been here forever, right? This Lily, this Quasi, this Frost of Paladin. I mean, is there even a way to remove this as Gotia? I think it's really hard at this point.
Yeah, I mean, for now, it's going to be a bit difficult. But once he gets Genbu on the board, I don't think Zabi-chan really has an answer to it other than just punching it. But he also doesn't run a Nullifying Lantern. So Kozia can just very easily pay 3 and make Genbu like a bajillion HP. And it will just like never die. And every turn he has this 3 attack ally to try and deal with the board instead. Zabi-chan goes for the Grand Crusaders ring here to draw, and he has 3 Snow Whites. Wait, is that 4? 4 Snow Whites? It is 4 Snow Whites. The full playset.
You know, sometimes people complain that they don't have their Snow Whites, but this man, this Zabi-chan here, is so talented in drawing it, but unfortunately not the right timing. But you are going to rest that Gocha here. Do you think that Snow White actually going to do anything at all?
I mean, right now it's not probably going to do anything.
Yeah,
I don't think Kozia is going to 3 before
Yeah.
Genbu flips. However, because Zabi-chan has 4, he could just potentially lock Kozia for a very long time. One other notable thing is that Kozia is playing the Tideholder Claymore, and Zabi-chan, of course, is aware of this. So he could just be locking Kozia's champion so that he can't trade into board with that Tideholder Claymore.
Yep, that's one thing to be noted of. It's a very interesting hand, I guess. 4 Snow Whites. What do we do with 4 Snow Whites?
I mean, you play Snow White 4 times. There's 4 Snow Whites. That means there's going to be 28 dwarves. I don't know how I feel about that, but we're going to see Lily also do an additional additional damage into Guojia, because Guojia 2 actually has 22 total life, so it is an even number. This is the only period where Lily will be able to do additional damage. Here's the heavy swing from Zabi-chan.
Exactly. So it is going to be a really big swing here. This is going to be 3 for 6. Again, Guardian classes have this really strong attack class. For example, heavy swing.
Yeah, and this is actually going for 7 because of the Servile Possessions.
Yep.
So he also is going to put the heavy swing back into his Servile Possessions, putting it in another Omen counter. So next turn, he can maybe take it back. I want to check whether Zabi-chan is playing the Manzome in the main deck, and it looks like he actually isn't. So we aren't going to see any of these Omens get interacted with this game, but I'm assuming it's going to be sided in next game. What is Kozia going to materialize here? He's going for the Portentous Tangu, and this turn, he isn't going to be able to wake up his champion, so something like the Tideholder Claymore wouldn't really make any sense. He does get to mill himself twice, pre-Recollection. So we can expect Genbu to flip this turn.
But yeah, so the thing is, basically, right now, the Gocha is going to flip. It is going to go and... Basically, the turtle is coming out, right?
Genbu is going to appear. Genbu is going to appear, and we're going to see that 3/9 Black Tortoise appear. He is going to be able to clear the board right now. So we have 3 attack on the Genbu, as well as the buff counter Unbroken Mustang and the Liminal Guide as well, which will allow 3 damage to go through. But it looks like we're actually just going for game here.
Wow.
He has Resonating Fugui, is going to flip the attack stat and the life stat of Genbu. If you haven't seen Genbu games before, this is the win con. There's one big swing. Zabi-chan is tapped out. He doesn't have Song of Frost. We're going to see 3/9 Genbu become 9/3. Let's count out the trash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
My God.
17 attack swing from Genbu is coming into Zabi-chan's face. Can he respond? He cannot. He's tapped out. I think that's game 1 here, folks, for Kozia.
Yeah, I think Zabi-chan is just trying to understand what's happening. He's like, cool. Okay, so this is one thing. I think some people have forgotten how fast and how quick this actually happens. Like, I think we were caught off guard too. We were like, oh yeah, how does he win here? Wait a minute, Fugue exists?
I was not expecting lethal here, and to be frank, that was exact lethal. I mean, it was fine because he had the Polar Depths.
Exactly.
So it would have been very much over, but without cracking the Polar Depths, he had exact lethal, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, those are Polar Depths, right, to increase the damage output. So it was just basically, you can look at the smile on Coach's face, being able to put it on stream.
Yes, I mean, I'm sure he's been denied of this Fugui lethal for a very long time.
For a very long time.
I'm sure he's been going for the Polar Depths lethal more often.
I remember last set, everyone was just on Lantern. No one wasn't playing Lantern last set. Like, I think it's very hard to pull off this combo in the first place, right? Last set, but this set, with the lack of Lantern, maybe there's a world you actually do this more often than you thought.
Yeah, let's look at the sideboards. I see Zabi-chan actually hovering the staggering strikes into his deck already. I'm going to assume the Manjaro Armoire is going to come in as well. I didn't see what else he put in, but he's holding a lot of his main board cards down.
Oh, Fairy is pretty good in this matchup. If you don't actually go to the level 3, you go to level 3 Gocha, so Fairy is pretty annoying. You're gonna be stunning that turtle right there if you can rest the turtle, obviously.
Exactly. He is going to side out the Nico level 1 to put in the Manjone, like we talked about. And Snow Fairy, while annoying, at least Kotia has cards like the Refracting Missiles to help him to get rid of it.
Yep.
And I'm sure that he also has played around these kind of matchups before. Will probably know to hold off on flipping Genbu until he's at least level 3. Unless, you know, in that specific circumstance, he could have went for lethal with a Fugui.
I think it's more on Kocha's side to just basically, like what he did last game, find the right pieces to basically execute his game plan. So like we mentioned, there were a lot of anger that Genbu can do. Basically from, oh, I can mill my opponent to death. I can cosplay as allies as well, but he didn't really have the hand. Or I guess just go for the field win pawn, right? So it depends on how Kocha navigates this. And for Zabi-chan's side, I think it's just a matter of I draw the right allies, I tempo it out, I play the right cards, I basically maintain a good influence when it comes to my opponent, and basically being able to interact when he needs to, and being able to just go in if he needs to. It just depends on timing, I think. It's just recognizing the tempo swings and whatnot. Like for example, Zabi-chan that turn, okay, it might have been not being too familiar with the Genbu deck, I assume, but there was a world where the Frosted Paladin didn't swing so that he could protect himself from the combo, right?
Definitely. I think Zabi-chan just maybe not enough respect for the
exactly.
Genbu combo for going for lethal there, and maybe also not super familiar with the matchup. I mean, as we mentioned, Genbu not very popular very recently, so understandable maybe is a little bit rusty on that matchup. Kotia, very interesting card in his side deck is the Incandescent Reliquary. A big name, long name, but I think that's the Luxem Regalia that allows you to draw additional cards. You're probably familiar with it from the Seiryu matchup. So I'm very interested in what matchups this is going to be used in. I'm going to assume it's matchups like Jin, where they're going to draw a lot, so you're always going to be able to draw the extra card. And then, you have Berserker's Plate, I have this thing, I get to draw an extra card too every turn. But other than that, this Genbu list is actually a super tanky list. So I want to highlight there is 4 Revitalizing Cleanse between the main and sideboard. There is 4 Songs of Frost. There is 4 Cerulean Decree. He's going to be able to defend himself very, very well from an ally-focused and attack-focused deck.
If this man has, you know those games where he all the stats thing, attack, defense, this guy is like max on defense 100%. Like, look at this, all this defensive too. I think it's very hard to kill this particular list right here. All the recovery, all the tankiness, it's just really, really rough. And I think in the end of the day, right, this kind of list, it really depends on how well you mill. Yeah, it's just the truth of the factor. Even last set, we talked about this last time. Like, Fractal Rain, such an important card for you to start off. And I don't want to bring his name again. Without Lost in Thoughts, there's not much engine to keep going in and in. So this deck is becoming less and less consistent by the day, but it does prove that even without the consistency, if you hit the right cards, this deck is really strong.
Yeah, and I think Kotia has been playing very measured as well.
Yeah.
He was also very fortunate, I think, to be able to draw the Unbroken Mustang and get rid of that Sensor of Wrestle piece from Zabi-chan's side. Zabi-chan, in the meantime, has started first this game, got to choose because he lost game 1, and starts off with the Aquifer Seneschal, that 3-4 hindered taunt unit.
This Seneschal will see more play, I think. After this Ascent, people were like, wait a minute, is this a 3-4? Is this a not Battle Frost Paladin, but it's just a Frosted Paladin with, 1 turn a bit late to come out. But again, it's a really strong card. I think it doesn't have any restriction besides hindered, right?
Yeah, other than being hindered, his taunt is class bonus, which I think you can deal without having. And other than that, the on-enter, of course, only interacts with Omens, so only works with CL. But just a 3 cost 3-4 is still pretty good. I think allies can definitely consider playing it, although you don't love it coming in hindered as an ally player. If you draw it turn 1, like Zabi-chan here, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Because, again, like we mentioned, time and time again, premium stats, 3-4 defense, all this are very hard to remove. Like, if you can remove it turn 1, you might have opened an insane hand.
Exactly, and Zabi-chan here going into the backup charger now. Seneschal is going to start hitting into Kotia here. Is 3 damage dealt now.
Yep.
And Zabi-chan 8 influence total. I wonder what he's going to be playing this turn. I think worst case scenario, second at Seneschal. And if he's feeling a little frisky, he can go for a third one, not playing around something like the Frostbind.
We see all those Snowfire right there, all those tech in already for the Gampu matchup right now. So we are going to see Lee here again. I mean, showing up a lot in streams these days.
Yeah, I mean, 1 damage for health and able to become 2 damage if you're lucky, depending on what allies are available. Right now, not really appropriate. However, there is a Jue available for Zabi-chan. I think he is going to have to respect the interaction from Quasiado. Still, being able to hold up these 3 cards in hand, and I do see the Storm of Thorns available for Zabi-chan, so will be able to protect both of these 4 health allies pretty easily.
Yep. Going back to Kocha's side, again, no Fractal Rain, a bit unfortunate on the side there. His hand as well doesn't look really, really good in terms of the meaning department. Well, there's a lot of negates. There's the Mustang to remove all those annoying regalia. But again, nothing to start off that mill simulation.
Yeah.
Might need to go out for a backup or any regalia to just see more cards at this point.
I agree. He's actually cited in the Regal Inquisition into his deck.
Wow.
I saw it in his hand. So very curious as to why he decided to go for this. But other than that, I think he has 2 Cerulean Decrees, so we'll be able to prevent some damage still. They're currently just having a little conversation on the attack of Lily. I believe there's a stack still. So I'm wondering what the conversation will be about very shortly. I'm thinking about what Kotia is going to do next turn. Right now, he doesn't really have anything to play on fast speed unless he wants to Cerulean Decree this Lily's attack in order to go up to level 1.
I suspect he might want to. You look at the hand, like there's only there are cards that cycle. It's called Cerulean Decree. I don't mind I don't hate using it to see 1 card, right? You want to see more cards right now. This hand is not looking good. So Kocha might be saying, "Oh, I actually wanted to Cerulean it to cycle 1." That's his mindset. Of course, he didn't outright say it. He did explain to the judge. As a timing, I want to Cerulean there, right? So, I don't know. Let's see what happens now. Well, he can still Cerulean like the end phase to draw 1 if he really wants to, right?
Yeah, if he really, really wants
Yeah,
to.
he's doing it.
He is going to Cerulean Decree on the Lily's attack, which is pretty interesting that he chose to wait until he played the Lily to do this instead of reducing the Seneschal's attack. But maybe he just wanted to hold up more interaction in case he could double negate with a second Cerulean Decree in his hand.
Yeah. Or maybe it's just, I think they were discussing about the whole timing of that period. He probably just wanted to Cerulean that. But again, a bit of miscommunication. But anyway, back to the game. We are going to see Kocha going to Kocha level 1, I believe, because he is going to be banishing 1 to pay for memory. And you see the turtle is here, this Fate Stone. Again, this mechanic is so cool, this whole Fate Stone mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, I love the lore behind
it.
I love how it works and everything as well. We are not going to see the Relinquery come out into the main board this game because Zabi-chan does play stuff like Freezing Hail, so I guess the Safeguard Amulet is still useful, even though allies deck usually you will side that out.
Helping Zabi-chan to mill a floating. That's the one thing about this kind of Fate Stone, right? It helps your opponent as well at times.
Definitely. I mean, Zabi-chan happy to see that Fracturize milled out for him. Free way to level up to 1 or materialize anything else.
It's like, imagine you're playing again and your opponent just help you. Here's a helping hand. Like
I'm happy to receive that for sure. Imagine the Liminal Guide gets milled now. I mean, all the Genbu players, I'm sure they've seen. They mill their opponent's Liminal Guide and then they are very, very upset. Here's the Frostsworn Paladin now, going to come in with the buff counter because of that Refracting Missile that was milled by Kotia's Ruby Fable Sapphire Fate Stone. Ruby is the red one after all, and he is gonna draw a second Seaside Ringleader here. So really would have preferred to have milled those out. I'm going to see what the reaction is from Zabi-chan here because Frostborn Paladin will attack for 3. If Zabi-chan goes for the Storm of Thorns right away, I think Kozia will just elect to not play the Seaside Ringleader to finish it off. However, the Seaside Ringleader will be able to finish off if Zabi-chan chooses not to react on the attack of the Frostborn Paladin.
So, like you can, as you mentioned, why the Frostborn Paladin is going to be quite annoying because here's the scenario. If Kocha did attack there, right, and Zabi-chan plays the Frostborn Paladin right there, it will not actually kill it because what happens is that the attack will be minus, right? It will become 3. And then he plays down the, what's it called again? The Seaside Ringleader. It will actually be 1. So it actually won't kill the allies right there. So I think Kocha maybe realizing that, okay, I'm not going to attack. I think we just pass here. And a 3-4 taunt is really, really annoying.
Yeah, and here's the Snow Fairy from Sabi-chan we saw earlier already. He's going to lock this Frostborn Paladin, prevent it from standing up, and I don't see a Refracting Missile or anything from Kozia right now, and even if he had Refracting Missile, he doesn't have a Fractal to make it go for 2 damage in instead.
Yeah, you know what's scary about this? Gocha seeing that, okay, one is gone. Maybe he doesn't have another one. Little does he know Sabi-chan actually drew 2 Snow Fairies, so that will be a consideration here right here. It is very scary here. That Frostborn Paladin might as well not be on the field there, because it's very hard to remove the Snow Fairy.
Yeah, but at the very least, Kozia does have something in his hand called Primordial Ritual, which will allow him to sacrifice this Frostborn Paladin, send it to the grave, and then he'll also get to mill 2 cards, advancing his game plan and also effectively making the Snow Fairy not really very useful for Sabi-chan.
Oh, he's actually attacking the Frostborn Paladin, it seems.
Huh. We're going to see... Well, Lily, to be fair, if attacks into the Frostborn Paladin, will be able to get 1 card back into memory, and I believe that's what he went for here. Sabi-chan gets to play Jue Ying down.
One of the horses. I said these horses are great, but you know the blue one's kind of eh.
The blue one is kind of eh in comparison to the red and the green one.
Still a horse.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the entire meta right now. The blue one is kind of eh.
Yeah, but again, it's a 3/3 stat, right? Pretty good, pretty premium. Like in this game in Grand Archive, right? Like having really good ally stats is really important because if the viewers haven't like been aware, like this kind of like stats are really annoying. It's an attacker. It's really hard to remove. The horse is still great. I think it has like True Sight.
Yeah, it has True Sight and Stealth if there is other unique water-based ally on the board.
Yep.
I think the main issue that Kozia is facing right now is all of this is 8 damage. And Kozia has 9 life left, which
Counter
means
as well.
1 damage is GG for Kozia for game 2. And this Genbu is still very far away, like you mentioned. There's only 1 counter.
One
it's going to
counter,
take
man.
quite a bit of time in order for him to get to flip that Genbu to protect himself. Here's 1 more from Portentous Tango. Here's 1 more from the Sapphire Fatestone. If he goes for a Primordial Ritual, he can go up 1 more time, and that will only put him at 4 still.
Yep. Here's a time when the frog is really good. We want a frog here to protect yourself, and it's not looking really good right here. Sabi-chan is looking really ahead right now.
Sabi-chan mills another Fracturize. He's so happy to see that there's another floating memory available for him. Of course, Kozia is also milling float, which is kind of lucky. We're going to see him banish the Portentous Tango to draw into memory. No Seaside Ringleader in Yard, unfortunately, so won't be able to play one of those. I wonder if he has at least another intercept in order to be able to stave off the attacks next turn.
All this influence, but it's nothing's going to actually stop this bot right now. That's the sad part. Like, here's the part about where you realize that, okay, I have all this influence. What now?
Oh, actually, Kozia does have a Frostborn Paladin, so he can play a second one down in order to help to trade into board here, or he can just keep it standing and intercept here. Other than that, he also has the Cerulean Decrees in hand, which could be very helpful to stay alive as well. This means that Kozia effectively has another 4 HP. However, Sabi-chan, with the free floating memory that was milled out by Kozia, he does have smoke bombs in his deck, in his material deck, so could just materialize that, make this Frostborn basically obsolete, and then go all of this 8 damage into face. Not only that, the smoke bombs also allows him to draw a card, so that will definitely give him the chance to play another ally. He also has the Freezing Hail in hand, so there's quite a lot of damage available for Sabi-chan this turn.
Don't forget, he has another Snow Fairy in hand. The Snow Fairy can just do what he did to the other do the other Frostborn Paladin. So this is really scary for Gocha's side. And Gocha is gonna be putting down more cards into the memory slot, meaning his cards in hand is lower. So he will not be able to like do much interaction there. I thought that's a bit risky, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the benefit of open deck list is that Kozia knows that there's no Viridian Protective Trinket in the deck of Sabi-chan, so he doesn't have to hold an extra 2 cards up in order to be, I guess, a little bit safe. However, he isn't playing around something like the Frostbind, which is a little
Smoke Bomb comes out, as you mentioned, he is going to attempt to do it. Recollection here. And he's going to be able to probably just Smoke Bomb this Frostborn Paladin and just go, oh, Snow Fairy. He's not going to bother about the Smoke Bomb. He's just going to Snow Fairy this Frostborn Paladin and attempt to go for game.
Well, the Snow Fairy will tap the Frostborn Paladin. This is the 9 damage that he needs to go for lethal. And Kozia could have done Cerulean Decree on the Jue Ying, for example, to give -3. But I think Sabi-chan had another Frostborn Paladin in hand, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But it is going to be game 3 in this series now. We're going to see whether Kozia can claw it back now that he gets to go first again. Last game, he was able to draw the Bullfrog at the start of the game, which did save him 4 HP, which is going to be very crucial. However, notably, that Bullfrog is a one-off in Kojia's deck. He only has one of the big froggy boy in order to protect him. I wonder if he'll be able to draw it this time, and if not, how can he accelerate himself to draw enough mill to get to Genbu earlier like last game?
To be frank, it's literally just turn 1, imbue the fractal rain, and then turn 2, you I don't know, you do all your mill stuff. You get to level 1 Gocha, do your mill. Conniving plan. Bone wine. You notice we haven't seen a single bone wine at all this
That's
game?
true, yeah. Kozia hasn't drawn Bovine, he
Yeah.
hasn't drawn Fractal of Rain like early. He's struggling.
He's struggling. I think even with the loss in thoughts, I think this is quite bad. So I conclude that it's very simple. Gocha just needs to, I don't know, his deck just needs to love him back. All he needs to do is that this deck just needs to show him love, show him that, okay man, here's your rain, here's your plans, here's your bone wine, everything you want in the world. And Sabi-chan, honestly speaking, has been drawing very well as well. All these allies has been sticking up, and my God, this Lily has been doing a lot of work, honestly speaking, allowing him. Even notice this Lily has been doing work in terms of like giving him back the resources into his hand in order for him to do interaction, which is what a water ally wants to do. This is probably, I think, like a really strong version of water ally compared to Lorraine. This is my personal opinion, at least seeing the game so far. Thoughts?
I agree. I think one key breakpoint when it comes to playing Lily is that normally water allies wants to stay around 7 hand.
Correct, yeah.
Right? 7 hand is a 3-cost ally, which is 4 hand total.
Correct, yep.
And then you have 3 cards in hand for interaction. But if you have 6 cards in hand, if you play a 3-cost ally, you only have 2 cards left in
Which is
hand.
not good, exactly.
Yeah, but Lily will allow you to get +1 card in hand. This is elementary math. Elementary math class, guys. So 3 minus 1 is 2 cards in memory. 2 plus 1 is 3 cards in hand. This means you can cast interaction again. So I think that's why the Lily is really, really helpful for decks that nowadays, if you after your GCR, if you run out of gas, you only have this 6 card in hand total. It's going to be very difficult. But by investing that early 4-cost Lily, you are able to make each turn come after a little bit stronger. And here we have it, the Fractal of Rain.
The deck is doing it. Finally, the deck actually responded. Fractal Rain turn 1. We haven't seen this for a long time.
And we have a lot of mill available because what he imbued here is 2 Primordial Ritual. So he can already get 1 additional quest counter every turn. Here is 2 more quest counters from the Primordial Ritual. Of course, I think he's going to banish one of them for his level up. And here's the Nia right away.
Nia very annoying here. Nia is gonna, I think it's going to be the Gocha level 1 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Gocha level 1 is a very obvious call for the Nia. I think being able to tax memory is always going to be a little bit better. However, Gocha does actually have Refracting Missile in hand. If he is able to find another Fractal, he can definitely get rid of this Nia. Other than that, I think there's also a Frostborn Paladin. However, I think he will have to worry about reaction from Zabi-chan. We do know there is Song of Frost in the deck. So Song of Frosting, the Frostborn Paladin's attack will be quite painful for Gocha.
I think this is going to be a GCR turn. I think there's no rush for this time. You have the Fractal Rain, so no rush to actually level up, especially there's a Nia on the board. Of course, you would love to level up this turn with the Refracting Missile into the Gocha level 1, but Nia, that's really, really annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually doing it?
He is still going to go to Gocha 1. It's just going to pay the tax and say, all right, fine, Nia, you are betraying me. Notice the Nia sleeves that Gocha is using. Not going to be happy to see it Nia this time. Does have to pay those 2 Primordial Rituals, but it's already going to start generating quest counters. Here is 2 non-float. We don't want to see that. It's going to be the Fugui and the Cerulean Decree too, which are both really key cards for this deck right now. But look at the quest counters. We're already at 2. That means in 4 more turns at latest, we're going to be already at 10 quest counters, which is already more than what you need. If he's lucky, he's another mill card. Only 3 more turns, and this turtle is going to be really strong and flipped.
He's considered the Refracting Missile before Recollection. I don't really like it that much. However, I do see the point because at the end of the day, during pre-rec, you're able to basically do your fast speed stuff and then recollect into the main phase with a lot of cards up the hand. So this is like an opportunity cost to do it. However, I think it's wise to just just do it past here. Luminous Guy, could have 1 card, the ordering. A bit unfortunate, yeah.
However, it is what it is. You know, sometimes you mill non-floating, you draw floating. Sometimes you mill non-floating, you draw Liminal Guide.
You know what's worse than being showed love, being showed hope, and then got the hope destroyed instantly? Imagine this Fractal Rain tournament, and then you mill like 2 important cards, and then draws to the Luminous Guy. I think this deck is telling him something.
It is very unfortunate. However, he at least has the Tidestone Bovine that we were talking about earlier. He is actually just going for a full pass, and then Zabi-chan responds with just going for backup charger. He is going to go up to 8 influence again. The Nia is no longer taxing anything. However, is still a water unique human ally, which means the Jie Ying in Zabi-chan's hand is going to come
the
and nay
What?
We are gonna see you
What?
go for a 3 attack swing.
You're just okay. You know what? I'm not gonna respond to that. So the Jordan horse just goes into the 3 damage right there. This is, as we discussed, 3 damage right there is really, really painful. Staggering, he actually includes the staggering strike. Wow, I think it's just for more damage output maybe.
That's right. It's an attack card. It also benefits off of the Servile possession. So when he goes to CL, he will be able to get a 4 attack staggering strike for 3 cost, which is still pretty good.
Yep.
We're going to see the Portentous Tangu get
Yep.
materialized here now. So gives him another quest counter. He goes up to 3. He's going to draw into memory first before the mill. So
Yep.
let's see if this is the correct call. We'll see
What
if he,
in the box? Show us.
it is. I didn't see it clearly, but we'll see what
Maybe
this card is later.
No.
And not
No!
times 2!
I'm telling you, this deck is like hurting him on purpose. There's no way you mill. There's no way you mill 2 Slytherin right there. What is that?
That is Pelagic Fate Stone, by the way.
Yeah, what? Oh, okay. I'm telling you right now, this deck is cursing him.
It's very unfortunate.
There's
but
no way.
and there's the floating memory.
Bro.
Let's go. Mill,
Bro.
on float, draw, float. Twice in a row. Very, very unlucky.
How can your name be Kocha and your oh my god, this is just comedy. Like, what are we watching?
We are watching someone be fairly unlucky.
I
think
know.
it's the left side of the stream table. Just now, Puan was in a similar position.
Okay, take note, chat. We are gonna like notice if everyone on the left keeps losing, something is wrong.
Yeah.
Something is really, really wrong.
Blue side disadvantage. Here is the Tidestone Bovine.
Yep.
So we'll allow him to go to 6 quest counters. That means next
Yep.
turn, if he's able to mill 1 more card, he will be able to flip the turtle, which is still going to be good. I don't think this is going to be able to clear any of these characters on board. Of course, Jaying already has
Yeah.
stealth. He's hidden. Nia has 3 health, so also isn't going to be doing anything. We're going to see the Tidestone Bovine attack, and then allow himself to mill himself 2. Let's see if we can get float this time. Seaside!
Okay.
Seaside! Let's
okay,
go!
okay,
That's
okay,
going to be
okay.
a lot better for him.
Everything is balanced in the world.
The entire mill deck is just, let's go gambling!
I don't like that. However, going back into the point where this Bowman doing nothing to the board, it's because, again, this matchup is all about playing out the allies to remove their allies. And like, unfortunately for the Gocha side, his allies are rather weak unless you have like certain conditions met. He is going to be factorizing something. I think it's going to be
His
his
own
one
power
power cell, yep, in order to gain that value. This play has been like the play of time. Like every time you see this factorized into power cell, right?
Yeah, and I want to highlight, I think we were so busy focusing on Quartia's mills, we didn't look at Zabichan's mills. Storm of Thorns, Fracturize. So Zabichan built 2 floating memory, and Quartia built 0 so far.
I mean,
So Zabichan will be able to go to 1 here
My-
with the CL.
my opponent mills a floating. I didn't get a floating. What else is new? What else is new? We're gonna go into CL level 1 here with the Mastery Beam Retrieve here. We do see a very interesting card in the hand there.
There is exposed darkness. I believe
Exposed
that's what
darkness.
you're highlighting.
Yeah, exactly.
Stealth removal. I don't think it's super relevant in this matchup though.
Yeah, probably not right now. There is the Snow White here. Snow White here might be relevant here because there is a way for Gocha to actually survive the ally onslaught, which is just to go up a level, right? That's the whole idea. And if Snow White is here, with all this ally being really annoying, do you really think that you can remove this Snow White easily? Like, imagine this, there's so many allies here, and you're forced to redirect one of the attack into Snow White. This Snow White is probably going to stick quite a while.
Well, we are going to start swinging into the Tidestone Bovine here. We will give Kozia a floating memory, which is kind of nice. Other than that, I believe he's at exactly 4 cards in hand, so we'll be able to use the double 2 times the Mineral Guide. Sorry, 2 times Seaside Ringleader in his grave as well, which will allow him to draw a little bit more. I think he will be kind of happy to see that go, unless Zabichan is able to go for like a sensor next turn. However, so both the allies here go into the Bovine, and the Drain goes into phase for 3, putting Kozia at 8 right now.
Yeah, so this play also is signaling that, okay, I see you have 2 Seaside Ring here. Like, you want to protect your Bowine? Be my guest. It shouldn't, but be my guest. Because if you do that, you will have actually no resource to do your double Seaside Ring, which Kocha wants to do, right? So basically, Zabichan is forcing him to just accept that I'm going to make a play I like, and you're not going to like it. And then he's going to go to a Terraforming, a really strong play against allies in general, because you're going to force them to basically pay taxes whenever they attack with your ally.
2 more non-floats!
Okay. I found out what's the problem. The problem has to be the Fate Stone and the Factor Ring. These two, they're not doing anything. Well, so let's see what the ringleader is actually going to draw right now. It's really important.
It's going to be 2 float.
Okay.
Bovine.
Bovine.
Seaside.
Bro, bro.
Okay, you see, right? Last turn, Kozia did draw first, then mill. This turn, he did mill first, then draw. So, I think the issue is that whatever he does, the deck does the opposite. However, we are going to see the Frostwand Paladin appear now. I don't think there's any floating memory for him to get the buff counter.
Yep, there isn't any. The Frosted Paladin
there is a bovine, I forgot.
And the bovine, yep. The Frosted Paladin is going to come out here. Going to be helping him to draw one card. That's a Factorize right there. Not really helpful right now. I think going on with the hand as well. Is there any way we can do something? Okay, so 8 counters, right? We just need one more mill in order to flip the gamble. Is there a way to do it?
Well, he does have a bovine, which he did draw after he did the 2 mills, which actually might be a good thing because he banished 2 Seaside Ringleaders this turn, which means that bovine comes in as a 3/4, which is as good as the Frostwand Paladin, which also helps him mill.
We might see a turning point here. This Frostwand Paladin is going to attempt to attack one of the allies there because this allies there has been sticking too long, and I think Gocha wants them removed right now. We are going to see
the Castling Boon. This is the card we were talking about yesterday. This is mega favorable wins. It gives allies you control +1 until end of turn, but if you control a Chessman Rook ally, which
none of them
Zabi-chan has, because Snow White is a Chessman Queen. Sorry, no, there is no Chessman Rook here. It is just going to be +1 to all of the allies here, which means Snow White is going to be at, I believe, 3 damage counters now. Snow White is a 1/1, right?
Yeah, Snow White is a 1/1, exactly. So,
so maybe this attack went into the Nia instead?
Yeah, I think it went to the Nia, so the Nia is left with 1, and then Boulder comes out here with a Giga buff here. It's going to be 2 Seaside Ringleader buff, so it's going to be 3/4 premium stats here. Really, really premium.
Unfortunately, that Castling Boon really denied Kozia from clearing both the unique allies so that the Jia Ink gets turned off. But the Tidestone Bovine at 3/4 is still pretty good. And next turn, there is the Terror Ring to protect Kozia. Just on the board, there's only going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage, which means he isn't going to be losing the game next turn just yet.
Ooh.
I don't think Zabi-chan can resolve Jia Ink plus heavy swing either, so I don't think there's going to be lethal for Zabi-chan next turn.
Okay, I think it might be very bad for Zabi-chan right now. If you look at the situation, we already at 9 counter, right? So you can flip in the gamble before any sort of attack comes in, so you can protect yourself and your allies. Terror Ring is active as well, so they're going to make Zabi-chan's life even harder. And Gocha actually has Field in hand, so he's ready to actually win next turn.
Yeah, I think it could be very scary because despite all of the non-float cards that have been milled, they've all been water still. So that Genbu is going to be very, very big.
I don't know if you noticed, but the deck size and the graveyard size looks about the same. Do you notice it? About the same. So
that's pretty true, yeah.
I think we are about to see a massive turtle swinging into Zabi-chan, and Zabi-chan needs to be prepared for it. But is there any way to prep for that?
Well, I don't think Zabi-chan really has anything special in the material deck, but he is going to be running the Song of Frost.
Yeah.
So that should be able to prevent like that big old swing. Of course, the best counterplay for Kozia is just to have negates ready for that Song of Frost, but he milled 3 of his Cerulean Decrees. So I think he is running some Tidal Locks as well. So he should have 3 Tidal Locks in the deck as well, which means he has 4 negates available to him. I don't remember seeing them in hand. We'll have to take a look again later. We'll see what Zabi-chan does on this turn first. He went for the GCR, does get to draw another card. Let's see what he goes for now, because the Terror Ring has been cracked.
Yep, so this is not going to be a really eventful turn, I believe, because I don't think you want to be putting cards down right now. It is looking like a very, just a pass situation. You do have some interaction in hand. I think you can afford to pass. I don't think you need to swing with any of the allies right here just to pay 2.
Yeah, and we do see the Song of Frost here is in Zabi-chan's hand already.
Yeah, Zabi-chan just have a way to stop that massive attack. So Gocha just needs to probably play around it, I assume, because this is the most water mirror kind of ideal. You even back in the Nico's day, right? You swing with the Nico and then they just from source. Basically, this is just the same situation. It just depends whether Zabi-chan can time it or not, or he's opting to do something.
He is considering what to do with his turn. I think he wanted to Staggering Strike, but he might have forgotten that the Terror Ring is active. That means the Staggering Strike actually costs 5 to go for a swing, which would leave him super vulnerable.
Yeah.
He's actually got a perfect hand size right now because he has 7, which means he can go Song of Frost double negate and still pay through all of that. So that's 3 plus 2 plus 2.
Yep.
So he can pay through double negate. I don't know if he is considering that right now. I'm sure that there is going to be the possibility that he just wants to develop maybe another ally or just wants to swing with this Jue for 3 damage. Getting Kozia just a little bit closer to lethal. That 3 damage would put Kozia at 11. So 8 more damage goes for game. He's actually going to swing into the Frost one instead here.
He's going to take swing to the cross one. I think Kozia will just let it go because this is probably the best time to like, okay, sure. Like, I'll let it go. It's not a problem. Snow White goes in as well. So Zabi-chan's actually going to be putting 4 cards down and only have 4 cards in the hand for interaction next turn. You can see Zabi-chan a bit nervous right here doing this. This is what I meant by like the terraforming is going to force someone to really do nothing or you're going to be behind like this. This is showcasing the power of terraforming, right? A lot of times people just pass when we crack the ring. The thing is that what happens if you swing to it? We might see an example. What happens?
Well, there it is. That's 4 cards paid in order to get rid of the Frostborn Paladin. Basically, you're paying for it in order to like heal 3, which I think is pretty good still. And you also get rid of the pesky intercept so that you can go for lethal next turn. 11 damage is still a little bit far. We only have 4 on the board. Heavy swing is 6, I believe. With the Grande Aguil. So actually, that could be lethal next turn if Kozia doesn't have any response. But this Genbu is going to flip and then be a taunt. The moment we see the Grande Aguil materialize, that Genbu is going to become a big, beefy turtle taunter.
Yeah, I think Zabi-chan is also maybe taking it very safe because he has the Sword of Frost. Sword of Frost does stop a lot of the Genbu shenanigans. So it really depends what happens now. So we are going to see Gocha level 2 here. We're going to be paying 1 floating and I believe 1 card in the memory. So we're going to roll the dice, see what we actually hit. It is another Refracting Missing God. Not so good in this matchup right now. Probably goes to the mill 2 cards before we recollect.
He's going to draw first again. He draws his last Cerulean Decree, so finally managed to draw non-floating memory. And Song of Frost and It's still non-float all the way down. The entire deck is non-floating. Kozia is struggling. We're going to see him maybe go to Recollection now and see what he's going to do. There is going to be the Tidestone Bovine attack here for 3 already. So I wonder if he's going to clear the Snow White or he's going to start trying to push damage to face. You mentioned earlier, this graveyard looks about the same size as the main deck now, which could be a big issue. Other than that, we also talked about how the Song of Frost costs 3, and then he only has 1 card left in hand now, so he can't pay for a negate if the Song of Frost is done.
I think he's doing... Oh no, this will go Polar Death here, wow.
Yeah, I understand. I think Kozia doesn't have the hand needed in order to do Fugue, which is 3, plus Gambu, which is 3, plus negate, which is 4. That's 10 influence total. Right now he has 9. Oh, actually he might have had exactly 10, but maybe he's playing around something else.
I think he's just playing it safe. I think there's no harm doing it, because like, why are you even afraid of this point? I think you're really ahead, honestly speaking. And Kozia might be thinking of, ooh, what if I can mill my opponent out? Like, I think it might be in the realm of possibility, right now.
Yeah, I mean, if he has something like a second Polar Depths, I think it's very reasonable that he mills out the entire deck from Zabi-chan next. We're going to see the Portentous Tangu get materialized for Zabi-chan now. We're going to draw another card into memory. And he has now, I believe, 8. We'll go up to 9 influence this turn. So I want to know how much damage he can actually do. Here's the Refracting Missile to KO Jing. That's 3 damage.
Jing is actually just gonna go into the graveyard.
Zabi-chan, no response to this. His hand is down because of the Portentous Tangu.
Yeah, the ally deck has no allies right now. He has a lot of influence right now. But what can you do with so much influence with 0 board? And the turtle is not even flipped yet. This giant turtle flips, it's gonna be a bigger problem.
Yeah, and I think Kozia can flip the turtle at any time, but just doesn't really see the need to right now. Doesn't want to get like Snow Ferried or something like that. So we might see him flip at the end step of Zabi-chan and then materialize Kozia 3 with the full 3 cost discount because he has the Shenju ally on the board. We're going to see Frostborn Paladin appear, do 3 damage to Kozia, putting him at 11 now. That's half his HP exactly right now. He's at Kozia 2. If he goes up to Kozia 3, he will have 14 effective HP still, which is great. Here's the Lily again. Remember, Kozia 2, 22 HP, even number. So we'll allow him to take 1 card back into his hand. And again, let him have a total of 4 influence.
Yeah, this is really a theme of what Zabi-chan's trying to achieve. Play down allies and have enough cards in hand for interactions, right? However, you are fighting against a water opponent as well. So your water opponent is probably going to have more negates and interactions as you. So you need to be very careful with this kind of like plays where he's putting out a lot of counter to the memory. That's like basically, that's 7 right now. And he retrieve 1, that would be 6.
That's right, and we're tidal locking the Lily.
So he realizes that, okay, it's time to force him to put cards down if you want to keep your Lily.
Yeah, I mean, this Lily is going to represent 2 damage because of the even number Guojia.
Yep.
And not only that, if we do negate this, Zabi-chan goes hands down. He can't Song of Frost next turn.
Yeah, he understood that. He's still like, okay, I have to let it go. Because like, if Zabi-chan puts his hands down, he's not able to actually defend himself. And Zabi-chan's just a pass here, going into the Omen. And now it's Guojia turn. I think Guojia is thinking, do I have Leader? Can I do it? But then again, 3 cards in hand. Will you go for it?
Well, he already used his Tidal Lock, so he
Yep.
still has the Cerulean Decree as the negate.
Yep.
We're looking at the influence here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 influence total.
GCR.
I think we did the math earlier. We need 3 for Fugui, 3 for Genbu,
Yep.
and 4 for Cerulean Decree, right?
Yep, yep.
With the GCR, he does go up to that perfect 10, that we saw earlier.
Yep.
And Zabi-chan can't pay for Song of Frost plus negate because that's 3 plus 2.
Yep.
So I think he might be able to send it here. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, GCR right here. Just gonna recollect, I believe. And then I think it's time to flip the turtle right here. All this Luminous guy is not going to do anything right now, just to showing him more misery. But again, even with all this Luminous guy draw, he might actually see the line here. He's going to go with the pawn one to swing into the Frostbound Paladin first, I believe.
Yep, milling 2 more cards. He does get another... He gets 2 floating memory for the first time with his mill on the Fractal of Rain and the Polar Depths. But he's actually just going to start clearing board here. He's going for the Seaside Ringleader into this Frostbound Paladin as well. We're playing very respectful of any interaction.
I think he's just playing it really, really safe and just be patient. As a water play should be, right? It's all about being patient here. And it's just a pass here. He's just basically telling Zabi-chan, I'm just going to clear your allies. I'm just going to be very patient here. I have my turtle get ready to just do any sort of damage if I need to, or OTK once you are completely hands down. We are going to go to the Lash here to get a bit of a weapon here to do some sort of damage, right?
Yes, in this deck, because the Mage Bane Lash isn't going to be able to gain any additional Lash counters, it becomes just a 1/4 weapon. But 1/4 is actually still pretty good. Even Clarent, which is a 2-cost weapon, is 1/3. So being able to swing for 1 plus 2, because right now there are 3 Omens, which means plus 2 attack on every attack. That's 3 damage every turn from just the champion alone, not even including any of the allies. And there's the Staggering Strike. That means this is going to come in for 3 plus 3. That's 6 damage total from this one Staggering Strike. Let's see what Guojia responds with here. Cerulean Decree would reduce this to just 3 damage instead. But let's see how he's going to respond. 6 damage puts him at 17. That means he still has 5 HP total with only... Oh, actually he has a lot of hand cards. 7 cards left in hand for Zabi-chan. How will he respond here?
I think Guojia here might be too... okay, he is going to do it. Guojia here is going to basically imbue the Cerulean Decree here, basically to I believe it's going to be a -3 and draw 1.
That's right. That's all the floating memory in his hand, by the way. Fracturize, Pelagic Fatestone, and another Fracturize. So that's where all the floating memory he was supposed to mill went. This is going to be -3, which means it's still coming in for 3 damage. If he had another Fracturize, he could also Fracturize the Mage Bane Lash. I think he does still get to do the 2 damage because of the Servile Possessions, but I don't think it's worth it to give him another Fractal, probably.
Nah, I don't think it's worth it. And judging your Zabi-chan hand, he does have a way to stop like the what's it called again? The turtle combo with Fugui. Yep. So I think Guojia is going to be continuously be very cautious of how it plays. However, there is the play there. He's just going to go into the
Tideholder Claymore.
Yep, going to go into the Claymore there. Upon materialization, Zabi-chan is going to do something, I believe.
I think it looks like it resolves.
It resolves,
yep,
all right.
We milled out I think this is Glacial Evocation.
Yep. I can't have it's not seen in a while, honestly speaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 1 off in the sideboard as well.
Yep.
It just does 3 damage to a rested ally, which lets him to clear some of these allies that have been pesky. But it looks like Zabi-chan has pivoted from ally punch to my face, punch your face.
Yep. Quite ironic as well. So we are going to see the Stormatons here trying to stop a bit of damage.
So -1 to anything on Zabi-chan's board for this turn. But we do have the Seaside Ringleader and this Tidestone Bovine still goes in for a total of 2 plus 1, 3 damage.
So this is still going to be a bit of a damage from Guojia's side here. Probably is going to pay a bit more for another ally, maybe Frostbound Paladin, the most premium of the water allies.
Yeah, very happy to see the Frostborn Paladin here, really standing here for intercept. I want to highlight the round timer. We're only going to have another... Sorry, we're already in overtime, and this means Kotia is turn 0. Will have to go through T1, 2, and 3, so the game will end on Zabi-chan's turn. I hope we can see a conclusion to this game because 7-2-2 is probably a little bit dangerous of a scoreline to try and hit into the top 8. I think they really want to get that spirit if possible. This Genbu Fugui turn is just a little bit too scary to like send, maybe, because of Song of Frost, and we also saw 3 negates milled out. We also saw the Tidal Lock, we also saw the Cerulean Decree used already.
I'm wondering if there's enough to Polar Death eventually. Like, I think Zabi-chan is also going to reach a point where his deck size is a bit dangerous for the Polar Death play. I think it's just a matter of time, right? I think that's what Coach is trying to do. He's like, okay, if I can't send it in, eventually I will just Polar Death him.
Yeah, that's of course always there's always a clock when you're playing against Genbu. Kodia actually swung with his face and the Tideholder Claymore for 4 because of the Storm of Thorns, and also took 1 damage back. So he's currently at 15. I think this is a little bit scary as well. The Smoke Bombs has been materialized, so even if Kotia goes for a Genbu flip to try and taunt and prevent lethal from Zabi-chan, he's no longer able to because this Smoke Bombs will make it stealth. Kotia is only on level 2, so he can't use the lineage release just yet.
Yep. Is that Factorized?
Is there a Factorized?
Yeah, it is a Factorized. He's going to force out the Smoke Bomb right now because there's no real good target for the Smoke Bomb. He's going to be forced to crack it.
Yeah, he can crack it to draw still.
Yep, that's fine, but that's not the point. The point is that Kotia wants to be protecting his turtle, his Genbu from being Smoke Bomb, so it's still good here. I think, do you think that he should flip the Genbu right now? Is there no urgency to do it? Because his opponent can just staggering strike here. This is a bit dangerous.
Yeah, this staggering strike is coming in for 8.
Yeah.
Plus 2 still.
Yeah, so if for viewers are not aware, there is this timing where even if you flip the Genbu right now, it's actually not going to taunt.
No, the staggering strike is only coming in for 6.
6, right?
Yeah, so I think he's still safe, but he could die to Freezing Hail.
Yeah, this is a bit dangerous here. I wonder if not flipping the Genbu might actually cost him the game here.
Let's see what the response is going to be. He is going to flip the Genbu.
Does it work?
It doesn't.
He
isn't going to be able to redirect this attack with the staggering strike, but he is not going to take any more damage from allies. But we see 2 Freezing Hails in hand for Zabi-chan.
In hand here, I think it's a bit dangerous.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So staggering strike.
Staggering strike. This
has,
might be.
If staggering strike has been activated.
No, I'm based on what I experienced before. I think the attack still goes through because you need to flip before it, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason why a lot of players in the past flip during pre-recap. Remember this situation?
Yeah, I have been in this situation
before, right?
Times.
Yeah.
You have to, in order to activate staggering strike, you already need to set a target.
Correct. So the key word here is target. There's an attacking target which is Gotia, and you can't change the target even if you flip the temp. This might be This might be oversight by Gotia.
However, if Kotia has something like the Song of Frost, he's still going to be fine. He can use this floating memory that he just used in the pre-recollection to pay for it for free. I don't think Zabi-chan has enough negates. Let's see what is going to happen.
So the thing is that it's activation of cards. So actually, we just got a word that now Zabi-chan can't act. Zabi-chan actually has to attack the Genbu because it's the activation of card. There's no target yet.
I see. So it's not the targeting that he responds to. It's just when it's activated. So there is a window.
It's a card activation. There's a window. Yes.
So Genbu is going to be flipped. Staggering Strike does hit Genbu for 6. But Genbu is 9 HP total. How is Zabi-chan going to finish this?
He's thinking about it.
There's only going to be another minute left on the timer. Is Zabi-chan going to pass over? Are we going to see Kotia able to take this game from this?
I think Zabi-chan might not actually have a response here. There's nothing in that. Song of Frost?
The Song of Frost himself denies the Staggering Strike.
Okay.
Oh, I see. He went Resonating Fugui on the stack of the Staggering Strike, which means he would have retaliated. I see. Okay. That would have been lethal, I think.
That would be very hilarious. Lethal.
So now he's going to play the Seneschal. It comes in rested, but because there is 4 Omen counters, it does stand back up. We're going to see Smoke Bombs materialize. He's going to make the Seneschal stealth. They're just playing out the last turn of the game in hyper
yeah.
speed because we're going to time out already.
Yeah.
I believe that means we're going to see a result for this very shortly.
I think Kocha will take it. I think they're just trying to resolve the things and what's going on. Because I think there's a lot of interactions and how even we got it a bit like messed up because it's responding in the card activation instead of target attack, right? So it's a bit of a different kind of situation.
So what the question now is what can we do in order to, like I think Zabi-chan was asking, I Song of Frost, does it mean this Genbu doesn't flip? And the answer is basically, because Genbu actually flipped before the combat phase, it flipped at the activation of the attack, the combat phase hasn't started, then the combat phase starts, so there's not going to be a negation of the Genbu flipping itself. We have come to the conclusion, Guojia takes the game in a very long drawn-out series, very, very difficult. Water Mirrors, am I right? It's been a while, 1 hour and 5 minutes long, it just barely managed to find a conclusion.
Aren't you glad both of us play Water for a long time?
At the very least, we were able to find out what this deck was able to do. I think Guojia was showing a lot of respect to like any interaction Zabi-chan had. Maybe didn't have enough time to confirm like what kind of interactions he had. We did the math quite a couple of times. 3 plus 3 plus 4 for the Cerulean Decree would have been enough to secure a lethal with the Fugui, but maybe just wasn't too confident that he could finish that and just wanted to make sure he took it slow, forced Zabi-chan to tap out, go for the lethal, and then after that, then only would he try to go for the game.
Well, as our wise friend Pon, we quoted Pon a lot, said before, patience is key. I think if you're just being patient, as long as I don't die, I'm still playing the game, right? I'm not losing yet. The key point is not to lose. I think this is one thing that I took away from a lot of players as well. Sometimes you don't really have to go for the game, right? You just be patient, play it out, like you eventually win it out. Of course, there's also a risk of the argument, but if I don't win right now, when do I do it? So it's understanding timing, tempo, and also resource management and what to play around. This is what makes this game so difficult. I think this game is so difficult because there's so many things to play around, there's so many factors to consider, and I think sometimes the easiest way to just have a mindset of how to win the game is just have this kind of philosophy where, okay, I don't need to think too much about the leader line. As long as I survive, I win, right? And that's what Guojia actually did. Be patient, and when he take out his ally, I won the game.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the water decks.
Yeah, water deck.
Some people call them the roach decks because they just try to stay alive as long as they can. As long as they stay alive, eventually they can win.
So
we know that Guojia, Genbu, they have the Polar Decks win con as well, which means as long as the game lasts long enough, you can mill out your opponent. But we also saw there, it's just that if you tap out, you get Fuguid, you get punched for 20 billion, and then Turtle wins.
Yeah, I mean the Fugui combo has been long forgotten. I actually forgotten about it so long. I just saw the Fugui like, oh yeah, this thing actually does 1 billion damage. Like that's how powerful the deck is. He has the mill out win con. It has the sort of the ally win con if it can reach the point. It has the punch win con. It has so many ways to play. The only problem we see is if you don't have Fractal or Rain turn 1, it's really difficult to actually set it up, right? So it really depends on your opening hand, on your setup, and your game plan as well. And I think matchup matters a lot. I think Genbu right now, in terms of matchup, might actually be okay in the level 3. What do you think?
I think the level 3 win condition will probably focus on not dying and then milling out with the Polar Decks. I think we were very lucky enough to see the Regal Inquisition mill out deck. Does that on fast.
I think Polar Decks might be the true win con, like you say, because you think about it, Round Abyss does what? Draw. And what the entire deck does, this fire deck do? Draw, draw, draw. So you have like the Cremation, you have the Creative Shock, all these draws too, draws too, draws too. Not to mention like some of them even mill themselves. So there's a lot of ways to just make your deck thinner, and they're just going to punish you with Polar Deck. I have a word that we are going to jump into the interview really soon here, so let's hear from our winner.
Hello, everyone. We're here at the bottom of the 11th round with the winner of the round of the game on stream, Guojia. Guojia, I want to ask you, you've been playing Genbu a lot. It is the deck that got you into CNATs, and it's the deck you played in the Gauntlet. How does it feel to be here in day 2 playing the same deck?
那么好奇你玩玄武玩了很久嘛，而且成绩都不错，你有参加 C National， 你有参加 Gauntlet， 然后今天把这个卡组带来这个比赛有什么感想吗？
我觉得因为这一期大家都对玄武比较不会有防备，我认为在没有吃到太多针对牌的情况下，这副牌还是可以玩。
Yeah, so he's thinking that many people are not expecting the Genbu matchup, so they're probably not prepared for it. So he's probably pretty well positioned for this tournament, I feel.
Yeah, so of the 118 players here, there are only 2 Water Gojas that made it into day 2. So I definitely noticed some players are not playing things like Nullifying Lantern. So how do you think that this deck can still compete even with Ryle and with all the cards that ended up getting removed from the deck?
那你觉得，因为今天我们118个人里面，玩家里面只有2个玄武嘛，那我相信很多人都没有放像 Nullifying Lantern 这样的卡。那你觉得，如果在这个比赛里面，你觉得玄武本身能够打到上位吗？
我觉得一定是有办法的，因为他来面对现在比较主流的，就是什么恩手那副牌，其实他没有灯笼的情况下，或是很多牌组没有灯笼，你又站着玄武，就其实真的很难输。我觉得一定是可以赢的。对。
Right, so against the decks that people are expecting, like if without Nullifying Lantern, he's probably very, very well positioned, so he's pretty confident about it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, and I hope to see you continue to do well for the rest of the tournament. We do need our Genbu representation for this. You know, I think Thurable and Lost in Thoughts being lost, it sucks, but it's great to see players who still continue to rep their pet decks. So that's going to be it for us, and we'll be with you at round 12 real soon.
Welcome back, chat. We are back with round 12 of the Swiss rounds at Ascent Taipei. If you're joining us for the first time, this is Ascent Taipei, one of Grand Archive TCG's largest tournaments yet. 570 players, 118 players making day 2. And on the stream table today, we have a treat. Fan favorite Southeast Asian, Australian, and European player, Quarax.
Yeah, that's right. Quarax, at a certain point in time, was the highest ELO player in the world, and has since then he made it to top 8 in Worlds as well last year. Was in top 8 of Worlds the first Worlds, and then made it top 8 again in the second World. So one of the most consistent players, and part of one of the strongest teams in the game, Apex Players Guild from Singapore.
Yes, Quarax, my goat. He's against Chuwups today, who is also a player from Singapore. We actually paired into each other at the Singapore Regionals very recently as well. Unfortunately, he bubbled out of the top 32. But today is going to be playing Fragmented Fire Merlin into Quarax's Wind Shadow Strike Tristan. They're both coming into this matchup with, I believe, 24 points. We're going to see them on the respective decks. Quarax on Tristan, and Chuwups actually gets to start this time.
Okay, so it's a big advantage to go first. As we always know in Grand Archive, going first is good, especially when it's a level 3 versus level 3 deck.
And we see Chuwups on the Spirit of Regular Fire is going to have that Creative Shock available to him with the Stalwart Shieldmate as well. No Rowdy Abyss Liminal Guide package right now, but still able to draw cards, which is still going to be good. He does also have the Undying Dreams available, just no Rowdy Abyss just yet. Though he can go for the Creative Shock right now, might want to do it during his own main phase, because especially against Assassins, they can incapacitate during the main phase to prevent you from drawing off of this card, which would be very disastrous.
Yeah, this is like the weird mini game you have to play. It's like, if I Creative Shock now, you can't negate me, but if I Creative Shock now, what if you play like Raccoons, Cleansing Reunions, things like that? Now, of course, this open deck list, so we should know whether or not Quarax is playing things. He has the Cleansing, but the thing about Cleansing is, you play a Cleansing, you -1 yourself, and you keep your opponent neutral, or rather, you deny them a +1. So for them, it's like, okay, well, I'm still neutral, and you -1 yourself. So it's always kind of a weird trade where it's like, okay, I'm kind of okay with this. Like, keep cleansing me. It's like, you're not really gaining anything. You're just slowing me down a little bit. It's not like you're taking things away from me.
Yeah, and Quarax starting off pretty strong as well with the Black Market Broker. Gets a preparation counter, building up to the very key win condition for Tristan, and also gets a 2/3 ally, which eventually gets stealth once there's enough preparation counters on Tristan.
Yeah, now stealth it's relevant for a lot of matchups, but in particular this one, since we are playing Lorraine, Merlin, we eventually do get Sword of Seeking True Sight. Once we hit level 3, even level counter, we can still kill the Black Market Broker. It's not the hardest thing in the world. It's just something that will stick around for probably a couple more turns.
Yeah, he is on the Looking Glass, so will materialize the Inert slot instead for the first materialization of Lorraine level 1. So we'll have that 2-attack weapon. If he has a 1-attack ally, can also take out this Black Market Broker still. Depends on whether Quarax has something like the Reclaim to take it back into hand and make it net neutral for him still.
Fluffy Shopkeep, I see it in the hand that could potentially get us this Black Market Broker off the field, but like you said, Reclaims, Zephyrs, things like that, it's frustrating playing against Tristan because you're always like, okay, I need to kill their allies because it makes it easier for them to get Sadie Agility procs if I leave them on board, but at the same time, I'm wasting damage by swinging to things that might just end up going back into hand anyway.
Exactly, and it doesn't look like the Fluffy Shopkeep is going to come down. It's going to be placed down into memory. Not sure what he's going to be playing this turn, but does have quite a couple of options. There is the Dungeon Guide he can use to go to 2 if Quarax does go for the Reclaim on the Black Market Broker. Chuwups can Dungeon Guide, go up to 2, eat the Reclaim, and suddenly he's gotten a lot of value, and also denied Quarax the Floating Memory.
Well, actually, that would be a bit difficult because the Inert Sword would have to be swung in order to threaten this Black Market Broker. So we would have to see, and of course, if you just Dungeon Guide and don't force the Black Market Broker, then Quarax just won't play the Reclaim.
Yeah, of course. We're going to see him go for a 3-cost thing. He does have Creative Shock as an option. Lots of different lines when you're playing Merlin. You really want to make sure that you're making the best possible lines, the maximum output in terms of how much cards you draw. In the later stages of the game, of course, Merlin gets to really pop off. Every 2 turns, will get to draw an additional card, also gets a big attack. But in the early stages of the game, that's where you really need to think about it. And Chuwups actually just deciding to full pass here, I think, because Quarax is already thinking about what to materialize next.
Yeah, I mean, we are in that scenario where it's like, okay, I went first, I have creatives, I have things I can throw to discard to keep +1ing me, level up smoothly up to 2. The Thurible here probably just going to be sat on the field, saved for when we do eventually play this Creative Shock.
And I think this is a great call from Quarax. He's already seen Truops is going to full pass. If he's full passing, that can only mean that he wants to level up safely, just throw away some floating memory. And what counters that now? This new Proxia's Vault card, the Purifying Turbo.
Ooh, is that? I wonder if he's maybe trying to look for... Doesn't have a Reduce to Ash to stop this. Rile the Abyss. Oh, actually, you know what? He could, in response to the Thurible here, activate this Rile to throw even more cards into the grave, which would then, if Quarax would have to overpay for the 3. Instead of paying for 3, he might have to go higher, 4 or 5.
Yeah, there is a Rile the Abyss. I wonder how Quarax will respond here. He does have quite a bit of cards in hand. I think that's like 6 total. Does just go for 3 for the Turbo. Truops just lets the 3 go. Might just go for the Rile after the Turbo has already been banished.
Truops here. Let's see if he's going to play this Rile and try and level up anyway, or if we're going to sit at 1 for an extra turn here. Could have played that Rile in response to the Thurible to throw maybe like a 4th or 5th card into the grave, and then you would still probably end up having to banish 1 float, but you probably could have saved some of it.
Yeah, but the Rile itself would have been enough because the Rile would be the 4th card, and then he would banish every card except the 1 floating memory he had.
Assuming he had 2 cards to discard. 3 down here. Okay, Rile in the pre-recollection. Gonna draw into, it was a blind one too as well. We don't even know if there's no Spectre here. Draws a card. We have Dungeon Guy, we have Pendragon. Only 3 cards on Tristan's side, so Stifling Trap is a concern here.
He does have 2 Spectres now after he's already used his Rile. A little bit unfortunate. We'll be going for the Dungeon Guide now. We'll go up to that Merlin level 3. Let's see if Quarax is going to respond with a Stifling Trap. He does have it in hand. There is the denial of the Dungeon Guide effect. So no level 3 for Truops this turn. Here is going to be 1 damage into the Black Market Broker and then 2 more damage from the Inert Sword just to finish off that Black Market Broker. Unfortunately, only 2 preparation counters, doesn't have the stealth just yet.
Consolation prize here, at least you get to remove the ally from the board, and you do force the Stifling Trap, which then means when you do eventually go up to level 3, can't be used on your Pendragon.
That's true. Quarax, again, just playing really slowly. Still on Spirit of Wind right now. Goes for the Grand Crusaders ring, building up his influence really, really wide. Not sure what else is available for him to play right now. There is a Wind Bless lookout, so we'll be able to go for another preparation counter and also have a relatively controlled level up into 1, playing only 2 cards down into memory.
We also have that Ensnaring Fume, so could potentially try and play out this lookout, ensnare it back to hand, play it again. Typical Tristan things.
Yeah, Tristan will be able to just draw a lot of cards in the later stages of the game. Having that extra big influence after using an Ensnaring Fuse is also pretty nice. Although it would have been great if there was like a Windmill Engineer in order to continue like to build the influence up as well. There is going to be the Wind Blast lookout. Here's a 3rd prep counter for Quarax. 1 more damage into Truops' face. 5 damage total so far.
Okay, so there's a big thing here. We do see the Slice and Dice in there. There is a universe where we could go, if we can get our 4th prep counter, we can just like, we can actually just Dungeon Guide to, we can bring Assassin Stripper out, Dungeon Guide to 1, and then just throw out the 15 damage there. And there's a lot of ways that we can get here, but we're actually just hard leveling the Merlin 3 right now.
Truops just wants to make sure he gets there as quickly as possible. Maybe doesn't have something like the Undying Dreams in hand in order to like get a floating memory, allow him to get to that level 2 even level counter a little bit earlier. I do see the Ghost of Pendragon available for him already. I wonder if Quarax has another Stifling Trap in order to prevent the draw 2 here.
I don't know. I don't think he has another Stifling Trap, but let's see. Dungeon Guy gonna swing 1 to face here. Just gonna see if anything happens, and then Pendragon can come out. I wonder if we're swinging at the Outlook, actually.
Well, it's going to be into face here. Outlook, just a 1-3, probably not too threatening for Truops right now. We are going to see whether he decides to go for the Pendragon here or maybe just cremates the Dungeon Guide. But no, it is going to be the Pendragon. Does resolve right away. Looking Glass is returned, gets to draw more cards. Let's
Can we
see.
find another one?
Don't see it just yet. He has exactly 3 cards in hand. If he had one, it would have been pretty good to materialize it right now. Quarax now deciding what else to materialize the following turn. I wonder if he's going to go to level 1 yet.
This is tricky. Merlin has already hit level 3 and is starting to amass those level counters that essentially fuel her entire game plan. So as the Tristan, you kind of need to end the game probably within the next 3 turns. Otherwise, it's going to get quickly out of control.
Here is the Pendragon swinging into the lookout. Let's see if there's a reclaim or anything like that. I don't believe ensnaring fumes will be used because that would give Chuots another Pendragon. Thus, just let the lookout go into the yard. Now, Korax going back to his turn, materializing the Tristan level 1. Let's see what he's going to lose off this banish. It is the Resolute Stand. Could have been good for defenses, but of course put it down for a reason. Does get that 4th prep counter. Will be able to go to Tristan 2 and then draw 2 cards now. He has a Dream Fairy, which could be huge, denying this Ghost of Pendragon from being played again.
Yeah, but there's one problem with that. There is an Ascension in the hand, which means if we play out this Dream Fairy on this Pendragon, we could just, Ascension, reveal a fire card, kill your fairy, and then guess what?
Next turn, Pendragon again,
but
of course.
There is an incapacitating Quark's hand, and one of the things about Ascension that's unique is that it is a cost to return the sword, which means if it gets incapacitated, well, you still lose it anyway. Oh, but Sword of Seeking is another way to insulate us from that.
So no need for the incapacitate. We can just swing, and now Merlin is even counters. We'll have the True Sight as well as the +2. So this Sword of Seeking is coming in for 3. Here's the Spirit Blade Ascension. Like you mentioned, the sword is returned. Quarks just allows it to resolve. We're going to see wind cards may be revealed for Quarax here. It is
wind, water, fire!
Everything! He's got the full Ascension. He is going to get first 3 damage onto this Dream Fairy. Next, he's going to be able to banish a card at random from Quarax's memory. And lastly, he's going to be able to draw a card because of the water card. And at the end of his recollection step, he goes back to his turn and he can play the Ghost of Pendragon, returning this Sword of Seeking after he's already swung with it once for 3 damage.
Man, Quark just tasting the rainbow here. Really unfortunate that it just so happened that the Evercurrent Raider was the one that stuck. And then he loses the Ensnaring as well. Probably not going to be a card that he needs to use here. But it is a way of getting rid of the Majestic Spirit sometimes in a pinch.
And I see a second Ascension here, which could be disastrous for Quarax because that means he won't be able to go up to level 2 after one more card is banished. We will have to see another fast speed interaction card in order for him to put another card into memory. Here is the swing with the Prismatic Edge, even putting even more damage into Quarax, already at 7 damage counters. Here's the Ghost of Pendragon, most likely going to return this Sword of Seeking, allow Chuots to draw another 2 cards and build his ever-growing influence even further. Here it is, minus the Sword of Seeking back into the material deck and draw 2 more cards, 3 damage into Quarax's face. Already 10 damage counters, only 9 left available.
And I gotta say, Hero, there is no Dungeon Guide. I didn't see one in his hand, which means that even if we level up next turn, there is a draw to. But if we don't find that, I don't know. We're pretty close to dead at this point.
And here's the Hasty Messenger as well, just to add a little bit of additional poke. Discards a Liminal Guide, not super useful anymore because Chuops is already at level 3. But we will see the Tristan level 2. No Ascension to deny that level up, which is really lucky for Quarax. He really hopes to see that Dungeon Guide. Does not find it. Ascent Protector and Shadow Strike. Does have one more draw for turn. Does he see it? Does not.
And he just scoops it.
Quarax knows when he's cooked. He doesn't waste any time. He's going straight into game 2. Let's take a look at the sideboards. I don't think there's much else we can say about that game.
Okay, well, I got a lot to say about Quarax's sideboard because there's a lot of very useful cards for this particular matchup. Notably, Tristan Shadow Reaver is a critical card. It's a bit of Gamba. You can get super unlucky. You might hit Ascension, Float, Float. But if you hit a Pendragon, you are so up because you get to go Shadow's Claw for free, Pendragon, return it, and then just bring it out again. If you have double Pendragon, you can suddenly hit like double Pens. Even if you hit like a Ryle or Creative, it's still a +1. If you hit something like a Crystallized Destiny, maybe a Cruxite, there's a lot of really, really good things you can hit, but there's also a lot of really bad things you can hit.
Yeah, I mean, any +1 would be great. Pendragon is probably the best. Like, you can Shadow's Claw, Pendragon, Shadow's Claw, Pendragon would have been a huge way to go plus, as well as get that 3/4 ally, of course. Other than that, he also has the Penumbral Walls, which will allow him to generate more shadows, which could be great. And he has the Zhangjiao, Way of Peace. When I spoke to Quarax, basically what he said is that it's primarily for aggro matchups where he can heal, but he also considers it sometimes for matchups where they have a lot of hand size, because you can use the Memory 7 effect and force your opponent to discard.
The other option here, obviously Heavenly Guide. Tristan is a deck that doesn't level up particularly quickly because she needs to generate the prep counters before she can level up. Otherwise, she's just like she's got such a low influence when she hits level 3. She really needs that level 2/4 prep counter effect. So having a Heavenly Guide as a way to even like supplement this even more, and then you just don't lose any cards leveling up. And of course, Regal Inquisition, the card that we see in every single sideboard, the #1 most sideboarded card in the tournament. It's good against level 3 decks. What can I say?
Yeah.
And actually, looking at Schwab's list, also has the Regal, which I imagine that is another option. Resolute Stand is another card that we can use to stop the big shadow swing turns. Reduce the Ash could be used to destroy mainly the boots or the claw, but usually it's going to be the boots. And other than that, like fluffies, deflectings, incapacitates, there's lots of things you can put in. It's just that how much do you want to throw into the deck?
Yeah, I mean, the incapacitate could be really big in the later stages of the game when you have to incap wall. When you're going for the action, you try to respond, I incapacitate your action, I incapacitate your incap, right? And that's probably why that incap is in. It's also probably used in matches where you're going second, you can incapacitate the Round the Abyss your opponent tries to place down. People probably aren't really expecting a Merlin to have that also. But I mean, now we're open deck list, we are going to be able to know everything. Korax is going to start us off this time.
The one of Heavenly Guide has been drawn.
Let's go. He has it already. He also has a Fairy Whispers to start us off. Can try to look for something like the Windmill Engineer to get a good turn 1 ally out. There it is. And also sees a Shadow Strike and that Penumbra Waltz, I believe.
Gonna put one on the bottom, one on top. We don't want to... This Windmill sandwiched by 2 Umbra cards is not what you want to see, but we still do want to draw into them eventually. I think it's a typical Tristan experience to draw into your Masterminds without your Shadow Strikes, or draw into Shadow Strike without the Mastermind scheme. Draw Dungeon Guide, but draw Dungeon Guide with no Umbra cards. Draw Umbra cards with no Dungeon Guide. It's just... It's part of the deck. Glimpsing is a huge skill in the game, and this deck glimpses a ton.
Yeah, I mean, every level 3 deck definitely has that issue. Arizona as well. I mean, Merlin, sometimes you just see all the Crux, and you don't really have anything else to play. Korax, I think getting a super ideal start. The Fairy Whispers into the Windmill Engineer, and he also has a Reclaim in hand. So can just reclaim this Windmill Engineer, go to level 1 right away, or he can just go for the backup charger if True Ups doesn't go for something that can attack into this Windmill Engineer. Here's the Round the Abyss. Let's see what he has to discard. Just the Evercurrent Raider. Luckily for Korax, only the 1 floating memory. Of course, Korax does still have the Purifying Turbo, can choose to materialize that next turn. Already will get some value by denying that 1 floating memory, unless True Ups has something like a Creative Shock or another Round the Abyss in hand.
Another option here is you could just go for the Sensor straight up. A lot of times you think, oh, Thurbal's better, draws you a card, but Sensor is a bit more long-term, obviously. The problem is if they do have that Reduce to Ash, then you might get hosed. But if you have Incapacitate, you could also try and kind of bluff into them, make them try and use that Reduce, and then just, oh, boom, Incapacitate you.
Yeah, definitely a good option as well. It is just going to be Turbo here, though, and we're going to keep it for the end step, most likely. Now, Windmill Engineer going in for 1, and we're going to see what else is going to be played. It is going to be that Windbless Outlook, I think, that we reviewed with the Imbue of the Windmill Engineer earlier.
Definitely would be a way to start the game. Get these prep counters running. Haven't seen a Sadie or a Surveil, which are usually the cards you really want to see if you want to accelerate the prep generation. But I think because of the Heavenly Guide, I think we're okay to kind of sit back. But I wonder, Chwubs knowing that this deck plays a Heavenly Guide sideboard, do you think he might actually just choose to hard level anyway?
I think it's an option. Last game he did try the Dungeon Guide, although it was Stifling Trapped. Korax might allow it to... I guess there's a mind game aspect of it, right? When you're playing these level 3 decks, when you see the Heavenly Guide, sometimes you have to respect it, sometimes you just go, okay, yeah, I don't believe you have it. And I wonder what angle True Ups will take. Personally, I think he should probably just go for the Dungeon Guide anyway. Korax, probably a fan of just high rolling in the end, and then hitting the Heavenly Guide would have been pretty nice. He does have the Purifying Turbo to banish any of the floating memory that True Ups uses here. If he tries to go for a Creative Shock during the main phase or something like that, it would be even better. He can go for that in the pre-rec. He is going to play 3 cards down. Maybe it's the Fluffy Shopkeep here.
It's a bit surprising, actually, that he didn't use the Thurible on the 2 in the grave. So we did actually end up getting to use that float, and now we have this Creative Shock on the deck that we can kind of employ whenever we feel it is appropriate. We might even try and play a bit slow game to try and get some cards in grave so he can't pay for the Thurible to hit everything.
And True Ups goes for the Fluffy Shopkeep attack into the Windmill Engineer. Korax responds very quickly with a Reclaim. Now we'll be able to use that floating memory to go up to level 1. I think Korax is probably just going to hold the Turbo there to get as much value as possible. Maybe next turn, if True Ups tries to go for a Creative Shock, dropping float, then he can choose exactly how much memory to pay for the Turbo, and then we'll still also get to draw a card later on. Here he goes to level 1, we'll get that first preparation counter and hoping to build some more in the following turns. We'll have that Windmill Engineer to play again to continue building his influence, already technically positive because he already used it plus Reclaim. Also got the card back in hand, of course, and also will be able to continue to generate more preparation with that Windbless Outlook.
Yeah, it's actually a bit of a risky Reclaim there. If there was a Dungeon Guide in hand, could have potentially Dungeon Guided to eat the Reclaim, and then suddenly now we're on the Merlin train, but fortunately was not there. But yeah, looking at the hands, there's a lot of weenie allies, but not too much of the prep gen stuff. We just have that one outlook.
Yeah, no Ascents or anything like that either. Here's the Windblast Lookout put into memory with the Veiling Breeze as well. And Windmill Engineer chips in another 1 damage. And every damage counts in this matchup. You never know how far away you are from lethal. Purifying Thurible is threatening 6 cards banished for Chuops here. So he is just going to hard level up to Merlin level 2 with 2 cards in memory.
Yeah, so we're going to go Merlin level 2 here. Going to lose Dungeon. Oh, there was a Dungeon Guide actually, as well as that Reduce the Ash. Maybe going to throw the Creative Shock here, even if we don't throw a float. Actually, the thing is, if we throw a float to get Thurible, we can just Merlin in response to eat the float and still get that level counter.
Yeah, he can do that. That will still give him a lot of value. Unfortunately, losing that Dungeon Guide there, but maybe he has a second one available, and that's why he was comfortable with doing that. Just
Or
discards Cremation Ritual here, actually, and will use the second effect of Creative Shock, now that Merlin level 2 is at the Mage class, to deal 2 damage to the Windmill Engineer.
Gonna draw up here, finds another floating memory card. That's, I think, Pendragon Ascension Incarnate. There's a Crux heavy hand right here.
It is a very Crux-heavy hand. Does he have a second Dungeon Guide to go up to level 3 here? He will just deal 1 damage with the Fluffy Shopkeep. We're going to see what he plays now. It is just going to be the Stalwart Shieldmate, actually.
Yeah, so this is a cremation, immediate cremation. Now, because this is in the grave, we can't really Thurible it because in response we can just Merlin, get the level counter, then next turn we hard level the 3, and we're on even level. That's exactly what Merlin wants.
And there's no Heavenly Guide available for Quarax. So the question now is, in response to the Cremation Ritual, will Quarax banish his Purifying Thurible? And it looks like that might be the case already. He's looking at 4 cards to put down. But does Quarax want to control his level up a little bit more? He can save just the Heavenly Guide and the Fairy Whispers in hand to use it pre-rec, or maybe he wants to save this Mastermind scheme.
He would actually need to banish 5 here, or he would have to play 5 in order to stop this. So, and like we've said before, like we're just going to Merlin eat it. So actually playing the Thurible here isn't even really worth it. You can just use it to draw a card at this point, maybe.
He could. You're right. He can just eat the floating memory, but I think it's still better to force it out. He will just find the Surveil the Winds off of the Fairy Whispers and then banish, use the Surveil the Winds now. He might be just going up to level 2 now. Is not responding to the Cremation Ritual yet.
Yeah, we've already passed the turn, so it's just
No, it's
like...
still on the stack, right? He hasn't drawn the...
Oh, no, he's already drawn. The Cremation's already in the grave. It's already resolved. I was actually thinking he might try to use the Incapacitate on it, but just really... Not really finding the prep he needs. He actually has to go with the Windwalker Boots instead here just to generate the remaining 2 preparation counters to hit that magic number 4.
You're right. He is just going to crack the Thurible to draw a card, treat it like a backup charger. Wasn't able to really get the most value out of that just this time, but is okay, still manages to draw into memory. He does have a Dungeon Guide and a Heavenly Guide.
Yeah, so I think Chubbs is actually really planning on just hard leveling to 3 next turn, eat his float, get the level counter, hard level, and it's actually kind of calling that Heavenly Guide bluff on Quarax's side.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in a matchup where you think you can win without giving your opponent like an advantage, even if you don't have a Dungeon Guide, I guess it's fine to, you know, not take any risk at all. Even if Quarax doesn't have the Heavenly Guide, it's fine. He does, of course, go up to level 3 here. He is going to hard level. He isn't even going to eat the float. He is just going to hard level with the floating memory and 2 other cards. Loses an Ascension and Evercurrent Raider, not a big deal. Not having that water card, of course, a little bit of an L, but still able to go up to level 3 very smoothly.
Yeah, so wonder if maybe there were cards in the memory he wanted to protect. There were a lot of Kruk cards in his hand, so I totally understand if maybe it's like, okay, you know what, the level counter isn't worth the potential of losing these Pendragons.
And here is the first Pendragon. We're going to see probably the Looking Glass removed here back into the material deck. Allows Chuops to draw 2 cards. His influence is kind of crazily huge right now, despite having to hard level to 2 and to 3. No Dungeon Guides yet, still very ahead. Another 6 influence here.
Incarnate in the hand. That's a very annoying card for Tristan to deal with. Have to Dream Fairy it, or maybe even force the Ensnaring just to remove that.
Yeah, I think would definitely be less than ideal if you see that come out already. He is still a little bit far away, only at level 4. So I think efficiency would make it right now 8.
Actually, we fluffied, didn't we? So did we throw some swords in
We
there?
threw Prismatic Edge, so there's 1 sword in the banish. And the Spirit as well. So right now, Quarax is going to respond on the end step to reclaim his Windblast Lookout.
Ascension maybe? Is an Ascension, was it kept in the hand? Could Ascension here to try and deny the ally back in.
It does look like there is Ascension, the third card in the hand beside the Crux side. So True Ups definitely has a window here, but chooses to just let it resolve, saving it for maybe a more important thing. We're going to see Tristan level 2 materialize there with exactly 4 preparation counters. And Corex does have that Dungeon Guide available to him in hand.
Yes, we're going to get that plus.
There's the
2
Heavenly
draw.
Guide.
Loses the Heavenly Guide, showing it off. It's like, yeah, I had it. You called my bluff.
Corex just making a comment on it as well. I think they're both kind of aware of that. We're going to see the draw 2 from Corex and then going to recollect into the Dungeon Guide most likely. Now, Corex is at 4 prep counters, which means he can immediately materialize the Shadow's Claw alongside the 2 shadows and start chipping in damage. That will be 5 damage every turn.
He also has a Mastermind Scheme, so we could level up to 3 here, and then... Actually, are we going to go for Shadow Reaver is the question.
Oh, that's true. He can go to Shadow Reaver here. So it's going to go for the Dungeon Guide. Let's see what he goes for.
Quarax giving a smile here. I think he's going Shadow Reaver. I'm feeling it.
There's the
Let's go
Windmill
gambling.
and the Wind Blast.
Let's go gambling.
1, 2, 3, 4. Show
All right.
him, baby.
Okay, now technically you're not supposed to show the Quarax. Please show the card. He's come on, just a little bit.
Rile the Abyss.
Rile Fireball.
Floating Fireball.
Floating Crystallized Destiny.
I mean, not the best.
Not amazing.
A little bit of an awe, dang it. But the Fireball can get rid of the Ghost of Pendragon.
Well, it's gonna cost 4 though. Is the only problem.
It is going to cost more, but he can at least trade out the Ghost of Pendragon. Other than that, the Crystallized Destiny could be useful for another Fireball from Merlin. And not only that, I think even though the Fireball isn't useful as much to Tristan, you denied a Fireball from True Ups. So that's still going to be a small win.
There is something though. He does play 1 of Innervate Agility in main and 1 inside. He could Innervate, he could level up to 3, Innervate back down, and then level back up. And this is a way for like Tristan to get this like, okay, I'm going to Innervate, protect myself, and then I'm going to level back up to 3 and then draw a bunch of cards and make even more shadows.
Yeah, in response earlier, we also saw Quarax play down the Sadie in order to try and get the Fluffy Shopkeep. He is going to incapacitate the Spirit Blade Ascension, which True Ups played in order to try and kill the Sadie and prevent the Sadie from getting that on-cue effect on the Fluffy Shopkeep. True Ups now just needs to respond to this Incapacitate. I believe the Incapacitate has already resolved actually. So True Ups now responding to the attack of the Sadie on the Fluffy Shopkeep. So does resolve. Sadie gets the on-kill Agility 3. Windwalker Boots will trigger, give Corex another prep counter, and then Corex now will get to draw 3 cards back into his hand after the end step.
Cruxite being used here to get back the Ascension. So next turn, we can bring out another sword, probably a Sword of Seeking, or even level counter, we can swing with it, and then we can Ascension. And I think Wind, Water, there was definitely water cards in there, so this might be another Rainbow Ascension coming out onto Quarax.
If Quarax is fortunate enough, I just saw there is a wind card, in fact, so I was going to say maybe he has enough Umbra cards that all 3 of the cards in memory are Umbra, but unfortunately, if there's another Ascension, there will be a loss of a card in Quarax's memory.
Second Incapacitate could be coming out. He definitely has it.
He does have it. Will it appear? But is there going to be a third Ascension? That's also going to be a big issue.
Well, the thing is, since the sword returns as part of cost, you actually cannot use another Ascension if the first one gets incapacitated.
That's true. So we have to wait another turn to to Ascension again.
Quarax seems like to just let it resolve. I think he doesn't want to commit all his incapacitates here. Needs to save it. Some for the Incarnate, save some for the Fireballs. Need to let this go through. Wind, and there it is. Rainbow Ascension. Once again, Fire, Wind, Water. We're going to kill the Sadie. Actually, Ascension or Prismatic Edge is it doesn't target. So even if you have to preemptively return the Sadie, just like with a Creative Shock.
That's right. So unfortunately, the Sadie will go, but did its job, help to clear the intercept, which could be a problem later, and also let him get that Agility 3 this turn.
So currently we have, this is 5 damage, and then this is 3. So currently,
15?
that's putting him pretty low. A Fireball could be a huge threat here. Fireball would be coming in for 6. Sudden Steel is massive. That's going to be an extra, that's 10 damage coming in. He just needs to find 5 more.
Corex doesn't really have a good response to this. He has a Veiling Breeze, but that's about it.
Veiling Breeze with only, I think, 1 win card because the one was banished.
Exactly. So not a lot of negation from Corex here. True Ups still quite a bit of cards in hand as well. Could do something like Fireball on the stack. But remember, Corex has the Crystallized Destiny from the Shadow Reaver. Will be using that in order to protect himself from this 10 damage swing.
Oh, wait. Creative Shock in hand. We can use the Creative Shock to pop the Crystallized Destiny here.
Let's see what Chuops does here. He does have a fire card, but that might be a fireball.
The fireball. Okay, I mean, are you gonna gamble on losing the fireball potentially here? I think you might have to do it.
He is
If you
going for it.
hit, you basically win the game on the spot, don't you?
Yeah, because that's fireball for 6 plus the 10 that comes in, the crystallized destiny whiffs. Here is the fireball,
Right,
the
we're
creative
begging.
shock.
We're begging for any fire card in the deck. There's not many of them, but a cremation, another fireball, literally anything.
Chuops, 2 cards to draw to make sure this sudden steal resolves. What else was available for Quarix? He can't do anything, I think. That was just the fireball and the floating memory.
2 cards in hand means he's still flexing that Veiling Breeze, so maybe he's not dead, but he would be really down, especially because he needs to level up to 3 next turn, and only going to draw 2 cards in response.
That is also going to be true. Will lose at least 1 influence, and if there's any more ascensions that Chuops draws off of this creative shock, could also be even more influence lost. Let's see what the response is.
Quarix I think Quarix might be thinking, should I just Veiling right now? He has to do it now before the creative shock resolves, but he's letting it go. He's drawing another fire card. He drew another creative.
The crystallized destiny blocks just 2 damage from the creative shock, and now 10 damage comes in from the sudden steal. Fireball is lethal.
Well, with the Veiling Breeze, depending on how many win cards are in there, there's only 1 that we know of, but if there's more than 1, this fireball isn't going to finish him off.
Yes, just 1 damage short of finishing the game. Does Chuops have it? Will he just send this fireball right now?
I wonder, maybe he wants to wait for the materialization first.
Yeah, for example, if Chuops...
Oh, think about it this way. If we level up, we're going to banish 3 cards, so there's even less chances of more. Like, if we banish all of our wins, maybe we're actually screwed.
Exactly, so it is exactly 1 damage short.
There's only 1 win card in there.
Oh, does he have a win card in hand though? We'll find out really soon. Is Quarix going to go up to level 3, or is he just going to materialize maybe the safeguard and play a little bit safe? He really needs to clear this Ghost of Pendragon though, because next turn that's representing 3 damage.
So currently we have 5 cards in our memory. We have a 1 in 5 chance to hit that 1 win card. And we also need to have another win card in here in order for it to really be able to work, because the fireball is coming in for 6. So we need to be 1 over.
That's right, we do need to see what happens, and Quarix isn't even going to be able to draw a card yet because you can do it on the stack of the level 3.
It got banished. The stifling trap is gone.
Is Chuops going to gamble on this though? He does allow the on-enter to resolve, draws 2 cards, and there's a win card now. Spirel also available for Quarix. He can put a 4-cost card down to negate any fireballs. Let's see what happens here. The ominous shadows are now online. He will have the redirection available to him. What are we doing pre-recollection? Is there going to be the fireball yet? Quarix just double checking what he's stolen from Chuops. I believe there is...
It was Undying Dreams, Ryle, and I think another fire card.
Yeah, being able to draw at least an additional card would still be nice. He gets to basically +1.
Oh, are we going to throw the fireball now? Now would be the time. Only 0 cards in hand, or 1 card in hand only. Are we going for it?
This resolves.
Going back to his grave. He's like, here, have it back.
Recollection. So Quarix able to survive this turn. Still a little bit precarious though.
I gotta say, I'm really surprised that Chubbs hasn't just like sent it at this point.
I think it is still very scary. Although Quarix did have that 1 window, like you mentioned, to send the Veiling Breeze, maybe just not so sure about it right now. Wants to hold on to that fireball to do something on the stack of something else. Here is the Dungeon Guide swinging into Pendragon. Looks like we are going to try and clear it, maybe with the Shadows, or maybe with an ally that he's going to play. I think he drew an Ascent Protector.
That would be a big one. Ascent would here. So Dungeon Guide swings for 1, and then Ascent would be coming in for 3. Would clear that pend if there's, unless Chuops has anything to say about it.
He could always fireball the Ascent Protector.
I don't know if that's worth it at this point.
I don't think so either. We'll see what Quarix decides on. And really good call from him earlier to scoop so early, because now he has so much time left in the round. Here's Spirel, does 3 damage to target unit, and then now he can banish a card from hand or memory face down.
So what are we thinking? Is this the Black Market Broker for 4?
I mean,
or maybe a 2-cost card to stop another Pendragon?
yeah, both of them are pretty reasonable options. The Shadow's Claw is materialized. We're going to start chipping in 5 damage per turn. The Ascent Protector is still in hand, but he did, like you mentioned, have the Black Market Broker, so maybe it is still going to be 4. Let's see what happens. There's going to be 5 damage poked into True Ups now. 8 damage, 20 to go. 6 preparation counters only for Quirax right now, though.
Incapacitate in the hand means that Fireball is not free to be played, but if we find a second one, which maybe we're trying to hope to like force cards in hand so that we can freely Fireball, not playing anything like Consumption Ring to stop any kind of interactive plays here. So we gotta dig. We gotta dig for something good. We are not bringing out a sword, which means Ascension is basically the dead card.
And remember, only 2 more Fireballs left in True Up's deck because one was stolen by Quirax.
Ooh, a Pendragon was found, but we don't have a Regalia on field to bring out.
Pretty fortunate for Quirax here. He's True Up's just gonna play another fluffy Shopkeep. Just have that Intercept up, prevent a little bit more damage.
This is a really tough situation. There's that Mastermind Scheme and the Shadow Strike in hand, so we could go up to 12. 12, there'll be 17 damage plus 4 Shadow Swings, so we could definitely get there in this next turn. We also have the Spirel on the deck to maybe negate anything that could keep us down. Oh, we're also throwing an extra sword here. Maybe could try to set up an Incarnate. Currently level 6 plus 3 broken swords, actually, I think. Prismatic, no, 2 broken swords.
Prismatic went
So
back.
8, so we could have 9, 10, 11, 12. Only need 4 more.
Fluffy Shopkeep resolves, giving him a card drawn into memory. Now, quite a large influence still. True Ups already 4 in the memory, quite a number in hand as well. But Quirax has to worry, True Ups has to worry about this Spirel.
Yeah, that's Spirel. I think in your mind, you gotta know that it's probably the 4. There are 4s in this deck. There's the Ascent Protector, there's Black Market Broker. You really gotta worry about it. It does cost 2 though, so it would stop him from being able to play this Incapacitate in the hand.
I think Quirax has exactly 5 influence actually, does he not?
Does he have 5?
Well, if we get to see, we'll find out really shortly. But it is going to be the Incarnate Majesty. It looks like
That would
he is
threaten
hovering it.
lethal. That would threaten lethal, and he gets to hold enough cards to play the Fireball after still.
You can.
He is holding 5 cards. He is holding 5 cards. Which he can use Spirel and the Incapacitate. Actually, yeah, he can. So Incarnate coming out here, that's probably going to force out the Incapacitate here. I don't think Quirax has a Dream Fairy, anything to remove this, so he's gotta stop this now.
I wonder if it's going to resolve. Let's see what Quirax does. Incapacitate here into Spirel, negating Fireball would go crazy. He does still have the Grand Crusader's Ring and the backup charger in his material deck, so we'll have some options for card draw in the following turn. 24 minutes left on the clock, still 1-0 in the round. How is Quirax going to respond? Every single move is going to be really crucial. True Ups here, still 3 cards in hand, I believe. So can, like you mentioned, cast that Fireball. So we're really hoping to see what is under this Spirel.
That might actually only be 2. I'm not sure if that's 3 or 2. It might be 2. Might not actually be able to force the Fireball here, but you do gotta negate this, otherwise you are dead.
There is the Incapacitate. No Incarnate Majesty for you. The Goat will stay under. And here's Spirel being tapped.
Gonna use it just to do 3 damage. Gonna reveal the 4 there, so Chubb's getting some information in case he does lose this game. He at least kind of has an idea of how Quirax likes to put things under the Spirel here.
Black Market Broker will return to Quirax's memory. Now Spirel will get to use her on enter again.
So remember, we have that Mastermind Scheme. We could go Mastermind Scheme, but put us up to 12 preparation counters, and then we swing with the Claw for a Shadow Strike for 17. Even through a Resolute Stand, that would put him at 25 actually, so I think he would live, but the Spirel, we can then pop the Spirel and do 3 damage to finish him off.
And you're right, True Ups only has 2 cards in hand, so won't be able to use that Fireball on the stack here. So doesn't really have anything to respond here. Can Quirax find the lethal?
I imagine he must be able to find it. He is one of the best players in the world. This is a clear, easy lethal line. 2 cards in hand. The only thing you have to worry about is Resolute Stand.
There's so much damage available to Quirax here. 1 damage from the Dungeon Guide. There is the Shadow Strike in hand.
Has the Mastermind Scheme been lost, actually?
I think it might have
Oh,
been.
no. It might have been banished earlier on. This is actually pretty disastrous. I think probably when he leveled up to Shadow Dancer, he actually had to put the Mastermind Scheme down.
You're right. I see it here. It's in
Yeah,
the
so
bag.
actually, we're in a much worse position. Oh, Innervate Agility has been found. Maybe we could do the Tristan Shuffle here.
The Tristan Shuffle. Let's go. What is it going to be? That's just going to be Shadow Strike anyway. Prepped for 6. Here's 10 damage coming in. 1 more with the Shadow Claw. 11 here. Resolute Stand is an option. Does there seem to be another incapacitate. There is not.
It is all reactive cards. This is 11 damage minus 3, only going to do 8, which will put Quarax up to, or put Shrubs up to 20, and then none of these shadows can swing anymore because of that resolute stand. So we only have an extra 3 damage from the Spirel, and that's the only way we're really going to be able to get to the other side here. Just got a Drawn Blade for a sword that we can swing with. It's an even level counter turn. This will threaten an extra 3 damage to the Tristan, and we have zero preparation counters to redirect.
But like you said, Quarax does have that Innovate Agility in hand, and he also still has Spirel. But if he does use the Innovate Agility, he won't have enough influence to go for the Spirel tap too.
And we also have those Veiling, so we can try to Veiling, but remember, this is Merlin. She has a lot of fast speed cards. Ascension at fast speed. She could Fireball at fast speed. There's lots of ways to get around. Also, not to mention Prismatic Edge doesn't target.
That's true. He will be still in a very dangerous position here. Only 4 HP left. What can Quarax do to get out of this? Let's see what the options are. Ghost of Pendragon. Ghost of Pendragon does return that Drawn Blade back into Chua's material deck.
Ooh, has another Incarnate Majesty as well, so that would be the perfect time to employ this. Quarax has no answer to that.
Oh boy, what is going to be the play? Is there going to be the Veiling Breeze here?
Ooh, what do you choose here? If you choose the Innervate Agility, you could put 4 cards down, and then next turn you banish all 3 and then level up again to Tristan. You go back to Shadow Reaver, and then you put this back, and then you bring it back, and you draw another 2 cards. That's the interesting thing about Shadow Reaver is that she does let you draw 2 cards when you level up from her.
Quarax just in a little bit of a pickle, but still knows to laugh it off. We're going to see how he manages to get his way out of here. Puts down the Innovate Agility, Veiling Breeze.
Are we going to see that Fireball in response? We only have 2 cards in hand, so we're going to have to Veiling again, I think, depending on how many wind cards are in there.
Fireball would come in for 8 damage here, so let's see what the wind cards Quarax has are.
Even if these are all 3 wind cards, it would still not be enough to stop the Fireball.
It is only 2 win cards revealed, so 1 damage left.
This is a pretty dicey situation. The Fireball here would be doing Incarnate. We're actually playing this very safe.
Incarnate Majesty, the goat comes in for 2 more damage. That means Quarax will be at 24 hit points. 24 damage counters. Only 1 more damage will mean the game for him.
Makes you wonder, maybe he should have swung with that fluffy Shopkeep at the start of the turn. Maybe Quarax wouldn't have actually used the Veiling there.
That's also true. Let's see how the turn plays out still. How many cards are left in Chuap's hand? There's 5 down in the memory already. And I'm sure he's holding up enough for that Fireball still.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case here. 4 gonna leak in. Oh, actually, we're gonna kill Spirel instead. So we're going for the Spirel. We're just gonna try and get rid of this card.
That is going to be interesting. He's going to activate Spirel here. Turn it sideways, deal 3 damage, reveals the Black Market Broker.
Now, unfortunately, this damage is not going to be able to kill Pendragon, Incarnate, or Merlin, so instead we're just going to kill the Fluffy. And then last card, Fireball, is like, nope, you've already showed your whole hand. I'm here to burn you to cinders. Quarax, unfortunately, our world's competitor, falling down here on the 12th round of Ascent Taipei with an 8-0-3 record. I don't know if he can, or 8-1-3 record. Actually undefeated, notedly undefeated here with 3 draws.
Yeah, he is taking his first defeat of the entire tournament. Chuaps will be taking it. Unfortunately for Quarax, wasn't really able to find the lethal. The Shadow Strike did do unpreventable damage, but then he wasn't able to finish with the shadows on board because of that resolute stand. Really unfortunate for him to take this loss here. He basically currently is at X2 score because of the 3 draws, but there's only 2 more rounds left for Swiss. I wonder if he'll be able to make it into the top 8 despite this loss. However, that match was definitely a masterclass from both sides. I think both of them played to whatever else they had. Flon, what do you think could have changed, and what were the key moments in the match for you?
Definitely, I think that when you Shadow Reaver and hit 4, well, okay, the Crystallized Destiny, pretty good. The other 3, pretty much useless. I mean, the Ryle could have been good, but you were constantly under pressure, so spending 3 cards just to draw 1, essentially, a lot of times isn't really worth it. You're essentially backup charging using an opponent's card. I also think that Chubbs could have also just killed Quarax like 3 turns earlier if he just threw that Fireball at the right opportunity. But yeah, it was a tough call because you really don't know what cards are in the memory. Like, he could have had a bunch more win cards. Unless you're like really, really paying attention to every single imbue and like tracking every single thing, it's a bit of a tough call, and there's always a little bit of information that you lack. But yeah, that was a classic Merlin game. She hit level 3, she got level counter, she played Pendragons, and then she played Incarnate, right? It's like, it's pretty classic.
That is the Merlin gameplay after all. I think, of course, one other key moment is the Creative Shock, drawing into the Creative Shock to deny the Crystallized Destiny from protecting Corex from the Sudden Steal. But other than that, it's also that because Corex wasn't able to protect himself there from the 10, other than that, he also didn't lose the Fireball. Truops didn't lose the Fireball there. And that Fireball came up back at the end of the game. I believe Truops didn't draw a second or third Fireball either. So all of those things really add up. And in Grand Archive, every single advantage matters. If Corex is able to find just a little bit more damage, maybe he could have taken the game. If he had maybe an Ascent a little bit earlier or something like that, could have definitely swung the tides, but just didn't really see the allies that he wanted to see, didn't see the prep generation he wanted to see either, and all of that leads to all those incremental advantages, and that's where the game ends.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you actually just get unlucky. I think actually in that game, with those specific 4 cards, maybe it was better to just go straight into the Shadow Dancer, because at least then you can redirect that sudden steal for 10. But I think at the same time, sometimes you have to gamble. If you feel like you're on the back foot, maybe you just have to go for it. Otherwise, you're just going to lose the game anyway. Also, if he didn't do that, guess what? He would have drawn the Fireball into the hand earlier. So
yeah, that's also true. So, I mean, there's lots of different things here, but let's listen to what Truops has to say about the matchup with the winner's interview. We'll see you later.
And I'm here with our winner, Truops. Congratulations for winning your last round. How do you feel beating Corex, one of the most notable players in this community right now?
Yeah, I mean, as a Singaporean, I kind of like look out for all these very notable players when I first started, and like Corex was one of them. Like he won one of the Ascents, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think he's really a strong player, and I drew pretty well, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you drew pretty insanely well. It's really good, but I think there's a lot of skill as well involved. A lot of preparation. You can see how you were able to navigate the matchups and able to just pilot through the matchup. I think you think the matchup is pretty favorable for Tristan, or you think it's quite equal?
I think it's quite even because Tristan is a deck that has a lot of answers to what Merlin does, and especially the new Proxia Vault card. There's a lot more tools that Tristan has to deal with Merlin.
Yep.
But at the same time, I think when I tested that matchup, I feel that it's a little bit more Merlin favor in the sense that I have a more proactive game plan, whereas Tristan has a more reactive game plan. So if he doesn't draw the answers, then I'm probably ahead.
Yeah, it's probably just a draw X and draw Y kind of thing. But since you're a Merlin player throughout the whole day, can you tell me what makes Merlin so strong that you decided to bring for this kind of tournaments?
Honestly, I just like to draw cards, and Merlin just draws a lot of cards. So yeah, and also getting to fireball people for like big amount is pretty cool. And,
feels pretty good, right?
Yeah, and I mean, like Merlin's ability draws cards, Drawn Blade draws cards, and like Ghost of Pendragon draws cards, and also I mean,
I see you just like to physically draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing wrong with drawing a lot of cards, right?
Yeah, exactly.
In a resource game, I guess it does give you a lot of resource, and so you can discard for floating, all that stuff. It's just high value in general.
Yeah.
Also, since you're really close now, you think you can make it your top 8? Like just really close now, right?
I mean, I'm hoping that I can make it, and yeah, this is my first Ascent, so.
Ooh, your first Ascent, and you're doing this. Wow. Okay. We'll wish you luck for the next round. We'll be back soon for the next round, guys. So stay tuned. Bye.
We are almost here at the end. We are it's just
Almost.
a couple more rounds before we see how diverse this top 8 is really gonna be. I mean, so far I've been seeing a lot of fire and a lot of wind. So
I think it's still diverse in terms of like representation of what deck is being played. Probably that will be the good news. I think when walking around, there are a lot. Of course, there are a lot of fire. There's a lot of Merlin. There's a lot of all things. But at the end of the day, there is gonna be, I think, a really more on the fire side. So like maybe more Merlins, more Croc. I haven't seen a lot of Loris. Have you seen any Loris at all?
not much on stream, but we've seen them on the standings. So they're definitely there. Just like how we haven't seen a single Seiryu this whole tournament, even though it's everywhere.
They probably exist. I think they're somewhere hiding in the shadows, not revealing ourselves. I think we should be getting a Seiryu today.
Yeah, actually, this round we've decided. Oh, it's time to
Show one.
show it off. Let's remove the limiters. Let's show off the deck that's been like taking an absolute tear through this whole tournament. But before we do that, we're gonna try and get you the standings soon, just so we can like kind of get a lay of the land. Like who here is really in contention to be able to make it to that coveted top 8 spot, and for that to Brissa, Spirit of Wind.
Yeah, I think it will be a very interesting mix of fresh blood and also veteran players. So we're hoping to see the standing. However, I do think that as we were interviewing just now, like, it was a very interesting take where just now we interview Chuwok. Chuwok is actually like, from what I heard, is he plays from other games as well. So it's interesting to see that he's his first Ascent. First Ascent, but he's doing very well. I think he's like 9-0 now. 9 wins. No, 10 wins. 10 wins now going into this next round. So we just need to win 2 more rounds and he'll be in top 8.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some people in this tournament who are actually players from other games as well, like professional players from other games, competitive players from other games. So I'm really glad to see more people are being brought to the light of GA. Not like you're gonna quit your game necessarily, but also it's like more card games, more fun, right?
Yeah, I think it's like a common conception now that most people have multiple games that they play. I mean, it's the same thing with other sports, right? You see people play other esports, they play multiple of the same genre, but like different type of titles. So I think that's really much what's going for. Fighting games, I guess, is quite similar.
Yeah, fighting games very similar. Very hard. It's rare to find someone who only plays one thing, right?
Very rare, right?
We got that diversity, and I think GA fills a very niche spot in the game. Like, there's not many games that play like it anymore. So it's especially with a lot of games don't have fast speed interactions. Basically, what I'm gonna say, it's like fast speed interaction outside of very old legacy titles. If you know.
Yeah,
not many.
Yeah, if you think about it, it is a bit more complex. I would say fast speed because there's a lot of interaction, right? Because it's about asking your opponent. Imagine this, every time you do an action, you need to ask your opponent, "Can I do this? Can I do that?" So that's more on the difficulty of card design. I think most cards games that we are familiar with these days are like don't have this much kind of interactions, honestly speaking.
Yeah, it's like your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn. Maybe there's like a little bit of stuff. But GA, it's like we are playing on each other's turn all the time. Right? That's what I really love about it. But yeah, I think we got the standings here. So number 1, we've got that Ensoul deck we've been talking about that has hardly really shown up.
Dodge the stream forever. One day we'll get you on the stream. But we have our very own friend there, Lysandra Shawn there, being number 2, CL, Rego. Trying to win with the Rego there. It's just a win con. And then, of course, we have the other 2 Ensouls there as well. And then Pawn, our very own friend of stream as well, is number 5. And moving on, we have a bunch of fire again.
Yeah, okay. I mean, look, it's a pretty fiery top 20 here. Like a couple wind decks. Actually, surprisingly enough, a lot of the wind decks being like wind allies or like wake up decks being the ones. You'd think they wouldn't be the most stable strategy, but they're clearly making it work.
Yeah, Makocha right there. And then, of course, Tristan right at the bottom there. We saw Corex piloting it. Unfortunately, not be able to take the win, but it's still around. Tristan's still around. And then we can go to the next page to see who else to make it in. Oh,
yeah, actually, I mean, these are the people who are really in contention, and it's good. These next 2 rounds are going to be really critical for all these players who are like at the upper echelons, especially because if you want to actually hit top 8, you'd really rather be on a higher seed, so you actually get to choose to go first or second. We all know how important it is. The dice roll, if it's guaranteed, better for you.
Yeah, the thing is that with the guarantee of you choosing whether you go first or second, it's very important because at the end of the day, GA is a game that if you're able to do your action first, especially materializing, if you're materializing first, is a really big thing. Like for example, win, you always want to materialize cards that stop your opponent. If you know your opponent's fire, you can just materialize your sensor, your terrible, like all those things are very important.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And especially against aggro decks, you just want to have more life.
Yeah.
15 versus 20, really big difference in those kinds of matchups. So here we've got both of our players. So yeah, we are going to be showing you a Seiryu for this round because, you know what, we haven't seen one. We got to show it. It's probably going to make at least one top 8 slot maybe? Or are we going to have another 8 fire? What do you think?
I want to believe in the world that we have 1 water, 1 wind, and 6 fire. At the very least, I want to believe we live in that world. I think it's very likely that will happen. Just need to believe in the players that are piloting the fire and the wind deck to eventually make it to the top there. But then again, not to disrespect the fire deck, they are really, really strong. As the towards last game, Merlin is just incredible. I think when you see how much engine, how much draw power the deck showed, it's just insane. Cross was about to win. It seems like he has everything, and then opponent only has like 2 card in hand, shows you the resolute stand, and just like doesn't die. I mean, the deck has a lot of engine, a lot of ways to finish the game, and I think we are going to get a Merlin Swerve as the opponent.
Yeah, so this is a pretty classic matchup. It's the Merlin versus Seiryu.
Yep.
It's Tales oldest time, really, since Seiryu became a deck. Merlin not really super present in last meta, so this one is I've been seeing a lot of Merlin versus Seiryu when I'm just walking around. Around. It's like there's so many Merlins versus Seiryus, and then the main thing, Fireball goes around Seiryu. You don't have to kill Seiryu. You can just kill the person sitting behind the Seiryu. But of course, there are ways around it. Innervate Agility is a huge one.
Yep.
Beast Spawn Boots. You can also just Veiling. So there's many ways to get around it, but that's the thing, is like Merlin doesn't necessarily need to interact with Seiryu. She can just kind of like go around. A lot of decks can't really play that way.
Yeah, especially like the Lorraine one, the other Crux version. Lorraine can't really go around the Seiryu. Seiryu is pretty big. And we're going to jump into a game where it's a familiar face we're seeing Quan here once again on stream showing us how it is done. I'll probably won't try anything. I believe it's the Seiryu deck with the Scorch list right here.
Or, you know, it could be the reverse.
It could be the reverse.
Some people like to do some mental warfare here.
Oh, we're going to get a Gocha mirror apparently, but a wind with a fire.
Oh, actually, yeah, this is... Yeah, right. So this is actually this is a Shenju fight here, fire versus wind. So this is gonna be a pretty nasty one. Let's see, because Apol really just needs to try and hit level 3, get the big dragon out. But there's a deck that can just kill you like turn 2 out of nowhere.
Yep, and its other counterpart, Gocha, the Suzaku deck here. So it is gonna be a dragon versus bird situation. We are going to a Gocha level 1 really, really quick here, banishing the Fairy Whispers here. Not a big deal, honestly speaking. Also having the Siege Fate Stone, so he's going to be accelerating it really quick here. He's already level 1, and his opponent is still just materializing the Spirit. That's the strength of the Windex, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the reason why we play Goja. She's able to level up extremely quickly, get outside of those lethal ranges, and then once we get to level 3, we have the big dragon, taunt. If we have a Wind Blast Kite Shield, we could use that as a way of still attacking and getting our arcane cards in the banish, but still able to like have a taunter. Because that is the one thing about the Shenju, is that if Seiryu swings in order to like access your win con, that means he's not awake as a taunt. So that's why a lot of these Seiryu decks have been playing that Wind Blast Kite Shield. But it is not in this deck in particular. We do see Sunblessed Gazelle though in the sideboard, which could be coming in clutch as another sweet defensive piece.
It is a really strong taunter if your opponent has a lot of cards in their hand. But Apu here is demonstrating why is it so important to go first and materializing important cards. Right here, he's able to materialize Sensor as like a second turn play just because he has the Besiege Stone, right? So it's going to be strong. And he's going to now flip the stone to get out his Panda right here. And understand the Panda, a half awakened Panda. That's a pretty funny looking one.
Yeah, so that is that Daunting Panda 3/4 with Vigor. It is a big body and something that you can also just use your Trotter on to get it even bigger. Losing a Dungeon Guide is a bit unfortunate, but this deck is really good at leveling up.
Okay, there we go. Full picture of the Panda. So the Panda here is a very strong one, as you mentioned, 3/4 Vigor. This 3/4 allies are just very, very premium.
Yeah, especially when you're playing against aggro, really, you want to be able to just clear their board. Like, this game is really not about killing the Suzaku quickly, unless you see the line. If you're able to level up very quickly and are able to go for that big, like, command turn out of nowhere, it is possible to end the game quickly.
Yep. Oh, the Luminous Guide that been tossed there looks like a really good discard. However, the sensor is on the field, so this time it's not going to be activated until you get rid of the sensor. We are going to Gocha level 1. We're going to be banishing one for the cost, see what it banishes, anything significant. It's going to be interference, slightly not that important, I assume, because there's not much recovery from Apu's side. And just going to check what's in the material deck. Typical stuff, all the rings, all the safeguard, just to protect the face from dying. Then I think we might be playing something before recollection here to give a quest counter.
Yeah, so we get a lot of incidental damage from the Fabled Ruby Fatestone Pain.
Yep.
Another way to get around the Shenju is
Ooh.
also to use the Suzaku's command.
Yep.
Because it does give you unblockable,
Yeah.
allowing the Seiryu to just go straight to face here for 8.
Yeah, we are going to go to a Vermilion Decree here. This will actually give you 2 procs for the Fatestone because it counts as 2 different sources of damage from effects-wise, because you deal 3 to the face and then you 2 to the ally. This also makes the Panda to be cleared really easily, right? Now the Panda is only like 2 defense, so all you do is just cast a spell or just deal 2 damage with it.
One problem with that is, it is Vigor, so ally's probably not the play. But if you also
Yeah.
if you're spending spells to an ally, that's probably okay for APOL.
Yeah, because it's not going in the face, and you are pretty happy with that, I would say. He's going to recollect, see what he does here. Probably does have a way to take out this the Panda right here.
Ooh, I see the Suzaku's command in the hand already, so we will have a way. We just need to get him low enough that we can kind of fire that volley.
Okay.
Restore the flames here. Gonna be helpful if the Seiryu tries to like all in here. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna go for a big commander and you can't do anything about it, then boom, restore the flames. But swinging for 4, or if you're double swinging for like 10 and then also throwing an Arcane Blast, usually a lot of times it goes way over anything you could possibly heal.
Do you think what do you feel about Vermilion Decree in main phase right now?
I don't think it's that bad. It would get us to that 5 quest counters, and then next turn we get another one from this. Could go Tengu as well. Oh yeah, it seems like that's gonna be the line here.
I don't hate it that much because you do take out the ally.
Another 2 to both of these, gonna do.
And like having like hands up against like when it's not necessarily that good anyway, or like doesn't really matter, I think. Well, it matters to some extent, but like in this kind of situation, look at it. You're quite healthy, only taking 1 damage. You have the Vermilion play. You have 5 quest counter. You're gonna get to 6 during your turn. You need to sneak 1 more from any random source that you have. I think it's a pretty good play.
Yeah, actually could also just go Tengu. 3 cards in hand means okay. Next turn we just go 1 damage ping here, get 1 more quest counter, and then Tengu. So. The Seiryu is probably coming out next turn. The question is, are we gonna hit Seiryu now before the Suzaku has a chance to swing? But we remember we do have that Suzaku's command in the hand, so we can swing for 8 here. That is unfortunately still not enough though.
Yep, Apollo needs to be really careful here. I think Apollo needs to also be wary that the fact that his opponent's gonna flip first. However, his win con is also the fact that you can go into the level 3 Gocha. It's not a problem. A bit of make your opponent's life a bit harder. And also the dragon is really, really menacing. A 4-10, 4-12?
4-12.
4-12 dragon. 4-12, not 4-10, 4-12 dragon. It's really hard to actually answer. And the fact that your opponent needs to let it stay there is a bit unlucky. So we are going to go to Rota level 3 here, instantly going into already 9 quest counter, just 1 more missing, and probably going to get it from the Fatestone effect itself.
I actually believe we already have 2 arcane cards in Banish. So the big thing about this deck is you really want to have 2 arcane cards in Banish so that after you generate your first Arcane Blast, from then on, if you use a Seiryu's command, you can swing for free because that's going to be Empower. It's going to be Empower 5 times 2, 10, so 13. So you have to just throw the... Actually, I think you only need 2. So usually you have 1 and then you generate 1, but now you can actually just go... You can do generate, empower in that as well. So it opens you up to more different ways of using the Seiryu's commands effects.
Yeah, it basically allows you to be more flexible with your Seiryu command, and having 2 there is really, really good. Going back to Quan's turn right here, like you mentioned, it is going to be really likely a Tengu turn, I think. Tengu allows you to get 1 more quest counter, and also the Fatestone will give another one. That will be 7. I think it's probably the line here, unless there are other things that we're not seeing.
Yeah, we need to somehow find a way to do... What is this? This is 18 damage with the potential for the Seiryu to flip, and then thus giving us taunt. So it's going to be a bit difficult. Could also... One of the things you can try is to just try and kill the Seiryu, but 3 cards in hand, that could be Innervate, it could be Resolute Stand, played for free, it could just be like a suppress whatever ally you're trying to kill this area with. So it's pretty difficult. Remember, these things have Spell Shroud. So there's very few cards in this deck that is full of spells can actually kill. It's basically going to have to be like, you could do this swings for 4 and then go for the classic Peppered Chef Lion, 12 damage exactly. But if there's literally anything, then that whole combo kind of falls apart.
Yeah, I think trying to kill the dragon directly with combat will be the wisest choice, because don't forget, this is the few times you see a Gocha level 3. This means the level 2 Gocha's Lineage Release is actually active. So what it does is that it protects the any kind of the Fate Stones from being targeted from an effect. You can negate that effect. So we are going into Impact Hammer this time. Interesting. Probably
Impact Hammer, and then gonna play this Intensified Pyre with the Kindle here. Have 0 cards in grave, so it's just gonna do. It's measly 2 damage, I believe.
2, yeah.
Yes. That will get us our 7th quest counter, however. So now we can flip. So we have, I believe we have a Suzaku's Command and even a Blazing Throw, Suzaku's Command.
We have a lot of things. We have a lot
of
things.
damage, but are we going to throw a Heated Vengeance, perhaps? Yeah, there's a Heated Vengeance. The problem with the Heated Vengeance is you can just flip the Seiryu in response to the attack activation.
You flip the Seiryu, you flip the Suzaku right now?
It's a tough call. Maybe you actually rather just have this keep doing 1 damage pings every turn, but it is also hurting you, so that's putting you closer and closer to the brink as well. Like a single Arcane Blast could probably, like one Suzaku swing into Arcane Blast could probably kill you at this point.
Yeah, I have to be really careful here because Suzaku can just deal 10 damage, right, out of nowhere. And then the fact is that the dragon is not flipped yet, so yeah, Quan needs to be very careful here. The dragon does have Taunt, I believe, or Intercept. One of the other.
It's not flipped yet, so we are going to get this damage off. I did see there's a Byaku's Command in this hand, actually. So this is going to be potentially dangerous. Actually, I was looking at the hand. I think it's Beseech, Byaku's Command, and one other win card. So I actually think he has no defense right now. So if we have enough, we have the Blazing Throw. This could be coming in for 4. Suzaku with Command would be coming in for 8. And it's unblockable, so that would be 12, which would actually put you at 24. Just one under lethal.
Yep. Yeah, it's actually one off lethal. But I still think it's alright to set it in this time because, like, your opponent is not going to probably react to this right now. His hand is low. He doesn't really want to go down a bit of the hand size. And Quans here is going to flip the Suzaku here, asking if Apollo wants to respond here. Maybe flipped his own dragon.
Yeah, but that would get around. It would get around this if you commit the Suzaku's Command here.
Yep.
Or the attack.
Yeah, I think Quan just wants a reaction from Apollo. He wants him to throw cards. Ooh, Suzaku Command.
Big thing. There's another Intensified Pyre. We have enough cards to kindle it. This is gonna be coming in. Oh, yeah, we can kindle this, so we can actually go for this.
Yep. We are good.
Flip this. Ooh, wait, the Suzaku's Command, unfortunately, had to get. It's no longer in the hand, so. Ooh, flipping here.
He's going to flip here, and then we're going to go to Blazing Throw here for 4 damage.
Yeah, 4 damage. Intensified Pyre using the Kindle for free. That's going to be 2 damage. Is there Veiling Freeze? No?
Yep.
Nothing.
Quan takes the first game here with a displaceful skill of just burning his opponent to death with a bunch of fire spells and the Suzaku. It just shows you how powerful this deck is really, really fast. You don't even need the Pepper Chef. All you need to do is just flip the Suzaku. It deals a lot of damage over time with all the damage effects, the Fate Stones, etc., and just wins the game.
Yeah, and remember, Apol went first and got Besieging Fate Stone and Dungeon Guy in this game, and he still couldn't win.
Oh my god. Like, this just shows you how strong this Suzaku deck really is. And you can just dish out a lot of damage. And I think that particular spell, that Kindle right there, that is so much damage potential. Like, you're using it twice, and then you don't even need to use cards from your hand to pay for it. It just, maybe it threw Apple off and like, oh, he has 2 damage? Wow, fantastic, I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly. This is why Kindle is such a strong mechanic. Being able to use the cards in your grave to reduce the cost is huge. And it's also a 2-of, so he found both of them. That's that's skill right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just talent, you know? Like, some people are just really, really talented in card games. I think like this shows you that how good you need to be playing card games. And like, okay, so moving on to the side deck, right?
on 8-ball side, I think Sunblessed Gazelle definitely want that
Yep,
to come in.
yep, yep,
Having
yep.
a second source of taunt. Of course, in that game, the taunt didn't actually do anything because the Suzaku actually just flew right over those blockers and hit straight into the face.
I think Dream Fairy is very important.
Dream Fairy is important, but a lot of times, the turn you flip the Suzaku, you already die. So does it even help?
I mean, it helps in some cases. I think it's fine.
The Resolute Stand here is actually probably the most important, as well as the Crystallized Destiny.
Yep.
Of course, actually just stop the damage.
I think I do think that Crystallized Destiny is pretty important. Alongside with Resolute Stand, you just want to be able to survive one turn and probably kill with the Dragon Blast. So on the other side, they will have 2 Exposed Darkness. I don't know if that's going to help a lot. However,
It does actually help because this deck plays Innervated Agility. It also likes to smoke bomb your own Seiryu to keep it alive. So Exposed Darkness is a way of like getting rid of those annoying stealth effects. Also, Nullifying Mirror here, a card we can use to stop Veiling Breezes, as well as our own Flame Wreath Call, another card that can be used to like kill our own Suzaku, and of course another Suzaku's Command. That's definitely coming in. There's a lot of taunts and intercepts in this deck, so and also a lot of prevention effects. So probably want to have that on the ready.
Yeah, I think both players are getting ready here, deciding in their cards. I do think that in terms of the game that just went on and what's going to happen in game 2, it's probably going to be a very similar tale. However, it was interesting, like what you mentioned, that the Seiryu player, despite going first, despite having a sensor on turn 2, still unable to close the game, and Quan is able to find that little bit of damage to just close the game out.
Yeah, that just shows credence to the fact that this Suzaku deck is so fast and it does so much damage. Even if you're level 3, you are not necessarily safe.
Yeah, it just shows you why this deck is actually a very... I think a lot of people basically chose it as like... Most people I talk to basically have a choice between, okay, all these level 3 decks and Suzaku. Like, do you want to bring Suzaku to Taipei or not? That's basically the decision, right? You either pick a level 3 deck or Suzaku. So it shows you how fast this deck really is. I myself played it for the first time. I was really shocked at how fast this deck really is. And remember, this is Quan playing it with a sensor on the board. So this shows you how strong this deck is despite being hit with a counter. And we are going to go to Uppo's turn 1 again, see if we can do anything better. Maybe hoping to find a Besiege Stone again.
Yeah, I really just want to find Besiege Face Stone's only really good on like the first turn of the game, maybe at most the second turn of the game, but especially against a deck as fast as this, it's a bit difficult to just put 6 down. Forest Cake here, it digs you through your deck, and you can use it to buff your Trotters and some of your other animal allies, but it isn't really the best card to see against an aggro deck.
Yeah, not something you want to see. You want to have the ability to just jump and materialize stuff really, really early right now. I suppose just use a pass here, going back to Constant right here, see what he hits here. Hop.
That's right. Just gonna go draw 8, and you know, drawing 8 is pretty terrifying for the aggro deck. Every single extra card they have makes a huge difference.
Creative Shock, Rounded Abyss, all these things are so juicy. All right, Constant gonna pass here because there's not much of an urgency to do it right now. You can do it later.
Yeah, the big thing is that because we did not find that Besiege Fatestone or anything at a level like a Beseech the Wind first turn, that means we can't really go for a sensor first materialization. We probably need to level up first so we can start getting those quest counters rolling.
Yep. Gonna glimpse of it with the Scotland. Not exactly glimpse, but you get the idea. Basically, look at the top 4, see what you can do, what you cannot do. Unfortunately, none of them will be able to go to the bottom of the deck, so you're just rearranging it on the top 4. I mean, it could be all good cards, who knows? So, Paulson here. I think it has to be a Gocha level up. If you're going a sensor here, of course, you're stopping your opponent from playing the game, sort of, but you're also stopping yourself from advancing your game plan, which is you want to hit the Gocha level as soon as possible into farming quest counters.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, both of these decks, they're trying to go on their quest. They're trying to fulfill their mission here.
Yep.
And it's really about how quickly can both players reach that point. Of course, Suzaku needing to hit that 10. While meanwhile, you know, Suzaku just 7, and you know, once it comes out, you're probably dead already.
Yeah, that's the thing about these things. Where like, of course, the reason why Seiryu needs 10 instead of 7 is the fact that it has a better payout. I mean, it's a 4/12 dragon staring at you with a taunt, with the fact that you have a lightning blast out of your face. Well, Suzaku is just a 4/3 bird that just pokes you for 4 and could revive.
Bit of a misstep there. Was trying to play the baby green slime
Ooh.
at fast speed. That is a class bonus, so unfortunately not going to get much use out of the remaining 3 cards in hand. We just do bring out Thuribles and then we do it again. You know, this is a very... We've got a party. We've got a bash in the forest here.
I think Turbo is pretty good because you don't really go down in influence, right? That's one key point. And the other point is that now, with so much influence in hand, opponent's like, come, show me what you have. So step 1 is going to be round the abyss, and now the squad actually shows him what to discard. He's going to discard, and his other round the
And then
abyss.
he draws Liminal Guide. That's so sad. But the Thurible was there anyway, so we were probably fine. But actually, the Thurible here, notably, gets to hit the cards in the grave, and we saw what the Kindle cards are able to do when left unattended.
Yep, I think regardless, this is going to be a pretty decent Turbo target regardless, because the 5 cards are basically important for this deck. Just check it in if Quan signed in any interesting card in his material deck. Doesn't seem to be anything that we noted.
Seem to be Nullifying Mirror, actually.
Yep.
So that's
Nullifying Mirror, yeah.
Yes, so there is probably a change in here.
Yep. Basically, going back to Quan's turn here, before Recollection here, do you want to do anything at all? There is
Creative Shock.
Yep, there's a
Could
creative.
definitely do that one.
Yep, a creative shock so that your opponent can turbo what you discarded. Let's probably do that. But anyway, I think it's probably a ooh, whoa. What happened?
Ooh, the Fate Stone has gone away.
It's in again.
Okay, it's back.
All right, that was a really interesting moment. So anyway, we are going to trigger the Ruby Fate Stones effect. Both players will be taking 1 damage. Quest counter again. I think you still do it, right? You just create a shock, right?
I mean, might as well force it now. I mean, you can throw the Liminal Guide away. We do level up to Gorja too. Some of the times, it's not the most unreasonable play. I think back in the day, in the last set, most people didn't play Gorja level 2. But I think in this set, because this deck has gotten so much faster, getting that like immediate quest counter generation without needing to draw any specific cards is just so big. And also the Riot package makes leveling up actually kind of good.
Yep. It's just the fact that the card is good. It's good to level up now, and so it has a lot of synergy with Luminary, right? So I don't think it's a bad choice at all. I think you have to do it, man. Just pick one.
Throw the Float here or the Liminal Guide, either works. And now we're gonna have the Thurible for 4 if we want to hit all of these cards.
Collection. Paul is gonna let it stand. He is not gonna turbo this. He's sensing that there's more things to be discarded. He might be right here.
There is another Creative Shock. We found a 3rd cycle card here.
I don't hate playing the Luminary Guide down, honestly.
Not the worst. We did lose the Peppered Chef, unfortunately, so it means we can't go Liminal Guide, Peppered Chef, sacrifice Liminal Guide.
Might be. Oh, it's just gonna pass here, and Paul here now is gonna instantly just go levering. It's time to actually bring up his own Fate Stone here. It's gonna be the Gocha level 1. It's gonna show him that Azure Fate Stone, and probably nothing changes, I believe.
I don't think you'd put the spell word Scepter in unless there's something you don't care about. I think all of these are pretty important.
Yep. Now the
negates are much of a concern against the Suzaku deck.
We are gonna prod the turbo here, so Quan's patience has paid off. He'll be able to discard the Lumina next turn if he wishes to do so and not get punished from it. Apo is gonna use his turbo, gonna banish everything in Quan's graveyard and also draw 1 card into memory, recollect right now. With such a big influence, Apo is free to do whatever he wants.
Only have 1 quest counter, not too much effect damage. You have that Paramore that we could throw off of the Creative Shock, but it's pretty expensive as a card. It does a lot of damage. It does do effect damage, notably, which would help us scale our quest counters. But a lot of this is allies, attack cards. Not seeing too much in the way of quest generation.
Yeah, I think this time Quan's quest generation journey might be a bit slower than before here. However, Apo, that's one thing good about the Azure version, right? The Azure Fate Stone doesn't really care about this card like conditions, because all it does is just banish cards and you get a quest counter. How do you banish cards in this game again? You lever, you pay cost with your material deck, and like you also has its own effect that it banishes every turn and draw 1. So in general, this thing is kind of like self-built in, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's actually huge because having this on field essentially kind of gives you like a virtual +1 because every turn that this stays on field, it's like I have 7 cards, I put 3 cards down, and then one of them gets banished and I draw a card. So I'm not only getting quest counters, but I'm essentially getting like an extra card in hand every turn. Even if it's not increasing my influence, it's increasing the amount of cards I can play from hand.
Yep. It is actually really, really strong as a card right here. Winds of Destiny is also a choice here. we are going to go into level 2 Gocha, I believe.
That was
Oh,
a
wait.
Winds of Destiny targeting.
Oh, wait. No.
I actually think this was.
Ooh, we did Windows.
Oh, it was Winds of Destiny targeting the Forest.
Forest Gate, right? Yeah,
So
Forest
yeah,
Gate.
so
Yeah,
essentially
yeah,
just using it as a cycle card.
Yep,
Usually you want to be using the Winds of Destiny on a dungeon guide,
Mm-hmm.
ideally, or a Beseech Fatestone as a way of essentially getting double use out of a single level up card. But we are just going to go Creative Shock and throw that Liminal Guide, which means probably are we leveling up to 2 next turn?
I think we are. I mean, yep, we are. We are going to be banishing 2 cards there. We are going to Ultra level 2 right here. I think we also will be opting to go for quest counters. His hand is pretty healthy. I think that's a healthy amount of influence. I think you can go for the quest counters options and also trigger the Luminous Guide from the graveyard.
That's right. I mean, look at that. That's a break the brittle. That doesn't do damage. This doesn't do effect damage. None of these cards actually do effect damage. So we have 1 demolition, and that's about it.
Yep. Ooh, Vermilion being found here.
Incapacitate as well was cited in here. That's pretty big.
Do you keep the? Oh, I guess I discard the incap. Huh.
It is a bit difficult. We're gonna get the Liminal Guide, draw a card, and then we still haven't resolved the Guoja effect. So I imagine he wants to wait to see what he draws before he decides on what to do here.
Yep. I don't think they're trying to argue that the timing has been missed because he played the Creative Shock.
Oh yes, because like the Liminal Guide should come in before technically the level up here.
But I think it's fine if we play it during the materialization of Gocha. I think it still haven't missed the timing.
Yeah, so what is the pick here? Are we going to pick +2 quest counters, or are we going to pick a card in hand? If we pick a card in hand, we can fire this, maybe the Vermilion Decree if we draw a fire card. Or if we don't draw a fire card, we can instead just go for the Demolition. So either way, there's always something you can do that will give you a quest counter, but it's only going to be 1. Unless it's Vermilion. Vermilion, you can actually hit your own Liminal Guide plus enemy champion in order to get 2 quest counters anyway.
I think we're about to do that. Oh, we're not going to do that. We're going to get Demolition here instead, just to deal 3 damage to the...
Demolition going to come in, do 3, and also get us 1 more quest counter. This is what the deck does. It does damage and also fulfills its quests.
Yep. It's like a win-win, right? You're trying to kill your opponent. And every time you try harder, you actually get this quest counters that allows you to fulfill those win con as well. Sounds like a pretty straightforward way to build your deck and win the deck. So that's why this deck is... Actually, to be honest, this deck also has a really, really simple way of winning. It's just... You see cards, they deal damage, just go face.
Listen, we only have 13 life left to give. We have a Peppered Chef in hand. Sacrifice this Liminal Guide, swing for 4. That would be just 9 more. Blazing Throw as well, so next turn we could definitely just go for an Impact Hammer line.
I mean, Quan is just showing us why this deck has so much burst potential. Like, look at this. It's not even the Suzaku being flipped yet, and yet we are questioning whether he can actually kill the next turn. Paul's side, on the other hand, not much is really going on. This Forest Kick's not really doing anything right now.
Heated Vengeance coming in for 5, actually. So this is, remember, the Fatestone did do 1 damage to your champion, therefore fulfilling the condition of Heated Vengeance here. Don't need the Impact Hammer to pull that off. 5 damage is going to pass it back. That was probably thinking, I'm going to have to deal with Seiryu next turn. If Seiryu flips next turn, that means we're not going to be able to attack with anything but Suzaku with a command anyway. So might as well just get this out of the way. I'm going to throw the attack now while I have the chance and get him low, and maybe, hopefully, we can try and win from there.
Yeah, Apo going to level 2 here, sensing danger right now. Going to increase his max defense here, being 22 right now, so that he can avoid dying. Probably going to be opting for an ally or any sort of ways.
Most likely. Imagine it's got to be the dungeon. If you don't have the dungeon guide, you're really, really strapped here. Time to think. Dungeon Guide comes down. That is going to get us our remaining quest counters needed to fulfill the quest. It's going to be banishing 2 here, so that's +2. And then the Guaja level 3 on enter does give us another 3.
Yep. So we are going to... Oh, yeah, they haven't paid the cost yet. Okay, cost is paid. That's all good. Going to go to the Gocha level 3 here. The question is now, do you actually pick the level, or do you actually... sorry, not level. Do you actually pick the quest, or I guess he has picked the quest?
If you did not pick the quest there, you would actually be left with only 8. So even after the banish on the end phase, you'd be at 9, so you cannot flip it yet. So totally makes sense that you would just play it safe. We need to ensure that we can at least bring out the Seiryu next turn. 2 arcane cards in the banish as well means that if we have the Seiryu's command already in the hand, we actually have 2, I believe. So if we can get to the next turn, it's very possible we can just send it.
Yeah. also the Gazelle's hand. So
Oh, Gazelle is huge here.
yep.
Wonder if we're going to employ that Gazelle. You do need 3 or lower influence, and we only have 5, so playing that Gazelle would be 4, but it would still get it's still Taunter, still more blocks. We have double taunt. It's pretty good place to be in. The only thing you have to worry about is that Suzaku's command.
Yep. There's also like two Seiryu's command in hand. So if he's lucky enough and one of them get banished from the Fate Stone, it's gonna be another arcane card in the banish area to count for the lightning blast.
Let's not forget though, there is an incapacitate
Oh,
somewhere
yeah.
in these hands. So if we do try and commit that series command, we could just get incapacitated, or we could just stop the arcane blast itself.
Well, Poker Gambler too, right? Quan is the Scarlet one. Maybe he's like, he discarded one. Surely he doesn't have another one, right? Surely.
Or actually, I think he did discard it actually,
Yep.
right? So yeah, so he doesn't have an incapacitate anymore. Okay, Gazelle's gonna be played here. We unfortunately have 4 influence, so this is not gonna get the draw and recover, but it is a big taunt butt.
Yep. I mean, considering how the meta is right now, and even this situation, when your opponent has like high influence, this Gazelle is just gonna be really chunky. It gets an extra defense equal to how many cards in your opponent's hand.
So that's 7 cards here. So that's a plus
Influence, yeah.
plus 7 Gazelle. So it's an 8 health Gazelle.
The only way to reduce your influence is by playing cards. And I don't think you want an unnecessary play card. So Quan here has to be a bit careful. So it is going to go into the Vermilion Decree here, dealing 3 damage to, I believe, to the leader, and also dealing to one of the allies.
It's 1 more quest counter plus another on the allies. That's 2.
Yep.
We just need 2 more to get all the way there.
Gazelle here, just getting rid of
Ooh,
Gazelle.
I think he was thinking that the on-enter, the gaining of health is part of the on-enter. It's
no.
actually not. That's just a static effect. The on-enter is the draw and recover part.
Yep.
But we still want to hit it to get the quest counters at the very least. But yeah, this Gazelle's not dying. It has 8 health.
This Gazelle is really, really, really thick. It's so tall. How many is it? 6 now? Plus 6?
Yeah, it's a plus 6. That's a plus 6. So 7 life on this Gazelle.
Incredible. Unfortunately, not able to get the banish for one of the arcane element cards. However, still alright. Cycling 1 card, not bad at all. Going back to Quan's turn there, can Quan actually find lethal through the Gazelle?
So we need to find 11 damage. We have 2 taunts here. We have this one and this one. So if you can't just smoke bomb one of these because both of them have taunts, so the only real way is to get this flipped and then go for a big Suzaku's command in order to do 8 damage. So this would be 4 plus 4. That would be 8 damage coming in, which is only need 3 more. This one would also do an extra 1. So if we have any burn spell, we have a Blazing Throw, we have a Sparklight. The thing is, I don't think we have the Suzaku's command, so I don't know if we're going to be able to do it here.
I mean, without the Suzaku command, it's very hard to go through the taunt, right? Quan here, you can look at Quan, is just agonizingly, like, just thinking about it, like, what do I do here? Like, there's 2 taunters here. Apo has set up to basically just say, look, I am prepared, I'm ready, I can lift the Gazelle up and swing you with my own dragon. So I think that's probably be the game plan moving forward.
Remember, next turn, we have the Seiryu's command in the hand, so we can go Reliquary, draw 2 extra cards.
Yep.
And then now we can go, okay, I'm going to play Seiryu's command in Recollection phase, and then swing at you, generate Empower, and then throw the Arcane Blast.
Yep.
And then even if we play this Restorative Flames to live, we still have the Gazelle up to block. Now that would be smoke bombable because the Seiryu would then be not taunting anymore.
But the thing is, what Quan even needs to do right here, if you look at his materializing phase right now, he's also thinking, what can I even materialize? Maybe the Safeguard to buy 1 more turn?
Safeguard would be a choice. Though unfortunately, I don't even know if it's going to be enough. Seiryu swinging for 5. Let's say actually no, it'd be for 4, assuming we don't get a buff counter on it. So Seiryu swings for 4. That would be putting you up to 7. The Arcane Blast would be for 11. And then I get, yeah, you would live unless you have double. If you have command plus, if you have Byaku's plus Seryus, then you're dead, 100%. Yep. But I think there's very few decks that can live. I think that's a 40 damage turn if you have a Byaku Seryus command. So
I mean, that's why this deck is so insane. The Byaku's command, the Seryus command, like all this combination is just basically telling you that look, I can just kill you right from 2 row. Like I don't actually need to deal too many ping damage. And we are
And
going
Blazing Throw.
into the GCR here, trying to dig deeper into our deck here. All this Blazing Throw here, unfortunately not able to do any. 3 of them, in fact. There's just 3 dead cards right now.
Yeah, this is not a good hand for converting damage. Like, obviously, all the Blazing Throws could go to face, but we don't have enough weapons out. It's not like we're playing Xander. If we're playing Xander, you know, we go Mercenary's Blade, Ruby Soul Knife. In this deck, you have to actually just materialize the weapon. Otherwise, these Blazing Throws are kind of stranded. And, of course, the double taunter here, creating the wall.
Yep, a really, really tall wall and very hard for Quan to go in. And there is the Licorice here, as you mentioned. McClary will be able to draw 1 card here because his influence is lower and then probably recollect into 6. Probably going to cast it to Fairy.
Fairy Whispers first.
Whisper
That's big.
first.
Trying to look for a Veiling Breeze, perhaps.
Or
Or an Innervate Agility.
Or Biako's Command.
Byaku's Command would help as well.
What is the card, Mr. Paul? What is it? It is going to be... Oh, it's not telling us.
So 1 on top, 2 on bottom here.
Yep.
Getting us
Flip.
deeper into the deck. What is it? It's an Innervate Agility. So
Ooh.
now we have to contend with this as well. So now we have to also have an Exposed Darkness.
This is getting very rough as the game goes by here. Getting harder and harder to kill this Seiyu deck.
Remember also that if with Goja Heaven's Favorites effect, you can level up for free as long as you have Shenju already on the field. So if you innervate back down, you can just level up back to 3 for free, and then you also get the recover part.
Yep, this is why the innovate combo is really strong with Gocha in particular, because going down from 3 to 2 is actually not a problem at all. You can always just go back to level 3 Gocha for free.
So we're now finally flipping this, and I imagine we're going to send that Series command. Series command here going to be doing most likely a generate 1, generate 1, and then empower 2 times. We have 2 arcane cards, so we would have 3. We'd be empower 10, so this is a free arcane blast. So this is going to be coming in for 4. And then the Arcane Blast would be coming in for an 11 after that, which would be lethal if it weren't for the Restorative Flames in Kuon's hand.
Yep, and Kuon is going to have to set it here. We are going to do it to the Arcane Blast. They're forcing Kuon here now to play the Restoration Flame. I think he has to, right?
I think you gotta. I don't think there's any other way you're going to survive this. Actually, wait, no, he's in Goja level 2, actually. So he actually does live.
Oh.
I forgot that he's not. He already leveled up to 2. So this is going to keep him alive for another turn still, but that's just means that every single turn that this Suzaku gets to stay on field, we're going to do this exact combo over and over and over again.
We just reached a point where Kuon's advantage in terms of how fast he can dish out all the damage has basically just died out, because right now the defense that Seiyu has now is just way too much wall. There's a Gazelle still sitting there. There's innovative agility. There's just too many things that stopping Kuon from just killing his opponent.
Yeah, now, unfortunately, we did lose all those fire cards, which means we can't exactly do the Suzaku, kill Suzaku, bring it back, or like these Kindle cards are now a little bit harder to pull off. But we still do have a lot of fire cards that we can throw in the Recollection phase in order to fill the grave again.
Yeah, nothing really going on with Kuon's hand. It's just a bunch of cards that he's unable to just play them out, because it's quite dangerous to play this. There's a chef, but the chef doesn't do anything except I guess you kill the Lumina guy, but you're already level 2 right now. It's looking really, really bleak for Kuon.
And remember, he did reveal the Innervate Agility. We know about it. This 100% Innervate Agility right here. So you have no threat of being able to really kill anything on board, because you can give stealth, or if you try and go over the taunt and with spells, you can just go, okay, Spell Shroud.
He might even go innovate agility right now during his opponent end phase, right? And then it's like, okay, if I'm not going to materialize anything, I innovate right now just to heal back down, and then I can go up to level 3 just for an 8 recover. But I don't think that's what's happening. Kuon now going back to his turn. He is going to go for a Smoke Bomb here. The Blazing Throw not going to be really helpful right now. Smoke Bomb does resolve. It might actually just go into the Gazelle.
If there's anything that can save him here, it would be that Exposed Darkness. If we go Innervate, we're going to try and go all in here to the Goja. We have to use the Innervate in order to stop that from happening. And then you Expose Darkness, removing the stealth from Goja, and thus allowing you to be able to continue to attack. But looking at the hand, I'm not seeing it as well. It's a lot of burn spells, really.
Yep, there's a lot of these spells that not really helpful right now, because what Kuon needs is a burst, not kind of the burn damage. And playing down cards right now is not going to be helpful as well. We don't want to reduce his influence.
Notably, the Blazing Throw is not a spell, but because we don't have a weapon, we can't even use it here.
I mean, those Blazing Throw have been sitting in forever, man. Like, it's been there since, I don't know, since the 3 Blazing Throw hand we saw.
Also, 2 Ember Crypt burns
Mhm.
in the hand with no cards in the graveyard.
Do you have to banish your own if there's nothing to banish?
I asked production, like, can we see the Ember Crypt burn? I want to see if you can banish your own card off of it.
Do we have to?
From a graveyard. So you can banish your own
Oh.
card. You can banish your own card.
Target, so you have to, you have to banish one, right?
You have to banish something, but it can be from either graveyard.
Well, there goes the in-cap. I guess that's the safest
Yeah,
option.
that's the one you throw for sure. Peppered Chef here. We could do Liminal Guide, swing one, and then go for the Peppered Chef here. But you have to remember that the Innervate still exists.
Spark a light. So this basically deals 2 damage. And also, class bonus deals 3 unpreventable, but we are not obviously a mage. So we are just going to be doing 2 unpreventable damage here. I think Paul's just going to take it. Nothing much to be said there.
Luckily, that gets us to our quest counters. Now
Yep.
we can flip and we can swing with everything. But remember, we still have the Innervate. We need a way of getting around that Innervate.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think you force out the innovate anyway right now.
I mean, you gotta force it out eventually, but at the same time, remember, next turn, we're just going to level back up the Gorja and then also heal 3 along with it.
Gonna be an Amber Crypt here. Probably gonna
Oh,
be...
sorry, that was his grave. His grave was over here, sorry.
Yep.
Are you sure you don't want to banish the Arcane Blast?
Hey, man. I mean, I would to see it because it's very funny. But anyway, we are going to go into the... I think it has to be Suzaku flip this turn, or just gonna pass it, or recollect, alright? We are still doing all this in recollection phase.
Okay, Fiery Interference. Okay,
Alright?
Fire Interference versus Innervate. What's going to happen is you're going to Innervate, and you cannot actually heal because of the Fiery Interference. So that would be a huge punish. I think that might have been the draw for turn as well.
Interference here.
Fiery Interference.
But I think Innovate actually triggers first, right?
Innervate would trigger first because it's part of the cost. So the idea was you have to force the Innervate and then you Interference in response. But he's actually just throwing the Interference first.
Yep, it might be a misstep. Because we will actually see the Innovate agility come into play here. I think it's going to happen. Or it's actually forcing him to innovate right now.
Yes, forcing the Innervate here. Do we have enough burn spell? We only have 1 other burn spell, nothing fast speed that we can throw to kill over this before the Innervate resolves. Actually, it's for cost, so you would always get the heal off first.
Yep. And then you're probably just going to pick... Considering the hand size, I think right now you can pick Stealth.
Yeah, I think you can take the 2 damage from the Interference and just call Stealth. Because the problem is if you call Spell Shroud, what's going to happen is Suzaku flips, swing for 4, swing for 1,
Yep.
Pepper Chef.
Yep.
I think, is it a scoop?
Oh, this scoop? I think it is scoop.
Okay, it seems like that's the scoop. I mean, I imagine if we just flipped Suzaku instead, swung, and then forced out the Innervate, and then we fire Interference, it would have been a very different game. So I think just a little bit of a sequencing misstep there.
I think it is quite hard to tell because at the end of the day, we are playing a game where there's so many things to consider, so many actions, and so many, because of ordering and stuff, a lot of these things got missed out, or you didn't even consider it, or it's just hard to see those lines. So I don't really play the players. Again, this is playing for a high stakes. Whoever loses here, I think probably won't make it to top 8. So this is a very important match to win.
Actually, I think because Innervate is for cost, I think there's actually really no way to interrupt it aside from playing it when your opponent has no cards in hand. So actually maybe wouldn't have made a difference there.
Yep, it is a cost, so might not have any difference here. So going into the game 3 here, Paul here citing cards again. Interesting. So this is one thing I noticed about some players. Some players do have this concept that I like to cite cards depending if I know I'm going first or second, because you're just going to assume you're going second after you win a game, right?
Yeah, that's true. Knowing he's going to go second here, I wonder what he would choose to put in. Maybe some defensive cards, maybe like Crystallides, maybe like those Resolutes. I imagine if you go first, you probably want to put in, or maybe you actually want to put in those Besieged Faith Stones back in, perhaps something you might have removed.
Yeah, Besieged Faith Stone is going to be very, very important, I think, for you to have some sort of combat mechanic. Again, these cards that allows you to just cheat out cards from material decks are really, really important. Besieged Faith Stone, and also the Besiege to Win. These cards are really, really cool. I don't think he's running Besiege Win, right?
Besiege the Wind is not actually. Yeah, it's not in this deck. So oh no, it is. There's 3
right?
Besiege.
Oh.
It's Besiege, Dungeon Guide, and Besiege Faith Stones. So we're playing 4 Besiege Faith Stones, 4 Dungeon Guides, and 4. So we have 11 level up cards essentially.
Yep, cards that basically say I can play cards from a material deck. These are basically the team of win decks in general. They have this ability to just cheat out cards from the material deck. Outside the material phase, we are going to see probably a very close game again. I think it's been very close in game 1 and game 2 so far.
The big difference here, Kwon finally gets to go first. So let's see if he can just blow 8-ball up. This is the tiebreaker match in the battle between the Heavenly Kings here.
Yeah, I think this is going to show you a big difference if why Suzaku deck wants to go first. Hopefully, Kwon can actually showcase us. You see the limited guide right there. Is there any way to discard it?
I don't want to have a pro-an moment here, drawing little guys without having a way of throwing them away.
Pro-an moment. Is that what we're going to call it when someone bricked? Is it going to be a pro-an moment?
I like calling it a pro-an moment when it's liminal guide specific.
Anything limited related is now a pro-an moment. It's not going to do anything here because it's very typical of a fire deck to just pass here. We are going into
I don't see a discard outlet. These are 2 Vermilion Decrees, a break.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think that, this is actually no cycling. So if 8-ball should be very glad to see that, but it is a lot of damage. It's 2 Vermilion Decrees. That's a lot to, it's a lot to chew through, but we actually do need to put a card down. I think we actually have to Vermilion Decree pre-level 1 just to have something to put down.
Ooh, the Besiege Fate Stone is here to just have extra speed here. You are going to go to level 1. I believe this is a time.
Yes, you just want to get the quest counters rolling as well as the extra life. Losing Resolute is a bit unfortunate, but you know, the extra life should more than make up for that. Also, we dig deeper in our deck to look for our important win cons, which is the Senji Dungeon Guide.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, double level up this turn. Are we going to see any response? Nothing.
We are going really fast, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, hang on tight. We are going to jumping. Few steps ahead. Things that usually takes a few turns will actually go a bit more faster. Maybe a sensor here, I believe, just to stop his opponent from playing the game. And it's going to be a sensor right here. This is what we mean. Like, this combo, the Fate Stone, the Suppress combo, your opponent just, out of nowhere, you are still a Spirit, and your opponent just have so much things going on right now.
Guess what, though? Kwon actually fooled 8-ball here, not even having a card that gets affected by Sensor. Well, he has the little guy technically, no way of throwing it. So actually, maybe you're happy to see that the Sensor comes down. It's like, okay, I wasn't going to use these anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about ground card, right? You can't be too certain. Like, you always assume your opponent has the best hand. So I think this is still the correct play from Apo. But if Apo has open knowledge, he knows that Kwon is struggling. He's like, I don't care. I look at your hand, you're not going to do anything. I'm just going to jump to level 2. Like, you can imagine a world that, ooh, okay, Vermilion Decree here.
So once again, 3 damage here. Actually, are we making draw card? Because we imbued this, so no other target to hit on the ally. So we actually
are we
going to do draw card?
I think he's opting to draw because his hand is quite bad, right?
Could definitely be an option. Yeah, it seems like it is draw card here. Very rare imbue for draw.
Round of the Abyss is being drawn here.
Okay, well, suddenly we are now unpunished for bringing out that sensor.
Yeah. But Apo here getting a card out of that Vermilion Decree, it's going to be a very significant one. This means Apo actually can choose to not go for any of those Regalia pluses because honestly speaking, with 6 influence right now, you're going to 7 next turn. It's actually quite a healthy amount of influence to be materializing other cards. Maybe even opt to go Gocha level 2 at this point.
Could also just go for like a Tariff Ring.
Yep.
Especially if we already have another Dungeon Guide. If we have another ability like another Suppress card, we could go for like a Dungeon Guide Suppress it. This is actually why this card in particular, it's worse than Zephyr in most instances, but when you specifically have Besiege Face Stone and this, it does allow you to play it for a discounted cost, which allows you to do the turn 2, 8 cards in hand, Besiege Fate Stone into immediate double suppress. So it's like it's a crazy line. It's the reason why it's like for the high roll potential, we gotta play the Winds of Destiny.
In other matchups as well, typically you won't call it a sensor, you just try to go level 2.
Yeah, usually.
And you will be at basically one counter you will be banishing 2, so 3 counters, 5 counters in a normal circumstances. Ooh, we're gonna flip the panda right now.
Flipping the panda, gonna come in rested because it is a tap effect, but it does have that vigor.
Yep, this is still the end phase of Apo, just to remind folks at home, because Kwon actually played the Vermilion during the end phase, and in response, Apo now will flip the panda because he did materialize 3 cards this turn.
That's right. We did in fact materialize 3 cards this turn. Crazy to think that this is the world we live in.
This is indeed the world we live in. Guan is struggling to see the lines here. Actually, wait, is it 3 cards or 2 cards? Sensor, level 1.
It was level up to 1.
Yep, sensor,
Sensor.
2,
No,
right?
it was materialize. Wait, whoa. Yeah, no, it was he went first. No, because he went spirit.
Yep, spirit.
Into, yeah.
Yep. So is this a pay 2? Yeah. The panda that's pay 2. Yep. He does have 2 cards in hand. And he's like, oh no, because Vermilion Decree, right? Vermilion Decree draws a card, so he has 2 cards in hand to pay for the cards.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why the panda flipped.
So then we get to go impact. Wait, are we just dead? Are we just dead?
Wait.
Okay.
Oh no.
If we have it, this is 7 damage coming in. We just need to find another 4. We have the Heated Vengeance.
Whoa. Wait.
0 cards in hand. He has absolutely nothing that he can do here. If we have it, we have it.
This is like no protection right now. This is really dangerous here. Did he have it? I don't see any other burst cards. There's no Heated Vengeance, is it?
7 damage. With this would put him at 13. Just needs to find. He has a Pyre Interference. He has a Pyre. He has many ways of actually just doing it. I think Kuon might have found the lethal line here, despite the Pro and Liminal Guide in the hand. Does he have? Yeah, he has that. He has the Heated Vengeance here. This should be enough. Has the Kindle card on the crack. We can just use all of these, throw them out. You can even just use the Fire Interference. Anything that does 2 damage should seal this game. Just making sure, just double checking, trying to cross his T's,
7,
dot his I's.
13. Seems to find another.
There it is. Heated Vengeance gonna come in. That's 7 damage, putting him up to 13. I think 8-Ball is realizing what's happening here. 4 fire cards in grave. We can just throw the Fire Interference. We can throw the Pyre.
Is this a pass here?
Gonna pass first. We're gonna just do this in the recollection phase. A classic. Let your opponent think they still gonna have a turn. At the end, the Impact Hammer. Impact Hammer should not be banished here.
Yep. They still have 1 more. Yep.
That's 1 more durability here.
It's still around. Still sticking around.
8-Ball is praying to God here that he is not dead. 3 cards in hand against Suzaku. You always just assume they have a burn spell that can come in here. But maybe today you were blessed. Unfortunately, 8-Ball, I have to say, I think it's looking pretty doomed. Level up to Guoja 2 here.
Yep, sensing danger is like, okay, I'm going to try. Like, you can respond on my materialization phase, but I'm just going to try. So do you have anything?
Do you have anything, Kuan? We do know he has exactly what he needs to finish this game up and crown Suzaku as the ultimate victor. Ooh, actually letting it go.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought he was in spirit. He was
they're 15. Yeah.
This is the thing about Guoja. Like, it's like he went second. He just dies. But like, right.
Yeah, because they cheated.
We're cheated. It's a cheater deck, actually.
Yeah, they're just cheaters, They just cheated into level 2. Like, look at this situation. You are level 2. And then your opponent's level 0.
You're on your second turn and you're already level 2, and you materialized 3 things already.
Yeah, just a cheater. So Kuan now, that's why the Kuan is a bit stressed right now. As you can see, he did take 6 damage. To be honest, the 6 damage might not be significant.
It could definitely be significant here. You're still in 0. Like you only need to find another.
I mean, is he playing Trotter?
Trotter? I don't think you're playing Trotter here, but based on how 8-Ball is playing here, I don't see the dungeon guide yet.
Yeah, let me just have a real check. Oh, okay, it's quite dangerous. There is the Train Hawk, there's the Trotter. Yeah, this is a bit dangerous. Yep. Okay, so
we have it. Oh my god, the perfect line. We go Besiege Fatestone, Winds of Destiny into dungeon guide. This is
4, 10.
Okay, so Kuan's gotta find lethal probably within the next turn, because actually, is this a world where maybe we even just swing with the dragon? Are you that crazy? We haven't gone level 1. We have no quest counters. Maybe are feeling a little bit, feeling like playing a little bit fast and loose here.
I think it's alright to play a bit loose here, because like what's the opponent gonna do if they're not relying on Suzaku command? It is just a combination of Blazing Throw, right? The Blazing Throw commands, the Blazing Throw combos with the.
To be fair, if we have another Heated Vengeance, that is another 7 damage, and then a Blazing Throw would be another 4, and then you just have to find any 1 damage. And so, actually, yeah, especially if we flip Suzaku, we could do 1 damage ping. So I think it's way too risky.
Is the durability counter on the hammer 2 or 3?
It is 1, because we swung with it last turn.
Oh.
Losing 1 more card on the banish for the for the Seiryu, for the Azurite Fatestone in the end phase. Now we have 2 cards in hand. The only thing it could really be is Veiling. Veiling for 1, which, it does make a difference.
Yep. He is on 7, so just a merely 8 damage. We're going to flip the dragon right here. No hesitation at all. This panda hasn't actually swung yet. So it's just recorrection there. This is going to be 7 damage on the board right now, just lacking that 1 damage.
Yeah, so no, that's actually a Vigor trigger from the
Oh, Vigor trigger?
So, so we are just going to sit on Taunt Seiryu.
Oh, we need to pass. Okay, okay.
I think the thing he was worrying about is with the way that the stack works, if you just swing with Impact Hammer without using an attack card, you can't flip the Seiryu in response.
Yep,
so actually just going to flip it now to get around any just like instant attacks here.
Yep.
Tariff Ring. Okay, that tells you something. It's like, he's not killing me.
But that's the thing, right? If you're not going to Suzaku right now, as in like you're going to Gocha level 1, when are you actually going to Gocha level 1? I think this is the point where Kuan is never going to be able to use the Suzaku at all. It's a bit too slow at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Unless April is very respectful, it just never swings to the dragon. This is... Actually, actually, we're still Spirit.
Yeah, we're still Spirit.
So, we're going to have... If we can... This is already 4. This is 4.
Yep.
This is 3.
Yep.
This is 1.
Yep.
That is 8 damage already. Enough to kill here.
Yep. The only thing is that we do not have enough influence, maybe, because we are only at... Oh, we're going to scout the land. We only are at 3 influence even after this stage.
Yeah, so probably because of that tariff, unless we could find a way, no, can't remove that tariff ring anymore. So the only thing I could really think of is probably just going to sit on this dragon again, make sure that he's there, make a nice defensive wall for his master.
Yep. I think the only thing that's probably going to happen is that you're going to swing the Panda to have the Vigor effect, and that's probably much it.
Unless you really want to hold these cards, there might be something important there, like an Innervate that you want to keep just in case. Also, Resolute Stand as well in the hand. This is a big one to stop these attacks in.
Oh,
Gazelle with, oh my god, we're actually going to get the recover as well. This is disastrous. So we're going to draw a card, and we're also going to heal 3.
Yep, I think we actually swing with the Vigor this time. Probably with this much defense, I think you're fine.
Unless you draw Veiling Breeze off the Gazelle,
yeah,
or unless you want to bluff one, you could swing with the Panda just to lower the life a little bit. You have double taunt. You are very safe. Suzaku is nowhere even close to coming out. So we should be safe here.
This Suzaku is basically my Uber Eats order. I ordered it 1 hour ago and it's not coming to my house. Dude, like, it's the same thing. Like, I don't think this Suzaku is coming, man.
So throwing the Liminal guy, we at least have that much going for us. So Searing Truth would be a way of accelerating these quest counters that we need.
Yeah, if we are in Gocha level 1. We're still in Spirit. Like, I still can't fathom the fact that we're still in Spirit until now. Like, that's crazy. I think the first time we've seen a Gocha-based deck just sitting on Spirit, because I don't think it can, it's not on more on the quest. It's more like it couldn't do it, right? Because it's in danger the whole time.
So this Gazelle is actually not too big. It's only plus 5. It's only plus 5. Okay, it's still pretty big. It's still 6 life. You know, it's still large in charge. Panda gonna swing in here, gonna get Vigor. So we are hands down.
Yep.
Kuan, if he's gonna find a way to kill now, he's gotta do it right now. But how are you getting through 2 taunts? Blocking the 2 animals, the entire menagerie here, ready to defend Goja, Heaven's Favored. Can you find anything, Kuan? This is looking pretty bad. Have to do 13 damage as well, with Suzaku probably not coming out anytime soon.
What we're witnessing here is just the entire zoo versus a single Spirit with a hammer.
Yeah, you're fighting like a wisp with a hammer, and you have an entire like summoned army of beasts.
This reminds me of a certain game or a certain situation. But anyway, this is right here. Like, look at him. Paul just assembled the whole army. He's just waving here. You saw that? Paul just waved to the camera.
So we have some ways. This can give us 1 quest counter.
Yep.
We have 2 Searing Truths that could give us 4. And then the Fate Stone would give us 1. So we're kind of, if we have a fast speed card, we can play that Searing Truth. So I think it actually is possible to flip this turn, but I don't think you can do that while also getting through both of these guys.
Yeah. I think the issue here is that, yes, you might flip, but I think it's way past this point. There's just too many things going on Paul's side. There's a very defensive Gazelle there. The dragon is just there staring at you. There's the Panda that constantly whacks 3 damage every turn. The Thunder guy is just sitting there nicely, not doing anything.
I mean, next turn, we've already burned through the Tariff Ring. That means the next turn, it's 1, 3, 4. That's 8 damage, which would be, with the 1 damage ping from the Fate Stone, would put him at 19 exactly.
Yep.
So we would be lethal, but we do have that Resolute Stand. So maybe Kuan gonna try and fish, get Apol to like commit some attacks in and then punish with that Resolute or a Restorative Flames.
Yep, I think we are going to go to Gocha level after so long. I think it has to be the play here, although it's a bit dangerous and risky. I understand that, but it is going to happen. What's going to be? Oh!
Resolute, and he actually just scoops on the spot.
I think it has to, because I think the plan was to level and pray to play around the Resolute stand, right?
That's right. Yeah, I mean that was a pretty exciting Shenju battle there, if I do say so myself. So I think we have confirmed Dragon is better than Phoenix.
Have we?
I think we can confirm now. I mean, when you think about it, what would you be more afraid of? A big dragon or a fire chicken?
To be fair, we do eat chicken for dinner yesterday, so...
Yeah, I've never eaten a dragon. Have you ever eaten a dragon?
I would want to one day. I mean,
I would love to. It sounds delicious.
Barbecue dragon. But anyway, well played from Paul, showing us why this deck is just so strong right now. This Seiyu deck, like the whole national park was just there staring at Suzaku there, and then the consistency of that. I think the deck was very consistent, as Paul has showed us. But then again, it also showed us that how much of a difference with and without Besiege.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that last game, if he didn't mind the Besiege face zone, he would have just died. Like, he could have done 15 damage. More than enough.
I mean, that game was also insane. Like, if you think about it, what happened? Paul was sitting on level 2 Gocha, and his opponent going, I think, turn 2 or turn 3, was sitting on the Spirit with a hammer.
He was already level 3 and his opponent was still on Spirit.
That's the world we live in.
Spirit with a hammer. It's like, that's nothing.
And you know what's the crazy part about this? I think Seiyu had 0 new cards from DTR, I think. Almost 0. Is that
Durable.
Yeah?
You count that?
It's a proxy vow. Okay, sure, fine, why not? We count that. But I think even before the proxy vow, Seiyu was already in contestant of being a playable deck, right? Even before the review.
Yeah, the only problem with Seiyu really was that Tristan was hard matchup.
Yeah.
But we had Regal Inquisition.
Yeah, we have Inquisition, just Inquisition them, right? So the thing is that this deck is still really, really strong right now. I think with its presence being shown here, I think it's going to be a question whether who is faster, right? Is the Merlin and Rao players going to be fast enough to just go into the level 3 game plan and do what they need to do? Or is it going to be like what Paul showed us? I'm just going to besiege, I'm just going to call my dragon and going to smack you with my dragon.
Yeah, for sure. And really, the decks that have a way of getting around this area, either killing this area or just removing it, those are the decks that are going to have like an advantage. So definitely decks like Wind the Raid, for instance. Wind Allies, they're pretty good in this deck because they play Dream Fairy, they can play suppress cards. Even like Mad Harry, you can suppress your Dream Fairy so you can get through the Guoja level 2 lineage release to stop the first one. Just a lot of things we can do that are bad for Seiyu. It's just fortunately for Seiyu, not a lot of people are on those kinds of decks. But we're not going to have an interview for the day, so we're just going to go straight to break. This was round 12?
12. Wait.
Just 2 more.
There's 2 more to go. And
2 more to go.
13,
oh, this is round
13, and then 2 more.
Actually, yeah, so this is going to be the second to last round. This is going into 14. Last round is coming up.
Yep.
So, I mean, if you guys are you have people that you're cheering for, follow an Omnidex and see who's still in contention for that top 10. Maybe we can go in the standings again next round just to see who really is like right in the fringe. I imagine we're going to get a winning in for last round.
Yep, I believe so. And then don't worry, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back real soon.
sees me, I'm losing every battle. No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. Can somebody save me, I'm losing every battle.
Welcome back, everyone. We are again at Ascent Taipei, the final round 14 of Swiss. I don't think I've ever said round 14 of Swiss in my life before. We are in for yet another banger of a game. This is going to be a very crucial win and in. Why don't you tell us what decks we're going to be seeing, Krizom?
We are actually going to be seeing a very interesting one. We're going to be seeing Xiao, but this time all the way to a level 3 Xiao, 5 Xiao right here. And also interesting, Lorraine, Crux Knight. I think it's the first time we featured it today at all. Like, any thoughts about it, this deck?
Yeah, I mean, Fire Lorraine is, of course, really good now with the Fluffy Shopkeep, able to really accelerate the number of swords that you get into the banish. Fire CL, we've seen a slightly different special version of Fire CL by Liv Drazel on day one. Speaking of Liv Drazel, we actually also have a couple of players already confirmed to be in the top 8 of Ascent Taipei. Liv Drazel is one of them, so we will be seeing his Regal Inquisition deck out CL in the top 8 of today's games.
All right.
Other than him, we also will be seeing Pro N, who was featured on game 1 of today, manages to seal a top 8 finish today. And we also will have Ray Lam and Yami Kin on Fire Crux Lorraine and Wind Wake Up, respectively.
Ooh, we make it all the way to top 8 already.
And Yamikin is actually one of the pioneers, I would say, of Wind Wake Up. So hopefully we get to see his game later. But in the meantime, let's focus on Long and Enki. You just saw them quickly shuffling up as well as rolling the dice. These two are quite prolific players in this region as well. Really looking forward to how these match up against each other.
Yep. Interestingly, this is both actually a level 3 deck, and I believe they're both probably in to the round package as well. So again, it's going to be a bunch of both players just trying to set it up, trying to just go to the level 3 safely without wasting too many resources, and we're jumping right into the game here. As we can see, both players in the looking glass here, very common occurrence right now. Enki will be starting first with a draw 7 here. See if he can find any of the round bits. He is going to be at that. Ooh, look at that reaction from there. Big reaction right there, man. That was a lot.
Tells you a lot for sure. Enki is, by the way, the Fire Lorraine player, and Long is going to be Fire Ciel. I think we've actually seen this Spirit of Fire before, so this is a little bit familiar as well. We're going to see them try their best to make it to the top 8, of course. Let's see what the options are. Is there a Round the Abyss for Long?
Yep. There probably is there is two, what's it called? Floating memories on the field. He probably could just pay one out. There's going to be Round the Abyss right here. He's going to start it off right now. There is a floating memory to be tossed.
Enki might be using an Incapacitate to prevent this round from functioning. Let's see if he's going to let that fly. Enki is running 2 copies of Incapacitate in his main board, probably for this exact purpose.
Yeah, probably is trying to negate. He's trying to think about whether it's worth it. Of course, there's one thing about Round the Abyss that we learned is that sometimes you have nothing to discard, and it's actually just wasting your incap for nothing.
Yeah, at the same time, I think Long very confidently playing it right now in his main phase, so probably does at least have a little bit. Enki here, you can see he does have the End Soul compared to some other Crux Lorraines who aren't actually on this card anymore. The Incapacitate does fly through, and this Round Abyss is negated.
Yep. Now Long here considering his option, and he does have the Hasty Messenger here to be able to like put it down and probably discard the floating and draw once he gets the floating out of the way.
So still able to get the Stalwart Shieldmate here, still a very good +1 for him. Discarded off the Hasty Messenger. Now, backup charger from Enki, not the happiest to be like just playing the backup.
Yeah, not really what you want to do. You want to be able to just discard the floating so they can level up safely. But again, if you're going to level up and you're going to go down in hand, I don't think you really want to do it anyway. So I think it is what he was thinking of. And like again, both players are playing a level 3 deck, so they can sort of like buy one turn just to farm a bit of influence. I think it's fine.
And Enki, of course, not happy because he had to pay 4 for Incapacitate.
Yeah.
-1. He only had 2 cards left in hand. Can't use this Recollection.
Yep, yeah, it's a pain there. But I think it's still the correct materialization, considering the fact that Enki's deck don't really have any way to gain an extra card from the Regalia deck because you are on the Looking Glass, not on GCR.
That's right. On top of that, we see Long also discarding a second Stalwart Shieldmate from his Hasty Messenger. So already 2 floating memory generated, and now gets to put the Wild Abyss on the Omen. And we remember, he did have the Evercurrent Raider earlier, can pick this back up with one of the many cards like Manjome, and then use this again to get another +1. So we are going to see Enki go for the Undying Dreams into level 1 Lorraine, into the Sword of Shadows. No 2 cards available for him to go into the Inert Sword here. And he will go up back into his turn, recollect everything. There's a lot of Crux in his hand here.
A lot of Crux that he wish he could use, but he's currently at level 1. He needs to wait a little bit longer. There is a Dungeon Guide here, so 2 Dungeon Guides. So are we gonna go double Dungeon Guide?
We could. I think we're exactly enough hand. We have 8 hand cards total, so he can exactly go double Dungeon Guide. I don't know if that's gonna be the play. Maybe it's just Dungeon Guide so that he can clear the Hasty Messenger and get a 1 draw here, which is still pretty good. You also don't want to let him keep throwing more and more floating memory into the trash. And this way, you also get to draw 1 card off of the on-kill effect of Lorraine Blade Master.
Yeah, I think it's quite justified because the fact that, look at it this way, if you're going to level up anyway manually, you're going to go down -2. Dungeon Guide here is basically the same thing, and you're going to draw off 1 with the Lorraine right now because I think it's a pretty safe bet that the Lorraine is going to have her on-hit basically trigger. And it's going to happen here. It's going to be Enso and Cruxite being banished here, and then we're going to see the level 2 Lorraine here.
And immediately swings into the Hasty like we talked about. On kill does get to draw 1, -1 durability on this Sword of Shadows. Will the second Dungeon Guide happen now? But he did top deck into a Creative Shock. Maybe he wants to save that for next turn instead.
I think we're going to save it here. I think there's no rush for the second Dungeon Guide right now because Enki next turn can also just materialize other cards instead of going to the level 3. I think it's also... Do you have a Dawn Blade? Might have a... Oh, no, doesn't have a Dawn Blade. I guess you could materialize the Sword of Seeking if you wish to.
And Long here is actually on the Oblation CL version. And here you can see he Manjomes immediately puts the Advent of the Stormcaller back and then picks up this Rowdy Abyss. Double Evercurrent Raider! So huge for him. And now that's 3 floating memory in Long's graveyard. Will be able to go up to level 3 for free next turn. Massive play for him here. Enki doesn't have anything like the sensor of Wrestle Piece or anything to deny that. Fire deck doesn't have Purifying Turbo. This is something that just is unreactable for Enki and hate to see it.
Yeah, right now Long is basically like able to discard those 2 floating. It's basically going to be going into level 2 without any trouble at all. He won't be needing to go at the hard mines, but you do notice one thing. I don't think there's a... Oh, there is a Dungeon Guide? Oh, there is a Dungeon Guide all the way up there. So Long is basically set up already. There's a Dungeon Guide at the other end. He just has to go to level 2 next turn and then go into Dungeon Guide and he's on level 3. So he's pretty much ready to just play the level 3 game. While Enki, on the other hand, is the same. So we might actually see a really equal playing field.
And here we have it, the new Library Witch SP3 art. He also had the Cremation Ritual to match it, but I don't think he really needs to right now. I want to highlight as well, Long, in his hand there is a Rowdy Abyss and another Liminal Guide. So he is riling the Abyss a lot today as compared to Enki, who hasn't been able to really find anything like that so far. Rowdy Abyss is put into the Omens again. Will allow him to pick it back up with something like the Chevalier if he's playing one of those.
Yeah, we are going to go into the reimagined sword right here. Probably just because he already has a Dungeon Guide. You don't really need to do any extra steps right now. This is not bad at all because right now, because you have the 2 weapons in the bench area. When you go into Lorraine Crux Knight, that's an additional 2 damage right there.
Definitely. Here's the Creative Shock from Enki, really hoping to top deck into a Floating Memory. His Liminal Guide is pretty good as well.
Really good, really good.
Recollecting, and will have the Clarent Sword of Peace now. 2 more swords in the Banish. That's already 2+1. If he breaks this Sword of Shadows, will give him +3 attack on his Lorraine Crux Knight. Here is the level 2-3 with the Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide here. Just want to go into the Crux Knight here with a really big swing here with 2 Banish already. This is going to be an extra 2 attack.
And here, the Reduce to Ash and the Undying Dreams banished for the level up. Not really necessary cards anymore. And here we finally get some value for Enki. There is the Liminal Guide, joining the 2 Dungeon Guides side by side. Here is 3 damage put into Long right now. Enki drawing finally another Liminal Guide, but he's already at level 3. Ghost of Pendragon might be coming down. He can use that in order to build his influence back up. Try to catch up a little bit with Enki. We're checking first. Here we are breaking our Sword of Shadows. Here is a big swing. 3 broken weapons right now. So the next turn will be swinging even bigger. Let's see if he's going to do the Ghost of Pendragon here.
Look at that beautiful CPR right there.
There it is, earned today. Exactly. from coming to Ascent Taipei. Here is a 3 damage swing into CL, and we're already at 10. Still a little bit far away, but Enki already has the Ansel. May even happen next turn because he does already have 6 influence. Let's see what Long does here. He does go for that Rowdy Abyss into Liminal Guide. Like I mentioned, he is going to go up to level 2 now, using 2 floating memory, and will get that Liminal Guide on the board. Influence getting really, really big. Let's see if he's able to play a big Baleful Oblation and get rid of this entire board.
Yep. The thing is that Long is also at the level 3 stage. The difference is that Long still needs to set up his Oblivion combo pieces because he needs the Orb of Sealing. And you notice something, there is the Reduce to Ash.
That is the Reduce to Ash, which can definitely get rid of that Orb Sealing, reduce Long's ability to do Baleful Oblation with the advent of the Stormcaller. But Long also has options. He can also just take some of these Rowdy Abyss out of the Omens, remove some of their Omen counters as well, replacing them with a different card. Now, let's see what he goes for here. Of course, I think we're going to see the Dungeon Guide to make him go up to level 3, but after that, does he have the Baleful Oblation?
Yep, I think the situation right now is that Long is under pressure because Enki has all this 1-3 allies, including the Pendragon, right, 3-4. So he has to play a bit faster in terms of trying to reach his win con right now, which is the Baleful Ovation win con. Dungeon Guide here will happen. We'll be managing 2 cards that's not really yet useful. We're going to go into level 3 CL right now, see if we can do anything about any other place we have. I do see the ability. I do see Carter. Carter might be useful here.
Carter could definitely be useful. Get rid of the entire board from Enki. Will have, of course, that on-enter sacrifice another ally and then gain some additional attack as well. And then that means he will clear 4 allies, which will allow Long to go +5 because he also sacrifices one of his own allies.
Yep. Carter's so cheap as well. Like Carter being a 2-cost. I often thought Carter's a bit more expensive. So flexible.
Yeah, he is only a 2-3 at least compared to Pendragon. So he is slightly worse. Despite being an Umbra element card, he is very, very powerful. Will allow Long, as mentioned, to go all the way down back to 6 damage counters only. And we're going to see the Cremation Ritual also added to the Omens here.
Yep, we are going to go into the Looking Glass again, and he will recollect and see what he can do this turn. There is the Ansel here. I believe he has enough to play the Ansel. He's going to do it right now, Ansel.
That's right, Spirit Blade Ansel. Choose any amount of sword weapon cards with memory cost 1 or less from your banishment and or material deck and put them onto the field. Until end of turn, sword weapons you control can attack as though they were allies. So we're going to see all of these swords gather. The bone of my sword, he's about to turn them all sideways, and these swords are about to do a lot of damage. Here is the first Clarent Reimagine going in. Resolute Stand prevents a bunch of damage from all of these swings for sure. Great choice by Enki to Resolute Stand right away. The Inert Sword and the Clarent Sword of Peace are both going in to clear the Carter. Now we're going to see the Sword of Shadows and probably the Sword of Seeking all go in to clear this Liminal Guide as well. At the end phase, of course, all of these swords are going to be sent to the Banish again. So not the best turn for Enki. All of this damage that was presented suddenly all gone.
Yeah, that's the problem with Ansel, right? Like, it might be a very huge turn, but it got shut down by one of the most popular tech card right now, Resolute Stand. And because of this thing, now this whole thing is wasted. And Enki is actually hands down, no interactions. It's going to actually be a very risky turn. Long might actually just kill him with the Glacial Oblation combo here because there's no Reduce to Ash like fear right now. You can just go and Orb of Sealing, turn those 2 out, and then just deal 11 damage if you wish to. 15 damage, but yeah.
Exactly. Enki is totally tapped out. All of his hand cards are down into memory. He won't be able to react to anything.
But he is trying to deal a bit of damage, although it does reduce the 3 damage. You still get to hit it with the other swords as well, because remember, when Lorien swings, it is equal to how many banish swords you have in the banish area. So it actually does have a decent amount of damage.
That's right. Let's see what he can do now. First, we're going back to Long. What will he be materializing here? Maybe it will be that Orb of Sealing to make sure that his Oblation comes in for 15, which is the reserve cost of Advent of the Stormcaller. For those of you who aren't aware of what Baleful Oblation does, it does damage to the entire board equal to, except for your champion, by the way, you don't hit yourself, just making that clear, where X is the lowest reserve cost among your Omens. That's why the Orb of Sealing is played, in order to to turn these banish cards face down. So the omens are actually considered banish cards with omen counters on them. You turn these cards face down, and then this cards is the only card left in with an omen counter on it. Therefore, Baleful Oblation does 15 to the entire board.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, the TLDR is I do 15 damage.
That's right. That's the TLDR for sure.
Yeah. I do 15 damage. The whole deck's concept is to get
Everything.
Yeah, basically the idea is I get this Advent into the at the Omen section. I turn the rest of the Omen down, so the only lowest cost face-up one is the 15 cost one, and it counts that as the lowest cost, so I do 15 damage. That's how the interaction works, and Long is trying to achieve that right now, and he might be doing it. Oh no, he's going to bench one. We are going into the weapon right here. I think
That
this
is going to be the weapon indeed. We are going to see CL be able to attack with this for quite a bit. He is going to swing into Lorraine's face for 6 here. With 3 omens, he does get +2 on the swing as well. So really, really good attack here. And now we're at 16. Oblation is going to be lethal with the advent of the Stormcaller.
Now Anki's turn again. Oh, Rending Flames.
Rending Flames is going to be quite a bit of damage. Here is +3.
Wait,
not enough fire cards. So it's just going to be a 3 damage attack.
No,
There's 6
wait,
cards in the 6 swords in the
Yep.
banish, so it'll come for 3 + 6.
Yep. Anki just there. Anki is just basically just throwing hands right here. Just like I got damage card, I'm gonna do it. Like because that's basically it, right? That's how fire decks usually works. You just throw in damage and hope that it's enough to kill. But however, Obsidian just comes here. I think Long has seen enough. He's probably gonna set up the lethal turns. Right now, Obsidian gonna crack. Gonna turn off the not crack, sorry, rest. Turn off the other omens. It's gonna be Advent right here. Gonna be deleted turns right here. It's gonna be game for Long. Long takes game 1 here, needing 1 more win here to secure his top 8, I believe.
And I just want to highlight coming into today's matches, what the starting scores were for these players. Enki, one of the highest ranked players in Swiss, 8-1
Yep.
at the end of day 1.
Yep.
However, Long was actually, currently he's 10-1.
Yep.
Before this was 6-1. He has been on a hot streak today, 4 wins in a row. He wants that spirit of win Brissa. And Enki, of course, after coming in hot off of day 1, 8-1, hasn't had as much luck today, 2 wins and 2 losses, just a 50% win rate. But that also means that day 1 has made it such that today's performance can be a little bit worse as long as he wins this last final game. Let's take a look at the sideboards, and then let's think about what is going to be coming in for these players.
Well, for Long side right here, if you can look at it, he does have this Series 3 Fire as an interesting choice right here. Maybe, okay, with this 3 Fire, right, it allows you to basically fix your hand. So what's the problem with all these Rao decks? You don't really see all your Rao plus discard options. With the Series Spirit of Fire, with Spirit of Series Fire, you basically fix those problems. The issue is that you technically want to be at 7 because you want to have that magic number. Like after playing 3 cost card, you'll be back to like a 3 card card, so you can play more cards when you play maybe like a backup charger and kind of stuff on the going second turn. I think other than that, Devouring Malice is an interesting choice as well.
Devouring Malice is a great option in order to, for one, give you ways to convert your floating memory into more cards or into some form of protection. Devouring Malice, of course, new card from DTR, does a lot of different things. Remove a gem counter to either do one of the following: put 3 debuff counters on target ally, deal 3 damage to target champion and recover 3, and also deal 8 unpreventable damage to your own champion and then draw 2 cards. Note that you can only do one of these 1 time per game, so you can't draw 2 cards and deal 16 to yourself like twice, but you are able to do quite a bit of different options. 3 debuff counters on target ally, for example, would make a Pendragon be 0-1, so that could be helpful, and also recover 3 and deal 3 damage could also be useful as well.
Yeah, and then on Anki's side right here for DCL, right, you have the Unknown Spell is pretty good, I think. Unknown Spell is really alright. You can basically negate the answer if you really want to, or even the Round Abyss. Crystal Destiny depends on the situation at hand. Crystal Destiny does help you answer the Rending Flames if your opponent is able to combo it off. Regular Inquisition, this card right here is going to be pretty key in my opinion.
Regal Inquisition, I think every level 3 deck has it in the side. I think we're going to probably see it come in for both players. They really want to get rid of those very key cards. Both of these decks have a very similar playstyle in that they roll up to 3, and then they have that 1 win condition card. In Enki's case, it will be that Ansel, and in Long's case, it's going to be that Baleful Oblation. The one difference is Long is CL. He can put Baleful Ablation into the banish of an Omen counter, take it back with Manjom, and he actually has the way to play around Regal still. Meanwhile, Enki, if that Enzel is gone, he is maybe running Kruxite. He's running 2 copies of Kruxite, so he also has the option to kind of recur that. So actually both of these players, even if they get regaled, there's still an out. However, if Long regals Enki and Enki loses his Kruxite, then I mean it is what it is, right?
Yeah, but Enki, besides the Enso win con, I also talk about the renting win con. The renting win con is actually quite relevant because like if your opponent is not having a Crystal Destiny, there is a world where with the amount of banish slot level, for example, you have 6 or 5 slot banish, and then with the appropriate weapon, let's say the Precipitate Age, right? Age is 3 damage. You have 5 banish slots, so that's 8. Rending Flames comes in for +3, +4.
+3, then ×2.
×2, so that's 22 damage.
It's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of
Rending
damage
Flames
right there.
Go crazy. The Crystallized Destiny will be a huge tech that we might be able to see. Enki is going to start us off this time with the Fragmented Spirit of Fire because he is going to be going first this time. Looks like he does have to Glimpse 6, will send 4 cards down. I believe he's holding on to Undying Dreams and a Liminal Guide. Draws into Fluffy Shopkeep and the Rowdy Abyss, so we'll have that option. Here we go. Let's see what Long has to say about this. Right now, nothing because he doesn't have his Spirit materialized yet. Here is the Rowdy Abyss minus the Undying Dreams. Not a Liminal Guide, my bad. I think it's a Dungeon Guide instead. So we'll only get that 1 floating memory in the yard, but still pretty good. Here's the happy little guy on Long Spirit. My one is a lot uglier than his. Let's see what he manages to draw. Here he has the Creative Shock. Does he have a floating memory along with it? There is the Regal Inquisition already drawn. So when he goes to level 3, he can use that to check clear and get rid of any of the reactions from Enki. Let's see where we're going. Creative Shock. Draw 2 cards.
Yep, so we do find the floating, we do find the Evan, we have everything that we need right now. Just need to go to level 3 without dying actually. Enki, back to Enki's turn, we can see the difference right here. If he wants to go to backup charges, it's actually alright, because you have 3 cards in influence. But however, in another scenario, right, if that was a normal Spirit of Fire, right, you see that you have 4 cards in hand, you can actually play the Creative Shock right there. So that's a big difference. So Enki is going to take it a bit slower here, has another Rowdy Abyss here. Does he have enough targets for the Rowdy Abyss to have a lot of value?
Well, if not, he does have the Fluffy Shopkeep, which is just as good in this deck. He will go for Turbo Charge instead,
yeah,
drawing even more cards. And now has a Creative Shock and a Liminal Guide as well, along with that Rowdy Abyss. Enki is about to pop off next turn. Will be able to level up with this Undying Dreams, get a Liminal Guide on the board as well, and draw a lot of cards. Long mirroring, exactly. Backup Charger. Does he also have the Turbo Charge? Let's see how much of a mirror match we're willing to go into. Recollection for Long. Does he have the Turbo Charge? Enki's going to respond to the Recollection while Long is hands down. Is this going to be the Rowdy Abyss or the Creative Shock? I think Rowdy Abyss is probably the choice here. Let's see if he can top deck into another Spectre. It is not, just the Liminal Guide. We'll leave it back to Long to recollect here.
Yep. Going back into Long's turn here, he does draw another floating here. Long has so many floating here, probably a pretty good draw as well, because like, with this kind of draw, right, with your turn to CL level up, you can basically toss them away to level up to level 3. That is, well, he has a lot of Dungeon Guide though, 2 Dungeon Guides, and maybe he doesn't want to do that. So Long here is going to take it, I think probably is going to just pass here. There's nothing much you can do here, or Greater Shot in main phase, interesting.
So we are, again, both players just farming as much as they can. Here's a Liminal Guide, John, for Long now. Will be able to play that down. Next turn, he can use the Undying Dreams that he drew to make this a 3-5 attacker, which can help him clear anything on Enki's board, probably. Now, we'll see what else he has to do. Don't think he has the Turbo Charge, so no 100% mirror this time. Like you mentioned, when Long goes to level 2, he can swap some cards out into the trash and draw cards into memory with the CL level 2 effect, depending on how many omens he has. But based on how the game is going so far, he's probably only going to have that 1 omen counter before he turbos up to level 2 and then 3. Enki, on the other hand, probably going to finally go up to level 1. I say finally, but it's only been 1 turn. We've just been Spirit, Backup Charger, now level 1. Here is Lorraine, Wandering Warrior. We are very familiar with this lady. We're going to see the Liminal Guide now appear on the board. Inert Sword is going to be the sword of choice this time. Let's see what is going to be the play this turn.
Yep. So the thing is that Enki now can actually go into level 1 safely. Right? The thing is that if you look at both players' hand, right, they're actually like quite equal playing field, I assume. But the thing is that Enki does have the Creative Shot. He is going to go into draw 2. It's probably going to discard the
I think he drew into an Undying
I think
Dreams.
Undying Dreams, yeah.
But he could also want to use it to make this a 3-5. Notice that he actually changed from the Inner Sword to the Sword of Shadows instead, because that way he can play this Creative Shock, doesn't have to pay 2 for it. He discards the Reckoning Wave instead, so that is another floating memory for Enki. Here's a 1 damage swing. First Blood is drawn for Enki with this Liminal Guide. Long is at 1 damage counter now. Just another 29 to go to get rid of Guardian level 3 Seal. Let's see what else Enki does this turn. He could go Fluffy Shopkeep here, or Creative Shock. He's drawn another 2 Creative Shocks, by the way, drawing a ton this game so far.
Yeah, the thing is that Enki actually is set up to have a really good level 3 game. Notice 2 Pendragon. All you do is just reach level 3 and Enki probably, I think straight up just be very, very ahead.
And Enki drew another Rowdy Abyss. He is just going crazy today. He is not ready to give up on this top 8 spirit. He is going to fight for everything he can. Fluffy Shopkeep will banish 2 of the swords that Enki has in his material deck, of which he has 6 total. So right now we're going to see 2 of them get removed. Most likely we're going to see everything except the Clarent and the other Clarent, and maybe something like the Sword of Shadows or the Votive Runeblade, sorry. Let's see what else happens. Cremation Ritual on the Fluffy Shopkeep. He is going nuts with all of the draw. I think his influence, this looks like I don't know, 20? This is not a 2, like maybe 13. Okay, I'm going to change that because I drew the wrong number. Now, Long is going to have to see how he can match this influence from Enki. He's just gotten out creative.
I mean, we say that this is a do-nothing turn, but I think a lot of this has happened while all this is happening. Look at the influence right there. Along without giving up here, he's going to go to his level 1 CL, finally getting into that mastery there. Probably is going to do the same thing, but less less powerful. So we're going to be the Undying here, just to get it into the graveyard here to use it next turn as a floating. Going to recollect here, seeing what he can draw out of this top deck. Same situation as Enki, a lot of the high element cards. We see 2 cards there. So again, these players need to actually go into level 3 to play these cards. So it's just a matter of who reached first. And I think Enki's on his road to doing it now.
On the bright side for Long, he does have that Resolute stand.
Yep.
However, Enki has a bajillion hand cards. So maybe this time when he goes for Spirit Blade Ansel, he will be able to also pay 7 for the Ansel and then another 5 for the Incap. With the amount of hand cards and the number of floating memory in Enki's grave, I think it's totally feasible, honestly.
I think Enki might just even take it slow. He can actually just play down the Scepter, right? Just to make sure that... Oh no, he can't play the Scepter, sorry. It doesn't matter. All you have to do is actually just an Incap. It has to be the Incap against the Resolute stand.
Yes, Spellward Scepter, the card you're talking about, would have been a great way to prevent any reactions, but he currently doesn't have it in his sideboard either. So we'll have to just rely on that Incapacitate. Let's see what Long decides to do. He can, of course, trade this Liminal Guide into Enki's one. Of course, 2 additional attack and HP for this turn. So we'll be able to attack into that a little bit better. And he does do so, just preventing any more poke damage from coming in. Long still a little bit behind, hasn't hit level 2 yet. I say that even though Enki hasn't hit level 2 yet, but I think the difference is just the number of floating memory available.
Floating memory available, and also Enki's deck actually will pop off very hard the moment he reaches level 3. As we have seen, 2 Pendragons in hand. It's very scary. Not even the Pendragon, Enso as well. It just has everything right now. Instantly going to go into the Lorraine level 2 right here. We are actually going to see it. Does he have Dungeon Guide in hand? That's a question.
I believe he did top deck into Dungeon Guide after the Cremation Ritual, but he probably had one already down here in his 20 million hand cards.
I mean, it has to be there, right? So many.
Right. And despite the despite the extra buff counter on the Liminal Guide, this Sword of Shadows is a 2 attack sword as long as there's no stealth ally, stealth unit on Long's board. So he will still be able to go 2 + 2 is 4, -1 that's 3, quick math, and then he will KO this Liminal Guide, draw a card on kill.
Yep, he is going to be sending away all his Fluffy Shopkeep into his Dungeon Guide here, I believe, even throwing away the Reduce to Ash here, doesn't need it anymore. It's going to go into a level 3 play here.
Dungeon Guide. And forget what I said about hitting into the Liminal Guide to draw. He is going to have a +2 here. So this is going to be 2 + 2 + 6, which means it is, 2 + 2 + 2, which makes 6, which means this attack is going very big. Now the question is whether it's going to go into face or it's going to go into this Liminal Guide. Let's see if Enki has something like the Ansel already, or if he's going to wait a little bit before trying to pull that trigger until he has something like the Incapacitate.
Interesting. He's not going to be playing one of the Pendragon distance. He's just going to opt to play one Pendragon here now. Pendragon is going to allow him to draw deeper into his deck. 2 Luminaire and the Ansel right there. He can actually just Ansel this turn if he really wants to. But is it actually wise? Because like last game, there is the Resolute Stand. I don't know if you actually want to Ansel right now. I think take it a bit slow this time.
Yeah, he can definitely take it a little bit slower. I think Enki has like what looks like 9 hand cards plus 3 in influence, so 12 total after this first Pendragon. He has a second Pendragon, can use that to return this Sword of Shadows as well. He might go for breaking, like mentioned, breaking this Sword of Shadows by hitting into the Liminal Guide and drawing a card, or he will just go for the Resolute Stand on the swing of the Pendragon, which means now Enki can change his plan. He hasn't committed the Ensol yet. Note that Enki actually has Flame Sweep in hand as well, so could go for a big swing to clear everything here for 7 damage with the Flame Sweep, like 6 plus 1. But I think now that the Resolute Stand is down, this will only do 4 damage for CL.
Yep. Might be a bit too early to pull off the Resolute Stand. But the thing is that if he has multiple copies, so Enki needs to play around it, because I believe this Resolute Stand is just not like a mere 2 to 3 copy. I think, yeah, it's a 3 copy. So you probably have more installed right there. Enki is going to go around the Abyss here to see what he can draw. It is going to be only one discard, I believe.
Yes, only the Liminal Guide. I think he's burned enough of his floating memory already. I'm sure he hasn't gone through all 8, but I think however much he's gone through is already enough. Let's see if he drops that Stalwart Shieldmate or that second Pendragon this turn. Next turn is most likely going to be the Clarent Reimagined. There's only 3 cards left in this material deck. I believe that's going to be Clarent Reimagined. There's going to be Clarent, Sword of Peace, and then it's also going to be Voltive Runeblade. So there's only going to be these 3 cards left in the material deck.
Ooh.
I wonder which one he will be going for next turn. I'm going to assume it's the Clarent Sword Reimagined, so that he can have that 1/3 weapon and start swinging into long for, I think all, like 4 of his swords are here right now.
Yep, all swords are there right now, showing that there's 3 swords already right there. So anytime the Lorraine Crux Knight attacks, it's going to get an additional 3 damage. Probably banishing 2 dying right there just to level up into the level 2 CL. Does have 1 Omen, so you get to discard 1 and draw 1. Probably going to discard 1 for the memory. Probably, for the memory. Recollect. Probably going to be good Underguide this turn.
Yeah, I just want to highlight the influence difference here because of how many times Enki has creative or Rawd. Like, Long has like 7, 8 hand cards, which is a lot, by the way, for like a level 2 deck, level 3 deck, sorry. Enki, I think, has like 12. Like, this is 5 in hand, 7 in memory. Like, he is going crazy. And
I mean,
remember, he has Pendragon in hand as well.
We are witnessing why this Rowdy Abyss is so powerful. If you can have such a talented hand like Enki's, you can just do whatever you want. You can go all the way to level 3. Using this kind of like play punishes you from... Remember, this kind of play usually is a -6 because you have to level up to level 3, right? From 0 to 1, 0 to 3. But Enki instead just plus so much because he just gets it for the floating, gets a lot of the cards to just plus more cards, so there's no real minus at all. And we see Long here going to the Dungeon Guide here, going to go into his CL level 3 here, probably setting up the combo that he needs to do.
Yeah, and I want you to highlight again, there's, I think, exactly 5 cards in hand. Baleful Oblation only costs 3 because of the CL bonus. So he could nuke this entire board for 15 right now. 15 plus 3 from this Liminal Guide plus 1. That's only going to be 19, but that's still a lot of damage. Other than that, I think there's also a Carter in hand. So can also just get rid of these 2 allies, allow CL to go plus 2 in terms of healing. Regal Inquisition!
Inquisition right here is going to be huge. Enki is going to lose a lot of his cards here. Enki is considering to... Can he incap this?
Yes, exactly 5 cards in hand, but is incapacitate one of them. I don't see it. Doesn't have it.
And we're going to see entire Enki. Oh no, that's Pendragon, that's Ansel. All these cards are going away. They are not happening. This is what we meant. How strong this card really is. Like in the level 3 game where everyone is just having a very healthy amount of influence, cards just go to the grave without even being seen played.
That's right. That's 2 of Enki's 3 copies of Spirit Blade Ansel. Long is still deciding whether or not he gets rid of all of them. He does, of course, still have that Resolute Stand, so can just use that Resolute Stand to live out that Ansel turn, and then later on just deal with the Rending Flames. Remember last game when Enki was trying to Rending Flames and was like, shit, I don't have any fire cards in my trash. This time he has a bunch. If he draws a Rending Flames next, he will be able to rend and then do ×2 the damage. Now, with all of the swords in the banish, that's a +6. So 3 plus 6 is 9 times 2 would be 18 damage. Right now, not enough to present lethal to Long just yet, but given a couple more turns would be a lot of damage for sure. Let's see. First, it is going to be Ansel, and Pendragon sent to the trash. Enki draws 3. Will he draw another one? There is the incapacitate that he really wanted earlier, but only draws into Flame Sweep and another reduce to ash. 3 reduced to ash right now, not super useful.
Yeah, none of these are helpful at all. Like, no Rending Flames, no Ansel, no Pendragon. That's the thing about Inquisition. Inquisition is such a strong card. Like, you can just get rid of your opponent's like future plays or next turn's play, and like, they feel very, very bad. Like, look at this. You have all the influence in the world, but they're all the same problem that every card gamer has, a brick. So what are you going to do?
I don't know, he already used most of his cycle, but at the very least that also means that his deck is a lot smaller, so we'll be able to find his next Ansel and his only Ansel a bit sooner. This Liminal Guide and the Dungeon Guide go in for 3+1 to KO the Pendragon, and we're going to see Long pass the turn over. He will put the Regal Inquisition back in the Omen counter. We'll be able to use the Manjome to pick it up next turn. Let's see what Enki goes for this turn. Is it going to be the Clarence Sword of Peace again?
Yep, I think this is a bit of like a learn from Sean. Sean does it a lot in one of his stream games, and actually going to see it why this CL deck is pretty good. With the Inquisition, you can keep using Inquisition as long as you get it back from the Omen.
And Enki top deck Rending Flames. That's
Rending
going to be
Flames.
very, very scary. 5 swords plus the Clarence, 6. Again, we've done this several times already. 6 plus 3 is 9. Times 2 is 18. 5 damage short of lethal here. Long does have the Resolute Stand, I believe, still in hand. We're going to see the Spirit Fragment finally removed, by the way. Forgot that he had that already. He is going to draw one more card into his bajillion card hand. Let's see what he's going for. Here's the Flame Sweep. He's going to try and clear everything
7.
here.
Wow. This is actually not bad. Decent damage right here with 7. With the current slot, it's probably more than that. It's probably 8.
Yeah, I think so. No, sorry. It would be +1 for Flame Sweep. So it's just 6 +1, which would be 7. Still, doing 7 for the entire board would be really, really good. He would be able to at least clear the 2 guides. And this Liminal Guide, by the way, has slowly gotten 2 buff counters. So he's already a 3/5. Like, he's not a 3/5 temporarily, he's a 3/5 permanently. So it will do a lot of work. The CL, though, being forced to take 7 damage here will take him all the way to 14, which means these next Rending Flames is going to be very scary. We did the math on Rending Flames a lot of times, 3 plus 6, right? However, if Resolute Stand is done, 6 times 2 is still 12, which means he still needs 2 more damage to push lethal here.
Yeah. Just a friendly reminder, Sweep does get an additional damage because of his level 2 and class bonus. So there is that. However, right now, Long seems to be in a particular situation, even with his combo. Okay, even if he gets his combo alive, which is the 15 damage, I don't think there's a way to kill it to Enki right now, unless you cast it twice, right?
Yeah, you would need double Baleful Oblation in order to finish off Enki right now. He is looking at the sideboarded new Regalia in order to consider drawing more cards, but that would deal 8 damage to himself, and I don't think he's in a position to take 8 damage right now. Maybe he just goes for the sword and tries to deal a little bit more damage with that. Only 2 Omens though, so we'll only get a +1 on that.
Yeah, that's the thing about this kind of decks. Like, okay, like don't get me wrong, this deck actually looks really, really cool, looks really, really fun. The issue is there are a way faster round decks that reach their win con faster. We're looking at an example right now why Crux is such a prominent deck, because look at what's happening. Enki is able to do so many different variations of win con. The Ansel, the Rending Flames. Even Flame Sweep for 8 wasn't actually funny. So we actually see the full power of this Crux deck.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the Manjome Armoire. The closet has been brought out. Let's see what comes out of it. I'm going to assume it's this Regal Inquisition, and we're going to try and deny Enki of any more win conditions. The main difference is Enki just now did draw into the Incapacitate, and Long knows this. But does Long want to force out that Incapacitate so that Enki can't react to his next Baleful Oblation? Let's find out. Here's the Resolute Stand added into the Omens now. So could also be the response to take it back from the Manjome instead of the Regal Inquisition.
Yeah, I think there's a play right there. He's probably going to, in case worst case scenario, this Manjome, take back the stand and then play the stand out. And he is probably going to, interesting. That's a lot of cards. Oh, Creative Shock, right? Yep, Creative Shock here just to dig deeper. Just get a floating. And not that it matters at this point, right?
Yeah, I think floating memory doesn't matter when your material deck is empty. So we'll see what he does end up doing. We'll have this Looking Glass materialize so that he can use the Pendragon to draw even more cards to hand and make sure that whatever he does, Long cannot really react. The Incapacitate, of course, can also be used on the Resolute Stand. Here is the Creative Shock again, discarding the Undying Dreams. We get it, Enki. You have a lot of hand cards. Let's go. Recollection draw. Regal Inquisition.
Okay. This could be really big. He's gonna instantly do it. It's not gonna take too much of it. I'm gonna Inquisition you now.
Does Long have it?
Yep. And Long now thinks about it. I think Long just had to show it to him that what he has, because like I think this Inquisition might not matter too much because there is a stand in the Omen section there, right? So you can take back the stand. So it's not an issue. I think Long is fine with it. Yeah, I'm just gonna show it to him. But unfortunately, the Incap does get Crystallized Destiny and I think Incap. That's it?
Crystallized Destiny is going to be the choice here. Incapacitate not taken. There is a Baleful Oblation now drawn for Long. Not too worried about Incapacitate because it does not negate action attack cards. Sorry. So let's see what Long does here. He can go for the Manjome, pick up this Resolute Stand. It denies 3, but this is coming in for 3 plus 6. Minus 3 times 2. That's going to be 12 damage.
Yep. Long this, considering his options here, I think he has a Manzone into Resolute. Maybe it survives, but let's count, man. 5, 6, 9, 9, 18. 9 damage. 9 minus, so 6 damage.
Yes.
6, 12.
12 damage would bring him to 29 exactly, so 1 short of lethal. Let's remember, he can pick up the Resolute Stand, and he can incapacitate this Resolute Stand. However...
Ooh, and he's just going to let it resolve, apparently. Is it? Oh, no.
We're still on the stack of the Rending Flames.
Yeah, still on the stack of the Rending Flames.
If Long tries to pay for this with reserve cost, he will lose on the spot because he can't incapacitate the Incapacitate of Enki. Enki, on the other hand, just doesn't need to do anything. I'm okay with dealing 12 damage. Can you kill me next turn? I have Incapacitate. Let's see if Long is able to find a lethal line here.
Yeah, that's what Enki was thinking. Enki was thinking, okay, I don't need to negate this. It's fine. I'll just let it resolve. Like, I will just win eventually. I have too much value right here.
And Enki knows Long has to materialize Orb of Sealing next turn in order to shut down this Regal Inquisition so that there's only Advent of the Stormcallers available. If he doesn't go for that Orb of Sealing, he doesn't need to worry about Baleful. And forcing this Resolute Stand means that he can't draw enough cards to go second Baleful Oblation here.
Yep, because he has played it for free, that locks him out of the possibility of drawing new cards. But Chalice is going to let him to draw 2 cards here, see what he can hit out of this Chalice. It's going to be Inquisition, but might be too late.
He finally draws his Rowdy Abyss. A little bit too little, a little bit too late. Draw 1 card, no Spectres to discard. He can send the Baleful Oblation for 3, but right now doesn't really matter. He's going to scoop it up. We're going to go to... Nope, sorry, never mind. That was done during the pre-recollection step. It is still going to continue. There is no scoop yet. Long hasn't given up. There's 20 more minutes in this round, and he has the first game. He wants this Spirit just as badly. What is going to be his play? There is the Regal Inquisition now. Enki, will you incapacitate this?
We'll do it. Wow. Interesting.
He isn't worried about a Resolute Stand again. Long, you have 1 HP left. I am going to take it from you whether you like it or not. Here is the Stalwart Shieldmate trying to put up just a little bit more defense. But I wonder what Enki is going to be able to do. I don't think Long has another Resolute Stand to stay alive 1 more turn. Puts the Crystallized Destiny on the Omens. However, not enough Omens to activate CL level 2's Inherited Effect just yet. Is probably going to have to lose this game here. Enki, nothing left to materialize in his material deck, will have to clear this Stalwart Shieldmate with one of his allies and then just go for a big attack. Flamesweep will indeed do it. We're going to game 3 to decide who is going to be in the top 8 and win that Brisa Spirit of Wind and maybe even hit all the way to the World's Gauntlet.
Yep. Well displayed from Enki, showing us why this deck is really, really scary. Honestly speaking, this deck had shown so much. People are talking about it the whole time, like how much potential you can do it with the Crux deck, because at the end of the day, that's just so much. I mean, one of our earlier interviews say, I like to draw cards.
I like to draw cards.
I like to draw cards, and then look at the amount of cards that Enki draws. I lost count. I think half of his deck is just his hand at the point.
I agree. I think at the end of the game, his influence was something like 15, and that's like not normal. That is not okay.
if you notice how he uses massive hand sign, is basically just, I'm just going to attack you every turn. We saw all of them came together. Flame Sweep, Rending Flames, and basic attack that swings for 7, and Flame Sweep to end the game. This is why this deck is getting Cruxter, and Flame Sweep is basically saying, look, I will clear the allies while swinging your face for, I don't know, 6 to 8. Pretty small damage, I assume.
That is pretty small damage, 6 to 8. Yeah, just a little bit.
Just touch you a bit for 6 to 8, and then my massive damage probably is like 20.
Yeah, 6 to 8, 6 only 20% of Long's total life pool in one attack.
Yeah.
I wonder if he will go for the Spirit of Serene Fire this time because he is going to be going first. But last time he did just go for the normal Spirit of Fire.
Yeah, Anki is going to be going second, right?
Yes, I mean,
It
Enki
depends.
most likely will be going second.
most likely.
Usually when you win, you do choose to go first, especially in this meta.
Yep.
We saw how much of an impact that had for Enki. And I think the Fragmented Spirit of Fire also played a large part because he was able to send 4 cards to the bottom.
See.
He was able to find it a lot faster. It is still going to be the normal Spirit of Fire for Long, and I think that means it's also going to be the normal Spirit of Fire for Enki since he is going to be going second. Long does draw into the Ral the Abyss this time, but I don't know if there's anything else that he can discard. There is a Liminal Guide.
Well, there are a few options for you to discard. I think it's fine to just pass it, obviously, because again, this he's going to do it. Interesting. As long as we're doing main phase discard, maybe you should play around in cap.
Yeah, I think right now the kind of meta that players are playing against each other. Oh my God, he top decked the Undying Dreams. Let's go. We have a game 3, everybody. Enki is still going Fragmented Spirit of Fire despite going second. He wants to find his Ral the Abyss. Ral, creative. Rending, and the Undying Dreams. Probably doesn't need all of those attack cards, but will definitely be keeping that Ral the Abyss. Thank you very much. Will now draw for a turn as well as his 6 cards, and let's see how he proceeds. There's also a Cremation Ritual here, which could be massive later on to gain even more influence, but right now we are going to Ral the Abyss.
Yep. So the thing is that with all those combinations right now, Anki is still actually feel pretty comfortable. In the end of the day, even if you are discarding, like, I mean, as long as you discarded the best 2 options, Anki is still pretty much doing alright, because in the end of the day, if he just reached level 3, all you do is just lift level 3, have your Pendragons, have enough weapons in your banished area, and just swing with all attack cards as we seen last game.
That's right. Now, we also see him drop the Fluffy Shopkeep, banishing 2 of the swords, very in line with the game plan he really wants to have. Long, meanwhile, goes up to level 1, then also drops another Ral the Abyss. We are going to see that Liminal Guide come on the board. The Servile Possessions, also Mastery, now available for Long. Does he have another couple Floating Memory in order to replicate what Enki did the previous game? I do see a Ral the Abyss.
Inquisition as well. I think for Long, the moment he hit level 3, he's going to Inquisition a lot of things.
I agree. There's going to be a lot of targets you want to get rid of. That last game we saw him get rid of 2 Spirit Blade Onslaught, and what Enki said is, I don't need my Onslaught. I can punch you with Flame Sweep. I have no worries at all. Long is going to Ral the Abyss and not discard anything, but he does get to put 3 cards into his memory, and most likely will be using that to level up to level 2. So I guess the high roll does stop eventually.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can roll, right, honestly speaking. But they are still pretty talented players. I think if I were to play the game, I don't think I'll be hitting those. Honestly speaking, none of us will be. But the thing is, right now, Anki is still pretty, I think it's pretty still alright. Like, you're going to go into level 1 right here. You're going to go into your lowering level 1. You're going to just get out your weapon right here, recollect, see what you can do. There is a cremation as well. You can basically cremate your Fluffy if you really want to.
Yeah, but Enki this time still has 2 creative shocks in hand.
Ooh.
Already has an Undying Dream, so can also use that in order to, for 1, put a Floating Memory into the grave, for 2, give another +1/+1 temporarily, maybe protect this Fluffy Shopkeep so he doesn't take any damage. Enki going to see what he can do here. Only has this 1 Fluffy Shopkeep right now, but so many options with his large hand. What do you think? I mean, the early stages of the game are probably going to be very similar. What do you think needs to change this game for Long to really take the victory back?
It is speed, honestly speaking. So I think if you somehow can find a line of Dungeon Guard line, and at the same time being able to just get the Orb of Seeing out safely, I think that's all he needs to do. The problem is that a lot of players are playing really safe, and I don't blame them. You have to play safe. You're playing safe so that your Orb doesn't just get destroyed out of nowhere to the edge. You're playing safe because you want to have enough influence to play out all your combo pieces. That's why I think if Long can just be a bit brave, I think Long just needs to understand, look, I'm never beating a high roll hand. And if he's high rolling me, he doesn't understand, I'm going to go in. I'm going to go into my Orb of Seeing. I'm going to play my Oblation once and then Oblation twice through a high or something. Like that's I think needs to happen because it's all about the game of speed, right? There's nothing else Long or Enki can do. The issue is Long has to gamble, I guess, because your opponent has in cap. Your opponent has a way to just kill you if it basically goes hands down. So I think it's just understanding the risk that you need to take.
Definitely. And of course, in the Incapacitate Wars, they're actually both at 2 incaps each. So
Yep.
it's just going to be a matter of who draws what. But what I wanted to highlight is the high roll hasn't stopped yet. Baby! Long goes backup charger and then top decks into the memory, the turbo charge. So we'll have another +2 here. And I see in his hand, I think a couple of liminal guides as well. Unfortunately, doesn't look like there's a way to get those in
I
cash.
see a lot of purple. I see a lot of purple from Long. If those purple are oblations, I think Long might actually take this.
That's right, and he also has the Crystallized Destiny to protect himself from a big rending flames from Enki. We are still, of course, both level 1 only. We might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves.
I think Long. I think Long needs to realize that if I'm Long, I need to go to level 3 as soon as possible because I have the Inquisition first call, meaning I can Inquisition first before Enki is able to go into his Crux turn. Inquisition is such an important card in like level 3 mirrors because you're able to remove all the higher element cards, right?
That's right. Being able to remove those Spirit Blade Onsouls was really important in order to make sure Enki wasn't able to beat Long really quickly. Here's the creative shock. We're going to see that liminal guide that Long has in hand probably get sent to the graveyard.
Wow,
There's 2 Evercurrent Raiders now.
Floating, amazing. These guys are just so talented in this game.
I think Long is really wishing this creative shock was around the abyss right about now, or if he had another Rao. But one thing is for sure, next turn, what's the possibility? Long goes Manjome. He puts this Rao into his Omens. Manjome swaps the Rao out for the Advent of the Stormcaller in his hand. Now he Raos and he drops 2 Evercurrent Raiders. I'm not even drawing good things anymore. 2 times Evercurrent Raiders and he goes +2 again. So he's going to be really, really up if that is going to be his play here.
Yep, the Fluffy there basically protecting the early game damage. So that Enki doesn't take too much damage, mainly through the Luminous Guide. It shows you how strong this Fluffy Ship really is. 1-3 is a really, really premium stat for a defensive game. Going to the creative shocks here, trying to replicate what Long has. Not really, but he just drops the floating. That's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, Enki now has 2 floating memory. Will be able to go up to level 2 and also try maybe to go for a 4 attack swing into this Luminal Guide and draw a card.
You see it? I see 2 Oblations.
Oh, that is going to be 2 Oblations. And Long this time, quite a bit of influence. I think that's 5 cards in hand, 6 cards in memory.
I think Long can actually take it if he actually rush to level 3.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an option with double Oblation. He already has the Advent of the Stormcaller. He can next turn go and Manjome and swap this out for the Advent. So there is going to be that line for Long. It's just whether he is Long for this world, whether he can stay alive all the way until he can resolve that double Oblation. Let's see what Enki is going to be doing with his turn. It might be that level 2, like I said earlier, is going to be Lorraine Blade Master gets on enter +2 and on kill. Draw a card.
Yep. Well, can probably kill that Luminous guy, I guess, to draw one. But, okay, it depends. The damage here kind of matters in some sense.
Yes, I think it's possible to just race. If you want to prioritize the card, yes, it's possible to get the Liminal Guide, but it's also a bit scary because if this gets Undying Dreams, it gets +2.
Do we have Dungeon Guide? Okay, Enki has Inquisition. If we get Dungeon Guide Inquisition, these Oblations are gone.
He has it. He has the Dungeon Guide. Let's see if let's see if we go Dungeon Guide in Inquisition. Long does have enough hand cards to cast it, to play an Incapacitate in response, but let's see whether Enki is going to send it here. He might want to just continue farming a little bit more.
This is a point of understanding risk and reward. I think if I'm Enki, I won't do it because there's a risk of, what's the card called again? Incap, right?
Yes.
But we both know Long doesn't have it. So if Enki just sends it here, this is going to be a very, very interesting game.
I believe so as well. And remember, we were talking about this earlier. Despite the Regal Inquisition, it does send the card to the graveyard. And both of these decks have interaction with the graveyard. Like we said, Long, he can put it in the Omen, and then he can take it back to hand. Enki can Crux Sight, take it back to hand as well. So even with the Regal Inquisition, it doesn't mean that the game is over. And last game, Enki was able to win the game despite getting Regal Inquisitions as well. Now let's see if that Dungeon Guide is going to be making an appearance here.
Yeah, I think it will. Oh, cremation. Ooh.
Cremation Ritual instead, just going to draw even more cards. Sends the Fluffy to the yard. He is going to be drawing even more. There is a Reckoning's Wake. I believe he also top decked a Turbocharge, but there's no backup charger yet this game. Sword of Shadows does break. We just need to move that to the Banish. We already have one sword here now, +2 from the Fluffy Shopkeep. So 3
Mazun,
already.
he's doing it. I think he actually sees the line. He is going to instantly pop it to get the Round of the Abyss and get the Evan straight away into the Omen area. He's going to play Round of the Abyss to basically discard the 2 floating that we saw last game. Last round, 3, baby, 3. Draw, 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 all this draw. I love to draw cards. You love to draw cards?
I love to draw cards, and Long has drawn one of the best cards, Dungeon Guide. Can double Dungeon Guide into Baleful Oblation? Maybe. Let's do the math.
This is scary. I think Long, I can see the line. Okay, so if I'm Long, right, I think the line is basically Inquisition to get rid of the negates, and then Oblations, right?
Yes, that could be a play. Let's think of the influence. We're looking at Dungeon Guide to 2 for 4, and then Dungeon Guide to 3 for 4. So it's a little bit difficult because he's only at level 1 right now. If he was level 2, it would be a very feasible play. Enki goes for the Cleric Reimagined. Despite it having some denial on non-combat damage, Baleful is non-preventable. So it is just going to be used primarily for the purpose of smacking Long in the face. We are going to see the Dungeon Guide to 3 now instead. This is going to be all 5 swords in the Banish.
Dungeon Guide does happen right here. We're going to go into the level 3 here with a full powered... I assume it's kind of like full power at this point. You have everything you wanted. You have all the swords in the Banish. You are going to go to a Crux Knight. I think you also have the Regal to just stop what your opponent has. It's going to happen. I think it's going to be Regal. Yep.
Here is the Regal Inquisition. Long does he have the Incapacitate? He is going to be struggling a little bit here. Resolute Stand can be casted on the response of the Regal Inquisition, so he at least gets to keep it.
It's going to be a very delicious Inquisition for Enki, and it's going to be a very painful one with Long.
You are bow down to the Queen. Give her all of your money, all of your cards, all of your shinies.
So sad. Because think about this. Yes, you're right. We can take it back, but remember, he just used a Manzone. That's one. Number 2. 2 Oblations is actually game winning. Like, he can just win next turn, but now all of them are just gone because of this one Regal Inquisition.
And he isn't going to be able to come back from that very, very easily.
Oh
like
my!
The Manjome is used.
He's trying. I think is there a way to dig? Do we have any draw? Any way to actually just draw the end cap?
I don't believe so. I think this is just going to be the Resolute Stand in response.
It's just going to be Resolute here.
So we are going to protect Long's face from big swings. This sword is going in for 6, but now we'll go in for 3 instead.
And Enki now asks him, show me what you have. And he sees that 2, instantly sees the purple and says, hey, that's a very nice purple card.
Yeah, we really like the purple cards, and we really like them, especially in the graveyard. We're going to see you drop all of them into the graveyard very shortly. And this Regal too.
This is so painful to watch. Like, okay, imagine a world where this is Ender and this is all your light weaver. It's the same pain.
That is a very common world we live in right now, and that's, I think, why we're not seeing a lot of Luxum Xander being played anymore either. We're going to see all of the Umbra cards get chosen alongside that Crystallized Destiny, alongside this second Resolute Stand, and maybe even this Regal Inquisition as well. However, do remember, every single card that you put in the graveyard, Long will draw 1 card to match. So he does lose 2 Baleful Oblations, but his deck plays 4. He can always draw into these 2. It is not Jover yet. Long really wants to get that spirit. He really wants to stay in Ascent Taipei. Let's see if he can. We're going to see the Dungeon Guide also removed, not allowing Long to turbo up to 3. Because, again, he's still at level 1 right now. He'll need to go 2 materializations if he doesn't have it.
Okay. We're going to see the 6 cards being drawn here.
Dungeon Guide.
No
Oblation.
Regal. Regal's alright. Regal's actually alright. But again, he just lost 2 Oblation. That's what matters. He just find back the Oblations.
Yeah, and not only that, Long was also fortunate enough to draw a Creative Shock. So he can drop one of those floating memory into the yard and level up for free for sure now. He already had one in there, I believe, earlier. So we'll be happy to get that Dungeon Guide back. Doesn't have the Baleful Oblations just yet,
Spirit Shot being popped.
Get it back later.
Pendragon being drawn here. You can see deeper into your deck if you want to.
And he also does have the Crux Sight, so we'll be able to pick it back up if it does die later.
We're at CL level 1, right?
Yes, we are at CL level 1 right now. So next turn goes up to 2, and then Dungeon Guide's up to 3.
Wait. It's Rending Leader. 5, 6, 8, 16.
we have Resolute Stand this time.
Oh, resistant. Yeah,
so
you're right.
he played that because he knew he was going to
Yeah,
try to pick
yeah.
Rending Flames.
So Rending
But
Flames.
Enki is probably still going to send it.
Yeah. All those chaotic moments. We actually forgot there is a resistant being cast here, so it's being played here. So you are going into the Enki. You're going to the ending here. Probably like me, forgotten that there's a resistant here.
No, I mean, even if there was
Oh,
the
yeah.
Resolute Stand, he should probably still send it anyway.
Yeah.
3 plus 6 becomes 6 times 2 is
Yep,
still 12 damage. He's still going to be very happy to see that. Creative Shock here in response to the Rending Flames, just trying to find some additional protection, if any. Gets to drop a Liminal Guide or a Floating Memory into the yard here, so we'll drop that Liminal Guide. Let's see what else happens. There is going to be 12 damage dealt. Too long, but he is still holding on. Wants that spirit for sure. 3 minutes left in the round. We're always going to need to go all the way up to level 3, and the game is just getting started for Long right now. He's going up to CL level 2. Let's see, 1 card moved to the trash.
That's a lot of cycle. A lot of cycles. We are going to see a lot of cards being drawn here. He's trying to hopefully draw into 2 oblations again.
I see purple. There is 1.
There's one purple right there.
CL level 2 on enter triggers, gets to swap 1 card out. He can discard 1 thing. He is going to go for the Dungeon Guide this turn, most likely go up to the level 3 CL, does drop a Floating Memory, draw into memory now. 6 cards in memory plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in hand. 13 cards total. He's going to Dungeon Guide for 4. He is going to draw 1 for turn, so that becomes 14, sorry. So 10 cards left. That is exactly a little bit over the amount you need to go double oblation, but can he draw it? That is going to be the most important question.
I think there's almost no more cards to draw. That's cremation right here if he really wants to do it.
Can he do cremation into double oblation? He has... Oh, that was a pretty nice rhyme. We're going to see 14 cards in hand right now. Dungeon Guide is 4, goes to 10. Cremation Ritual would be -4, but then he goes +2, so he has 8. That would be exactly enough to double oblation still.
Yep.
So will he be able to do it? Let's see what he can find.
We are going to go to the CL level 3 first to have access to all Umbra cards. And now, it's the biggest question. Can he do it?
Oh my goodness. 10 cards left in hand. Cremation into double oblation. Say it with me, folks. Cremation into double oblation. 1 damage from the Dungeon Guide.
It's not enough, I think. It has to be double oblations.
Yeah, we also have Creative Shock, so it can also be Creative Shock into double oblation. It's going to be Carter instead. Carter now coming in for 2 plus 2, I think. That's 4.
Cleave for... It'll be a cleave for 4 damage.
That's right, 4 damage to Champion, and then retaliates into the Carter, so he will die. Here is 1 damage from each dungeon. A Liminal Guide, 9 damage now. We're left with just 19 HP. Will there be a way for Long to finish it? Oblation is 15. 4 damage left. Can he find a sword or something?
Unfortunately, I think that's not the case. However, maybe Long can think of, oh, maybe I could just survive instead.
Yeah, I think actually... Regal Inquisition, let's go!
Yep.
There is actually nothing much for Enki to lose. Crux Sight and Flame Sweep are probably going to be the primary choices.
Do we want to toss a Crux Sight when opponent does... Oh, I guess Pendragon's there.
Yeah, Pendragon is an option.
Rending Flames.
It draws into another Pendragon and Rending Flames, so it doesn't really matter anyway. Rending Flames is going to be a little bit scary. I wonder if there's any other reactions. I do see a Stalwart Shieldmate available for Long.
Yeah, that's what. I mean, that's basically the theme of the game right so far. So right now, it's just an Inquisition gaming, and now Long probably just has a pass. He has the income in hand, but nothing really much going on.
So unfortunately, even the Stalwart Shieldmate isn't going to save him because the Pendragon was drawn, returns the Looking Glass, he draws 2. Rending Flames goes in for exactly 18.
Yep.
Is there a Creative Shock still in hand? Does Long have Creative Shock still?
We have to find...
Nope, he put it down.
We have to find 18 damage right here.
Pendragon is played. He gets to draw 2. Will the Rending Flames come down for Enki? Here's 3 damage from the Pendragon. Just 15 to go. Rending Flames comes in for 18 this turn. He is putting down the cards. He has another Pendragon, but I don't think that's the play right now. Is it the Rending Flames? Is there a response? Crystallized Destiny is available, I believe.
Enki is going to banish 3 cards first as a cost for the activation. declaring the balance and
Crystallized
crystallized
Destiny. No incapacitate from Enki. This Rending Flames turns to nothing. We're going to see what Long has in store for us. He has floating memory, can materialize his sword.
We are at overtime right now, so this is going to be hit on right now. More pressure for the players right now. Turn 0 was an Enki going into turn 1 for Long. This is a bit hard right now. Remember, Enki still needs to somehow find, so 28. So 15 damage, right, from the Oblation. So 15, 24, 24. So you find 4 damage. There's no 4 damage on the board.
There's 2 with the 2 Eminent
Exactly.
Guides. With sword, he will be able to finish. Does Enki have a resolute stand of his own?
Yeah, Enki doesn't seem to have any of those things.
Well, he does have a reduce to ash, so he could maybe interact with the sword.
Yep, can interact with the sword if you wish to. Going into 1 damage right here.
He actually can't. This is the Grande Sonori. It's a
Ooh.
1-cost sword. You can't reduce to ash a 1-cost sword. Here is a swing with the Grande Sonori. 5 damage. Is there going to be any response? There is not. Here is the
Oblation
Oblation.
going to be played. We're going to see it, folks. 15 damage just like that. And it's game.
Baleful Oblation for 15 into Lorraine Crux Knight.
Okay, wait, reimagine. Reimagine is poking.
He cracks both. Oh, Oblation isn't unpreventable damage. He cracks
Oh.
the Clarion Reimagine
Survives.
twice. He prevents 4 damage. He's at 27.
Survives 1.
left. Is there anything left in his hand? Does he have a dungeon guide or
That's it,
something?
1 damage. Just wait, 1 damage from any allies. Counters on hand. Yes, counter. We do have counter. We can go for it, I think.
He isn't going for it.
Wait. Is that game? Oh. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it. The banish omen damage prevent the deal 2 damage from the leaders.
Oh, he does
the
2
champion
damage
fight,
from the level 3 CL.
Yep,
and that's the 2 damage that he needs to finish the game?
Yep. Fantastic.
Wow.
Congratulations to Long for taking that game a very, very long time. Imagine losing 2 obligations, losing all his win con, and still manage to find through the game and win it.
Oh my god, what a final game of Swiss at Ascent Taipei today, ladies and gentlemen. Chat, are you watching this? That was down to the damn wire. I forgot that Oblation was the one that was preventable, but CL Mirage's grave sends Lorraine to her grave right now, and Long is going to be taking that other top 8 spot and secures himself Brissa, Spirit of Wind.
Yeah, that was a very exciting game, showing you that even with both players playing basically the same package, right? The Round Abyss. We've been talking about this the whole day. Round Abyss package. However, you can see that outcome and the games are still really, really exciting to watch because everyone's playing a different type of win con. It's not the similar win cons. As you see, like the cross win con is really interesting. There are multiple ways to finish it. You can play the Enso route, the rending. Rending has been the highlight of the entire game, and also the flame switch, and also from the CL win con, all about the Oblations win con. And you can see, like even if you discard both of them, eventually with the amount of cycle power that this deck has, you can actually win through it because you can just find again, right? No issue. Discard it, just find it again.
Yeah, I think one thing that you can note, right, is that that game was so close. In the turn right before he lost, he swung with Rending Flames with his weapon.
Yep.
And that made it reduce to 2 durability.
Yep.
If he had that 3rd durability, the Oblation would have done exactly 2 less damage, and he would have lived. And then he would be able to finish the game next turn. So it's just every single little thing counts in a match at this level, and it's so crazy to think about it.
I mean, at that point, right, everyone is just so heated up. Even we as casters over CG, to damage from CL. At that point where a lot of things just got lost in the air, and like basically that's what happens in games like that, because again, you're over time and stuff like that. So stuff like that do happen, right? People do forget about stuff, but it just shows you how much damage, how much potential, how much things that be played around, or even be better played in order for people to just win the game. And I think Long masterfully maneuvered that, despite again he lost 2 of his core card even before going to level 3.
I know, right? That double Baleful removal was such a crucial turning point because it went from Long has this game in the bag to Long really has to try and find a way back into this game, and find a way back in he did.
You know that meme that like, it's so over, we're so back, it's so over, that meme?
It's the graph of this game.
I'm telling you, we're basically living that graph right now.
We always are, and being the casters, we always get the benefit of being able to live that life game after game. What a banger to finish us off on the Swiss rounds.
Yep. I think we are going to interview really soon right now. We do have them ready. We're going to ask Long some really important questions like how you do it, how do you feel about the emotions, everything about it. I think we're going to actually go to an interview really soon right here.
Despite him being long, we are not going to be very long
young.
until you get to see him speak a little bit more. Let's hear from him how he feels to be a top 8 Ascent Taipei player.
Hello, everyone. What a nail biter of a final game of Swiss. I am Flon. I'm joined here with Long, the winner. Let me ask you, how are you feeling right now knowing that you make it to top 8 today?
Yeah, I'm so excited because this in and out gaming. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really intense game, and I gotta say, you started the day 6-2-1, and you have won 5 games straight. How do you do that?
Yeah, just keep playing.
Just
keep playing.
playing.
Yeah.
All right, so let me ask you, like, how do you feel about CL in this particular manner? Obviously, Ryle is really strong, but why did you choose to go with specifically CL?
Because CL has the 15 cores, the Thunder, it can cave all the units. That's really big damage for that. It's really good.
So going into top 8, are there any decks in particular you want to see and that you don't want to see?
I don't want to see the Wing Ally because it has the sensor to cut my floating memory.
Okay.
It's jamming, yeah.
So sensor, you don't like sensor.
Yeah.
Well, last question, I guess. I mean, you just won with the deck, but do you think at the end of the day that Ryle the Abyss is getting banned?
I think it shouldn't because it has so many counter. So just like my last game 3, I have the Abyss, but no spectre in hand. So just draw one. Yeah.
Okay, you heard it here, guys. Ryle the Abyss doesn't need to get banned because it has a lot of counters. But yeah, congratulations once again, Long, for making it, and I wish you good luck in top 8.
Okay, thank you.
If you're a freak and I'm handsome, slide up in the club like 2 chains. This snake is on top of the food chain. Stand out like a star, no new name. All these rats in my DMs, no message back. I just see them, I get them hooked and I reel and then throw them back when complete. I'm a snake on this lane, I'm speeding, my poison is raining. And look at homie, no pain, we dripping in venom, so great. I'm a VIP. All these chicas, all these mamas begging me for affection. But just like C. Darwin, I live for natural selection. Never hugs or connections, I just constrict and reject them. I make my snake holes transactions, eject my papers and stack them. All these reds and my DMs, no message back, I just see them. I get them hooked and I reel and then throw them back when completed. I'm a snake on this lane, I'm speeding, my poison is raining. And we got homie, no pain, we dripping in venom, so great. I'm a VIP.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Ascent Taipei, and right now we have the most exciting part of the event coming right up. This is the Wonderland Queen's Assembly side event. You are going to be seeing someone challenge Verita, Queen of Hearts, played by a wonderful cosplayer. For those of you who don't know, this is standard poker rules. You can see on the right a little bit of what hands are going to be winning. We're going to see the shuffle up, 5 cards per person. Let's see the showdown really quickly. 5v5. Who is going to win? Queen of Hearts or this unnamed individual? We are going to reveal the hands really, really soon. Who do you think is going to win, Flan?
I think Verita's going to win because she's the queen. She always wins. Oh, is that a queen pair?
Oh my goodness. Pair of queens for Verita. Or is it something she got high rolled instead? What is it gonna be?
What? We have ace pairs?
Oh my goodness. Verita unfortunately does take the L here. No, she won.
Okay.
The guy got nothing.
I'm just saying, I never see anyone win. Every time I come here, they always win.
You know what
They're
they
the queen
say?
for a reason.
The house always wins. We love a queen, and we know when the queen loves to slay. Let's see what is going to be happening next. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for that little bit of a quick side event cast. We're going to be heading into the top 8 rounds very, very soon. Let's break down a little bit about who is going to be in the top 8 and also what decks they are going to be playing.
Yeah, so we've got here is little bit of a Hong Kong invasion right here. 4 Hong Kong players in our top 8. Crazy performance over here. So we've got Pro An, friend of the show, and unfortunately frequent stream loser. I feel like every single time I've ever seen Pro An on stream, he loses. So.
Okay, there is one exception. His previous Ascent win, he won all the way after drawing the very famous 4 Cross-1 Paladins in a row. So let's see.
Melbourne.
This time, I guess it will have to be 4 Peppered Chefs in a row since he's on Suzaku.
Yeah, or Ryle Liminal Guide would be great.
Yeah, 4 times in a row would also be great. He's against Egg from Taiwan. And then we're going to be also seeing Yamiken from New Zealand, Zero from Hong Kong, Ray Lam, and Long also from Hong Kong. Long you saw on stream just before the break. He was on that Oblation CL. And then Liv Drazel all the way from game 2 of day 1 of the stream on that Regal Inquisition deck out CL. And lastly, A. Paul on Seiryu, who I believe you also saw on stream.
Yes, so that means we have 3 Ensouls, 1 Suzaku, 2 CLs, one of which being like Oblation CL and the other one being this Regal Inquisition CL. And then you have Wind, Wake Up, I think no champion in main, sideboard Tristan, and then you have A-Paul on Seiryu. So 2 Wind, 6 Fire, no water representation, unfortunately. You know, we can't get everything that we want.
Yeah, well, Yamiken is actually the reason I started playing Wind Wake Up myself. Pro-An decided, hey, this deck looks kind of crazy, let's build it, and gave it to me, and I was like, yeah, you know what, this deck kind of slaps. So I'm really excited to see the first person who came up with the deck kind of do well with it all the way in Taiwan and has made it all the way here now with the top 8 going into the stream table later as well. His opponent, of course, is Zero, one of 3 Hong Kong players. All 3 of them are on the same Fire Crux Lorraine deck as well. We've seen this just recently on stream as well in the final match against Long, and unfortunately wasn't able to take the game, but we can see how strong that deck is.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming into the event, everyone was thinking, okay, Lorraine is just the best deck. Maybe there's some decks like Tristan and Seiryu that can kind of compete, and of course you have the other Ryle decks like the Luxems and the Sails that they can sneak wins, but in terms of consistency, in terms of just being like raw strength, you can't really beat Ensoul. It's good into aggro, it's good into other level 3 decks. It's just the most all-around and just, I think, overall most powerful deck in the format. Fluffy Shopkeep's insane, Clarent is insane, it just has everything you need.
Yeah, and I guess just from today's event, we have determined which Crux is better Crux. 3 Lorraine Crux Knights in the finals, top 8. Not a single Merlin has made it.
I think there was one more, wasn't there? Wasn't there a Chubush or...
To the top 8? I think we're looking at only the 3 Crux Knights, but maybe we could get a confirmation on that later. Other than that, we are also looking at 2 Wind decks and unfortunately no Water decks in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a pipe dream. Let's be real here. It's like, okay, some Water CL is somehow gonna make it through. Maybe that a bit cope, but I am glad to see that at least they did kind of well on their stream matches.
Yeah, the Genbu did unfortunately end top 14, I believe. So we'll be walking home with at least a little bit of a cash prize. But other than that, we are going to see 2 wind decks in the top 8. There is going to be, of course, Yamikin that we mentioned earlier on the Wind Wake Up, and also Seiryu, piloted by Apol.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want Ryle to stick around, maybe you actually want to root for the win decks today. You know,
We gotta do a little bit of a psyop. Just pretend that Raul is fine all the way up till the final match. Of course, I think I'm doing my best to be excited when I say Raul into Liminal Guide into Undying Dreams for the 4th time today.
draw into Creative Shock and then Creative Shock and then draw into a Liminal Guide, then you level up and then you're +4 and then you cremate it and then yeah.
Yeah, yada. You know what it is.
You know
Well, why don't we talk a little bit about the matchup we're about to see, the Wind Wake Up deck into the Fire Lorraine. Of course, I am a bit more familiar with the Wind Wake Up deck. I can tell you that this deck has a very high ceiling when it comes to how quick you can kill somebody. You are able to play the Mad Hatter into Ranger Strides, into Second Wind, and finish the game on turn 2 before your opponent has the chance to even make it to level 1 sometimes.
Here's the question, Hero. Who is higher seed though? Because that will determine a lot, because higher seed does get to choose whether they go first or second.
That is a very good question, and of course the viewers at home, you will be able to see on Omnidex, but if you're a bit too lazy to check, then maybe we'll leave it as a surprise for you on stream. Just now I was talking to Pro An, who was first seed in Swiss today. Congratulations, Pro An, if you're watching. God bless you. Please play properly. He is super happy to be able to go into the top 8 being first seed, because he's just saying, I'm first seed, I go first, and he's very, very happy to be able to have that choice.
Yeah, I absolutely am happy for him that he gets. It's very much like how True Champion Gaming said, okay, we're all going to play Fire Xander because we all get to choose to go first. In this situation, obviously, he just happened to be first seed, so it's perfect for him. And I think might be in for a very fast top 8 here, if depending on how things go with him.
Especially with all of the different fire decks available. Even the Fire Crux Lorraine, even though it's a level 3 deck, it actually can go really, really quickly. Like with that Rending Flames we saw, has such a high damage ceiling, 18 damage with just 4 investment. Of course, you do need to have the 3 cards in fire. We also saw sometimes you can have accidents, mishaps, where you are only 2 fire cards in trash, then you can't send everything with the Rending Flames, but it's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, look at the decks. Wake Up, Suzaku, Seiryu, Enso. It's like all decks that end the game really quickly. So we're in for a very explosive, very heated games coming up here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Okay, let me ask you, who do you think is going to take it all?
Of course, I'm Singaporean. I have to say, Pro Art is going to take everything. And I think the storyline behind it is going to be so key as well. Pro Art last year wasn't able to make it to the World's Gauntlet despite attending a couple of different nationals after already coming off of a World's performance the previous year, which maybe wasn't the best in his opinion. And of course, we spoke about it a bit as well. He's saying, of course, top 8 is just another day in the office, so I want him to put his money where his mouth is. I want him to win. I want him to make it into the World's Gauntlet.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the thing. Worlds is not easy to get into. It's very exclusive, getting in through one of the remaining nationals. But now we have the Gauntlet invite from winning the event. So that's a huge thing for people here. It's like, okay, maybe you can't spend time to fly out to 3 different nationals, 4 different nationals. Having an opportunity from an Ascent to get into the Gauntlet as well is a great opportunity for people, especially locals who live in the country where the Ascent is happening. So definitely, Pro An, you know, if you're going to choke in Nats again this year, you might as well get the Gauntlet invite now.
I hope he doesn't choke here at least. Well, you can only choke so much. Let's not jinx him any further. We're going to head into the first stream game. Yamikin versus Zero. Wind Wake Up versus Fire Crux Lorraine. How do you think this matchup goes?
I think this matchup goes, I kill you turn 2 or turn 3, or the game probably ends.
I agree. And this is from both sides as well. The Lorraine, I think, doesn't have a lot of ways to stay alive as well. We have a couple of resolute stands. We also have the Fluffy Shopkeep, which could be really important, as well as the Stalwart Shieldmate. However, you do have to remember, Yamikin is on 4 Incapacitate. This is a very common card, not just to prevent reactions, because God forbid anyone react to my 8x8 swing. But other than that, it's also really good in a slower game where your opponent does get to go first. You can incapacitate the Ral if they don't respect it and play it during the main phase.
And the issue with that, though, is we are open deck lists, so you can see your opponents being incapacitated. You're just going to rile on your turn before they even get a chance to pick up a single piece of cardboard.
Definitely. Now, I wanted to highlight this Tristan level 1 that you were talking about earlier. One thing about this Tristan is that it's really only here for 2 things. Number 1, I get agility 3 at the end of my turn. Number 2, I get a discount on those 4 incapacitates. This is really, really crucial because it's about the same as drawing 2 cards. You're going to use the Tristan to level up to 1. Now you get a 2 cost discount. So from paying 2 plus 2 for incap, you're only going to be playing 2. And that is going to be a very big difference when it comes to those late game situations where every single reaction, every single card in hand counts.
Yeah, not often you see Tristans going for that agility trigger, but there have been decks like some fire aggro lists before. Maybe instead of playing Xander, you play Tristan, because it lets you, oh, I get to pick up cards and I get to now play a Vermilion Decree out of nowhere, right? And it's actually very curious that he's playing the Smoke Bombs in the sideboard. That is, usually it's like, okay, turn 1, I play something, I play the Mad Hatter, I get something out. Then they play an Intercept. It's like, okay, I'm going to Smoke Bomb it.
Yeah.
But now it's like, oh, we don't even get access to
And
that.
Yamikin is going to go first. He has a Gwendolyn Spirit of Wind here, and now we'll be able to swap that out for a Brissa Spirit of Wind if he so prefers. Let's see what his turn 1 play is going to be. He's playing a little bit of a slower Wind Wake Up with also the Windmill Engineers, I believe.
I think we have Mad Hatter, Second Wind already. Or no, that's a Lube, unfortunately. So no Mad Hatter yet. But Lube is good enough. If we can find a card that likes us distant, then we can just go, okay, Lube, Ranger Strides, and then boom, we're popping off.
He's going a little bit slower, actually. He put the Liu Bei down, maybe going for the Purse instead.
Purse would be fine as well.
Purse is really good in this matchup. Will be able to suppress the swords, will prevent damage to herself as well, which is really good, of course. But Liu Bei being out on turn 1 would actually be potential lethal. The one issue with Purse is that with Purse ranged 2 plus ranged 4 makes 7. Second Wind goes twice, so 14, 1 damage short. You will need 1 more damage in order to secure lethal if, let's say, Yamikin decides to go for the Ranger Strikes right now.
Yeah, but maybe actually another thing about Purse is that she gets to suppress anything, which means if you bring out Ranger Strides, you can start suppressing your Ranger Strides to get a bunch of extra draws out of it as well. So maybe content to play maybe a turn 3 kill game instead.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Zero is going to have a Rouse the Abyss, but no reactions, which is going to be the most important thing for Yamikin to see. If he Rouse the Abyss here, maybe he can draw 2 more cards. He drew a really good round. There's 2 Liminal Guides here. Checking for any response. No Incapacitate, 3 cards in hand only. Will draw 1, gets another Rending Flames, discards the 2 Liminal Guides. What a start. And there is the Resolute Stand. That is not what you want to see if you're Yamikin. Well, he isn't going to be seeing it right now, but we'll see it eventually. Yamikin here can go for the Ranger Strikes right now or save it for later. Let's see what he goes for now.
Yeah, Dungeon Guide to 1? Or are we just playing this?
Dungeon Guide to 1 is actually crazy. You know why? Because with 20 HP, you cannot get turn 1 killed if there's only a Purse on the board. So Zero is denied of his Dungeon Guide to level 1. And Yamikin has the opportunity to maybe try and find a turn 1 kill still. If he has something like the Mad Hatter, he would be able to finish that off. There is the Sensor of Restful Peace instead, which will turn off the 2 Liminal Guides in the grave. However, Yamikin only at 6 total influence now.
I can't believe I just watched a Dungeon Guide to 1 get Stifling Trap. How often can you say you've seen that? I don't even think I've ever seen anyone Stifling Trap that before.
I think it's a very unique deck and thus has very unique circumstances. Zero has to put some respect on this wake-up deck. He doesn't know what Yamikin has, but all he knows is that he can die at any moment, and he doesn't want that to happen. Zero now going up to level 1, raw, doesn't have any floating memory to go up safely. Can we hit the Resolute Stand?
Yeah, this is big. All the cards are in the memory except for 1. So we lose a Rending. Can't feel too bad about that. You don't really need that. This game is probably going to end with you hitting level 3 and then just smothering them in value.
So the Sword of Shadows does come materialized onto the board. Yamikin, I wonder if he has a backstep or anything like that to make this Purse distant and to suppress this Sword of Shadows, because you really don't want this Purse dying.
I do think I do see a backstep there, one of the alternate art backsteps, I think, from A and B. We have the Reduce to Ash as well right here, so we can get rid of that Sensor, but we have Purse. Purse can suppress the Sensor to keep it alive for an extra turn as well.
But we are probably going to see the Suppress come in right now. We are going to see the response on the Dungeon Guide swing here. Yamikin also has second wind in hand. Now, curious, you may not know this interaction for those of you who haven't played this deck before, but with Pulse specifically, you can make her distant and then second wind to set her active again and suppress 2 things in the same turn. So that becomes really, really huge. Here is the backstep on the in response to the 1 damage from the Dungeon Guide. We want to make this Pulse distant and activate her ability. There's no way we're suppressing this Dungeon Guide, letting Hero
sure?
go up to 2 for free. But we are going to suppress this Sword of Shadows right now.
Could also just potentially just suppress the purse herself. Can't feel too bad about that. It's basically guaranteed that she lives because this deck doesn't play any kind of fast speed removal.
In other decks, yes, that would be true. But if you suppress the pulse, she doesn't come back distant. And that's one of the most key parts of this deck. So you really want to make sure that you get this distant pulse. Next turn, she can come in for 14 damage if you go for the Ranger Strides. But if not, you still are able to just have 3 damage still. Or you can do something like suppress the Ranger Strides like you mentioned earlier and draw more cards.
The issue here, 14 is not 20, and really this deck, if it's not killing you at 15, it gets just more and more difficult as the game goes by to ever actually hit, especially what, 24, 28. How do you ever hit numbers like that on a deck like this that runs out of steam so quickly?
Yeah, I think this is, again, another thing that people think that the Wind Wake Up deck really struggles with is that it will run out of gas really quickly. One way that you can really switch modes is to use the Pulse in order to continue drawing cards with the Ranger Strides. And other than that, you can always pivot to a more generic ally game plan. With Liu Bei and Pulse both being distant, you can deal 7 damage a turn. In 4 turns, that's 28.
Yeah, notably, this deck doesn't play like Dilu, so not as much of the high value allies, but also makes the deck a little less less inconsistent. Sometimes you just draw all these Dilus with no unique allies. We do have the Cheshire Cat though. She's very strong because you got to go in Nerd Sword, and you start to go Cheshing. But here we're gonna go for the Thorable, which can get rid of all of these. We're paying 4 actually, respecting the potential fast speed card to get thrown into the grave. Do we have anything? Reduce to Ash.
Reduce
the
to
only
Ash.
fast speed card in this hand.
Even Reduce to Ash wouldn't really do anything here. If there was a Creative Shock, it would at least be 5 cards engraved now, and so Zero would be able to keep at least 1 Liminal Guide, but so far isn't able to do that, so this Turbo gets huge value for Yamikin.
Yeah, that's huge. So Yamikin now gonna go up to an influence of 8.
And we have Liu Bei in hand. He can develop this character and start hitting into Zero's face finally. Will be able to put out 5 points of damage right now. He also has the Mad Hatter. So one thing I've heard from more reliable sources is that Yamikin actually doesn't really love the Mad Hatter in this deck, which is why he plays 3 copies of Besiege the Wind instead. He wants to make sure that there's no element of luck when it comes to whether the Ranger Strides gets materialized or not, which I can understand. But at the same time, in my perspective, if you're going to the casino, don't hold back.
I mean, if you have the option of risking it for the biscuit or just, you know, doing the safe and measured play, would you? I mean, honestly, for me, I think maybe I would just risk it. It's definitely faster. There's a reason you still have to play Mad Hatter anyway. As much as he doesn't want to have that 1 in 9 chance, maybe 1 in 10 chance of accidentally losing the game on the spot, he still needs to actually have it in case he's put in a position where it's the only option.
And unfortunately, the longer the game goes, the higher the chance you actually hit the Ranger Strides. Because 1 in 10, turn 1, 1 in 9, turn 2, every card you materialize makes it even more likely. Yamikin holding onto a Stifling Trap. And one more thing, he also has another backstab, I believe. And he played this Draught of Stamina. This Draught of Stamina is basically a potion which you can use to wake up a target ally. Similarly to the second wind interaction we were talking about earlier, he can make Pulse distant, wake her up, and then still suppress something. Here is the Dungeon Guide.
Is that Stifling Trap going to be used on Dungeon Guide once again?
What is Yamikin going to react with? He can either do the wake up backstep or he can do the Stifling Trap on this Dungeon Guide. He's actually just going to allow it to resolve here.
That is a big deal. 24 life, a lot to chew through compared to 15. So also Lorraine gets the swing here and kill the Purse, not even going to try and save her.
No reaction here. 4 damage swing from the Lorraine Blade Master plus this Sword of Shadows. So 1 damage more dealt with the Dungeon Guide, putting Yamikin at 2. Remember, no level 1 champion in the main board. Yamikin only has this Spirit, only 15 total life. Let's see how he's going to be able to come back from this position. He really needs to develop another ally, at least 1 ally in order to do the work. But there's a fluffy shopkeep creating a intercept 1-3 body, which is even more difficult to remove because Liu Bei alone won't be able to remove this without being distant.
Exactly. So this is, the door is quickly starting to close, I think, on Yamikin here. I don't know if he can come back. Hasn't done a single point of damage, 24 life, and a fluffy shopkeep. No smoke bombs in main as well.
There is going to be the backup charger. Yamikin is just farming hand size, really trying to get a big enough influence to be able to react to anything that Zero throws at him. He does draw into the skirting step, so does at least have that as an option. I wonder if he's feeling a little bit of pressure, may want to drop that Mad Hatter and start the Gamba, but if not, I don't know how he's going to come back from this.
Yeah, honestly, I'm already starting to see, not enough damage at all in this. I think you need to try and have like Liu Bei and Mad Hatter, distant the Mad Hatter, get the Liu Bei effect as well if you want to try and like sink in some damage. Probably also need to do some swings right now just to slowly chip away at that life total. Are we just going to go for another Purse?
It's either Purse or Liu Bei here. I think Liu Bei doesn't really do anything right now on her own, and Purse, unfortunately, doesn't really do much right now either because there's no Ranger Strikes on the board to draw a little bit more, and we can't clear the fluffy shopkeep alone, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. One good thing though is that during the end step of Zero's turn, what we can do is distant Purse and suppress the fluffy shopkeep. It will only come back during Yamikin's end step. So Yamikin then has free reign to start punching into Zero.
Problem with that, though, is of course, is that if you don't kill them that turn, the fluffy shopkeep comes back and you essentially +1 your opponent.
That is definitely the case. But I think Zero also, generally, Fire Lorraine doesn't really resolve more than 1 fluffy shopkeep anyway. They need to keep at least 3 swords in the material deck, those being the Clarence and another additional sword to pay for the Clarence as well. So usually it's not too bad of a plan. Here's the Clarence that we're talking about. Now all up to 4 swords in Banish. We're going to see the Sword of Shadows probably going to reach there very soon as well. I wonder what Yamikin is going to do to protect this Purse. He does have that skirting step we saw earlier.
Yeah, skirting step would be a good one because it also gives us distance. So we not only prevent damage, but we also have the potential to suppress something that might be trying to get our Purse down. So there's that Drought of Stamina still. Very little to do with it. We're just lacking damage, lacking any offensive capability here.
Right now, Yamikin does have the skirting step, but Zero has his incapacitate. I think if Zero is going to prevent that Purse from getting distant, it's going to be a huge swing again for Yamikin. That 1 ally is going to be so important, and Zero just needs to slowly chip away at this 15 maximum life.
Yeah, and really, we're just sitting here watching Lorraine slowly walk her way up to level 3. And once we hit that level 3 threshold, it basically becomes impossible to win. We're actually just going to start hitting face here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Yamikin now already at 4 damage counters. That's almost a third of his total. We're going to see whether he decides to go for that distant play right now. He can skirting step this Purse.
If we had enough fire cards in grave, we actually could have just thrown a Rending there for 14. Swing 1 with the fluffy shopkeep.
It is an option. We're going to just see Fire Resonance Bauble instead. So we'll get to draw a card. No skirting step on the Purse in the end step. So we're not going for distance just yet. Maybe we're going to see Liu Bei come down this turn to try and provide an additional attacker and get rid of this fluffy shopkeep with both the allies on board.
That's right. I mean, if there's any way you're actually going to be able to kill or do enough damage to take Zero down, you're going to need at least more than 1 ally. The second wind combo is not enough at this point, unless we can get second wind plus drought, both on the same turn.
We can actually do that. He does already have the drought set up. If he goes Mad Hatter, distant, second wind, drought, that's going to be 8 3 times, and that is definitely going to be lethal if he can get rid of this fluffy shopkeep first. And Yamikin is playing the Eye of Argus in the main instead of the smoke bombs like you mentioned, so he can deal with stealth, but he isn't going to be able to deal with this intercept very easily. He might just go for the Liu Bei or the Mad Hatter here to get rid of this fluffy shopkeep though.
Yeah, and remember, the Resolute Stand is still in the hand as well. Trying to commit everything, but then also hold up the Incapacitate pretty hard when you're not on Tristan.
Definitely, he is still hovering which ally to play. It is going to be that Liu Bei. This now means that every turn, if he makes Purse distant, he's representing 7 points of damage on the board. So Purse is 1 plus range 2, and Liu Bei is 2 plus range 2. Those who don't know what Liu Bei does, whenever another unit you control becomes distant, Liu Bei also becomes distant. You get a buy one, get one free kind of deal.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why Liu Bei was the premier wind unique ally you played to activate deal. Not only is she just base 3 cost 2/3, unlike a lot of the other ones like Guan Yu's a little bit too expensive. The other sister whose name is escaping me was class bonus and also had a lot of conditions to make her good. So Liu Bei was just the most generic. A lot like 3 of Hearts, where she just works no matter what, but she also has this additional upside if you happen to play distant cards.
Yeah, Yamiken is playing a much more controlled game than what I'm used to seeing from Wind Waker decks. I have definitely been forced into this position before while playing the deck, but I've never elected to play it this way. So I'm very interested to see how this ends up for him. He's going for the Flame Sweep here, Zero.
Flame Sweep, gonna take care of all these allies. I imagine we might just commit the skirting step in order to suppress something. Drought, yeah, skirting step gonna be used here on the Purse. Gonna give her distance, which allows her to then rest herself in order to suppress something. What are we suppressing here?
Well, it's probably going to be the Clarent Reimagined. We do have to reduce the amount of damage from this Flame Sweep so that Liu Bei stays alive. However, the Fluffy Shopkeep is going to be able to finish the Liu Bei off, but I think that's okay. You do, for one, get the Fluffy Shopkeep rested anyway. So I wonder what he's going to do. It's not going to be suppressing one of the allies, I don't think. Technically, the skirting step means that Purse is only going to take 2 damage from the Flame Sweep. So she can suppress the Liu Bei instead.
Yeah, I actually think if you suppress Liu Bei here, this Purse currently has prevented 2 from the Flame Sweep. So would actually probably not die this turn unless there's another ally. Then the Liu Bei is safe to come back next turn. And remember, the thing about Liu Bei is because you distant anything else, she also gets the distance. So as long as there is a distant card in there, he can have like essentially like 2 or 3 allies all with distant at the same time.
And it looks like we're just going to full pass back to... Oh, no, never mind. We are still on the end step of Zero.
Oh, we did not take the damage from the Flame Sweep to champion yet. And remember, there is no champion in this list. This is all we've got, the Wind Spirit, which means we're already almost halfway through our remaining damage left to give.
Yeah, 7 out of 15 damage counters already given. Let's see how Yamikin comes back from here. Maybe we see the Ranger Strides played right now. He's probably holding on to that second win still. How are we going to get through this Fluffy Shopkeep though?
Also, I don't know if he has another distant card in hand. He already spent the back step. He already spent the skirting step. Does he have anything else that still gives distance?
Well, it's a good thing that Ranger Strikes draws 1. We can... Let's go gambling! I want to see the Ranger Strikes. Let's go Yamikin.
I don't think there's anything else you would really want to bring out here. And remember, we still have that Resolute Stand, so even if we can try and pull off the combo, we are not killing Zero unless we can also hold up 4 cards for an Incapacitate.
Terrifying is actually the choice here in order to stay a little bit safer. We are probably not out of the reach of another Flame Sweep, but Yamikin draws his second win. So third win, maybe? I don't know. You see Purse currently distant will be able to suppress something. But instead, going to be the one attacking into this Fluffy Shopkeep, finally gets rid of that. And now we have opened the doors for Yamikin. 2 damage, he draws first blood onto Zero. Lest he go for another ally here.
Could go for that Concealed Marksman in the hand.
Is going to pay for another shot of stamina.
God. Okay, so we could potentially be getting 8 times 3?
Times 5. He has
Times
2
5?
second wins.
So this is 2 droughts, 2 second wins, 5 swings. That's 8 times 5.
That's
I mean,
40 damage. Yamikin, you crazy man. Will you be able to pull it off? I want to see it. Please survive one more turn. He's going to drop the Draught of Stamina. Will have that other potion now available to him, and next turn, 1 distant Liu Bei with the Ranger Strides attacks 5 times. Even through Resolute Stand, that's 20 damage.
And the main thing, though, is we don't have 3 fire cards yet, which means we can't just try and go for like a YOLO rending at this point.
And there's the Flame Sweep, and one of the incapacitates removed in order to go up to Lorraine Crux Knight. I think Zero recognizes the 5 times 8 possibility from Yamikin. So we'll just go up to Lorraine already. This next swing is coming in for 6. Terrafring is cracked in order to try and protect himself. What will Yamikin do? Will he be able to survive? Does Zero have an attack card in order to try and finish the game right here, right now? Is this a Pendragon?
He definitely had that Pendragon, but remember, we're under the Terrafring, so it's going to be difficult to swing into everything here. Is there a distant card even in the hand? Stifling Trap going to be used here.
Not allowing Zero to
Pendragon.
draw.
This is big, so no draws, but at the same time, I didn't see a distant card, so he's going to have to try and distance himself during the main phase unless we can find it off the Ranger Strides.
Unfortunately, this also means that Zero could potentially tap out to try and clear both of the allies with the Pendragon and Lorraine's Crux Knight's swing. He's instead just going to play it safe past the turnover. Here's the Ranger Strides. Let's go gambling!
All right, what's it going to be? What are we losing? And more importantly, what are we drawing into?
Here we're losing
Coronation Ceremony. That is the VTuber promo. And did we draw into a distant card that we can activate?
Is that
that's an Evasive Maneuvers.
Evasive Maneuvers is usable pre-recollection. We can make this plus and, by extension, Liu Bei distant. And this leaves us with, I believe, 7 influence before we draw for turn.
8 influence, 7 influence before draw. So 8 cards, which
exactly
means we can play
double
second wind.
Here's the Evasive Maneuvers onto
This
Purse.
is now distant.
Resolute Stand onto Zero's champion. Now, good thing about this is Yamikin can just say, okay, then I won't pull the trigger. But will he be able to survive one more turn if he doesn't pull the trigger? Let's see what he ends up doing right now.
If we commit the Ranger Strides here, we would be doing 5 per swing off a Liu Bei. So it would unfortunately still not be quite enough. But we can just pass on this. We can kill the Pend, but it's going to be hard to kill the Pend without the retaliation taking out the ally. The Evasive Maneuvers is actually on the Purse here, so she could try and swing and probably won't die because Evasive Maneuvers would block 2 of that damage.
But then the Pendragon wouldn't die because plus is 3 damage total only.
Yes.
So either way, he has to either commit the Liu Bei to get rid of the Ghost of Pendragon, or he has to just send.
He does have another Liu Bei in there.
And I believe he also has a Concealed Marksman, which can go in for 9 times 4, which is even crazier. Let's see what ends up being the play. Unfortunately, Yamikin is dead to Clarence Swing plus Pendragon, so he has to trade into board here.
Yeah, this is going to be coming in for 6 damage, so definitely need to find something in order to stop yourself from dying. I mean, we still have the distance here, so we can actually just suppress the Clarent before he has a chance to attack with it. And as long as there's no attack card, should be able to get there.
Unfortunately, he will lose this turn at the end of Yamikin's turn.
Yes.
So if he wants to tap pause this turn, it'll either be to deal 3 damage. He can't deal 3 damage, so you have to suppress his own Ranger Strike just to draw another card, which is decent. But he might want to just leave pause active so that next turn he can go and suppress the Clarent like you mentioned. Instead, he is just going to suppress the Ranger Strikes. We'll see what he does in order to survive next turn. Again, this Clarent Reimagined Swing is coming in for 6.
Skirting Step drawn off of this. That means we can stay alive here. This would be a swing for 6, which would put you at 13. So if there's any like Pendragon after this, we at least have a Skirting Step to prevent some of that damage.
Scatter Essence for 0 is going to be used for the Spirit Blade Ascension. I, for a second, forgot that he is going to be playing a fire deck. We're going to see what else he has. Does he have a second Resolute Stand?
No, there's an Incapacitate in there, so we can at least stop a single Wake Up, but we don't actually need it. We already have 2 here, so as long as we have any, even the Mad Hatter in there, but we don't, if we have to use the Distant card on our champion to stay alive, we will not have another Distant card. So now we're just waiting and seeing. This Crux side can be used to get back the Pendragon, which is pretty terrible.
That is going to be a little bit bad. We are going to see maybe the Incapacitate come out now to prevent this Crux side from allowing 0 to draw. And 0 had to pay the 2 already, so it's going to be down a card.
Oh, you see, there's that Rending Flames in hand as well. So if there's ever an opportunity to just swing for face, we could definitely see this game end in a flash.
I think 0 has made a fatal error right now. This could just be game. He is going to go and swing into maybe the purse right now? Or is it just going to be champion?
If you're not killing, I think you gotta kill the ally. This wind wake up deck all relies on sticking one guy, giving it distant. If there's no dude on field, suddenly you now have to commit extra resources to play an ally and then also distant them, and then, you know, we can do the thing. And actually, that's why these Drought of Salmons are so useful, is that on turns where you don't have that much going on, you can just commit your resources, play this Drought, and now you can use it when it's the best possible opportunity.
He's going face. He's put Yamiken on 13, but 1 HP is all he needs.
Ooh.
If he goes Skirting Step on the purse during his pre-recollection, I don't think Zero has a response. This purse is going to come in for 7 attack 5 times next turn. That's 35 damage.
Ooh, Shield Bait is the card brought out here, but that's not enough. This is 4 even maybe potential wake-ups here.
Yamiken is gonna pop the F off this turn. He's going to play like crazy. Let's watch the absolute cinema that's about to unfold in front of us, ladies
Bring out
and
the Inert
gentlemen.
Sword here, just Inert Sword, swing into the Shield Mate, and then everything is clear.
He would have to Skirting Step right now so that he can have the 2 cards up in order to get that Inert Sword out. But yes, that is definitely an option. Will he be doing it right now? Skirting Step would allow him to, from his 4-card hand, go up back to 2 cards, and then he can do the Inert Sword like you mentioned. Here is the Skirting Step on purse, makes purse distant, will last until the end of Yamiken's turn. Back to the wake up phase, but the real wake up phase is yet to come. Here's the Inert Sword. Gwendolyn is about to swing for 2 into the Stalwart Shieldmate, does take out the taunt. Purse now coming in for 3, now coming in for 7. 7, 7, 7. Here is the jackpot, baby! Second win! It is another 7, 35 damage! Yamiken takes game 1 with wind! Wake up again and again and again and again!
I gotta say, you know, we were talking about the whole game. It's like, how is he going to kill Lorraine? She has 28 lives, she has all this defense. But he found the way. He played the most patient wind wake-up game I think I have ever seen anyone play.
Yamiken, I did not recognize your game. Good. Wow, what a round. I never expected this deck to be able to do 35 damage in a turn. I was not respectful enough of this Purse Relentless Raptor card. It did so much work that game, and at the end of the day, it was the one that decided everything.
That Purse came out on turn 1 and never left. She just, I mean, if you count suppressing and stuff, no, she actually just stuck on board the entire game, never got taken out. That's just the strength of this card. Not only do you have a lot of defensive cards that happen to give distance, the ability to just keep suppressing things that are trying to kill her, suppress allies that are around her. This is why she was a card that wasn't seeing a lot of play when she first came out in ALC, but ever since then, especially with the release of all these new distant cards like Skirting Step, like Lubei, things that give more benefit to distance, we have seen a huge influx of this card. I'm really hoping to see the CSR price on Purse maybe go up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it is a really beautiful card. I think the unique ally package in general is so good. Let's look at the sideboards for both of these players. Yamiken's one is very straightforward. He's going to side out Eye of Argus and the Wind Resonance Bauble for Tristan level 1 and for the Smoke Bombs. So this way he can deal with the intercepts and taunts a little bit easier. Other than that, he also has 4 Eternal Magistrates, which he might bring in order to prevent things like, number 1, the Ansel, bringing any cards from material deck only, not from the Banishment, but also the Dungeon Guide.
So I gotta talk a little bit about what's on the other side. We see Zero here with the Spurn to Ash, a very uncommonly used Regalia removal card. It is one of the few Regalia removal cards that can actually hit things that cost 1. That's the thing. Reduced Ash is fast speed, but it doesn't get rid of 1 cost. And guess what's 1 cost? Those boots. The Tims.
The boots, the Tims are crazy. At the start of the day, if anyone was watching me doodle in the venue, I did draw a Liu Bei with the Tims in question. They are very, very stylish boots. I think we should see a Liu Bei cosplay with those Ranger Stripes on one day, hopefully. I would be really, really excited to see that. But other than that, there's also another Resolute Stand and a Crystallized Destiny as well in the sideboard for Zero, which are going to be very, very huge.
Also, a Null Spell, which, and guess what? Second Wind actually happens to be a spell. So, you know, there is a world where you're going to see that negated here. So, but that's a lot of tech cards to put in your deck. It might gum you up. And oh, that's a Cruxy hand I'm seeing here.
That is a Cruxy hand indeed.
4 Crux cards in the opening hand. That's a and you're not on Fragmented, you're not in Serene, you don't really get any options. You're stuck with these for the rest of the game.
But there is a Rowdy Abyss, and there's also a Stalwart Shieldmate. So Zero actually still pretty happy, I think, to see those cards in hand. Stalwart Shieldmate, of course, especially is very, very helpful. In the later stages of the game, Yamikin is able to play the Inert Sword, just take it out. But in the early stages, it's going to be a little bit harder. He won't be able to pull off those turn 1 kills as easily. Here we are going to see Gwendolyn Spirit of Wind materialized.
8 cards, a lot to work with. Didn't really play anything on this first turn, just setting up for the next. We have the Undying Dreams, we have our float, we've gotten our +1. Fairy Whispers digging for something. A Zephyr actually would seem to be a sideboard in here.
Zephyr really good in the matchup, not only to prevent damage from the weapons, but also to just suppress your own allies to prevent them from dying. And I also see the Mad Hatter. Are we going to see the Gamba turn 1? Yamikin, you know you want to. Let's see it.
Mad Hatter is a bit hard. Usually you want to play Mad Hatter as your only card for the turn, and then from there you can try and like keep him alive with a Skirting Step or a Suppress. Zephyr seems to be the ad here, so he could go for it, but Lorraine has a 2-power sword. If she throws a Liminal Guide at any point, she could also get a plus off that. She can play like Hasty Messengers, lots of options in order to kill a 3-health ally.
And Yamikin, currently his hand, not a lot of options to, I think, protect. He has the Cheshire Cat now on the top and also draws into the Besiege the Wind, which is going to be helpful as well. The Cheshire Cat will be a really good ally because once Yamikin materializes that Inert Sword, that ally is coming in for 3 damage and has Stealth and Spell Shroud.
The thing is, we do have that reduced Ash, so we could destroy the Inert Sword if we want, but if we're using that on the Inert Sword, we're not using it on the Sensor.
That is also true. And Yamikin has a lot of options as to what he wants to materialize next turn. Currently doesn't really have anything to worry about. He is going to pay Besiege the Winds. Are we going to see the Sensor of Restful Peace here? Or is it going to be the Ranger Strikes? It is the Sensor.
Sensor, I don't know if, I think Zero might have put down his reduced Ash. Oh no, he kept it in the hand. Very smart. You got to worry about the possible Besieges here.
And you know what? I think we take those, that's a very okay 1-for-1. We traded our Besiege and our Sensor for that reduced to Ash. Yes, Zero does get that level 1 very safely, but I think all things considered, that was not a bad trade for Yamikin still.
Oh, the hand is just not got much action. There's too many Crux cards in there. I'm not sure what the play is. If they're fluffy, there's Resolutes. At the very least, we have some kind of defense.
Yeah, I mean, defense is really all you need in this specific matchup. Yamikin was able to brute force the ever-living life out of Zero with 5 swings of 7 attack, but that may not be the case this game if he doesn't draw into the 2 drops of stamina again. One more thing I wanted to highlight about the Reduce to Ash is that forcing the Reduce to Ash on the Sensor is still pretty decent because another possible target for the Reduce to Ash is that drop of stamina.
That's right, that's right. Drought of Stamina is an item. It is on the board. You can destroy. Actually, Reduce Ash does it allow you to hit 4 costs?
It does allow you to hit exactly 4 cost items. So the Drought of Stamina is a valid target. Yamikin here probably considering the Durable in order to prevent Zero from doing any fast speed shenanigans again. And the third Fairy Whispers is going to be played to look for another Wind Element card.
I wonder what the Fairy Whispers sound like.
I think something like this, maybe.
That is not exactly the kind of ASMR I asked for, but okay.
I am not a fairy, unfortunately, but I am fairly excited to see how the rest of this game plays out.
You just
There
see
is
that.
the Concealed Marksman, and I believe he also has Backstep right underneath this Cheshire Cat.
He actually put 3 on top, which is terrifying. If you glimpse and you keep all of them, that is a terrifying sign for Zero here on the back foot, maybe.
Yamikin just thinking what he wants to do here. He did materialize this Durable, hoping to probably deal with a Rowdy Abyss, but if he does play ally here, he won't be able to respond much to anything like a Rowdy Abyss +2. He has to pay 5. An ally would cost 3. He wouldn't have enough hand. But Zero, we both know his hand kind of not ideal. He goes for the backup charger instead, gets that Power Cell, draws into memory, and now has a total influence of, I think, 9. And we'll see what he does draw for turn now.
Okay, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of attacks and a lot of Crux. Not a lot of gaining cards, not a lot of level up ability here. I don't even think there's a Dungeon Guide in the hand either.
Yeah, but there is that Stalwart Shieldmate, like we said earlier, might be the play here, is going to be played down, and Yamikin actually not the luckiest, hasn't found any Liu Beis or Purses, only the Mad Hatter, the Cheshire Cat, and the Concealed Marksman, which without any other support are only 1 attack allies.
The Shieldmate's not the worst in the world. We can just kill it then Thurable, but that would have opened 0 up if he had it into using a Ryle or his Creative Shock. So kind of a bit of a bluff here. It's like, okay, you're going to kill it, and then I'm going to just pass turn, and then if you don't do anything, I'm just going to level up.
Yeah, and Yamikin can't turbo in his pre-recollection step either because this Shieldmate isn't dead yet. So we're going to see him go for that Inert Sword. Now his Cheshire Cat is a 3-attack ally when he does eventually play it down. Also has that Stealth and Spell Shot as mentioned. So that means he can just leave it on the board and not worry too much about Zero being able to deal with it. Because the only way he would be able to is he materializes Lorraine 2 and the Sword of Seeking.
Actually, he has a Flame Sweep, so he potentially could just Flame Sweep to kill the Cheshire Cat.
That's true. Right now, the Flame Sweep would come in for 2 only, though, because the Sword of Shadows gets -1 because of the Stealth Cheshire Cat. So he will need to materialize a different weapon, like the Inert Sword, in order to be able to finish it off with Flame Sweep, because the Flame Sweep doesn't have the +1 on the level 2 bonus yet.
Or he could just go to level 2.
Or he could just go to level 2 and then Flame Sweep. We could also see that happen. Let's see what ends up being the case. The Stalwart Shieldmate is sent to the graveyard. We're going to see how much Yamikin commits for this Purifying Turbo. He does put 5 cards down, I believe, so will banish enough to cover a Rowdy Abyss or a Creative Shock. But no such card is available for 0, so Yamikin just farming up again, 9 total influence.
Once again, we are watching extremely patient Wind Wake Up play. Yamikin is waiting for the absolute opportune moment for his chance to actually like go in there and just end this game. Seeing a bunch of Crux cards thrown into the banish does tell him, my opponent's been doing very little this whole game. I wonder what the texture of his hand looks like.
The texture of his hand is kind of crazy. We're going to see the Sword of Shadow swing in for 4 damage with the Lorraine 2 bonus, putting Yamikin at about 1/3 of his total life already. Now, I wonder what we're going to see materialized. It could be the backup charger, because Yamikin, I think, has at least 3 cards in hand, can continue to grow his influence even further.
That is probably the best card to bring out here. Don't want to use one of your baubles or your other 0-cost, basically free regalias if you don't have to. Rather save them for a turn where they would really help.
There is the backup charger indeed. Draw into memory, and that makes, I think, 12 influence on recollection. He is farming like crazy. There's the purse. We saw her be MVP last game. Let's see if she's going to make an appearance again and be MVP this game. But first, we're going to see the Cheshire Cat most likely come down as a 3-attack ally. And one more thing, this Cheshire Cat is able to activate the activated abilities of all of your Distortion Regalia. Those of you who aren't aware what this means is that you remember how the Ranger Strides made Purse ranged 6? She can become ranged 10, ranged 14, ranged 18, ranged 22. I don't think any further unless you're playing an illegal deck list, but that's an insane amount of damage.
So instead goes for the Concealed Marksman here. So we can try to kill this with Lorraine level... Well, actually, we already went Lorraine level 2, so are we just going to go hard level to 3?
This might be a Clarence turn.
Could definitely be a Clarence turn. The fact that we haven't found a Dungeon Guide has been terrible for 0 here. Having taken off turn means we aren't going to get that extra 4 life from Lorraine, Crux, Master, and then... Ooh, yeah, I saw Zephyr in hand, so if we try to kill this Concealed Marksman, we can always just suppress her to ensure that she sticks around for another turn. Then next turn, we can go for that distant play. And actually, maybe we might just see the end of the game right here.
And Concealed Marksman is ranged 4, which means that with the Ranger Strides, she becomes ranged 8. That's 9 attack. With a second wind that's coming in for 18, which isn't quite enough to finish off Lorraine level 2 yet. But if he can go 3 times...
We do have the Cheshire Cat. We also have the Inert Sword, so we could go Cheshire Cat, swing with Inert Sword for 3, and then Inert Sword swing for 2, and then double. So that would be 3 plus 2 plus... This would be 13 times 2.
13 times 2 would be kind of crazy. Yamikin is going up to Tristan level 1.
Ooh, Resolute Stand detected.
Resolute Stand is spotted. Yamikin is going up to Tristan level 1 already, getting that Incapacitate buff right before he's going in for lethal. I don't even see the Incapacitate in his hand. He's just bluffing. We're going to see backstab on the Concealed Marksman, making her a 5-attack ally. The Ranger Strides are not on the board yet, but this is still going to be 5 damage onto 0. That's 20% or a little bit more into him already. Let's see the Cheshire Cat come down now for another 3 maybe.
That's right. This is the thing about Cheshire Cat. She's just so good at swinging for... Oh, the Resolute is committed now. That means not going to be there for the big wake-up turn. I wonder if Zero is feeling a little bit nervous here.
I think he would be -3 damage on this Concealed Marksman.
Ooh, second Resolute.
Second Resolute is going to be there. Here is the Cheshire Cat. Will allow Yamikin to activate an additional Ranger Strikes later. But right now, Yamikin is playing with all his hand cards available to him. He is totally showing respect and doesn't want Zero to use a single dungeon guide or Ghost of Pendragon. He has 3 Stifling Traps in hand, I believe. And here goes a Reduced to Ash of Rending Flames as well into the Banish. And Zero is finally Lorraine Crux Knight now.
Losing the Flame Sweep is terrible here. Probably wasn't going to be able to clear anything anyway because, I mean, when you see a Wind guy with 10 cards in hand, you already know that's like Suppress City, Prevention Damage City. So now, how are we going to deal with this? Because chances are, if this sticks, Stifling Trap, is it time?
It definitely is the time. Pendragon, you are not going to draw cards today. You are getting stifled and trapped. Here is a 3-2 Pendragon now with 2 damage counters on it. It is going to try and swing into the Concealed Marksman. Another Stifling Trap can actually take out this Pendragon right now.
Skirting Step would also keep us... Is Skirting Step 1 prevention or 2 prevention?
1 prevention only.
So actually we need to use that evasive maneuvers instead, but that would give us our distant ally. And we have the Cheshire, we have the Inert, and oh, there we go. Okay, we're going to play the Skirting Step.
So Concealed Marksman is actually a 1-3, despite being pretty strong.
Oh, yes, right. She is a 1-3. She looks like a 1-2 for
She
some
does
reason.
look like a 1-2. Maybe because she's not a unique ally, so you would think that she's a little bit weaker.
Yeah, so now we're distant. So this is coming in for 5.
And we also have that 1 damage reduction, which means we do need to commit the Lorraine swing in order to get this to actually be removed from the board.
Now I wonder if there's any other prevention. We showed the Zephyr already, so Zephyr can't be used to keep this Concealed Marksman alive. So are we going to swing with Lorraine? I think we have to at this point.
Oh, it's actually Spirit Blade Ascension on the stack of the Pendragon swing.
Okay, so that's Ascension. That's going to be Wind, Fire, potentially Water as well.
I don't believe we saw a Water card earlier, but Wind is going to be quite painful for Yamikin. He is going to lose a card at least. He is going to respond to the Spirit Blade Ascension, I believe. So the Prismatic Edge has already been materialized on the board, but I think we're just clarifying what the stack is right now.
Yeah, actually, because if this is in response to the Skirting Step, the Prismatic Edge in response to the Skirting Step, the target would be gone, which would then make the Skirting Step fizzle, therefore not getting us that draw.
But the Prismatic Edge would also be able to get rid of Cheshire Cat because Cheshire Cat is Spell Shout, while Prismatic Edge is not technically a spell despite being a very magical sword. So maybe that's going to be the play instead. There is going to be quite a bit of options still available for Yamikin as well. On top of this Skirting Step, he does have a lot of other like reaction spells in his deck. We're going to see what Zero does end up doing. The Ascension will deal 3 damage with the Prismatic Edge, and then he can also swing with the Prismatic Edge to do a bunch of damage, and this Ghost of Pendragon will still be having this 3 attack swing into the Concealed Marksman.
Yeah, we are really, really close to being able to end this game here. We just need to make sure one of these distant allies sticks here with Cheshire, and we have Ranger Strides available from the material deck. At any point, we can basically just throw out a 15 damage combo.
That's right, but right now, without the Draught of Stamina, it's going to be a lot harder to be able to pull off those big swings. He will need at least multiple second wins. We're going to see the reveal. Fire, no water, but the good thing is that Zero is now tapped out. Is going to swing for 3 into the Concealed Marksman instead. This also means that Yamikin is denied of the draw from the Skirting Step because of how that ruling works. He is going to banish 1 card. It is the Mad Hatter. Yamikin is going to be happy to see that. He doesn't like that card anyway.
Yeah, and actually, we're at the point where we might not even necessarily need too many wake-ups. With double Cheshire, we could potentially buff something by a lot. Even just a single wake-up might be enough. As long as we're able to keep the ally on board, that's really the most critical thing.
Unfortunately, though, we aren't going to be able to play an ally, make them distant, and wake them up all in the same turn right now. Let's say we go Ranger Strides. Next time Yamikin only has 8 influence. It's going to be really difficult. Yes, Zero is tapped out now, but that's 28 damage that he needs to deal. Right now, on board, we have 2 plus 3 from the Cheshire Cat. Let's say we go Ranger Strides right now. That is going to be... I think he has Liu Bei available to him.
Yes,
so that
he
would
does.
be 2 plus 2 plus 4 plus another 4. That would be 12 damage only, plus the 3 from the Cheshire Cat, 15, plus the Inner Sword would be 17. So he's just 8 damage short of going for lethal because he doesn't have something like the Draught of Stamina on the board already. Let's see how he decides to proceed with this turn. Actually, maybe the Mad Hatter would have been crazy because he could have done something like draw a card and then after that go for the Mad Hatter and try to hit the Ranger Strides. And that would be an additional card in hand he could use to maybe go for a distant and something else.
One thing though is there's only 5 cards left in the material deck because we have been playing this game pretty slowly, so the chances of hitting the Ranger Strides exponentially increase every single turn you materialize something else.
It is going to be easier to hit, but it is Ascent top 8, baby. We have to go gambling. I think he can definitely do it. Unfortunately, that's no longer an option because the Ranger Strides, the Mad Hatter was banished, but there is just going to be the Smoke Bombs instead. No, instead chooses to go for the Tariff Ring. We are going to be able to clear this Ghost of Pendragon with our Cheshire Cat and another ally attack. Remember, Cheshire Cat is a unique ally, so you aren't able to play a second Cheshire Cat to have like 2-3 attack swings, but there is a Liu Bei available, so we can see that played. Yamikin was able to see what is in the memory of Zero, and I need a memory refresher because all I saw was that Resolute.
Resolute, a fire card, and something else.
That is indeed
another Ascension, maybe?
That is indeed what he had. I also remember Resolute and Fire and something else. I hope that we're able to see them again very shortly, but there is the Liu Bei will come in to help Yamikin get rid of this Ghost of Pendragon. We're going to see 2 damage from Liu Bei and 3 damage from the Cheshire Cat.
The big thing is, we aren't on Merlin. We only have 3 cards influence, and I don't think, are we even on Drawn Blade?
We are not.
We're not even on Drawn Blade. So next turn, the 1 card we draw, that is all we are getting.
Yeah, and I guess he does still have the sword that he did return for the Pendragon, but that's about it. Sorry, for the Ascension, but that's about it. He also wouldn't want to return the Clarence, I believe. There is the Sword of Seeking, just called out again. Recollection.
Threatening the Cheshire here with that True Sight.
That is going to be threatening, but the Terror Ring is popped, so there's only going to be 1 attack. Zephyr can protect his board if needed.
Let's also note here, there is that Rending Flames that we cannot use. Also, no fire cards engraved. So if we want to try and do the 10 damage, I don't think it's possible. Just going to try and pen to dig for another defensive piece. I think that last card had must be the Resolute Stand.
Wait, a Stifling Trap here would be huge because Zero doesn't have any more hand cards, but it is going to resolve. He can go for 1 attack now with his Lorraine, and that is going to come in for 4 damage right now. Just shy of lethal from getting rid of one of these attackers as well across the evasive maneuvers.
Attacking with the Sword of Seeking here. Are we going to do anything about this? Maybe wants to play this evasive maneuvers or a Zephyr. Oh, evasive maneuvers here. This is going to give Liu Bei distant as well. So now we actually essentially, we get to keep the Cheshire and we get to have Liu Bei distant too.
Unfortunately, evasive maneuvers only gives Ranger allies distant, and Cheshire Cat is not a Ranger ally. Therefore, Liu Bei also doesn't get distant. I have been burned by this interaction a couple of times, so unfortunately, I have learned from example. So
yeah, we could also read it. It was like, oh, really? Oh, wait, actually, it is getting the... If that unit is Ranger, it becomes this. Yeah, so this isn't a Ranger unit, so it shouldn't actually have that distant. Or is Cheshire a Ranger unit?
It is not. I'm 100% sure it is not. I have played this deck enough to know that it's not. 1 second.
All right, we're gonna have to have a check on the judges about that because pretty niche interaction here. So yeah, so that's the thing. This has to be a Ranger unit. Cheshire is not a Ranger unit, therefore no distant, which means Liu Bei does not see another unit become distant here. So a bit of an unfortunate misstep. Yamikin not realizing this very fine print kind of thing here, but that's why, you know, reading the card explains the card.
Reading the card does, in fact, explain the card, except in this case, you do have to read 2 different cards. So I guess that's a little bit harder. When us card gamers, we struggle with just 1 card. Yes, second win is sniped, which is definitely not what you want to see. Resolute Stand is casted pre-recollection, which will prevent any further damage. Aether's Embrace making the Liu Bei distant. We're going to use this to clear the Pendragons, maybe.
Yeah, but if you hit a Pendragon, it's going to retaliate on you. We do have that +2 life, though, so at least the Liu Bei would not die.
Wait, if we're cracking the Ranger Strikes on Liu Bei right now, ranged +8.
This is +2.
+8.
+8. Second wind. So that's 10 damage. Oh my god, he's dead?
What?
Even through Resolute Stand,
that
he's
was
able
9
to kill
9.
him? Yeah, that was +2 from the Aether Charge, then +8 from the double strides. So that was a Liu Bei. She was already distant. She had +2, so she was swinging for 12, 14 damage. So even the Resolute, 11, 11.
That is wild. Yamikin's able to find lethal from insane positions so far. Both games he was able to pull off such nutty lethals from positions where you're like, yeah, I think he's cooked. He's not. Never count out Wind Wake Up, gentlemen and ladies. The Cheshire Cat giving the additional ranger strides onto Liu Bei, making her such a big attacker. Range 2, not enough. Range 6, not enough. Range 10, how about that?
Yeah,
And we're
range
going
10
twice.
with like 5 other +1s on her. It's just like, wow, you know what? Ryle who? I'm just gonna kill you. I'm just gonna, like, Rending Flames, what? Like, I'm just gonna kill you with an ally who gets to swing 3 times for like 16 each.
Yeah, you thought Enraged Jin was powerful? You thought the Shuangzi of Sacrifice was powerful? Hold my Liu Bei.
Yeah, hold my drought of stamina. I'm going in here and I'm gonna just kill you right into the sun. That was an insane game, and you know, I'm just saying, one Wind player making it. Are you thinking maybe we might see the Wind finals?
Oh my goodness. Well, we did see A-Paul actually also won. There was a stream update where he did also make it past the first round of the top 8. So both our Wind players are actually in the top 4 already. That means there's only 2 more results we're going to have to wait for, and we're going to wait for production to let us know whether they have those results ready on hand. But what a game from Yamiken.
Okay, you're the Wind Wake Up player. Didn't he just play in like the most unconventional Wind Wake Up way ever?
Okay, you see, I am the one that was wrong. Yamiken, I am the one who thinks, okay, I am Wind Wake Up. Yamiken plays the deck, I am Wind Wake Ups. He is going to go not just for one big swing, he is going to farm hand, slowly play, and rather than going for a turn 2 kill, which may or may not go through, that is easily counterable with one piece of interaction like the Resolute Stand, you see he was able to farm so much influence, so much damage, that through the Resolute Stand, he can finish. The first game we saw 4 Wake Ups, and that was how he finished the game. The second game we saw 2 Ranger Strides, and that's how he finished the game. So he was able to find a way to make this deck that was previously considered like, oh, it's too fragile, it loses to a single piece of interaction, into I am going to find lethal and you are going to like it.
The problem is, everyone's on fire. Fire is the deck. What does it do? How does it get rid of things? We're not playing Demolition. We're not playing Sparklight or anything that can remove these allies. Basically, it's just Resolute or Bust. But Yamiken, very smart, able to play this slow game where he kind of amasses all the pieces and eventually just unloads all over you. It's insane to see such like patient play from a deck that's known for being unga bunga.
I know, right? And I am now embarrassed at my own caveman tendencies. I will reflect. I will head into the waterfalls in the countryside of Taiwan and learn how to play Wind Wake Ups correctly.
Yeah, would you
Thank
say,
you, Yamikin Sensei.
Would you say you've awakened?
I would say that for sure. I am no longer Hiro Shisho. You are Yamikin Shisho. Please teach me the ways of the Wind Wake Up. I am now humbled. We are going to actually hear him tell you a little bit more about Wind Wake Up very shortly when the Winder interview with our friend Chrisome over there. You will hear from them very, very shortly. Do you have any final thoughts about the game, Flan?
Well, I mean, I was expecting the games to end really quickly, and they didn't, which is surprising. And I mean, I think a lot of people are like, oh, 6 fire decks in top 8. Sleep. Well, I hope you guys have woken up now.
Yes, because now we're at 2 wind and 2 fire decks in the top 4. And I don't know if they're on opposite sides of the bracket, but we'll see very, very shortly.
It would be so unfortunate if the 2 wind decks have to kill each other. I guess it would be a bit of a Cinderella story to be like, okay, 1 wind versus one wind versus 1 fire. Let's see if they can make it. I also got to just say, Yamiken's ability to control the game, sensors, durables, all of that, just completely kept the Crux player down. But yeah, let's hear it from the man himself. We're going to go into that player interview real soon.
Yamiken, baby.
Hello, folks. We're here with our winner, Yamiken, that just won with a very, very interesting deck, the Wake Up win. And how are you feeling after taking that win?
Yeah, feeling good. Top 4.
Top 4?
Yeah.
Top 4, really, really good. So tell me more about this deck. This deck is probably very interesting because everyone expected like maybe a Tristan and a Seiru for win, but you brought something interesting, Wake Up allies.
Yeah, I think the deck is very underrated. I first saw it when Freedom, some numbers afterwards, played it in Taiwan, and I saw it and I thought, well, this deck's cool, but it's too fragile. So I built my one to be not fragile. We played a long game. We guarantee the win.
We guarantee. So it's kind of like a play style where you wait it out and see, oh, if I can go for the queue, I go for the queue.
Yeah.
If I can't go for it, you kind of wait it out?
Yeah.
I see. Was there any other decks that you were afraid of when bringing this deck?
Tristan, definitely. I dodged it the whole day one. Finally had to play again day 2. Somehow won that, yeah.
So you're finally in contention with top 4. Do you have confidence to take it all the way?
Definitely, yeah.
Definitely?
Yeah.
So is there anyone in the competition that you are afraid of right now in top 8?
Is Paran still in it?
Yep.
Paran.
All right, man. All right. So anything else you want to shout out to your friends or family that's watching this?
Yeah, shout out to Ewan for helping me test. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. He was on the same list. And shout out to Car Merchant Nelson and yeah, everyone back in New Zealand.
All right, you heard it from him, folks. We'll be back with you, bringing you the semi-final real soon here, so don't go anywhere.
get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. When I begin, I don't know how to stop. I can party on till the morning comes, till the sun goes up. We don't stop, no. I see you looking at me, but you don't stand a chance, you see. You don't know how to act. I'm looking for class. Can you please take a step back? I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I'm gonna party until I drop. I'm not looking for love, I'm looking for fun. Just because I have on skin tight jeans doesn't mean I need a man to save me. I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Don't you know I tease? I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. Hey stupid, you think I want you just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want you, I don't want you. Hey stupid, I do it all for fun. Looking hot in my 501s. Don't you know I tease? I'm not here to please, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. My vibe. My vibe. My vibe. My vibe. My vibe. Hey stupid, you think I want you just because I am a woman. Hey stupid, I don't want you, but you're way too dumb to see. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, honey, don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are again at Ascent Taipei. I say again, but we've been here all day, honestly.
At one point, I was walking around. I got lost. I don't know where I was.
That's not a good sign for the rest of this semi-final match that we're about to cast. Who do we have on but Paul and Long?
Basically, we have the Win Gocha Seiyu versus the CL deck again. There's two decks, basically a different type of route, the Win route versus the Fire route. But basically, it's the thing that we've been saying before. You either join the route or are against the route. Similar to the other table as well. The other table also, Poan versus the other, what's it called? Wind Wake Up deck?
Wind Wake Up deck.
Hamler, again, like the wind, and again, Poan's not really playing a level 3 deck. His opponent is not playing a level 3 deck. But the difference is, one's on route, one isn't on route. So we're going to see a really, really interesting match spread out throughout this top 4. What's the thoughts on this top 4 spread out so far?
I think it's going to be really exciting either way. What this top 4 spread means is that both the aggro decks are on one side and both the level 3 decks are on the other side.
Exactly.
You can see here Pro An on Suzaku.
Yep.
Yamiken on Wind Wake Up, who we just saw win in the quarterfinal. Long, who is on the CL, who you saw on the final round of Swiss today earlier.
Yep.
And that also means, earlier we were talking about how Long went from 6-2-1 to 11-2-1.
Now he's in semis.
And now he's in the semi. So today, Long is undefeated so far.
Wow.
I wonder if he can maintain that streak. And his opponent is actually Paul, who is the Seiryu, who was also on stream, I believe, the game right before Swiss round 13.
Yeah, April, basically the Seiryu deck is technically favored into level 3, basically, because all you need to do is just be faster than the level 3 in terms of achieving your win con, right? You need to hit your besiege to go up a level a bit faster and then get your Seiryu online, flip the dragon and bang, bang, bang. And then, yeah, that's basically a plan. But CL, on the other hand, if you reach to level 3, you actually are on 30 HP. It's a bit hard for the CL to go through, not CL, sorry, a bit hard for the Seiryu to go through that take 30 HP buffer. We're going to see the game right now. What's your thoughts on this matchup, honestly speaking?
Honestly, despite the fact that Seiryu is supposed to be slightly favored to some of the level 3 decks, Long actually has a super good answer to the big dragon because he can Baleful Oblation for 15. And despite Seiryu's Spell Shroud, Baleful Oblation doesn't target. So it will still get rid of the Seiryu. And once that Seiryu is gone, Guojia has a little bit of trouble. I think Paul will definitely have a little bit of problems dealing with it. The good thing is, Baleful only castable at slow speed. So he will at least have one attack with the dragon, and that is the window that he has. If he has double command Seiryu into Byakko, we'll be able to go generate Empower, Arcane Blast, generate Empower, Arcane Blast again, and that will be lethal unless Long is on the Spirit of Serene Fire in his sideboard.
I think it's also the fact that Apo needs to basically reach the dragon flip as soon as possible, because the thing is, if you do it before CL actually has access to the Umbrella card, this is not a problem, right? As long as that happens, I think you generate and then you get the dragon out, you should be fine, relatively speaking.
Yeah, I think it will then depend on both players, how easily they are and how smoothly they are able to make it to level.
It's all about speed, baby. It's all about speed.
It's all about speed. And we did see in the CL game earlier how powerful that Ral the Abyss card is. You are either riling or you are denying. And let's see which is going to come out on top here. Both sides of the bracket is fire versus wind.
An interesting team as well. Basically, I'm a bit disappointed there's no water melee in, but it is what it is. And it showcases the strength of Ral the Abyss, and one way to counter them is playing the other side. They're more, I mean, with the addition of the proxy vault, this card has been tearing out the scene. Every win deck, I think, has to play the Turbo. The Turbo has been pretty useful with it. I think on stream we've seen it a few times being very, very helpful.
Definitely banishing a lot of floating memory, liminal guides, doing a lot of work. And we're going to be able to see the games start again. Here's Paul being able to choose to go first because he does have the higher seed. Will go into the Spirit of Wind, draw out his 7 cards. Let's see if we do see the Besiege Fate Stone for him on turn 1. A lot of arcane cards.
That is a double incap as well. I don't think the incap is really helpful right now, but there's a Besiege Stone here. It is going to be going into a level 1, really quick one. The opponent's not even level 0, nothing on the field. He's already level 1.
Well, it is what it is. That is the Seiryu deck. Here is an arcane card banish. Harness Lightning will allow him to get an additional +1 Empower when Seiryu attacks later, because that does depend on how many arcane cards you have in
That's a
hand.
really good manage as well, as you mentioned. Basically, you don't have to think so much about it because that Empower is going to be helping you to reduce. Because that's a timeline where you have enough arcane cards, you can actually reduce the blast to 0 cost.
That's right, and here we are with the first quest counter of the game, banishing that Incapacitate, being able to draw a card at the end phase of A-Paul. Those of you not familiar with Serio, A-Paul, just taking a look at the little cutie Spirit of Fire.
I wanted that spirit as well. It looks so cute.
He is doing a Kung Fu pose. Now that I look at it, he has the very everybody wants Kung Fu fighting.
You know what we all do? Me, you, Flown, should actually do that pose later.
Yeah, okay, sure. Let's do that on stream, I bet. Like, no cap, I will do it for sure. And now let's look at Long's hand. He is on the normal Spirit of Fire for this game. He does have the Spirit of Serene Fire in the sideboard, like we mentioned. And I see Ral the Abyss and a certain guide.
All right, so we are going to round a bit. Probably is going to have a really strong discard turn here. I think the casters are trying to, not casters, sorry, the judges are trying to communicate what's going on. I think they're trying to resolve something, but I think it's all good. Should be fine. I'm just trying to.
The players just having a quick discussion. This round deck maybe a little bit too strong. Maybe let's have an emergency ban. Long's like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna stand up then. We're gonna move on to the finals already. Long does have a dungeon guide as well, so actually has a very smooth pathway up to level 1 and then 2 as well. Maybe we'll take a turn off to go for the Manjomi. Let's see what he decides to go for.
Yeah, I think there is some.
There is going to be a slight delay in the game right now. I wonder what the judge call is going to be, but we're going to get information as to what is going to happen very, very shortly. In the meantime, why don't we talk a little bit about what you can expect from the matchup. So we're going to see Long want to farm a couple of hand cards first with the Ral the Abyss. Discard some of his Liminal Guides, his Floating Memory, and then after that, he will be able to move on to go to CL1, CL2, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think basically this matchup right now is all about just the speed, right? So we have to be really careful right here about trying to not be too behind. Because the problem is, if you notice how this WoW players like to play, they like to basically try to farm hand size and not go to their levels, right? So what they don't do is the backup and stuff, but I personally think you don't need to go back up at times. You just need to understand, look, I am behind. I need to go up fast. What do you think about that?
Let's talk about the game first. Long starts off with Ral into Floating Memory into Liminal Guide, and then A-Paul immediately answers with Sensor of Restful Peace, which is immediately reduced to Ash. And now Long is in a great spot. A-Paul maybe can still answer this by going Besiege the Wind into Purifying Turbo, would be able to allow him to banish a couple of those cards in the grave. I wonder if he has enough hand cards for this though. Let's see what he's going to be doing. He does have 2 rested 8 stones.
Again?
Here is the card that we saw earlier, the Winds of Destiny, allowing him to go so many materializations.
It is destiny to win this game, right? Look at this, this is so fast. Like, you are going to be at level 2 right now, and Long is just like, alright, sure.
And here comes the Turbo!
It's so fast. Okay, Turbo's here, and now everything is gone. All of them is gone.
Would you say that that graveyard is long gone? It is going to be removed for sure.
My dude, that's terrible.
That is terrible, and I think all this Floating Memory and the Liminal Guide also can be terrible. They're all going straight into the banish, not going to be used for the rest of the game. Here, A-Paul able to not only get that Purifying Turbo, also gets a draw into memory and removes Long's entire graveyard already. His perfect Liminal Guide plus Floating Memory, Ral the Abyss into Reduce to Ash start, now also in Ashes.
Long's entire graveyard is being purified. What a terrible start.
What a terrible start for real. We're going to see A-Paul now flip the Panda as well. He is going to have a 3-4 Vigor daunting Panda, now punching Long every turn too.
This Panda's gonna punch the spirit of Kung Fu Fire. It's over.
The spirit of Kung Fu fighting. He's going to not be very happy about that for sure. A-Paul has the Hidden Dragon on the board already. He's face down at the moment. The Crouching Tiger may not be enough to bring him back into the game. Long forced to materialize the backup charger, can't even materialize that and then use it pre-recollection. But I did see Long has another Ral the Abyss, I believe. So let's see if he has another set of Ral the Abyss plus Floating Memory plus Liminal Guide to make his way up to level 1.
There is a good discard target. There is the main combo piece right there, the Revenant right there. You always want to discard that in order for you to get it into the Omen, right? But the issue is you're not on CL right now, right? You want to discard it a bit later.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, A-Paul doesn't really have any more interaction with the Grave. He's already played the Sensor. He's already played the Purifying Turbo. He won't really be able to do anything anymore. but I think he's done enough. He's already slowed Long considerably, forcing him not to go to 1, forcing him to lose that liminal guide, lose that floating memory. Let's see how Long tries to come back from this. So here's the library wish. There is a cremation ritual as well.
Yep, I think it's going to be a combo play here. You're just going to sack this. This is the classic play of what Fire used to do, right? Sack it. You want to kill the Library Wish in order to draw 1 and then draw 2 from the cremation here. It is going to be a pass back to Paul. Paul is probably just going to bench 2, I think, going into the level 2 Goja here. It's pretty much what you're going to do at this point. You already materialized 2 champion cards. I think it is time to actually go for the level 2.
Definitely, Apol already in a pretty good spot. Does get to go up to level 2 Guojia, banishing 2 cards, and will get 2 more quest counters from banishing those 2. Now, Apol has actually elected to go for draw a card a lot instead of going for the 2 quest counters, because when you go Dungeon Guide into Guojia level 3, you're already way over the 10 quest counters you already need, and I do see the Besiege the Winds in hand, which will allow him to do that as well. Here's the Panda's first swing for 3.
Yep, and then for 3, Vigor is going to stand back up, so that is going to be a problem right here. I think he's actually going for the Besiege win.
I believe so. He wants to hit that level 3 as soon as possible. We talked about it. We can actually maybe even go for a very quick lethal here. Another arcane
card. Yeah, this is really good. So now it's going to be, the Empower's going to be extra 2. Yes, it's actually insane speed. Paul is actually going to get 3 counters from this, and another 3 because of Gochia's an under effect. I believe that's a choice, right?
Exactly. You are able to choose between 3 quest counters.
And the Dragon's up.
3. Dragon is already out. It's turn 3. Apol is going crazy. Here's the Dragon swing for 4. He's going to generate an Arcane Blast.
Remind me again, what is the deck that people complain more about?
I believe everyone is calling for Rao the Abyss to be banned. Is this a psyop by the casters, chat? You can find out at the end of the day. Let's see who's actually going to be receiving any bans, if any. Apol actually has just been playing this very, very masterfully. I think the Winds, the card that allowed him to suppress his Fate Stone was so
Wind of Destiny is so good.
Of Destiny.
Like, it's basically telling me that it is his destiny to win this game. It is so strong. Like, being able to, because remember, you cannot just play the card as a full cost. You actually want to optimize it to free cost, meaning you need to have a stone. And what the other stone he has is Besiege Fate Stone. And he drew everything at the same time. Like, it's just amazing. Like, you need to have all these combo draws at the right time, at the right place. Like, I think this is just basically Paul's game at the moment. Even getting the Turbo off to eat, 4 cards? That's insane.
Exactly, and now we're going to see Long go up to CL level 1, finally making it into his lineage. He does get the Survival Possessions Mastery on level 1 as well.
Yep.
We're going to see whether he has a smooth way to go up to level 2. We did see the Dungeon Guide earlier, so he will be able to hopefully go up to level 2 and then 3 later this game as well. He really needs that additional HP more than anything right now. CL level 1 Guardian has 20 max HP, and CL level 2 has 25. I think this is a very key breakpoint, because next turn, Apol is probably going to go for the Reliquary, which will allow him to go up to 4 influence total with Empower, I believe it's 5 right now. That means that he can Arcane Blast after this Seiryu swings, which is going to be 4 plus 3 from the Panda, plus 11 from Arcane Blast. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage. And also to note that Paul's hand is actually not that big. His influence is really small. He will be able to play out that Reliquary right now, next turn, and able to farm back the hand a little bit, and also eventually get enough influence to cast the Arcane Blast. I think next turn is just going to be a very chill turn from Paul. It's just going to be, I'm going to get my Regardless the draw cards, and I'm going to see what you do. And as for Long to take that window to actually do something, maybe he can actually set up the Oblivion combo right now, but I think it will take a bit more of a setup right now. He does look pretty behind.
He definitely needs at least 1 turn to go up to level 2 and then 3. He does have the Dungeon Guide, of course, so that will help him to get there a little bit faster. I do see Stalwart Shieldmate available for Long, which could be good to help him stave off at least 3 damage from the Panda.
Yep.
And I think that may be a good enough breakpoint. CL level 2 has 25 max HP.
Yeah.
And we're looking at, again, from the Dragon, the Panda, and then the Arcane Blast Hyper Beam into Long. That's going to be a lot of damage. I believe I counted 18, and 18 into 7, that's still 25 into CL level 2. That's still lethal, even if Long Dungeon Guides him.
Well, we have step 1 of the combo out. Advent of the Stormcaller is actually in the Omen area. We're going back to Paul's turn. What will he do? I think it is just going to be a very simple Regalia draw turn. It has to be one of those things.
Yeah, Reliquary is definitely going to be the play here. Will allow him to draw as long as he has the least influence between the two players in the game. This also means if you're even, it also counts as well.
Yep.
You both have the least. Here's the Panda in for 3. We're going to see no reaction from Long, no response, no Resolute Stand or anything like that. What will he do about this Dragon Swing then?
This might be an power turn, isn't it?
This might be lethal. The Dragon is coming in for 4. We'll put Long up to 14. We'll go for a Generate instead of Empower. So Long isn't dead yet, but is not long for this world. We'll have still a couple of turns left to try and make it back into the game. A-Paul, I think, just in 0 threat so far. He's at 0 damage counters total, 25 base HP, and whenever he wants, he can just leave Seru active in order to stay there as a big taunter.
Yep, but I do think that Long sees opportunity as you mentioned, the combo actually does deal damage to everyone, including the Dragon. I think the Dragon is at risk of taking 15 damage if Long manages to find some sort of like insane high roll combination where he can basically go to level 2, level 3, and then actually cast the Oblation.
And here we are going to see Creative Shock into Ral the Abyss. Ral the Abyss does drop an Undying Dreams 2 floating memory now for Long. We'll be able to level up for free, basically, off of these 2 net neutral cards. Now we're going to see Ciel Omen Bringer will allow him to bring
instantly
more Omens onto the board, of course.
A bit too fast. Level 2. Yeah, there we go.
Level 2, yes. He will allow each Omen that he has will mean 1 discard from his memory and allow him to draw another card, another piece of cycling. We already know Long has that Dungeon Guide in hand. If he's able to discard even more and draw even more cards, maybe he has enough to cast Oblation this turn. Let's do a quick count on the cards in hand. That's 10 cards, I believe. Oblation is going to cost 3.
I think
3 plus 1, 4.
Yep.
And then the Dungeon Guide is going to be 4 as well. So 4 plus 4, he's 8. He can finish the game with his hand cards, assuming A-Paul has nothing. Sorry, never mind. He can only Oblation once. So he can at least kill the Dragon, but he can't finish the game just yet.
Yeah, I think killing the Dragon is the key part right here because Paul is basically left defensive. We see there's an in-cap, but man, there's only 3 cards in hand. You can't in-cap any of those things. I think this actually might be Long's turn to do a comeback right here. We might actually say Dungeon Guide will likely be played right here, just choosing which one that he wants to send into memory. It does have the Dungeon Guide.
We are going to see the Dungeon Guide. It is going to be a Stifling Trap.
Yep, Stifling Trap right there to stop it right there.
Does Long have a second Dungeon Guide? But even if he does, he won't be able to play something else. But at the very least, he does have the Crystallized Destiny in his hand. That means if these 2 go in for 7 damage and the Arcane Blast tries to finish him off, he isn't going to die just yet. He will go up to 21 total for the turn and then Crystallized Destiny to stay alive. The Incapacitate,
we are going to go to the GCR here, allowing us to draw a bit more, increase our influence here. I think Apo is going to have a very huge influence at the start of his turn. At the start of his main phase.
Yeah, let's do another bit of lethal. Serious commands! Oh boy, does A-Paul respond with Incapacitate? He has it in hand, but if he does, he won't be able to do anything else. That means the Arcane Blast is going to be unfettered, going for a big Hyper Beam into the face of Ciel Omen Bringer. And Long allows this Serious command to resolve. I think that's fine. It's okay if you generate a couple more Arcane Blasts. As long as the Arcane Blast doesn't land, it's fine. But A-Paul now has a ton of hand cards. He has just more than enough to go for +1 for the Incapacitate. Let's see what Long will be doing. The Dragon attacks. It is going to resolve. The Panda follows a little bit smaller. Not exactly the Dragon, but maybe the Dragon Warrior.
He's going to Arcane Blast for 10 here. That's Long as any sort of answer.
Long has the Crystallized Destiny in hand. However, A-Paul does have the Incapacitate. I think we're just going to see those 2 get revealed very, very quickly in succession. Here is the Incapacitate on the Arcane Blast instead of the Crystallized Destiny. And here's the Incap on the Incap. I think that's going to be game. Long, take it back. It is going to be game. Hey, shake hand for the first game of this semi-final match. It's not been very long yet, but we're already going into game 2.
Yep. Paul basically show us why this Seiyuu deck has the potential to beat the round deck. Because, hey man, if you can Hyrule, I can Hyrule too. Like, it's basically just a matter of speed, as we talk again and again. Who actually reach their win count first, their plans. Like, Paul basically is able to reach a stabilization point where, okay, I'm just going to command. With this command, I actually generate not just the fact that I can cast the Blast for free, but because in case of emergency, maybe Long has some sort of play that doesn't let him win. I still have my Arcane Blast. I still have a decent amount of arcane cards in the managed area. This means that my empower is also cheaper regardless. So I have the Nexon to play. So Paul is actually in a really commanding lead. But again, all this relies on a really, really powerful opening hand. I think, to be fair, Paul's opening hand is kind of insane to be said. I think another word I'll use is nuts.
Nuts for sure. And again, Long is in a position where he is on the back foot again, just like in his last game against the Swiss. But don't count Long out. He's been on an insane run today. As a reminder, Long started today out 6-2-1, barely making it into the day 2, but has won every single match so far. Went 5-0 in Swiss on the day to just make it into the top 8, and also won the quarterfinal match. Is now in the semifinals. Do not count him out just yet.
I guess you can say he has a long day, but anyway, we can see his sideboard right now. I think Breath of Serene Fire is very likely going to come in. Maybe simply to fix his hand, I think. Fix his hand, and also I think if you can recover a little bit, you can survive a bit longer against this matchup. Maybe it helps like that much. Devouring Malice, maybe interestingly to increase your influence, because think about it, if your game plan is to I want to reach my win count faster, and imagine this situation, you reach level 3, but you don't have your component. Malice is going to help you a little bit right there. Blanche, I don't think Blanche will actually help unless it's a world where you can actually have like 10 cards in the memory and Blanche is there. You think that can happen?
Well, I think Blanche could definitely be useful. We saw at the end of the game there, Long actually had quite a bit, almost had the 10 cards in memory you were talking about. So the Arcane Blast could actually be reduced from 11 to a 1 damage shot.
Do we reach there? Like, do we actually reach there? Do you think?
I think it depends. Because
Depends, right?
you see,
Yeah.
why Long was slowed down so much was because even though he opened the nuts, he had Rao into floating into Liminal Guide, and then also had reduced the Ash for the sensor.
Yep.
Apol also had the nuts because he started Besieged into Winds of Destiny into Turbo, and then just cucked all of Long's graveyard. So if that isn't going to be the exact same like play this game, I don't think Apol is going to be having such a easy time in comparison.
Yep. So one card I know that won't go in. I don't think we'll play Regal inside this matchup. Regal's a bit too slow in this matchup, I think.
Maybe. I think Long isn't going to have many hand cards to choose from, but might want to keep maybe one copy at least so he can get rid of the Incapacitate. We saw earlier the Incapacitate was such a big difference maker in the finals. He wanted to incap the Arcane Blast, and then his incap got incapped, and it's like the Assassin matchup all over again.
Yeah, but I know someone would like a bit of Regal Inquisition. Do you think he even has the influence to play it out now you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Regal is it's actually relatively cheap. It's only 2 costs. Of course, you do have to go to 3, but what deck goes to 3 as fast as Seiryu, I don't really know. Maybe a high-rolling Merlin, perhaps. Sadly, none of them made top 8 and none of them made top 4, like the 2 of these players here. They are going to be siding in their decks. Of course, the semi-final rounds are untimed, so they can really take their time to deliberate and consider what the best cards are for the matchup. Another really good card that Long has is the Annul spell. So Incapacitate costs 4. So Annul spell only costs 2. Of course, you can only target spell cards instead of action cards. But the most important card you want to negate is that Arcane Blast, which is very clearly a spell.
Yeah, Arcane Blast basically being the problem that Long has right now. This card is basically doing what Long is trying to do. Right? Long is trying to do 15 damage through the Oblation, and this guy is trying to do 10 damage with the Arcane Blast. So the only way to stop yourself from losing is just stopping the damage. So yeah, another spell definitely will help. The only question is, can Long actually reach the level 3 game plan as fast as Paul reaching his Seiryu game plan? I think that's just the whole talk about this matchup right now. It all depends on their opening hand, their decision making, and of course, whether they believe their deck believes in them.
I really hope so as well. Getting to the top 4 of an Ascent is definitely not a position you're in if you don't have a little bit of the heart of the cards. It is going to be Kung Fu Spirit of Fire again, not the Serene Spirit. Just this time, we're still going to go for the high roll potential, the additional card early game. We don't need the recovery. I do see a Reduce to Ash available in the hand. I don't see a Rowdy Abyss or anything just yet. Maybe I'm a little bit rusty in my eyes right now, but we're going to see Apol go to go second and draw 7 and then one more for turn. Let's see if he starts with the Besieged Fatestone again.
Well, I see. Nope, I don't see it. I see Trotter. I see a lot of green baby slide.
That is not ideal for sure, but there is a Scout the Land, which he can use to be a net neutral way to first dig through the next 4 cards of his deck. Of course, you aren't able to put them on the bottom, but it still lets you plan out the next couple of turns, which is going to be very helpful still. There's 2 Dungeon Guides.
Dungeon Guides are pretty alright. Not the worst, not the best. They are really helpful. I do see a world where you can Dungeon Guide from 1 to 2.
Yeah.
That, well, another Scout the Land, probably not ideal, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, we can't put them to the bottom, but we can still grab the Scout the Land, level up to 1, so we lose one of these memories, have a very controlled level up, and then after that we can do Scout the Land pre-recollection. There's also going to be a Fairy Whispers, so after we do Scout the Land, draw into the Fairy Whispers next turn, we can also Glimpse Tree, and then now we can decide whether we want to put cards to the bottom or not.
Yep, it's not a terrible top 4, I would say. It's a pretty good one. There is 2 Dungeon Guide, as you mentioned. There is a Scout the Land. Fairy Whisper is going to be picked up here in order to kind of see what he can claim further.
Yep, and then Long, A-Paul is just going to pass over after that 1 Scout the Land. Long is going to go a little bit slower as well. Here's a backup charger into a full pass as well. He did draw into a Dungeon Guide of his own. A-Paul going up to level 1 loses the Art Drawn Trained Hawk. I can also do a similar one. Probably not as good to put it on a G8 card just about yet. We're going to see A-Paul reveal his material deck. I don't think anything has changed. The Spellword Scepter, I wasn't able to see if it went in.
Yep, I didn't really notice it if it actually went in. It's quite relevant to the matchup, I think, because you actually just want to do it before you cast the Arcane Blast, right?
Definitely. But A-Paul here is going straight up to the Dungeon Guide already. Will go up to level 2 Guojia, which will give him the option to either draw a card or get 2 quest counters.
Yep, in the end of the day, because this actually doesn't really run that much floating, you actually want to level up through banishing customer memory because you want to trigger the switch, right? So using the Dungeon Guide here is actually not harmful at all. In fact, it's sort of encouraged because you skip through 1 materialization phase. This means that you can actually play out Sensor next turn.
That's right, and you can see A-Paul loses the Fairy Whispers that we saw on the top of the deck earlier, and also Innovate Agility, I believe, to go up to Guojia level 2. Now he's going to choose most likely the draw. He's been choosing draw on level 2 every single time. I think it's probably the correct thing to do anyway, so we're going to see that happen a lot more often. Now we're going to see whether he has... Oh, he has 2nd Dungeon Guide! He might go all the way up to 3 this turn, and once again we're going to see him be at level 3 while Long is still at 1. Let's see if that's the play. It's not, it's just going to be the Brisk Wind Trotter, which is also going to be pretty painful. This gives plus 1 buff counter on enter, and then if you're level 2 plus, which he now is, you get another buff counter. This Dungeon Guide is a 3/5 ally.
Remember it's built with premium? This is beyond premium.
Oh my goodness, this Dungeon Guide is living the life. I want to be this Dungeon Guide.
Premium Plus, actually. But anyway, this Wind Trotter, this Wind Trotter play basically is implying that, look, I have an ally there, sitting there, hitting you for 3 damage. It's very similar to the Panda play, and you have to do something about this. So that's one thing unique about this Serial deck is that because it runs this Wind Trotter, it has a different route to play. Basically, we call it the ally routes. Basically, you kind of cosplay like an ally deck. At the same time, you have this dragon waking up eventually. We are going to go around the Abyss. They're discarding 1 floating right there.
That's good for Long. He is able to finally find the key pieces he wants in order to go up really smoothly. Meanwhile, A-Paul is also doing a pretty good job. He's already at 3 quest counters. Next turn, he can Dungeon Guide and go up another 2 plus 3, 5 quest counters to go up to 8. End of turn, he'll get another one. Pre-rec, he actually has 3 hand here. So maybe the plan is to go Portentus Tangu, and then he will get a 4th quest counter here. Then Dungeon Guide will give him 2 plus 3. We'll put him at 9. And then end of turn, he gets 1 more, and then he can flip Dragon already.
Yep, because the plan here is that in Long's POV right now, he sees this 3/5. How do I deal with this 3/5? And if his conclusion is, I can't deal with the 3/5, I'm just going to play my gameplay and try to level up. This means Paul is basically ahead in the board because this is another 3/5 swinging into Long's face, and that is not good at all. So it really depends on what Long does in this position. I think looking at the hand right now, there's not much really going on. There's a lot of unknown spell. As you mentioned, it is sided in. 2 of it, in fact.
Yeah, I think the Annul spell will definitely be useful in preventing him from losing the game, but right now it's not really helping him in winning the game. And
Yep.
that's what you need to do in order to make it to the World's Gauntlet, which is going to be the prize for the first place match. He
It's-
is going to still need quite a bit of time in order to go into level 3.
I think there's also a problem right now is that can you even answer the 3-5? Well, you can store a mage to you can store it to actually delay the damage, but if your opponent has another ally to remove it and also deal face for 3, this is a problem. I think Paul probably sees this line because this is a really common thing with Seiri, right? Seiri in the past has been had a lot of iteration. Most of them basically focusing on how to go to the dragon as soon as possible and get the blast. And then people realize I can do that while having allies like Trotter because this is a really good combination. We do see the Tango Beam player getting more quest counter, getting more influence. And do we actually see another ally coming in?
Is probably going to be that dungeon guy. We'll give him another 5 quest counters like mentioned earlier. Plus 5 goes to 9. End of turn, the dragon fate stone triggers. We'll lose 1 more and get another quest counter as well. Here we're going to see, like you said, also another ally, and now these both will get rid of this Stalwart Shieldmate, which means the dungeon guy is free to attack face.
Yep, not just the dungeon guy, the dragon as well, because very likely Paul will choose to gain 3 quest counters here as the Gotcha comes in on enter, getting basically 2, sorry, he's still missing 1 more. So he needs 1 more at the end step to basically get that dragon flip.
Here is 1 and 1 into the Stalwart Shieldmate. Long can respond to this, but probably choosing not to do anything. Here's the dungeon guy swinging into face. Will bring Long to 7 damage counters. Now, Long still a little bit in the game. Doesn't have as bad of a time as the previous game already, but Paul already at 10 damage counters. This dragon is going to make its debut very, very soon. Long going up to CL level 2, Omen Bringer.
Yep, CL level 2 allowing you to basically cycle cards, essentially, basically allowing you to put cards from your memory or hand into the graveyard and allowing you to draw 1 to memory, allowing you to basically cycle through, see more cards. We are going to see the Advent being ditched here, and we are going to recollect here with a decent amount of influence, but I don't know if there's a dungeon guide. You spy a dungeon guide among
I
it?
do spy a dungeon guide with my little eye, and I want to see Long played on the board. That is going to be pulling CL up to level 3 for the first time this series.
I think I see 2 dungeon guide.
2 dungeon guides is 1 too many right now, but actually it may be good to have a second one because remember last game, Paul was able to respond to this with a Stifling Trap, and it looks like he has it again. Dungeon guide is denied.
Wow. I want to say, Paul's very talented at drawing this card, huh?
He has been very talented in drawing this Stifling Trap. He has used it both times against Long, has 3 copies of it in the main deck. Of course, it is a very, very crucial card in order to deal with this dungeon guide, but Long has prepared. He has the second dungeon guide still in hand and might just choose to send it this turn to go up to 3 no matter what. We've already set up the Advent of the Stormcaller into the graveyard. Next turn, in order to be able to use our Baleful Oblation to get rid of Seiryu, we will need to have this Round the Abyss removed. And there we have it, second dungeon guide. Long has learned from last game.
Yep, I think the second dungeon guide definitely will help. And actually, right, if Paul doesn't do anything about this board state, I think both dungeon guide might actually hit into the 3-5 ally and then, well, no, it's not enough, sorry. You need to do 2 more damage. So probably just remove his Trotter, I guess.
Yeah, we can clear the Wind Trotter, and then we can also just poke 1 damage in face. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but maybe it will. We could see an exact lethal where he's 1 damage over. We never know. Here's the dungeon guide going into the Wind Trotter. We're going to see him now go into the other dungeon guide. We'll be able to deal to... Oh, he does 2 damage with the Omen counter being generated. CL Mirage's Grave. So he's able to clear both the allies here with a total of 4 damage. Really great play from Long.
Yep. To clear up a bit of an ally, but the most troublesome ally is still there. The 3-5 dungeon guide that's standing. Look at us menacingly, honestly speaking.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible to clear it. Long can, for example, materialize his sword and then punch into it, and then at the end of turn, use the Omen to do an additional 2. This is another 2 already. So he does have technically 4 damage on the board. He just needs to find 1 more. Similarly, Paul is recognizing that, does want to clear the other dungeon guide so that Long is going to have a little bit of a harder time in order to get rid of it. I wonder what Paul is going to be doing here though. He does have 2 baby green slimes, it looks like. He can use it to maybe flicker or something. If not, it's just going to be the Fairy Whispers. Look a little bit deeper into his deck. I think he really wants to see either the Seiryus or the Byaku's command for sure.
Yep. Try to rearrange it. Basically, 2 to the top and 1 at the bottom. Interesting choice.
Here is the Scout the Land, so we'll be able to use that to continue to dig and look for more options in his deck again. We'll be able to do that in the prereq step as well. He's going to flip Seiryu and let it... Oh no, he's actually just going to draw another card again. Loses a Forest Cake using the Fabled Azurite Fate Snows effect on his end step, and will have a full hand of 5 cards again, probably trying to threaten and incapacitate for the Baleful Oblation, which Long is likely going to have. On the other hand, I think it's also that Long probably won't want to Baleful Oblation until this Seiryu makes his advent.
Yeah, the issue is that this combo is all slow, meaning to say that as long as Paul is very careful and just flip the Dragon during his turn when he wants to go for the kill, I think Paul is in a really good position. Long, on the other hand, might be forced to spend this Oblation to try and kill and try to win the game. Unless he also thinks that, okay, maybe I can go for a double Oblation turn to kill.
Yeah, I think that could be an option. He brings out the Manzome Armoire, which is the closet, will allow him to swap one of the Omens for a card in his hand. If he has a second Advent of the Stormcaller, that would be a great way to get it out of his hand and also let him pick up this Rao again. He's going to go for swings into the Dungeon Guide, 1 into 5, 4 damage remaining in order to get this to finish. There's a Carter in hand.
Yep, there's a card in hand. This will cleave for a lot of damage. This will actually send the current Dungeon Guide into the graveyard as a cost, I believe.
That is going to be sacrificed, yes. He can on enter sacrifice this Dungeon Guide, send it to the grave. Carter gets +2, goes in for 4 into the entire board. Will clear this Dungeon Guide and also deal some damage to Guojia herself. This is going to also help him to recover a little bit of the damage he's taken by getting rid of his own Dungeon Guide as well as his opponent's Dungeon Guide, bringing him back down to 5. He's at a pretty decent amount now, about 16% of his HP total in damage. And now he adds the Dungeon Guide into his Omens, creating 3 Omens total. This is a key number because for the Servile Possessions Mastery, it gets stronger at odd numbers. 1, you get an additional 1 attack. 3, you get an additional 2 attack to all of your attacks.
Yep. We are going to go for Scout the Land right here during the end phase, I believe, so that we can actually prep what we draw next turn and also decide what we want to do. We're looking at the top 4, look at our future essentially. We see the Byaku's command right there, that's really huge.
Yeah, we're really happy to see the Byaku's command. Will allow him to, of course, put a buff counter on this Seiryu. Would put him not out of range of Oblation yet, still at 13. Unless he has 3 Byaku's commands, which I don't think is going to be happening anytime soon. He will just draw into it though, and still going to be very happy with that. Next turn, we'll be able to trigger the Reliquary, draw a card. I wonder if it's time for the Grand Crusader's Ring to draw another card as well. Continue to build his influence and perhaps make sure that he can go for those big Byaku's command series command turns like he did in the previous game.
Maybe there's a word that we just hold it up and farm enough influence for us to reach the point where you can cast the Byaku's command, swing twice with the dragon, right? And then after swinging twice with the dragon, one of them has to be the generate because you don't have Arcane Blast yet, and the other one is empowered. And can you actually have enough influence to, not influence, hand to actually cast the Arcane Blast in the same turn? Can we do all those things?
It's definitely an option. Here we're going to see it. Seiryu's command. As Seiryu, the Azure Dragon, makes his way onto the board. Is there going to be any response from Long? I'm not sure how many cards are in his hand. I believe it's these 3 only. That means there's not too many responses. But I wanted to highlight something that we may have not focused on earlier. Earlier in his banish, it was these 2, Crystallized Destiny.
This is
but
dangerous.
That means what he does still have in hand is the Annul spell.
Yeah, not just that. This is very dangerous because the Byaku's command is there. So if Paul wants to do it, Paul actually can do a one-shot combo. The combo here revolves around the fact that you have the series command, right? And then with the Byaku's command, your dragon's going to sing twice. This means you are going to trigger series command twice.
Yeah, and you can see Empower, Generate. This will put an Arcane card into the banish.
Yep.
And then you will also Empower twice, which would be 8 Empower, which means the Arcane Blast plus your level 3 is going to be Efficiency 11, 0 cost.
Yep. The problem with the series command is a skill, so you can't actually unknown spell this. That's the issue right now.
Right now, though, we did not allow the Annul spell to go through because, like you said, it's a skill. However, there is still going to be the Annul spell on the Arcane Blast. Without the second Arcane Blast, I don't think this is lethal just yet. 5 plus 5 plus 11.
Nope, there
plus
is
another 11.
We are going to harness lightning here. Going to give the dragon +4, I believe.
Oh my goodness, there it is. It is going to be +4. This is going to be, I believe, Empower, Generate, Empower. We're going to see the second arcane card now in the banish. That means Empower is coming in for 4 per. Here is the Byaku's command. Does Long have anything? He
Yes,
can
it
do?
does.
6 head! Oh my goodness! A Paul! Unfortunately, Long named himself after a dragon and was taken out by one instead. The Seiryu's command, the Byaku's command, all going to tell Long, I command you to go home. A-Paul is going to go to the finals of Ascent Taipei.
Right. Very masterfully from Paul, basically, to win. And also another news on the other table. Again, a news we're happy for both of us. Paul An has taken the other side of the bracket. This means we'll have a final between the two Fate Stones.
Let's
Seiryu
go.
versus the chicken, also known as
Suzaku.
Suzaku. Yep.
That's right. We're going to see the dragon from the east, the bird from the south, and the dragon also has the support of the tiger from the west. Let's see who's going to be able to take down the finals and get that nationals slot to the gauntlet. Now, before we get ahead of ourselves, let's talk a little bit about A-Paul and his gameplay. What do you think about the match so far,
That
Kuzo?
game was interesting because if you notice, game 2 wasn't won by just the blast. It was actually won by the dragon hitting for 9 and 9. Basically just swinging it. Basically, you know what this reminds me of? Last game, Wake Up Ally. It's the same thing. You're just playing Wake Up Ally but as a dragon. Isn't it not wrong?
That's right. Why can I wake up a ranged 10 Liu Bei when I can wake up a 9 damage Seiryu, and then after that I also get to shoot you with my Hyper Beam? I think that's going to be a huge game plan as well. And that means one good thing for Pro Ant is that he's now familiar with that game pattern. He's already beat Yamikin on the Wind Wake Up Ally. He will also be able to consider how does he deal with the Wake Up Seiryu. In that matchup, I think we saw A-Paul really being able to accelerate really quickly. As much as we thought, yeah, if the dragon comes out, the Oblation will kill the dragon. But how is he going to get to the Oblation?
I think the problem with that matchup entirely is the fact that that Paul was very, very familiar with that situation. Because you look at it, Paul was able to just understand, okay, Oblation will kill my dragon. I just have to be very careful. The turn he actually did the flip was the turn he killed. You've noticed all the games. Or he flipped it so early like game 1. Understanding the matchup is really, really important. And for long side, I think it's a bit of an unfortunate side. We didn't really see the whole round hero from the end. So that's a bit of a unlucky stretch. But yeah, it's part of the game. It is what it is. But Long is not long gone. There is that bronze match he has to play for. So wish him the best. His opponent is not gonna be easy as well. It's gonna be another wake up ally sort of.
That's right, he is going to get a little bit of the PTSD war flashbacks when he sees Yamikin go for the wake up on his Liu Bei. Not exactly a dragon, but still going to be quite a powerful ally. Will do a lot of damage as well, especially when empowered by those Ranger Strides. I don't want to take too much time. We are going to head into the bronze match pretty soon as well. But first, let's hear a little bit from A-Paul in the winner's interview. Before we head into that, I'm going to just remind you guys of the standings. In the quarterfinals, Pro An has managed to make it all the way to the finals. So has A-Paul beating Liv Drazel, Long that we just saw, and now he has to beat Pro An in order to get that World's Gauntlet slot.
There's also the bronze match that we're featuring later with Yamikin with his wake up ally versus Long again. We're going to see him trying to take a little bit of a revenge with his CL deck.
Yeah, I think Long, of course, did a really great job today.
Yep.
He has been undefeated until he met A-Paul. Just a little bit more powerful. You can't beat the big dragon despite you naming yourself Long.
It's really, really, I would say, very proud because like, if you think about it, Long didn't really do well into day 1 and make it day 2 like pretty much at like I can't lose at all. He was undefeated until today. It's been a very, 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 very long day, honestly speaking, and it will take a toll on someone. And yeah, you're against a lot of world-class competitors right now. And he still has one more game to play, so wish him the best of luck. I think we are getting to the interview real soon right here.
Yes.
So don't go anywhere, guys. We will be jumping into our interview.
Any time now. But again, let's remind everybody that Ascent Taipei is one of the largest Ascents we've had yet. 570 players, 118 players made it to day 2. We are going to watch one of those players now on the interview. See you later.
Hello, everyone. That was a grueling semi-final match. It's me, Flan, again here, joined with our first finalist here, A-Paul.
Hello, everyone.
How are you feeling today? You were first seed going to day 1, only barely squeaked in at 7th seed, but now you're here in the finals.
Oh, I'm super excited. Like this is the second time I'm playing the Ascent, and then oh, I'm getting day 2. I just first think I hope I could get to day 2, and then well, my score is getting to day 2. I hope I can get into top 8, and now I'm here at the semifinals. I hope I can do the best.
Yes, and I hope everyone is cheering on for you because you are the sole wind player left here. Fire did win in the other semifinal match, so it's going to be Suzaku versus Seiryu. How do you feel about that matchup?
Well, like I'm only one loss in the Swiss rounds, and then the loss is against Pro-Am, so it's my revenge time.
Okay, so it's going to be a double Jeopardy revenge match here. Let me ask you, you've been playing Seiryu a long time, yes?
Yeah, I've been playing Seiryu basically since it came out. I've just almost only played Seiryu. I like sometimes play other decks in smaller events, but during large event, I mostly choose Seiryu.
So tell me, why do you think Seiryu is so strong in the current meta?
I think when you are on the draw, you need to have a way to censor. Like if they do the draw 1, discard 2, and then draw 2 again, it's basically if you have no way to stop, then the game is over at that point. So I hope I play something that could stop them when I'm on the draw. Like on the play, I could first materialize, I guess censor is okay, but on the draw, wind is the only element that could do this. So that's why I play Seiryu in this meta.
Yes, and since you are the lower seed, you are going to be going second most likely against Pro-Am. So how does that make you feel?
Well, I'll do my best. That's all I can say.
All right, and that's the best is all we can really do. But that was Apol, our first finalist. So we will be doing the bronze match before going to finals. So we will see more of Long and Yamikin. But thank you again, Apol, and I wish you good luck for the finals.
And we're back for the bronze match featuring Law and Yamikin. But I also have Flawn joining me now. How do you feel right now watching the game?
That was an insane game in that last one. I can't believe how explosive this Seiryu deck can be at times.
Yeah.
It's crazy to see. And just saying, finals being a matchup between the two Senjus is very appropriate, isn't it?
Very, very appropriate. Although they didn't really came out from this set, the TTR, but they came out last set, and it's really appropriate they finally have the matchup they deserve in the Ascent final, the Dragon versus the Phoenix.
That's right. So, but for the bronze match, we're going to be seeing Long again on that CL that we just saw, and Yamiken on Wake Up my Lube, Wake Up my Purse. So the main thing here, Yamiken is going to go first because he is 4th seed.
Yep.
Right, the Long who is 7th seed. That means we saw in all these other games going first, big difference. Yamiken actually got 2-0'd by Pro-An, and I assume the fact that Pro-An gets to go first was a big contributing factor to that.
Yep.
What do you think?
I think going first is a big contributing factor. It's basically down to the materialization thing because you're able to materialize cards that are able to advance the game plan or the things you need to do for that specific matchup. So a good example would be just now. When Paul managed to go first, he's able to just go besiege Fate Stone into the Gocha level 1, and then at the same time, he somehow can suppress the besiege in order for him to grab the sensor again, all in one turn, by the way. So going first has a big impact, and for Yamikin's case, I think going first will be allowing him to go for that Manhattan turn 1 if he actually gets it, and that's just really, really fun. All you have to do is just get Manhattan, get the boots on, and then just give someone range 4 and, I don't know, start shooting people.
It's actually funny because in the game we watched, Yamiken, he didn't even play the Mad Hatter a single time.
Exactly. That's the crazier part. So it's just showing us like what Yamiken in the interview. Like he felt that the original version he thought was a bit fragile, maybe too reliant on the Mad Hatter, and he took it away where okay, I'm going to play a bit of an ally version in a way that is I would call it Rangers kind of ish, right? Rangers without the without relying on too much on the class bonus aspect. So you're just playing a bunch of like these Rangers that rely on range and then eventually wait for a good timing, get out the boots, the Ranger strikes, and then give range 4 and just start shooting, I guess.
You know what this deck's missing? It's missing Captain Archer. I miss her.
Class bonus, don't need her.
Yeah.
Don't need her.
So sad. I miss that card. But Rangers, we've seen how strong these distant wake up decks can be. Getting a bunch of swings in, just doing a ton of damage. And we see with Yamiken able to play the slow game, especially against fire decks that have very little interaction. Looking at Slong's list, it's just like, oh, you have a Crystallized, you have an Incap, they're going to have to pay a bunch for, and then you have some taunts and intercepts that you can maybe try and like stem the bleeding. But Yamiken is very well content to play a slower game where he's just able to grind you down, bring out those droughts, and then eventually he just overwhelms you with like 40 damage in one turn.
Yep, Yamiken is going to be it's going to go first right now, so we are going to see the ASIC thing. Does it have the Manhattan? That's the question number 1, right? If it actually has it or not. But we are going to see here, probably just an ally. We are going to see Purse here. Very standard play here. Purse is going to be a very standard 1-3 ally. As we mentioned time and time again, 3 defense, very premium, very hard to get rid of it. Go back to Long's turn.
Yeah, especially for a Fire CL. Turn 0, they basically can't kill this unless they commit like... I actually don't think there is a way to kill this because every ally in this deck is just a one power unless outside of those that you can get at level 3, they're all 1 power. So you can't actually play enough allies to kill this. No weapon to swing with, no extra damage anywhere. So this burst is sticking without really any effort on Yamiken's part.
Yep, and it also has a range. So it is going to get power up whenever it gets distance. So we are going to basically go into... I think we are going into the strikes. Do you actually think we usually go to strikes this fast?
The problem here is that, unfortunately, because Purse is not doesn't have as high range as some of the others, she only swings for 14 on a Ranger Strides plus second wind turn. So unless we have someone else that we could put down, we do see the Concealed Marksman there. We do have the Evasive Maneuvers as well, so we have the distant cards.
Interesting as well, if you notice, Yamiken actually opt to not swing right there. Although I do think that it's a bit like, okay, like there's no danger, right? What is he going to do to actually deal with 3 defense ally? But I think just, like he says, I'm going to take it very slow. I'm just going to go in when I need to go in.
The annoying thing here is Long can't really destroy that sensor because Purse can just suppress it. Now you can still get value if you do it on the end phase, so you can still get level, but it will come back and eventually lock you down again.
So this is going to be a bit annoying here. As Amiken is going to be taking it slowly like we saw in the other game earlier today. Long here is probably just going to go for one of these spells. It's probably going to be the Radiant Shocks or the Round. Oh, it's going to be
Turbo Charge coming in. We're getting charged up. Going to draw even more cards. Don't need any float for that kind of +1.
Yep, the traditional way of getting very hard blasters. This is also a very nice art from the SP3.
Yeah, that's right. Seeing that Claude. Unfortunately, never seen the light of day. Also, I think dead. So as far as I know in the lore.
Oh my god. Anyway, despite that, we are going to go into it. Yamikin right now going to do the same thing, turbocharge as well. Sorry, not turbocharge. Backup charger is going to get his own power cell here. Going to be paying 3 in order to draw 1 into memory. And then probably just going to farm influence. This is what we're seeing as well. Yamikin, it doesn't really care too much about any other stuff other than getting a lot of influence. As the moment the sensor in, right, you're fine. You just need to farm influence, eventually find the right combo plays, and also just try to kill your opponent.
That's right. And let's see, Long wants to do something now with only 4 cards in hand. Doesn't have to worry about a potential incapacitate, which we know Yamikin actually mains for incapacitates. We do get the 2 here, but we still are under sensor, so we need to do something about that first.
Yep, we do see Round Abyss right here. Dropping those 2 floating memory. As you mentioned, the sensor is still active. Going back to Yamiken's turn, I do see Tresier Cat right there. Not really doing anything right now because there's not much significant distortion on the field right now.
Also, notably, did see that Resolute stand in his hand, always glued there, making Yamiken's life a bit harder, but we can just kind of play the slow game here. I imagine Long will probably try and level up next turn.
Yep, getting that Concealed Marksman. Again, another 1-3, but this time has a really big range 4.
Yeah, actually really, really large, bigger than the others. Like Mad Hatter swings for 4, as well as Lube. Lube swings for 4, but Concealed Marksman swings for 5, which would mean on a Ranger Strides, it would be 9 times 2, 18, which is enough to kill a Ciel who has taken like 2 damage worth of chips.
Yep, so it's all about that magic number chip. So again, that purse is there as well. So all Yamikin needs to do actually right is that if he actually he feels like it's the right time, he actually go strides into the Concealed Marksman and then try to do the wake up combo. However, judging from his gameplay and how he's been playing, I think he's going to take it very, very slow.
Yeah, we do see the Resolute in Long's hand, but we also see the Incapacitate in Yamiken's hand. The problem is he can't really do the combo while holding up the Incapacitate. Maybe if he could find a Drought, then he could try and get it to, it's like, okay, I have a Drought now, so I don't have to actually use the second wind, so I can hold up cards to play the Incapacitate.
Yep. Yamikin here, choosing his options right here, may be considering one of the distortion weapons because he does have the Tresier Cat. He does have Tresier. Tresier will be able to copy the effect and also get the stats boost.
Yeah, Cheshire would be good now. It would get us at least some extra chip damage. We're not doing very much yet at this point. But we are swinging for 1 every turn and just holding up this purse.
So we are going to be, again, I'm not used to this. Like usually when I see this kind of ally decks, this kind of level 0 deck, I thought of it to be like very aggressive, very beat down fast, right? But Yamikin show us another way of play it, which is I'll be very patient, very, very patient. I'll just go in when I need to go in, and all I have to do is just answer whatever Long throws at me. We are going to see the Fire Bubble Resonance pop here to draw 1.
So we did get the backstep on the Concealed Marksman here, which means she can swing for 5. We didn't go for the Ranger Strike, so we're actually just trying to chip damage right now. We're not actually trying to win the game yet.
Yep, we're just slowly chipping away our opponent's health right here. And look at that influence. Are we sure he's not playing around the Abyss deck?
This is the benefit of not having to level up. When you level up, you lose so many cards, sit at 0, and you're fine. You can keep materializing things that +1 you, so you can kind of pretend to be a Ryle deck. But of course, your endgame isn't quite as potent.
Yep, there's the thing about the reward of playing this kind of deck. There's also a risk that is not present here. We are going to see here, Tresor here is going to swing here for 1, I believe.
Yeah, so just a anemic 1, but it is going to threaten either Inert Sword, so she can start swinging for 3, or those boots, and we can now double Ranger Stride someone. Ranger Strides giving 8 ranged to a character is it's a lot to deal with. This already on its own is when it's distant gets to swing for 5s. Now it gets to swing for
9.
13 if you get double though.
You got double.
Actually, that would be enough to just knock CL down to 19 already. without even having to do any wake-ups.
Who will win? A dashing butler or a woman with an arrow?
That's right. I mean, she's concealed.
Okay.
Can I just say she's concealed marksman, but she has true sight. Why does she not have stealth? She's concealed.
You're asking real questions that I can't actually answer you. Maybe we have to ask real people who knows about the lore right here. But going back into the game here, Long here seems a bit lost, I would say, because he's not really sure how he want to approach this matchup, because Yamaki is not really giving him any sort of window. He's like being patient and he's like asking him, come at me, bro. I'm just gonna be hands up all the time. I want you to respond, I want you to play your cards. However, I have a sensor right here, basically stopping all your pluses.
Yeah, the sensor is so critical. If he can't destroy this card, we can't really gain influence. And like we said before, leveling up, level up to 2, -2, level up to 3, -3. It's rough all the way down. We're actually going to bring out the inert sword here. Probably going to try and like slam into allies to force this purse. This would be swinging for 3 because we are on CL. The class bonus is live, unlike with Lorraine.
Yep, class bonus is live. Just gonna swing 3 here into the concealed marksman, I believe.
Imagine, I mean, either of these two both have 3 life, so you could go for either. But of course, we are worried about either a skirting step or purse here. We could distance her, and then suddenly life gets hard.
Yep, I think Yamiki here is just considering whether he wants to do any sort of interaction right here, because Yamiki does hold up a lot of cards in his hand, and we have seen it in other games where he has a lot of these ways to just protect his allies.
Yeah, so taking a look at the serve out possessions, it actually has no omens under it, so this is only swinging for a measly 3. If we put in this into the omen, we could at least be swinging for 4, so a skirting step would not be enough.
Yep.
Yamikin may be thinking about evasive maneuvers here to keep the concealed marksman alive.
Yep, all this stuff basically allowing you to protect your allies, and some of them even just give you distance so you can set up for next turn.
That's right, but the thing is, if you use that here right now, that means if he has something like that Reduce Ash, he could finally get rid of the sensor when you have no cards in hand to get this purse distant.
Yep, that's what Yamiki is trying to consider right here. He's considering the fact that, okay, if I do protect my ally, am I okay with sensor actually just going boom, distant? So if you actually keep it distant, is there a way he can find leader? I think that's all the questions he's asking himself right now before committing into a way to protect this concealed marksman.
It's tough. Remember, Resolute still in Long's hand. We have to really worry about that. We are holding Incapacitate as well in the memory, so that means if we can set up a decent combo, we can get there. So this is going to be preventing 2 life. So that means that we have done 3, prevented 2, so this still has 2 more health. Can we get there? I don't know, hasty.
Yep, and also it is distant right now, so the next time marksman actually attack, it's still a swing for a 5 at the very least.
That's right. This is a big one. Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide right here. Pretty interesting play as well, because the Dungeon Guide actually allows you to jump to level 2 for one reason. In my opinion, the stand right here will be able to be played for free. You don't have to actually play the full cost, so that's actually quite important, because you will be low in influence right now. Long doesn't really want to be putting a lot of cards down into the memory, so I think this is a really good play. Ooh.
Actually, we still have 4 cards now, which means we could play that Stifling Trap to stop this, but I think Yamikin's taking some time to think.
He's thinking about it, the Stifling Trap.
Stifling Trap would get in the way, and this Dungeon Guide on her own still cannot kill this because of the 2 remaining life on that concealed marksman. Would need to have another ally like a hasty or a probably a hasty or a second Dungeon Guide maybe we're trying to actually just turbo to 3.
Yep, so there is a lot of things going on right now. Yamiki needs to be a bit more patient here. Long is actually going to Dungeon Guide and he's going to let it happen here. We are going to go to level 2 here. There's no moment, unfortunately, so there won't be any ability activated on enter.
This is the hard part about CL. Like, he really wants to get at least like 1 or 2 omens on before hitting level 2, just so he can get some extra filter, and especially if you can throw something like that, like a Liminal Guide or another float for the potential Divine Malice or a Sonri. But here he's just forced to go level up to 2. I think maybe even just for life?
Life, and also the Resolute Stand maybe to play for 0. Yep.
Pre-play Resolute Stand is a thing.
Yep.
Well, actually, I think we might. Oh no, we actually do have an omen. It's over here.
Ooh.
I didn't see that there.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering, like where that draws come from. My mistake. There is an omen right there. We are going to go into cremation here to order to dig for more cards here. Long seems to be getting his engine up, trying to go into the banishment for Advent here. So he has his combo set up. He just needs to go into level 3 without dying now. And it's up to Yamikin right now to do something about this.
You know what's actually really nasty is that Oblation does 15 damage. How
Yep.
much life does Yamikin have?
I wonder how much does the spirit actually have. Is there no way? Is there no protection at all? Like, yeah.
Well, Skirting Step, Evasive Maneuvers, Skirting Step, Crystallized Destiny, Incapacitate. There are cards. They're just few and far between.
Yeah, that's the thing about Yamikin's list. I think Yamikin's list is built to basically survive, right? Survive with high influence and be very patient. That's how you see Yamikin's plays were very, 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 very careful. You can see he's just trying to play one card per turn, even passing at times, just so that he has enough influence to play out all these defensive tools. And Yamikin right here, taking again really long about what is his next course of action. It might look very simple because he's just playing an ally and swinging once per turn, but it's actually a very long thought out process.
The big thing here is because we omened that creative shock, we are going to need at least another turn to bring out Manxome so we can replace this creative shock with another Advent before we can really fire the big Oblation. We could also just Oblation for 3, killing both of these allies. But especially with the Suppress on deck, it is not the most impactful. Incapacitate being banished here for the Ranger Strides, which means the Resolute for free in the hand is still an option. I wonder if Yamikin's feeling like, I just got to go for it now.
Yep, he does bring up the Ranger Strides here. Probably, I imagine, probably giving to one of the allies, probably Concealed Marksman. But there's no wake-up combo shenanigans right now.
Oh, no, he actually has a second win in hand.
Ooh. As a wake-up
He also has another discard. He has a discard that gives +2, the Aether Charge. So we're actually just going to use a regular backstep here. This is going to be in for 3.
Yep, backstep does happen. We are going to recollect here. I think it is going to happen,
Potentially
folks.
8. 11 damage here. Plus the swing with Cheshire for 1. This would be 8 with a double stride. Oh, no, it's actually be this would be 8, but 11 with a double stride.
Yep.
Plus 1, that's 12, and then we can double this with a second wind. That's more than enough, but we know about the Resolute.
Yep, Resistance might happen right here. Does it go through the Resolute?
Let's see. So if it's 11 damage, -3,
8.
That would be 8. 8 times 2, 16. CL has 25 life. So that means he would still...
1.
He would be at 1. Actually, we have another Incapacitate as well, but I don't think we can play Second Wind and Incapacitate on the same turn. Not enough cards.
Yep, that's the thing about this wake-up that it has to be very accurate in terms of calculation. I think right now Long is just considering... Wait, is it Long's reaction?
I was just thinking, he could have used the Aether Charge distant card to get the extra +2 there, but...
Ooh.
But that is a -1, so we are going for... Oh, wait, we have to play the Cheshire first, though. Yeah, so Cheshire, so we have to sequence this correctly because this would get banished. If we use it first, then the Cheshire cannot use it anymore. I think players are just like discussing sequencing of this. So there's going to be Ranger Strides on our purse. She is going to be, so it's not doubled, unfortunately. So this is only going to be for 7.
Yep. Got swing for 7 right here. Long is considering his options. I think Long is going to go for the Resistance.
Could go for it, but I mean, still technically not lethal. So, okay, there's the Resolute Stand. Gonna put
paying cost as well.
Actually paying for it.
I think Incap might come in.
Incap could come in. That would cost 5 cards from hand. He'd need to have a 9-card hand, but he has been just like draw passing a lot of these turns, so it is possible his influence is at that level.
We might actually see it. The thing is that even if Incap's here, you can't actually second wind it. So he might be thinking, okay, maybe it's not worth to spend Incap here right now.
That's right. You could just draw pass again this turn and try and get there next turn. But remember, I mean, we're already at CL level 2.
Yep, the danger is approaching one obligation, and it's actually just game over right here.
Yamikin currently has 7-card influence. If he has another dungeon guide, he can go up to level 3 with 3 cards left in hand. So he can't play the Oblation yet. He also still needs to use the Manxome to get rid of this.
Yep, the combo's not ready yet, exactly. So there must be some way to actually turn that creative shock into an Advent, or basically fix it down with the Orb of Filling. So Yamikin here again, just taking his time, and he's like, okay, sure, -3, here we go. So this is going to be 7 -3, so I believe it's going to be 4 damage.
That's right, 4 damage coming in here, and just gonna pass. We have a Stifling Trap though. That's big.
Yep, we're gonna pass here again. See that influence right there. Who is actually the raw player?
I mean, one person's riling. He's unfortunately just being locked down by this card right here, getting censored.
Yep. I mean, this is why the wake up deck kind of works here because Yamikin kind of understood that, okay, these decks, these level 3 decks aren't killing me anytime soon. It's not like the Seiru matchup, it's not like the Suzaku matchup that I'll just die, right? Because these decks won't actually do anything to me until they reach a certain stage of the game, which is level 3. So I'm okay to stay a spirit as long as I can basically try to kill them and actively farm enough influence to do the combo.
Hey, this is big. Long as I think just gonna pass it back. Doesn't have another dungeon guy. Might just be trying to hard level to 3. Has the Maxim on deck, so the moment we hit level, we can actually just play anything 3 cost, hard level to 3, and then play the Ablation during Recollection if we want to.
And actually just try to basically tell Yamikin, do you have any way to stop 15 damage?
He has ways. He has evasive maneuvers in there, but it's just that if you are reaching that point, not only that way, it would also kill both of the allies on board. And then he's 30 life now. 30 life champion, pretty hard for this deck to get through. So we do have the dungeon guide. Are we going to stifling this?
Yep, we are going to go to the dungeon guide right now. This is a really dangerous territory. Yamikin might actually do it here right now to protect the position he's at now. I think that Cypher Trap is going to happen. He's going to stop that.
The dungeon guide here. So that means we have one more turn of reprieve, because next turn, I imagine Long is just going to hard level anyway. We get to swing 1 and then swing another 2 with this Inert Sword if we just want to clear the board.
So right now, Long is basically in the driver's seat, I think, right now. Yamikin is being pressured because Long is basically demanding cards from Yamikin, and also slowly, even though he can't lever it right now, he can just manually level to 3 next turn anyway.
Swinging with CL with the Inert Sword. This be coming in for currently 2 Omens, so that would be for 4.
Yamikin here doesn't have any sort of ways to protect this purse.
I think we still have that Aethero charge that could give +2 life, which would not be enough.
Yep, we're going to let it go here. I think as long as the Tusaika's alive, that's probably the more important unit, maybe.
And it's also very hard to kill her because she does have Stealth and Spell Shroud.
Yeah, it is a bit hard to kill her. Well, Oblation does it.
Ablation definitely would do it. Even if it's Ablation for 3, it would still be enough. Cheshire Cat going to swing in here for 3 because we did bring out that Inert Sword. So it's going to be 3. Could potentially swing for another 2 as well. Going to get us down to 17. Pretty close, but CL's life pool is just so large.
Yep, just need a bit more here. 7 more damage to do the deed right here. Oh, he's going to attack with the sword?
Going to attack with the Inert Sword most likely. I think there's another Resolute as well. I think there might be 2 Resolutes actually. You might have found 3 of them.
Resolute is going to be very hard for Yamikin to answer. I think Yamikin probably will expect 2, but a third one. I think that's a bit tough.
That is definitely a bit tough. I do feel like definitely spending the Ranger Strides there without using the Cheshire first has definitely made this game a lot harder. Because now the threshold we have to reach is a lot higher than we were really hoping for. And we have no more like humongous turn that we can throw in because the Ranger Strides are gone. We can still do like Distant with some other buffs, like maybe a Aethero Charge for a +2. And then we also have Distant. We can potentially hit with like a Concealed Marksman like 14-ish damage, but it's not quite the same as 30.
Yep, we are going to go to CL level 3 right here. Long is going to try to, I think he's at least trying to go into the Oblation turn right now. He does have the Closet right there to swap up the Creative Shock. Then Guy does swing for 1 right here. Might actually go for the swap and maybe go for Oblation. Even Oblation, do you spy any Oblation?
I don't see the Oblation yet, but I do see a Carter, which would get rid of this Cheshire Cat. Only 3 life. I wonder if we have anything to stop this. Like a Stifling Trap seems like a no. So this Dungeon Guide's gonna go to the get sacrifice, heal 1, swing for 4, and then kill the Cheshire and heal another, which would then put Yamikin also at 5 damage taken, only 10 left. That's actually also 2 damage off CL as well.
Yep, so the Carter will be cleaving for 4. Not only that, it will also recover 2 because it does kill 2 allies, the Dungeon Guy and also the Treasure. So this is actually a really good tempo play from Long right here. And Long's influence isn't even dropping, so it really depends on what is Yamikin's next step.
Yeah, so this would be putting Yamikin at 5. 2 damage off of CL's trigger as well as a potential Maxome trigger. Let's see if we even need Ablation. Wow, we're actually going to commit. We're going to commit an evasive maneuvers to keep the Cheshire Cat alive.
Yeah, that's a lot of commitment actually. Like, might not seem a lot in the grand scheme of his hand, but like if you think about how Yamiken has been so passive, this is the first time we see Yamiken actually being concerned and just start protecting his ally. Maybe because that's the only ally on the board.
Yeah, so Cheshire Cat only has 1 damage left. Took 2 from the Carter swing for 4, and I actually think we might be trying to Omen. We're gonna Omen to put back the Oblation. So now now Oblation is live.
Yep, not just Oblation, the CL's Champion's Effect will trigger and do 2 unpreventable damage. But yeah, it's Spell Shroud. Does it work?
Spell Shroud on the Cheshire Cat. So this would not be able to target Cheshire, but it can just target Champion instead.
Yep. I think that's what Yamik is asking. Yamik is asking, yeah, it's cool. You can't target the cat, but you can target me instead. It's fine. So long here, is just gonna pass.
Are we going to Omen? I think not. We don't want to mess up our Ablation. We want to have that up. I think his idea here is I'm going to wait for you to put more cards down so that I don't have to worry about a possible incapacitate, which is it is in the Yamiken's hand. Is he on? Not on like a Crystallized Destiny. So the only thing he really have to worry about is that incapacitate. So as soon as he goes below 5 cards in hand, you're free to throw that Ablation.
Yep. We are going to see a rare card right here.
I have Argus.
Target an ally you control. Get true sight.
It's kind of like smoke bombs. Except it's the reverse of smoke bombs.
Yep. Instead, you have your opponent trying to be sneaky, be stealthy, and then you just give it a true sight and bang, you still kill it.
Yeah, this is a tech to help you against things like under fire, take cover, vanish from sight. Just lets you swing, do your OTK turn, even if they find a way to give themselves stealth.
Yep. I mean, at worst case, it's a draw one, a cycle.
Yeah, that's right. So Cheshi gonna come here, kill that Carter, which gonna heal again.
Yep, this card is actually doing a bit of work, cleaving, healing, doing a bunch of heavy lifting. Might actually see here another ally being played here, I believe.
Ooh, seems like it's gonna be Mad Hatter. Okay, actually, do we even have anything else we can bring out? Ranger Strides is gone. So there's nothing left, actually. So this is just a Mad Hatter, just as a vanilla ally that has range 3.
Yep. A simple Mad Hatter ally that will just do 1/3. And also, this is going to be a turn where I think we're going to break the sword, I believe. The sword, wait, the sword has one durability. Okay, it still has 1 more durability. We are going to see the
consumption ring.
Yep, the consumption ring right here. Going to be trying to stop any shenanigans. I think
this is over because the consumption ring here is going to tax you for an extra 4. The incapacitate is now locked down, which is free for us to just go Ablation for 15, dealing lethal damage and clearing on the board is a little extra as well.
Yep, but most importantly, killing his opponent. I think it might actually be over, as you say. Oblation might just seal the deal here. Yamikin is looking at the situation and understanding that he might not have another turn.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to have another turn. As soon as you materialize something and move to the recollection phase, this consumption ring is going to be popped. And let's see if he has it. I imagine he has it. There it is.
Yep.
The Ablation comes down, does 15 damage, and sends Yamikin to the void.
Yeah, Blameful Ablation is just a very powerful card right here. The fact that it's actually fast as well, allowing you to just cast it during your opponent's pre-rec and basically Amphish is a really, really strong card.
Now I just gotta say, the moment they give us a good high-cost Umbra card, so we don't have to play Advent anymore, that's when you know it's over.
Yeah, well, it all depends right now of how much support they actually give this Umbra card. I mean, I believe that Umbra Seal will probably get a bit more than just 1 set, right? That we do have the upcoming set at the end of the year. However, this match again, Yamikin here is surprisingly hard, it seems. Like Yamikin just unable to find that combo to win off.
So I think really the main thing we're going to see is definitely Tristan going to come in. Incapacitate really important against this deck in particular because it is a deck that relies completely on basically resolving 1 spell to try and do most of its damage. Smoke Bombs probably comes in as well, just maybe gets rid of a Shield Maid, gets around the Shield Maid. Magistrate, another very important card. Keep these guys down, don't let them dungeon guide. We did a lot of dungeon guiding in that last game, so...
Yep. You think the Zephyr would actually come in maybe to protect the sensor if he wants to?
I don't think it's really worth it. You already have Purse, and I think you have enough graveyard hate to deal with that. And I think putting this effort just makes your deck a little bit more inconsistent. But how about on long side?
Spirit of Serene Fire, it does recover 6, it does help you fix your hand a little bit. You think it's worth to run it? Because the problem around was that I noticed that influence is pretty important, especially if Long is going second. I don't know if you want to be at 7 influence, you would rather be at 8.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know you're going to go second.
Yep, you know.
You know you're going to go second, so at least you're still going to have a 7-card hand, and I think maybe you're okay with that. 8 health is a lot to chew through, and it makes these OTK combos basically non-functional unless they do it on turn 1.
Yep, I do think another spell will come in. There's a lot of spells on Yamikin's side that he definitely wants to just negate them, and I think Blanche might not be helpful actually. There's no effect damage, right?
Nope, nothing in this deck does effect damage, but that Crystallized Destiny could definitely help stop a big 16 damage swing.
Yep, and then of course the Inquisition. I don't think Inquisition is gonna see.
No, that's not coming in. If you hit level 3, you should win the game already on the spot. 30 life, a little bit too much to chew through. Although we did see him do 28 to the Crux Lorraine in the previous round, so
that was an insane play. That's actually insane, doing so much damage. And we are going to wait for the players to get ready right now. But as we are going here, who do you think to actually take game 2, considering after signing in?
I don't know. I really like the way Long played that game. I think he might have a good shot here. I think the Guardian health pool really helps, and just having a lot of defense, having so many Resolutes, Incapacitate, and Crystallized Destiny all in your deck makes it so hard for these OTK combos to get you.
Yeah, because unlike the other fire decks, Long's deck is actually pretty defensive, right? The other fire decks are just pure around the abyss and praying to go into a very safe level 3 turn. But Long has some defensive too, and also have a really powerful win con. If he can get everything right, a powerful win con the moment he lands to level 3. We are going to see Yamikin going first here, going to the Spirit of Wind here. Does it have the Manhattan? We would fire. I see it. I think I see Manhattan. Oh no, that's not Manhattan. Now my. Is it? Not? Is it it? I can't see.
No, we had a Lube, but I wonder what we're going to come... I think we might actually put down the Drought of Stamina. Oh, no, it's a Purse again.
It's a Purse again.
Yeah, so Purse going to come down here. We could have played the Lube, which could have threatened the potential 16 damage turn 2. The problem is you're playing against a guy who has a lot of defensive cards. We really need to worry about Crystallized and Resolute, and there's a lot of them in the deck. It's pretty likely he finds one, but did he? He found an Incapacitate.
Well, Incapacitate is found. There are a lot of floating in the hand, but I don't see any red cards at all. It's just now.
This is like 0 red cards in his hand. It's Undying, double Dungeon Guide, 2 Undying Dreams, and then like an Advent. This is a pretty terrible hand. So if Yamikin needs to take advantage of it, it would be in a game like this. Doesn't even need to bring out the Censor here, but brings it out anyway. Actually, probably see a end phase Undying Dreams, maybe.
Yep. Gonna go to the backup charger to basically fix the hand a little bit. Try to see if we can draw into anything that helps here. Gonna go into the power cell, draw one to memory, see what is in the box. There is a dungeon guide for next and more floating. That's not helping.
This is the Ryle moment right here. It's like, oh my god, my hand's full of Specters and no Ryle, no Creative Shock, no Hasty, no nothing to throw these away. So we're actually just gonna Library Witch and pass here.
Yep, Yamikin here looking a little bit confused, like where's the Round the Abyss, where's the Creative Shock? But literally no, Long doesn't have any of them right now.
That's right, so I think probably just going to be content to play his slow game here. We can commit some allies, probably this Lube on board so we can start chipping in for some damage. We do need to kill this Witch first, unless we want to maybe try and like suppress it to deny the +1.
Yep, that might actually be a option, but I think that a simple play would be fine. Just playing allies, swinging in, slowly chipping off your opponent. Of course, you would take out the Library Witch, but I think that's fine.
So we did draw an Incapacitate, so now if we do want to stop one of these non-existent trials, we could. Drought of Stamina has been found. That's a big one.
Yep, it is a big one now. Going back into the turn here, Yamikin is just considering his options here. Do you think there's anything extra that could be done?
I think probably just get this Lube on board, start getting some extra. We're actually swinging with the Purse here, which is we're okay. I think we have enough defensive cards in the hand that even without the suppress, we should be fine. You know, the thing about CL is he doesn't have a free sword like Lorraine, so he doesn't threaten nearly as much damage at level 1.
Yeah, but he needs to actually materialize a slot. Unlike a certain element and just, you know, play a certain prestige cards and just get, regardless of free, Fire doesn't really have that luxury.
Exactly. So I think we're free to swing in with this Purse. Want to chip a little bit more because they're probably going to have to do 20 damage here. Going to lose that Evercurrent Raider. Get out of here, you water card. Get out of here, you float.
Yep. The only reason why the card is even in the deck is just because it has the word float and the Spectre. So long turns here. It's going to be another library which the game is looking more and more bleak for long here. Nothing is really going its way.
On the other hand, the Amican isn't really doing much with his turns either, so I think maybe for long you're like, okay, I mean, I'm taking one damage a turn, or he's just clearing my library, which I'm kind of fine with this. I'm gonna get my omens over time, and then I can start to try and execute my game plan. Even if we're not going for ablation, we can actually just play like the long, ground out CL game.
Yep. Just take it very slowly and eventually level up to 3. Yamika, on the other hand here, I think will be forced to eventually realize that he can't just sit here and wait for long to just farm floatings and eventually level up to 3. Even if he farm floating, there's a sensor, of course, but basically he can't wait for long to just get enough influence to go through level 3. I think he has to act now, on even as soon as possible, to basically put a bit of pressure, because what he's doing now is just sitting with his purse and not really doing anything.
Yeah, that's the thing. You really want to at least put a little bit of pressure to force your opponent to actually do something. So Fairy Whispers could help us find exactly what we need. Can we find a distant card, allies that do damage?
Yep. Probably going to be a bottom 3. Oh, no, all top 3.
Ooh, Concealed Marksman is a good start. Swings for a lot here.
Swings for 5 if it's actually distance. We are going to a recollect phase, I believe.
Yeah, seems like nothing to play here in recollection, so we're just going to move up. We're going to materialize. What are we bringing out?
Yep.
Ranger Strides already.
Ranger Strides right here. Gonna enter draw 1.
Fortunately, lose on one of our distance cards, but that's fine. Backstep here in the recollection phase means we still have this library, which we need to get through, though. Remember this. No smoke bombs yet, so we're gonna have to play another ally to clear the library, which then we can swing in for 3. Or do we just use the purse to, get some extra value out of this Ranger Strides?
I mean, it is going to be 9 damage. That is a lot. Not enough to kill the CL, though.
Ooh, I think it might be the Cheshire here. Cheshire's going to come out, swing, kill the Library Witch for 1. Then we can double. We can double this purse. So she would be swinging for 3 plus 8, which is 11. So we do need a restand card. We have the Drought of Stamina. Oh, notably, Incapacitate doesn't work on Drought. Incapacitate only works on action cards, and Drought is an item.
This might spell trouble for Long. Long is trying to stop this right now. I think he's trying to stop.
No Resolute stands in hand. Incapacitate is the only defensive card here. Maybe you say, he has an Undying Dreams, actually. He could use Undying Dreams to keep this Library Witch alive.
Yep, trying to keep the Library Witch alive. It's kind of crazy. A situation that I thought I'd never see today. I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do, right? To stay alive?
That's right. I mean, sometimes you just gotta spend your Undying Dreams on your Interceptor. This is going to keep the Library Witch with 1 extra life here. So we are going to stay alive, at least. Wait for another turn. Unless we can maybe play another ally out here and then take Library Witch out. We could play that Concealed Marksman, but means we are not going for the second win this turn.
Yep. We haven't even actually cracked the rage yet. Oh, we're actually going to do it. Wow.
Oh, okay. We are suppressing it. So we are essentially giving a +1 off of this Ranger Strides now. But that means that this purse is not going to be able to use this effect on Long's turn. So if he tries to attack with the sword, could potentially take out purse. But I mean, we have a lot of cards in hand, a lot of ways to get around that. So that's going to be, we have 1 Omen. So this is going to be swing for 4.
Yep. Swinging for 4, that's actually really, really big right here. Can probably take out any of the 3 defense allies. Long here has 2 options. He has the Crystallized Destiny to block any damage he wish. He has also the Dungeon Guide if he wants to accelerate his game plan. I think Long is just going to do a simple thing and just take out the purse right now.
Yeah, so this is going to be 4 damage. So Skirting Step will not save the purse. You're going to have to find a different way of keeping her alive, like a Zephyr, or maybe an Evasive Maneuvers would also work.
Yep. So this is going to actually be, I think he's actually trying to protect it. Oh, Zephyr it.
Zephyr is the choice here. So she's going to leave the field, get suppressed, come back in the end phase, free to wreak havoc on the next turn.
Yep. Amiki is basically patiently just playing it out, as he mentioned. And now his influence is not dropping at all. It's like, what, 7 influence?
Yeah, it's really the thing about this deck is since it just sits at level 0, it can keep playing the slow game. But actually, we might maybe want to level up to 1 here so we can unlock that Incapacitate for a cheaper cost.
So the thing is that I think that would probably help a little bit. What in the end of it all, Long is trying to basically. What's the next step? Is there anything you can do? Maybe a Dutch.
I mean, I think we might have another Undying Dreams in here even.
Oh, Incap.
Oh, we're actually incapacitating this Zephyr. Long really is like, no, I need to get rid of this ally. She needs to go. But that's the Incapacitate now spent, which means we no longer have it for a possible second wind. We are going to Omen it, though, so which means we have a chance of getting it back with the Marksham.
Yep, with the Marksham here, we'll be able to retrieve it back. Yamaki, during the end step of Long, is probably going to do something. He's going to do a bit of Fairy's Worth to see what he can draw. Is that second win?
I think that I can't really see it with the angle, but it does look like a wind card. We already had a second wind, so we can have another one on deck. We also have another Incapacitate in there. Might have to consider actually leveling up the Tristan, having all these Incapacitates in our hand. Yamikin really needs to start sticking some allies on board. We have done literally no damage yet to the opposing CL. 20 life, it's not a lot to get through for this wake-up deck, but at the same time, if you keep giving him time, he eventually will get to that 25 life and eventually that 30 life.
Yep. Now Long is just playing the long game, basically. Going back to Yamiki's turn right here, he is going to go into that sword right here. He's able to pay 2 for it, and also going to go to recollect here. The inner sword here is going to buff the Treasure even more. You have to go swing with the inner sword to get rid of it, and then Treasure swings for 3. Yep.
So perfectly able to use all the cards, but now like the question is, do we have another distant ally? We really need to stick the distant allies. If we're not finding them, that means we're not really able to go for this big Ranger Strides combo. The whole point of this deck.
Whole point of that is actually just go for this combo, and Treasure is on the field. This means that if you actually proc the Strides, it's actually going to proc twice, so you're actually giving 8 damage to one of your allies.
Might be considering playing this Concealed Marksman here to set up the next turn. Sealed Marksman, we also have the Drought of Stamina if we want to employ that so that we don't have to actually spend the second wind here.
Concealed Marksman here is going to go in.
Swing for 1 extra damage. That means we just need to stick this ally. We can give her Distant, and then she's going to swing for, let's do the math. This is 5 plus 8 equals 13, potentially 26. Which is exactly enough to kill an even level 30 or 30 health CL.
That's insane. Like you do even need that much damage? Can't we just distribute the damage to somewhere else? That's just way too much.
Well, let's actually break it down here. So if we're swinging for, so we're going to be swinging for 5 plus 8. You said again. So that's going to be 12. So with a Resolute minus 3, it would still be 9. 9 times 2 is still 18, which is actually not enough to kill a level 2 CL, fortunately.
Yep.
Because he does have that big 25 booty.
Yep. That really big defense. And CL is going to go to level 2 right now. It's going to be able to activate the effect to basically toss 2 cards into the graveyard and draw 2 new cards into the memory. Gonna try to recollect and see if he actually goes for the Dungeon Guide. I think he might actually opt for the Dungeon Guide in order to have access to his Umbra cards right now.
Don't we still have that Stifling Trap, though?
Yeah, true. But, and again, ask yourself, he's stifling me so many times. Does he really have stifling again this match?
I don't think he stifled this game. He stifled in the first game, but not in this game. So
no, but the karma carries on, right?
Yes.
Carries on. It might be an entirely new game, but like think about this. If he does it again, does he really have the ability to draw it again? And long as actually just, I think someone asked clarify for the hand size, but yeah. So Long is probably considering it. Do you actually judge the guy here?
He's thinking about, but first he's going to swing. He's going to take a swing at this Concealed Marksman, force something. The problem is 4 damage means the skirting step is not going to save it. We need to have evasive maneuvers. If we have evasive maneuvers, though, Dungeon Guide to 3, and then kill it with Dungeon Guide swing, and then you also have the extra Omen 2 damage trigger at the end phase. So.
Yep, so it's going to swing into the Concealed Marksman here. Try to take it down. Yamikin actually considering to protect it, save it from the danger of a butler trying to touch it.
Seems like he's just going to let it go. He's like, yeah, sure. But that means the Inert Sword is gone, so no more swinging with that. We do actually have that reduced Ash. If we want to try and break this sensor, we could. We have how much? 1, 2 float in the grave, so would unlock some of it. We also have the third Undying Dreams.
Yep, there is the third Undying Dreams. There is a lot of things going on here. We are going to send that Avid into the Omen section right there. 3 Omens are at that counter right now. We are going to go back to Yamiki's turn here. I think he's running out of things to materialize, right?
He definitely is starting to run out of things. I mean, obviously a Smoke Bomb is fine. We could just go for anything. Honestly, I think at this point we kind of have to find it probably within the next 2 or 3 turns. Once we hit that level 3 CL, it's like the amount of board clear he has with Carters, he gets healing with Carters, he also gets a lot of extra damage with these to clear board. It gets really hard for you. I think compared to Lorraine, where it's like, oh, I just have to hit the Flame Sweep, or I have to find Pendragons at the right time. But here it's like there's a lot of damage coming from multiple sources, and it's a lot harder to actually keep this board alive, which is the whole... Ooh, a Thurable coming out here, going to get rid of the 2 floating memory cards in this grave. So we're going to call probably 4?
No, I think it's before to force out everything. Is this going to be 3 here, maybe? Just to... Oh, it's 3. Wow.
Yeah, Creative Shock in the hand. We can actually just Creative Shock here. Creative Shock, and then before we recollect, we can actually censor and then destroy the... Or we can destroy the sensor with the Reduce to Ash.
I think that's probably the plan right here. As long as just counting the amount of cards in his hand to pull off this move right here might be what you say, a Creative Shock into Reduce the Ash.
Yeah, we could actually Creative Shock here, dump another float, which would actually put in 3 extra cards, and we can Reduce Ash in response, break this, which is another card. So we have like lots of float that we can just keep there. Hard level to 3 actually with these 3 right here.
Yep, we are going to see Reduce the Ash right now, taking down the sensor that's been here, making this game really, really, really unprogressive, and finally out of the way. Long looks like he has a new Ash of like, look at Long right now, being so awake the moment the sensor's gone.
But think about it this way.
Yep.
No cards in hand. If we can do it. This is swinging for 3. This is swinging for 2. That means we could maybe see a world, but the problem is there's no distant ally on board yet. We would need to find a distant ally. So first, let's say like we need like marksman, right? So we have an ally, we have a person. We give this the strides. We need to first give it distant, and that's the issue. So we need to have 3 cards here. So ally plus distant plus a wake up card at the same time. So it's really tough here. Not sure if Yamikin really has enough cards. If we played the Drought earlier, we actually would be able to get there, but because we kept holding on so many cards in hand, we haven't actually developed anything that gives us a wake up that doesn't require cards from hand.
Yep, it's going to swing into, but based on what you said, this combination of hands looks really, really basically not realistic right now for Yamikin to do. He must have a lot of influence. Yeah, sure, there's a lot of influence, but that kind of play requires like a lot more than just like this influence. He doesn't have the right cards, doesn't have a distance activator. There's a lot of things to be considered here. And now I think Yamikin is just basically thinking, all right, so what's the best do nothing? Oh, he's not going to...
I mean, let's just break it down, right? If you want to play an ally, let's say you play a 3-cost ally, it's going to take 4 cards from hand, and it's also going to take, the second win is going to take another 4 cards from hand, but then the distant card, let's say it's like a backstep, that would take another 3 cards from hand, so it's just like you need so many, and it's pretty unreasonable in Grand Archive to have like 12, 13 card hands unless you're playing usually this deck, Ryle.
Yep, he might go for another ally. It's going to go for the Liu Bei right here.
Liu Bei is the pick. So we can go Liu Bei. If we can distant the Liu Bei, she can swing for. Backstep on the Liu Bei here. Oh, do we have enough cards in hand? We have enough. That's a backstep was perfect because it does draw a card in hand, and we're going to double the Liu Bei. This is coming in for 8 plus 4, 12. Last card, Resolute stand in hand. So this is going to be 9 damage times 2 would be...
Wake up again.
And that's enough. Yeah. It was enough. We were able to get there in the end, doing just slightly over the Resolute. Getting there to 27. Yamikin, just the most patient wind wake-up player I've ever seen. Playing extremely long game here, but still makes it there.
I'll be honest, I'm losing my patience every time I look at Yamikin's play, man. Like, I just want him to go. Like, I want something to happen, but this is why he is there, sitting there, patiently waiting for the opportunity, and he did present himself long, went for the greed. I wasn't really called a greed, but a play that he thought, okay, I can remove the sensor and do it. Go to level 3 and kill Ascent. And Yamikin's like, sure, I'll let you remove the sensor because you are dead this turn.
Yeah, and really, like, I think we're starting to see how Yamikin likes to play against these level 3 Ryle decks. especially with the deck list open. He knows that they have all these defensive cards. So really, we're trying to find. We really are trying to find Cheshire.
Yep.
And then we also want the strides, right?
Yep.
Because with that, we can hit like these, like 13, like
Yep.
11 to 13 damage threshold. So even if there's a Resolute, it still only hits for like 9, 8.
Yep.
So you can still do like 17-ish damage even through a Resolute. Usually enough to still make it there. So we are going to game 3 here, but Long is going to go first because he did lose that game. He gets the choice now, and that's a big deal because this Wake Up deck really does much better on the play, considering the fact that it does get to materialize Sensor, materialize Thurable first, even if we're not like Seiryu, where we have all these Beseeches to put in the deck. It still behooves you to go first.
Yeah, Yamiki just showing us how patient he is. I think based on how Yamiki plays, he has only one card in long stacks he's already afraid of. And I actually think it's not even the Resolute Stand, it's probably just the Crystallized Destiny that's in the side deck.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually 3 Crystallized Destiny, 2 in the main, and then
2 in the main?
one in the side. So it's like a lot of Crystallized Destinies.
Yep.
We see Long here still continuing to go for the regular Spirit of Fire, not going for Serene. Doesn't believe that he needs it. That's probably maybe more for the Suzaku matchup.
Yep. We do see here Cremation right here. I do see a budget rate. We're going to see Rao the Abyss right here. He's going to play it right now, I think, because he doesn't want to get in cap. And Yamaki's like, yeah, ooh, go for it. Long goes for the draw. See about this guy. I do see a floating. Do you have more than just a floating? Oh, it's going to be another round the Abyss here. He does have the Creative Shock, I believe, so we can go for more draws. Oh, there's a pass here. All right.
Yeah, so Yamakin here really is hoping to find probably a Beseech so that he can bring out either Thurable or Sensor to get rid of that one float. But then if it is the Thurable, he can Creative Shock from hand, which would put 3 cards in grave, so he would have to pay extra here.
Yep. Tracer is found. Might not be a Manhattan again. A bit unfortunate again. We haven't seen Yamikin actually open with the Manhattan.
I mean, we have seen him open with the Manhattan. We just never see him actually play the Manhattan.
All right, we are going to go Liu Bei right here. Liu Bei is going to swing for 2.
Okay, Liu Bei is a good start. We also have the Cheshire, so we have 2 pieces of combo. We have the Ally, and we have the Cheshire. What we just need is Distant Card. We have the Distant Card. We have the Evasive Maneuvers, but we're just lacking more in terms of tempo because now Long gets to go actually use for once. He actually gets to use that floating memory in his grave. I think the entire game he has not been able to use floating memory because he's always been under Censor.
Yeah, he's a bit censored so much that I think Long is just he gets sick of it. He's like, okay, fine, level 1. And going into the Creative Shock right now, gonna be going into a draw 2 here. Yamikin just letting it happen because there's nothing much he can do about that. Does see a Carter. I don't think you want to see the Carter right now. Just see another Creative Shock. If he has more floating and memory, he could actually consider keeping them. Creative Shock, but it is gonna be a Carter discard here. Okay, see how getting the mastery. He's gonna recollect and see what is in the box right here. Probably just another pass, I think. I don't think you need to play the Creative Shock right now.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're worried about incapacitate, we only have 4 cards in hand, so we actually can't incapacitate yet. So we want to do that. Or we could also just wait for the materialization. That works as well.
So we are just going to be very patient right here. It is going to go into the Round Abyss, enter the Omen right here just to get up the Omen counter.
Ooh, I mean, I'm looking at the hand. I don't see a Resolute in there. Ooh. I see a Crystallized Destiny, though, so we should be safe from the OTK here. Let's see if Yamikin is feeling pressured enough to actually just like go all in for this.
Yep. Yamikin here is now just taking his time here, considering his options. Again, he's been very patient with this deck here. Something that I should learn from being patient while playing GA. It is gonna be, what do you even materialize here?
Could be the Strides now. We could go for the Strides. You could have the Cheshire. We could go for Inert Sword. Also could just go for, Durable, Sensor, sensible choices considering the deck you're playing against.
Yep. Just taking a bit of his time here. There's no rush. It is untimed, of course, so these players are taking as much time as they possibly want.
That's right. Liu Bei is one of the better allies in the deck to have on field because that means every single other distant ally we play, we can get a 2-for-1 distant on both of them. It's one of the best ways of getting a lot of pressure in, but right now we really just need to find a way to slow Long down because if we just let him get to his game plan, it's going to be a lot more difficult. I don't think we can really go for Durable here because he already has 3 cards that he can just throw away for free in the graveyard.
Yep, that's the problem with turbo, right? Like, if you are trying to turbo here, it's always often best to do it early. But because your opponent has a bunch of different cards already, they can just select that as a target instead, because you don't get to choose the turbo banish cards. Yamikin is going to go for a sensor here, a play that we haven't seen every game so far.
Ooh, Mad Hatter has been found.
You take the risk. You take it.
I mean, if you Mad Hatter here and then you distant the Mad Hatter, you could have a Mad Hatter for 4 and then a Lube for 4. And then you have Stride, so you could give one of them an extra 4, so you could be hitting for 12 right here, which is not enough to actually kill the CL yet. So probably best to still be a little bit patient. We really need to conserve the Ranger Strides for the right moment.
Yep. But that's a word that I think you just do it because you know what? Why not? You know, the game is here at this moment. It is the semifinal. It's to prove to the rest of the world that why you're a talented player that you won't miss, or because you're talented, you actually hit the strike on the banish. So we are going to see Treasure here being played here. It's going to be a very simple 1 damage swing.
Yeah, so tough here. Once again, I imagine Long is going to try and do the same thing. He's probably going to go for the Inert Sword. Going to use the Inert Sword and then swing at Lube for 4, which is just a number that's really hard to defend against. We're probably going to be forced to use that evasive maneuvers to keep her alive again.
Yep, Critical Shock is going to be played here in order to dig deeper into the deck. Unfortunately, any floating or even Luminous Mage toss will not be played right here. The Luminous Guide does see due to the trash, but it's not going to be activated due to sensor. Long is going to manually level up, I believe.
Might have a Reduce to Ash in his hand here.
Ooh, okay. It's going to be balanced right here. It's going to go into the CL level 2 right here. Going to go for its Reduce to Ash right here.
Reduce gets that sensor. This is big. That means the Liminal Guide also gets to come on field. Draw an extra card, which means it's time to party. If we have the Dungeon Guide, we are close to probably putting this game on a wrap.
Yeah, you can see Long's reaction again. Like last game, just changes the moment Reduce the Ash is activated to kill the sensor. His deck just suddenly becomes alive. This is why it's very important to run 3, even 4 Reduce the Ash for all the round your base deck. Because I think at this meta, it is just no one gonna like question it. Sensor is gonna be in the main deck in most everyone's deck.
Anyone who doesn't get hurt by it themselves, basically. We draw into the Resolute stand finally as well for turn, and that's huge. It means we are very much insulated from just randomly dying out of nowhere.
Yep.
Library Witch here as well could help.
Yep. We're gonna go with
Dungeon
the
Guide though. Do we have Stifling? I don't think we have Stifling. That means there's another Liminal Guide. That's 3 guides on field. Can just swing straight into Lube.
Well, I wonder who's the actual ally deck right now. Long, it seems to be becoming the ally deck right here. It's gonna go into the level 3 CL right here, and because of that, activating the Luminous Guides right now, we're going to have 1 right here, draw another one. Does it have another one in the grave?
No, there's just those 2 that are on field right now. But yeah, we can threaten this Lube, or at least force the evasive maneuvers on her. But then, end phase trigger, CL finishes her off.
Yep. It's going to be a 1 and 1 and 1. Yamika is considering to protect it, but knowing the Omen's effect right here, CL's whenever Omen counter is put in the banishment, deal 2 to 1 target here. He is pretty much careful about that.
Yeah, I hate to say it, Christone, but I think maybe Long has got this unless Yamikin can find another crazy line here to get the game. But 30 life is so much to deal with.
I think we have to see what Yamikin does here, because unlike the first game where Long is basically 0 hands to react to Yamikin. Yamikin now actually has to consider the fact that, my god, Long actually has a decent amount of cards in his hand. He just can't go in willy-nilly. The thing is that even if you have enough damage, is it actually worth it to go in? Because you want to use the Treasure to actually banish yourself to give the ability of the strike, right? So you're not going to be an attacker. It has to be another ally. And right now, Yamikin doesn't have another ally on the field. You just have the Mad Hatter. You just have to set it up again. There's a problem with the Wake Up ally deck. It requires a lot of setup. And if your opponent is able to just answer those setup every turn, it just becomes a bit of a picker.
I mean, we're just going to swing for a measly 1 here. No Inert Sword to this Cheshire Cat's name. I mean, we might have to Mad Hat here, to be honest.
Yep, I think it's time. He's considering it. It's time to beat the madness, which is Mad Hat.
All right. I mean, you know, nope. It seems like no. He is still allergic to the Mad Hatter. Oh. Reconsidering here. Might be the Drought of Stamina.
Might be the Drought of Stamina. It is Drought.
Okay, I think the idea here is he's probably going to... I think the only distant ally in the hand might be the Mad Hatter. So he might have the Mad Hat. And then he needs to have a distant card. I think he might have a Backstep. So Mad Hatter is 4. If he can give a double strides, it would be +8. So he'd be swinging for 12 each times 2, 24, which is exactly enough at that 6 life. Damage taken already. So that could be an option. We could even go Inert Sword as well. Inert Sword makes Cheshire swing for 3, and then Inert Sword swings for 2, and then you have to Mad Hat at that point and hope you don't hit the strides.
Yep, so it's basically praying for a lot of different variants to hit for the right time, but Long is going to try and stop that right now. It's going to go for the closet right here to exchange cards into his hand right here from the Omen. I think he's going to take the Carter.
Might take the Carter to get rid of the Cheshire Catchy is pretty important here. The evasive maneuvers in the hand as well could protect her, put her down to give her 5 life essentially. Carter would not be able to clear that. We're actually going to Omen.
Oh, just going to pass right here. He's just going to swing with all the 3 guides. Just going to pass turn, activate CL's inherent effect, get the Ash into the Omen area, and also deal 2 to the face. And that's it. Very interesting patient play as well.
Okay, so this is big. He has an Incapacitate in hand. If he levels up to Tristan, he could hold up this Incapacitate. Remember, this is Mad Hatter for 3. We're going to have to not hit the strides. We have the Drought already. We have the Cheshire. We just have to not hit these strides here. We are going up to Tristan. So Tristan is the pick here that turns on the Incapacitate. So now we just have to make sure that when this Mad Hatter goes mad, we don't get the absolute worst moment to lose.
It's the bronze match all going to come down to gambling.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. This whole time, he has avoided trying to go for the Mad Hatter, and I think he is going to be forced to do it now. He has to do it. He has no Ranger strikes. He has to do it off of this one. Looking at the Tristan, like, oh my god, it's Tristan. Let's see it. Are we about to go crazy here? Okay, that's Agility 3 here. Mad Hatter's gonna come down here. He has to not hit. How many cards are in the material deck at this point? Maybe like 7?
2. Wait, we can count, right? 1, 2.
Spirit.
Tristan.
3, Looking Glass.
Looking Glass is there. What? And then Sword is out?
We have not used a Nerd Sword yet.
Is it just 3? So 9?
No, we've definitely brought out something else. Sensor got broken. So we have at least backup charger. So that's 5. That means we're what? So yeah, so we are actually at 7 cards. So it's a 1 in 7 chance.
1 in 7 chance. That mathematically is basically. Can you do the math? Is it real quick?
Well, I mean, I'm not a math person. Don't ask me to do percentages on the spot. Give me a calculator and I can do it.
All right, I can do it for you. It's 14%, 1-4.
14%. Okay,
Yep.
You heard it here first. We have the Resolute in the hand, but the question is, does he have another card? Because Incapacitate can stop that.
Yep, it's basically about 14% to hit the 1 card that you need because each card is representing that percentage. It is going to happen.
All right.
It is going to happen. I think we're going to do it. Mad Hatter is going to go mad. Will we actually see him being hit, or he is just going to take the game with him? Because we know he has enough influence to do all this combo. Mad Hatter in.
Mad Hatter comes out. All right, let's see it. Remember, 1 in 7 chance to hit.
He is coming.
Shuffle the deck. Shuffle it well.
All right, let's go. It's going to be the Mad Hatter time. Let's do it, folks. For a bronze match, it is going to be the lucky one.
All right, Log. Can you fish? Can you find the old maid? Go for it. Oh! Okay, we don't hit. That means the Ranger Strides gets to come out. Draws an extra card. Ranger Strides on the Mad Hatter. Gonna swing for 12 times 2. 24, more than enough to get that CL down to nothing. Oh, but wait, Manxome, is there anything we can do? Whoa. Extra card in hand, maybe? 2 damage to Mad Hatter, not enough to kill it. 3 life.
Wait, it's going to go for the Mad Hatter or the champion? But anyway, Reduce doesn't actually kill a 1 cost reserve cost, right? It has to kill a 0 cost only?
Yeah, but he would be doing 2 damage off the CL. So if he has another way to like Fast Omen, which I don't think he has another Fast Omen card. So I think, he has Resolute still, and he has the Crystallized Destiny. He can actually do Resolute stand for free Crystallized Destiny, and you can only incapacitate 1 of these. We're actually hitting this, so now we can't actually get that. Okay, we're gonna be forced to use the Incapacitate here, stop the Reduce, and he still has the Resolute stand in hand.
Yeah, still the Resolute. Is that enough to block it? Tell me HP is really big.
He would live. So this is going to be coming in for 12 each, right?
Yep. Resolute.
So this is going to be 9 each. So this is 9 times 2. 18. So we are at 25. He lives, and then now he gets to go Chalice of Blood and probably kill you in the crackback. Only has to do 10 damage. This is already 1, 2, 3. That's 3 right there. We also have Omen trigger. We also have 2. No, we actually have 3 in the Omen. So if we just bring out any sword, we can swing. We can bring out Inert. Actually, I think we already used the Inert. And we can swing for like 5. And then any other damage, like a Carter, could also swing in for 4. So should be a million ways to lethal. I think there's 0 cards in hand currently.
Yeah, we have to remember one thing though. Tristan is on Tristan, so 19. He has to find 10 damage right there. 3, 4. Yeah, it might actually be enough. But Yamiki also has agility right now. Another in-cap in hand.
Oh, yes, the agility trigger actually coming in clutch here. Going to add that evasive maneuvers back, but the Chalice of Blood is going to draw you more cards. But at least on the bright side, it's not a sword.
Yep.
So not any extra damage. Can we find something? An Ablation here would do 2 damage. I think there's a Library Witch in that Omen.
Yep, we are probably going to go into a recollection right now. And then just see what can Long do. Or is there anything pre-reg that Long can do?
Hey, remember.
Is there. He has Bladeful.
This is 3 damage. This is 3 damage. And then CL trigger at the end phase is another 2. So we already have 5 damage. Just need to find another 5 after that.
Yeah, that's the thing. He is going to swing in.
Oh, we're actually hitting Mad Hatter. Okay. So I think Long's saying, okay, I can't kill you this turn. We got to get rid of the Hatter.
Yep.
We can't let him go crazy again. Now, is there any other defensive card in the hand? We still have that Crystallized Destiny.
I think this will be safe. I think he's going to pass, get another Omen into the Omen section, just increase our Omen and also do 2 damage.
Big thing here.
Ooh.
With Library Witch as well. Okay, we have the Smoke Bomb. Smoke Bomb from the sideboard could come in, get this Library Witch, take out the Stealth. Now the main thing here, we have that Crystallized Destiny, but we have the Incapacitate. But can we do 5 damage through a Library Witch and then also holding up Incapacitate?
That's the problem, right? You need to actually play down an ally in order to swing while trying to find that right damage, and at the same time hold that hold that influence for your incap. But the thing is that can you do all those right now? I think there's only 7 influence.
Yeah, and actually not even going for the Smoke Bombs. Might not have even sighted it in here. I'm not seeing much action. I think there might be a Concealed Marksman in here, but I'm not seeing a lot of allies really.
Yeah, might not be enough.
Backstep Champion to draw a card. This is very dire. Draws you another Incapacitate. That's nothing.
There's going to be a pass right here. Long probably notices because Yamikin passed. There's nothing much going on his end. There's no allies to actually end the game. Long is probably just going to go for another way. Is it just Long is going to go for a bunch of guys hitting him to he eventually wins? Is that the game plan?
Yeah, I mean, currently we have 5 damage off of Omens plus 3 allies. If we bring out Mangsom here, or we can bring out the Sunri here at this point, I think we're already past the point where it hits for 4, so we'd be swinging for another 6 after that. So there's so many ways to do it. There's just like the 3 cards in hand. You got to worry about it, but at the same time, 5 life, you are so close to dead. You have to always be constantly thinking about, okay, what if he just drops ally distant and just kill? Like, we could do Concealed Marksman distant and do 5 damage and just kill already.
Yeah, because right now the only way to kill is actually through the Library Witch as well with the Smoke Bomb. So there are ways to kill it. Long needs to be very careful here. We are going to
Consumption ring is big.
Yep.
That would stop any distancing on your Recollection as well, or any other fast speed cards. Might have an Ablation. I'm actually just trying Ablation here for, I think, 2. I think there's a Library Witch there. Or she might have removed it. I think the Library Witch was added back off the Maxome, maybe.
Yep.
Or no, it was Reduce Ash, right? No, it was Reduce Ash added back to Maxome. So I think there should be a Library Witch.
If we do 2. If we Consumption right now, and when we go Baleful, is it that enough?
It would be Baleful, I think, for 2. So it would be 2 damage off this, and then Baleful for another 2.
Oh, 1 off. So it is not. So I think it's just to be patient here. Long is just gonna say, pass then. I have the Consumption ring. I have ways to stop whatever you want to do. So it is just a matter of time, right? Because next turn, these 3 guys will hit in for 3, and that's 19 as well.
Remember, this has non-ally cards, and guess what? All of your distant stuff, all of your even something like the Drought of Stamina, those are all distant cards. So if you just play 2 allies, it's probably not going to be enough.
Yeah.
All the allies in this deck are 2 power at most.
This game has go down to the wire. Everyone is just materializing card. They haven't seen at all this matchup. This game tree is going very, very interesting right now. We are going into Yamiki's recollection step, considering anything to recollect. I think Long as well, seeing if there's anything to consider. Well, we did pop the Consumption ring.
Yeah, if Long has the Ablation, he can actually just Ablation here for 2 and then just do Omen triggers to finish it off.
Yeah, because it's unpreventable, so it's just guaranteed lethal. So
What
recollect.
is Yamikin going to do here? He has a lot of preventive effects, but you have to deal with... If you get knocked down to 17, you basically lose on the spot because there's nothing you can do to stop that CL Omen trigger.
So this game is very, very interesting. So here's the thing: if Long decided to go for Oblation here, which is forcing out the in cap from Yamikin, Yamikin can actually play out the in cap. Oh, he's not going to do it. He's going to pass back to Long right here. Is it? Is it happening? It's going to be Longston?
Yeah, seems like was not going to use anything during the consumption ring window. So we have all these preventive effects, but do we have anything? I mean, this is still 3 damage on board. If any of these connect, we just already win on the spot. So we need to find some extra that we can actually throw the Undying Dreams maybe on this Liminal Guide just to get a +2 for the turn.
Is this a game that we see Luminous Guy taking the game?
We might actually see Liminal Guide taking the game here.
This is so interesting. Of all the cards that would find lethal, it would be actually the guys.
Ooh, and a Nerd Sword here would be huge as well. You are actually swinging. I think we're at 5 Omens now, so we would actually be swinging for 6.
Yep.
Off of that Inert Sword. 6 damage right there, and a draw into memory.
Yeah, Long is actually reaching the long game that CL is intending to play, I would assume. So it's really, really going down to the wire. As we mentioned, Long is considering what to materialize here. I think it has to be Sword, right?
I think the Sword would be the most amount of damage you're able to do while still being able to hold up cards here. Might be thinking about that Orb of Sealing, or Sealing probably not doing it. I don't even think the Advent is in there yet, so...
Yeah.
Are we? Yeah, I think Inert Sword seems to be the pick here. Could also go for Mank Zone, but I think there's nothing in memory yet, so Inert Sword makes the most sense. Also, don't want to lose a card in from your influence as well.
Yep.
I think this might be sealing it here. This is way too much damage. We have a bunch of like block 1, block 2s, but oh, Tariff Ring though. Tariff Ring. Don't forget about the Tariff Ring.
We are going to pop the Tariff Ring. Long say sure, go ahead. It's going to recollect right now. Oh, something brewing pre-reg?
Ooh, Oblation?
Oblation?
It's an Oblation.
Yeah.
Oblation here, gonna come in for, I think it's 2, or is it 3?
Yeah, he's
Incapacitate.
Gonna force out the Incapacitate here, which he's okay with. It's gonna be a recollection here. Long's gonna get his entire influence back here. I can't really sure how many influence is that. Is that at least 6 or 5?
It's definitely enough to throw Inert Sword for 6. And then Yamikin, actually I'm surprised he didn't play this Oblation during the Consumption Ring, because at least even if he could pay for it, it would be more cards down.
Yep.
But I think Long can still do this. It's coming a swing in for 6. 6 damage, it's a ton. The rare CL trigger, draw into memory as well.
Gonna be 6 damage here. Yep.
Drawing into memory off that odd attack. Gonna use evasive maneuvers, so it's gonna block 2, so we're only doing 4, but that's still not enough. We need to have a second one. He needs another evasive maneuvers here.
Yep, it might actually be game.
Ooh, Skirting Step. Skirting Step gonna put you down to 3, but that's not enough still.
It's over.
Oh, okay, it's another, so now it's 2,
Okay,
and then end phase trigger.
It did it.
Yeah,
Long did it.
2 damage, that's it. So that's for our bronze match. Long taking it over Yamikin in an incredibly long game.
A very, very long game. I'll be honest, like the game has been a bunch of just both players being really, really patient and not actually executing any of their game plan, just being really like, oh, I'm going to farm a bit, I'm going to bait you here, bait here, there. And then it all comes down to the wire when one person decided to commit the combo play and one person basically said, I'm going to survive. So it's a very back and forth kind of game, very exciting end product in terms of how we got our game and our conclusion.
That's really just the benefit of having so many Resolute Stands and Crystallized Destinies in your main board.
So much.
Even in that game 1 where you know you're going second, you're able to make it through the end because you have like so many defensive cards in as a tech. But that was a really crazy game. I'm actually glad to see I'm glad we got to see the Mad Hatter actually come out. I'm kind of sad he didn't whiff. I kind of wanted him to hit the Rager Stride, to be honest, because it's been funny. But
look, if it actually hits, then we won't get the exciting part of just the guides hitting for game. Like, we actually have games where the guides, the 3 of them, the 2 Luminous Guide and the Dungeon Guide, just going in every turn 3, and eventually finding game. I mean, that shows the limitation of this kind of deck where they don't have much end game because they don't have a level 2, level 3 to kind of like play for another route, because it all goes into the combo play of just breaking up a certain ally for huge damage. But again, you can see how patient Yamikin is. It came down to the wire. Almost everything was materialized for both sides, and it's almost a very close game, even to the very end.
yeah, unfortunately, just guided to 4th place by the 3 guides. The 3 guides telling you where to go, which is to I don't know, the airport? Back to New Zealand?
Back to New Zealand. You can make that joke another time. But congrats to Law for getting third place. Also, congrats to Yamikin, even though he did lost the bronze match, he is fourth overall for this Ascent.
Yeah, that's still a fantastic placement,
result.
and you still do get some excellent prizing from being fourth. Though, unfortunately, your Brissa is going to be one number higher.
I mean, some people actually like the number 4. Who knows?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you know, I mean, is 3 better than 4? I don't know. It depends on your perspective, right?
I do like number 7. I'll be real honest with you. Like if I had to own any spirits and I have like another number, I'll probably just trade for 7.
Yeah, that's fair. Keep telling yourself that. You know, it's like, oh, I got 7th because I actually wanted 7th. I didn't actually want to win the tournament because I prefer 7 over 1.
Hey, a man can dream. I mean, I had to get to a top 8 placing first. That's the big hurdle. But again, congrats to these 2 players here once again. But don't worry here, ladies and gentlemen, it's not over. We still have one more game soon. One more game, all right?
Yeah, we have the finals coming up. Remember, it is Pro An versus APOL.
Is it APOL? It's
Yes.
going to be the Dragons versus the Phoenix again. A battle between the Sanjus. Both of them using the same leader. Same champion. Both of them using different spirits. But again, they both have the same kind of concept, which is to flip their Sanju base up and see who takes the win. Again, who are we cheering on to win again? I'm definitely on Pawn's side because, you know, Pawn.
I want APOL to win because I want Win to win.
Sure.
You know, I'm sick of Ryle. Let's see something else for once.
Sure. I mean, I'll tell you right now, fried chicken is pretty delicious to eat.
Yeah, and you know, I bet you, at the end of the day, all the 4 heavenly beasts can all reconvene back together in the gods dimension and have a fun time. Goja, it's like, I don't know, it's like they're like playing like battles here. It's like, oh, we're gonna summon our things. We're gonna fight. In the end, they're still fine. It's not like they're gone. We're all still friends in the end, right?
Yeah, in the end, you're all friends. Wink. But anyway, I do hope that we do see the other Sanju eventually come out. Gamble had its time, you know. Gamble had its long time. In the last season, we had Worlds, we had Nationals. All these things, Gamble was there, through and through. There's only one particular beast that's not there.
Yeah, the Tiger. Unfortunately, a little bit undertuned at this point, but there's definitely always chances for more support. And especially Suppress support. I think Suppress, we've seen a lot of Suppress stuff. But yeah, that's it for us. And so we're going to get into this player interview real quick.
Hello, everybody. We're doing an interview with Long here, who just won the 3rd place match at Ascent Taipei. We have also very specially picked to interview, beside his goat, Xiao.
Xiao.
So, Long, congratulations on making it to the 3rd place at Ascent Taipei. How are you feeling right now?
首先恭喜你拿到第3名，那现在心情感觉如何？
很高兴，因为是第一次打到 Ascent Top。Yeah.
Right, so it's his first time topping Ascent, so he's really happy right now.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive to be able to top in Ascent, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm not playing
Okay.
today. Maybe I want to know a little bit more about your choice on CL. You are one of the 2 CLs in the top 8, but you're on pretty different builds. Let me know a little bit more about Oblation and why you chose to play CL.
那首先我们这次 Top 8里面其实有2个 CL， 可是2个组法其实都很不一样。那请问你觉得你会选择这个组法的原因是什么呢？
我这个组法就是主要就是抽卡，全都凑顺以后，就在线性比较高，在这个长的比赛环节里面就更加容易实现他的胜利。对。
Right. So he specifically chose the Oblation build because there's a lot of draws. So he'll try to draw a lot, keep a lot of resource in hand, and then it eventually will work out in the long match. So and then from there he'll kind of pivot to see how he's gonna play it out and eventually win the match.
Of course, I understand. I think that's a really great strategy to follow, especially in the current meta with Rowdy Abyss being such a powerful card. Before we head off to the final match, maybe you can share some of your shout-outs, anyone you want to thank before we move on.
接下来我们就要看到决赛了。那我们结束前有没有想跟支持你的朋友还是观众们讲的话呢？
我一时间也不知道说什么。
要感谢谁呢？
感
支持你的朋友吗？
谢我跟我一起来的朋友了，他们就陪我都待在这里。
Right, he's a bit lost, but of course he wants to thank all the friends that accompany him, stayed with him till this time, and he's really grateful about that.
Of course, congratulations again, Long. Again, really great to be able to pick up that Brissa Spirit of Wind with the number third place prizing, as well as the trophy, which you don't get for being fourth place as well. So congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And thank you, chat, as well, for watching so far. We are going to hit into the final match very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
I can party on till the morning comes, till the sun goes up. We don't stop, no. I see you looking at me, but you don't stand a chance. You see, you don't know how to act. I'm looking for classic. Can you please take a step back? I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, and it don't kill my vibe. I will get my drink on tonight. I'ma get loose, get wild. If you're not in the mood right now, and it
And we are back, but doing something a bit more different. Before we have our grand final, we have here our competitors, Paul and A. Paul here. How are you guys feeling right now? Starting with Paul.
I'm feeling great. The whole day has been great outside my first round, so I took all my quarters and my semis. So I'm feeling lucky today. So
Feeling a bit lucky, yeah.
I think I'm gonna win this.
You know what I mean? I haven't asked you back, but sure. How about you, April? How are you feeling?
Well, I ended up first yesterday, so I think I'll end up first today.
Ooh, so one person thinks that because you're first in Swiss, you take it all the way, grand final today, and the other one is just feeling lucky. All right, so first, Paul An, because of your matchup right now, this is a very unique matchup, right? Suzaku versus Seiru. Both of them are basically using the Fate Stone. How do you feel about this matchup?
Series is one of the harder matchups because they have answers for almost everything you can throw at him.
Yep.
But as usual, as in aggro versus control matchup, it's up to him to draw the answers and me to find ways to kill him. So if I find my way to kill him and he doesn't have answers, I win. If he has the answers, he wins.
So it's basically who draws what, who draws X?
Yeah, but it's a bit more complicated than that. Something along that line.
Yeah, that's the baseline.
Yeah.
How about you? You agree with what Paul said?
Yeah, and I believe this matchup is even more play draw dependent. I think the one who's on the play has the much advantage. But well, I'll do my best.
You do your best? All right.
Yeah.
Before we end this interview, do you have anything to say to Paul before we start this game?
Well, you are the only one that defeated me in Swiss, so my revenge time.
Yeah. Anything for Paul?
I beat him in Swiss, I'll beat him in top card.
All right, and now with the trash talk, we will get to the game really soon. We'll go back into our casters for this grand final.
Hello, everybody. It is me and Flon again. We are going to be the casters for the grand finals today at Ascent Taipei. It's been a long tournament, 14 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds of top cut, and also the bronze match. How are you feeling, Flon? Are you excited?
I'm absolutely amped. You could say I might even be riled up after that one. Those are fighting words from Pro An and from A-Paul, both saying, I'm going to beat you. No, I'm going to beat you.
Yeah, no you. And that is going to be the storyline, like they mentioned. Po An is A-Paul's only defeat in the Swiss rounds. Otherwise, he's been drawing with everyone else. And right now, actually, A-Paul ended day 1, first place, Pro An at 5th. Day 2, Pro An ended first place, A-Paul at 7th. And now both of them have made it all the way to the final match. And they have a rivalry that has somehow brewed within just one day of playing together. Taiwanese versus Singaporean. Someone wants to really defend Taiwan, be able to collect that first place prize, and also, of course, that slot at the World's Gauntlet for Taiwan themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. There were so many people coming here to invade, to take the Taiwanese throne, but here we are. We have a Taiwanese player making it to the finals. I'm always happy to see that. Gotta get the representation here, but Pro An, no slouch here. Ascent winner, one-time Worlds competitor. Sorry, I keep forgetting, multiple-time Nationals competitor.
Definitely, and that is going to be the storyline, isn't it? I mentioned right away at the start of the day, Pro An wasn't able to make it to Worlds last year, despite attending a couple of different Nationals. Even after attending Worlds the first time, wasn't able to make it all the way into the top 8. This time, he has to prove himself with a vengeance. He's made it all the way here to the finals of Ascent Taipei. He wants that victory. He wants to show the world, I am not washed. I am going to Worlds, and you are going to watch me win.
That's right, and you know, I'm ready. I'm ready for him to not even need that gauntlet slot because he's gonna get into Worlds the old-fashioned way.
That's right. Go to the Nets and win the Nets itself. Why not? But today is going to be that first stepping stone, and of course, we're always gonna be happy to have a safety net.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's just another win under Apex Player Guild's belt. That I think we have what, like 4 or 5 at this point.
They do have a couple of wins. They're really happy to, of course, flex a few of those first place spirits. Some of them already graded either by BGS or by Sylvie herself at Worlds earlier this year. I think it's going to be great to see another first place spirit. If not, then of course a second place spirit is still just about as good. But you know what they say, no one remembers the second place at any tournament.
That's true. That's true. You know, you remember the losers who tried, and you remember the winners who won. But if you're just like, okay, you like kind of won, but you didn't win enough, then you get forgotten, lost to time, just like everyone else.
Yeah, let's see very shortly now. whether between the two players here, both on the Suzaku and the Seiryu respectively, on that Guojia, currently becoming, I think, one of the most prominent champions in the format. We're going to see AP versus PA in the final. Neck and neck, they're literally going to be opposites in every way. Fire, Suzaku, Wind, Seiryu. Bird of the South, Dragon of the East, who is going to be winning this match?
Well, we have to talk about the fact Pro One first seed means he gets to choose to go first, and if there's any deck that's scary as hell going first, it's Suzaku.
It is that Suzaku, and Pro An, again, very happy to be going in with that first seed, continuously telling everyone, I go first, and we're going to be very happy. And the thing about Grand Archive in the best of 3 format is that the loser gets to decide. So even if it's very much like, okay, whoever goes first wins, if you go first the first game, you lose, your opponent loses, goes first the next game, and then you lose, then you get to go first for game 3, and then no matter what, you're in an advantage for the whole series.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why it's such a big thing to have a high seed, especially when you're playing a deck like this. Some decks, maybe they're okay going first or second. Suzaku, it is good going first and second, but it really wants to go first.
Definitely, I think it makes such a big difference, especially when you saw how you were able to... I think in one of the games where A-Paul was showing off, he had the Besiege Fate Stone into the Winds of Destiny and then materialized the third ball. But we're going right into the final game already. Pro An materializes his Spirit of Fire. First seed at today's tournament. Can he bring it home all the way? Rowdy Abyss is in hand. Do we have anything to pair with it?
Yeah, it'd be great if we could have a Liminal Guide or maybe even a Vengeful Paramour, just something that we can throw off this Uriel, but I'm not really seeing anything.
It might be that final card right under the Searing Truth, but we're already passing off to A-Paul. Gets to draw 7 and then another card for turn with the Spirit of Wind.
Yeah, remember, the thing A-Paul said is his deck is really fine going second because it has so many of these Besiege type effects, but I'm not seeing a single one in the hand, unfortunately.
Unfortunate, but he does still have the Fairy Whispers. Can use that to go and find the Besiege Fate Stone. Instead, just goes for the Scout of Land. All of these cards, very common in Wind, that are able to replace themselves, net neutral, draw another card, and he's gonna be pretty happy to see that top 4.
That's a Besiege, a Resolute, and a Besieging Fate Stone. So we found 2 Besieges, and we also have a Resolute that we can draw in to maybe try and not die to the Suzaku next turn.
I think it's going to be super important to see. Suzaku is actually considered probably one of the stronger Fate Stones, despite it actually being technically the weakest. If you think about it, the Fate Stones all go in ascending order from south to east in a clockwise direction. South has 3 HP, West, which is Byakko, has 6 HP, and then we have Genbu with 9, and finally Seiryu with 12. And A-Paul here is going to have the Besiege the Winds to go up to that Guojia level 1.
Yeah, and notably as well, because we are gonna, I assume we're going level 1, we might actually go for like a Thurable or a Sensor here. I imagine we're gonna go up to level 1. The big thing is here, by going up to level 1, we can, it's actually gonna be the Sensor, yeah, so he can sense the Riles in Poan's hand. He's gonna fire it anyway.
He doesn't care about the Sensor. He is just going to use it to discard cards and draw more cards as well. Also has to put cards in memory anyway to go up to level 1. Holding on to that Restorative Frames. Not sure what he wants to banish to go up to Guojia 1 and materialize that Fabled Ruby Fate Stone. Here he's actually just going to put the Liminal Guide in the memory as well. Doesn't really need to cycle it anyway because it's a Norm Element card. There's not much value in putting it into the trash as compared to just banishing it to level up. Here's the Rowdy Abyss. Just allows him to put a fire card as well as cycle a card in his deck. Will still be a great start. Here is the Fabled Ruby Fate Stone, baby. Suzaku is going to come very, very soon. 7 quest counters only as compared to A-Paul's 10.
We gotta remember, we already saw that Peppered Chef in the hand. So if we have the cards that get us these quest counters, we can see a potential lethal line, maybe even next turn.
That's right, and we are already going to see Pro One have that Searing Truth, allowing him to deal another 2 damage and get an additional quest counter. So goes up to 3 already on turn 1. Can we see Suzaku appear next turn even?
Yeah, so right now, next turn, we get another ping off the Fabled Ruby Fate Stone. Plus 4, we have a Demolition Hand. We have an Ember Crypt Burn in hand. So we have several cards that can get us those quest counters. Even a Tengu could be used here, or even level 2. Go up to Guojia 2, get those two quest counters, and then we're really gonna start rolling. Suzaku's Command and Peppered Chef makes this really hard, even if we get to Seiryu.
I think it's going to be a very close game regardless. We're going to see Guojia level 1 appear. Remember, A-Paul is playing Guojia Seiryu, which means he's going to go up in levels very quickly, which also means that he's going to increase his maximum life total very, very fast. He's already went up to level 1, going to Guojia, level 1 chosen disciple, matching Pro-An in the champion. But you're going to see a little bit more out of Guojia from Apol, already repping the Guojia Heaven's Chosen sleeves for his favorite Guojia deck that he's brought all the way up to the second place at Ascent Taipei final match. Let's see what he has in store for us now.
Draws that Besiege Face Stone that he saw off the Scout the land. I wonder if we're just going to go straight up to level 2 here, or if he'd rather play a slower game. We also have that Stifling Trap, which could stop the Peppered Chef at least, but the Suzaku is still going to die because I believe it's a cost to sacrifice it.
I agree. However, one interesting thing is with the Besiege Fate Stone, I believe every card you materialize means to flip it, you get 2 cost reduction. It costs 6 normally, and Apol has materialized Guojia 1, the Fabled Sapphire Fate Stone, and also the level 2 that he's about to go to.
Actually, I don't think the Fate Stone counts as a materialization. It is I think it's a put. So here he could, if he gets a draw here, he could draw and then also put get an end phase trigger off the Azurite Face Stone to draw a second card, which would give him 2 cards, which the flip is 6 cost minus 4 from the 2 materializes we've done. So we can actually get to that point here if we want to go for the draw.
You're right, that would actually work. So he is going to get that draw, and for the Guojia 2, he did also elect to draw, and we're going to see him place down those 2 cards in order to flip the Fate Stone into the Panda. Now, I did see him put down a Resolute Stand off of this. I wonder if that's going to be very costly for him. Apol now at 22 life total, but completely hands down.
Okay, so can we find 19? We have only 3 quest counters. We need to find essentially 3 more if you count the Fabled Ruby Fate Stone. Actually, technically we have to also, we've already done 1. We're going to do 1 damage off the Fabled, so we actually only have to find 18. And the Peppered Chef combo is 4, 4, 4. So that's still just a little bit off, but we do have a bunch of burn spells that we can throw here in the recollection phase.
Yeah, I think the most efficient way to do this is he's going to be at 4. He needs to do, I think, go up to level 2 as well as play a burn spell. So he does have that Demolition in hand, which would be 3 damage. And then after that, levels up to Guojia 2, will have 6 quest counters, and then the Fabled Ruby Fate Stone will ping to bring him up to 7. This means that Suzaku now is online, plus Demolition would be exactly the 3rd fire card in his graveyard, which would allow him to use the on-death effect of Suzaku. So let's look at what he decides to do here. He actually puts the Peppered Chef down. He's going to go for the Demolition, I believe, to deal this 3 damage to Apol.
Yeah, so that's going to put him down to 6. 7 off of the Fabled Ruby Fate Stone, so only needs to find another 15, which would, if we do have command... Actually, yeah, throwing the Peppered Chef here would signal to me that maybe he's not seeing... Maybe thinking of a different line here. So Demolition is going to come in for 3 to get another quest counter. Let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, I think it's really feasible that he goes up to 2 here, but it could also just be a GCR turn. Wants to draw a little bit more cards. Instead, it's the Impact Hammer. Maybe he has the Blazing Show that we didn't see. Here is going to be another ping with the Fabled Ruby Fate Stone. Brings Apol up to 7 damage total already. We're going to see Recollect and draw. Creative Shock draw, not super useful right now, but the Impact Hammer will deal 3 damage to Pro-An, allowing him to get that 6 counter. Now, can we see him use another burn spell, bring Apol down a little bit more damage, and then finally finish him off with that Peppered Chef combo? Here is the 1-2 down. Here is going to be the Ember Crypt burn. We're going to banish a card from Pro-An's own graveyard in order to...
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, it's alright. Apol likes to put his cards on the opposite side, so oftentimes people forget, but that is going to be the last quest counter we need. Now we get the flip Suzaku Peppered Chef. You're dead.
Here it is, 4 into another 4 with the Peppered Chef. The chicken is peppered and lethal is served. Game 1 goes to Pro-An.
That was, what, 5 minutes maybe?
Maybe, if even, Pro-An has taken game 1 against the Taiwanese Apol. Their specialty being fried chicken, of course.
Yeah,
they're really good
serving
at it.
up some fresh rendang chicken flames over here. Pro-An just destroying Apol within... I wonder if we can actually maybe beat the record for the fastest Ascent Finals victory. I think Sean Zhang, Lift Drasil, currently holding that title when he destroyed, I think it was Matt G on Erupting with Tristan.
Oh my goodness. Pro-An always manages to find the line exact lethal with the Peppered Chef combo. Chicken into chef into chicken again. It's a 2-course meal that you can't deny. Apol goes down all the way to lethal range. And we were just talking about it. He flipped the Panda putting down his Resolute stand, and he paid extremely dearly for it.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe that was worth it in the end. The thing is, if you don't flip the panda, you don't really got a lot going on. You don't have any way of fighting the board. But at the same time, you could have leveled up to 3 next turn. There was lots of lines. I wonder if maybe flipping the panda, especially because it can't even swing on the turn it comes out, because it does have to tap in order for it to flip, and then it only gets the vigor on the end phase. So definitely one of those really complicated scenarios you have to find yourself in, where it's like, how am I supposed to navigate this when I could just potentially take 20 damage, 16 to 20 damage in a single turn out of nowhere?
I was barely able to see any of Pro-On's main deck, but we're already going to have to look at the side decks here. He is going to be running a couple of those Resolute stands, staggering strikes. I think these aren't super useful, but he does have a Suzaku's command, which can be very helpful to allow him to bypass the Seiryu if the game ever gets to that point.
Could also consider maybe the Shatter the Brittle. Could let you destroy some of these Fate Stones, like the maybe if we're trying to go for that Winds of Destiny line to get the double Beseech off, we could try and use the Shatter the Brittle there to get rid of it. On on Apol's side, he only has 1 extra Resolute stand. And then the rest of a lot of the sideboard seems more teched for level 3 decks. It's like Spellword Scepter, Dream Fairy. It's like Dream Fairy could be used to remove Suzaku, but chances are Suzaku flips and you die that turn. Gazelle, though, this is a big card in this matchup.
Gazelle will be a really, really powerful card. It becomes a very high HP total taunt, and being able to get through that is going to be really, really difficult. Luckily for Pro-On, he is going to be running the smoke bombs, so we'll still be able to bypass that. And of course, with the Suzaku's command that he probably will be siding in, that will also be another way to make sure that Suzaku damage, make sure to connect with Apol.
Yeah, but that's the problem is that, wow, if I have Gazelle as a taunt, but I also have the Dragon as a taunt, suddenly now I'm like, okay, well, I can't smoke bomb both of these things. And your only option at that point is really just to find that Suzaku's command and try and hit over. But if you haven't hit him low enough, maybe you can't actually do the lethal damage off of like an 8 damage Suzaku's command.
Well, the best case scenario, of course, is you make sure you win the game before either of those cards actually appear on the field. Pro-On was able to show us how he did that last game with flipping the bird on turn 3, quite literally, and then getting into that game 1 win spot. We're heading into game 2 now. Apol is going to be choosing to go first this time.
All right, so Apol going first. This is a big difference in this game. Remember, we keep talking about it. Going first is such a big deal for this Suzaku deck. And if there's any deck that can take advantage of going first, it would be something like this. Here we see the Beseech in the opening hand.
There is the Beseech the wins. Of course, would have preferred the Fate Stone here, but still going to be able to go up to level 1 really quickly. Last game, we saw him Beseech turn 1 and had to materialize the Sensor of Restful Peace instead, which did end up being very impactful because it made Pro-On not able to get the benefit of the Liminal Guide, which would let him have had a net neutral level up, and other than that, would have just had an additional body poking in for 1 every turn. Apol now has the liberty to go into Guotia level 1 and also materialize that Fate Stone.
Yeah, and a big thing, if you see the opening hand, he also had that Innervate Agility and the Resolute, so a lot of defense on deck here.
And definitely going to want those defensive pieces in this matchup. You all saw how quickly Pro-On was able to win that first game. Let's see if he can replicate it in game 2. Apol and Step will banish one of his cards in memory to get a quest counter and draw a card into hand. Let's see 9 more quest counters left for Apol to go into that Seiryu.
Yeah, the thing about Seiryu, it's very easy to actually get to 10. You just have to keep leveling. You don't really need to do anything special. There are some like alternate lines where you can instead get the draw. But let's see. Oh boy, I see Ryle. But are there once again? Oh, there's an Undying Dreams. Okay, but do we even bother doing it? Because we most assuredly are going to see Apol just go for a Thurable or Sensor next turn anyway.
At the very least, Pro-On is still going to be happy to be able to discard a second Ryle. So let's say Apol goes to Turbo, the first Ryle. He can respond with a second Ryle still, and that will allow him to still put more fire cards in the graveyard. Even if he isn't able to use that floating memory, at least it's still net neutral. You're still going to be happy. It's, as Pro-On would say, 赚到宝. It's going to be a very good gain for him, and he will be happy to see that still. I wonder what he's going to do with the rest of his hand, though.
Yeah, this is big. So Thurable comes out here, and of course Apol is not even going to activate it because there are no cards in grave. Pro-On's going to put him in that awkward spot where he has to activate the Thurable during his main phase or during the turn instead of during Recollection where it's essentially free.
That's right. Apol is going to just go for a Fairy Whispers here. Looking through his deck a little bit further, trying to find some of those key pieces. Glimpse Tree is going to be really good because you can put cards at the bottom, and I do see a Dungeon Guide and a second Fairy Whispers as well, so he's getting a lot of the cards he needs in order to see more and more of his deck.
Yeah, the big thing about these Glimpse cards is that they're really great in a deck that always gets an end phase extra draw. So he can stack 2 cards in the deck and draw into, he can find the Fairy Whispers, add the win card, and then draw into something else, like let's say a Resolute or Crystallized Destiny, and the opponent won't even know about it.
Yeah, sometimes if you Glimpse Tree, you leave all 3 on top, you only get to draw and then draw again for turn, then you need to materialize another thing that lets you draw in order to really make the full use of the Glimpse Tree. But because Seiryu is able to let you banish one of those cards in memory, draw an additional card, what you said really matters. It is very helpful. Apol does pick up a Scouted Land instead, so we'll be able to have another net neutral card here. Resolute Stand actually banished for Apol. He specifically chose to banish this card as well because it was only 1 cost for that Fairy Whispers.
Oh, he has a second one, and maybe that's the reason there.
Does want to, of course, clear his hand of not too many responses. 1 Resolute Stand should be enough already. Pro-An is going to respond here by going for that Ral the Abyss during the end step of Apol, and I wonder if he's going to do the bait here. He's going to drop the Undying Dreams and then Ral again, but no, he's just going to go for the full Undying Dreams into another Ral into the yard.
The issue here is Apol has a lot of cards in hand, so if he wants, he could be paying like 4 or 5 to ensure that all of these cards get thrown away. Also, double duty here. Hitting the fire cards isn't like worthless. There's a lot of Kindle cards. The Suzaku itself requires 3 fire cards to get its on-death effect. So actually just hitting all of these is pretty worth it.
Yeah, and Pro-An actually top-decked into a Creative Shock off of the double Ral the Abyss. So we're gonna see Apol need to show a lot of respect here. He needs to pay at least 5 cards in order to guarantee this floating memory is not banished.
Well, I think you can actually pretty safely put 4 down if you want to hold Resolute and Dungeon Guide, but you could also put 5 down and just keep the Dungeon Guide as the last card in hand so you can ensure they can hit level 3 next turn.
Definitely. He's only going to play 3 here, so not enough respect. The Creative Shock is going to be played in response. Pro-An is going to be able to use that floating memory to level up to 1 and banish only other non-floating memory cards. Here is the Creative Shock. Can we see a Liminal Guide off the top 2? Is it Pro-An's day? He does not find it, but there is a Ral the Abyss. Will be discarded for the Creative Shock's effect. Now will banish 3 non-floating memory cards and can now go up to level 1 with that Undying Dreams.
Okay, this is big. Having, I think, a 9-card influence at this point. If there's any deck that can take advantage of a huge hand, it is this Goja deck. So much damage, you could probably hit the Suzaku next turn already.
Yeah, I mean, look at the influence that he's gained. Even though he lost 3 Fire Element cards in his graveyard, he is still going to have that one last Ral the Abyss because Apol just didn't commit enough cards into his memory for that Turbo. Now, Pro-An is doing super well. He has a Heated Vengeance that can do a lot of damage. He also has a Tree of Hearts, which will allow him to have an ally that continues to do damage and also cycle a card into his yard later and then provide even more Fire Element cards so that he can continue to use those Kindle effects to use the Fable, Ruby, Fatestone effects. Pro-An kind of forgetting that he's supposed to show people his material deck after going to Guojia 1. I think both players were kind of like, yeah, I don't think anything's changing much. But I do think I saw the Sword of Seeking come in.
Yeah, the Sword of Seeking, it is just a weapon you can bring out swing 1 and then Blazing Through. You don't actually get the true side off of it. It's really just there as an extra weapon that costs 0. You know, you see other Gojas, they play whatever favorite weapon they have, like Grand Aguil or something. So 3 of Hearts is the pick here. We're going to swing for 2, and then we can pay an extra 2 to throw another fire card. We also have a Fiery Interference in the hand, and then as well as the Searing Truth here. Searing Truth really important to get you your quest counters as fast as possible.
As much as Pro-An seems to be in a decent position, it's actually not that great because we're going to see Apol go up to level 2 right now. He's going to get 4 quest counters, and then he has that Dungeon Guide that he has in hand already. Will go up to 9, and then at the end of this turn gets another final quest counter, which will allow the Seiryu to appear on the board already. This is the part where I'm worried whether Pro-An will be able to have enough gas to continue pushing for lethal. Most importantly, because Apol is going to be at 25 total life.
Yeah, and we just saw a Dream Fairy found here, so if we are able to survive the Suzaku turn, it is going to be gone for good.
That is going to be quite a scary proposition. I wonder if that's going to stay in hand or maybe get banished by this Dungeon Guide. Let's see what Apol decided to put down in memory. He is going to go up to that Guojia, Heaven's Favorite, level 3, matching his sleeves with his champion again. And now we're going to see how long it takes for Pro-An to finish this game off when he has not been able to finish it before Apol hits level 3.
It is possible to win after that as long as you have the Suzaku's command. The problem is we've only done 3 damage. So even then, it's just 8 damage swing, not even close to being enough.
Not a lot of burn done so far. Stifling Trap is going to be removed. So is the Dream Fairy, I think. I don't remember seeing it in hand. There is the Innovate Agility, though. So Apol does have at least some form of removal. Here's 3 damage to Champion and 2 into the Stifling Trap. With this, here is... Fable.
Oh my god,
Whoa.
yes, that is correct. Baby Green Slime can target the Fabled Ruby Face Stone because it is not a spell. And that Spell Shroud is not going to keep it alive. Now we have denied this. We have denied the quest counter, which is huge for the whole turn because this was an end phase trigger too.
Oh my goodness, Apol has done it again, folks. That Baby Green Slime did so much work, and Pro-An is now still calm and collected, isn't going to be faced by such a play by the Baby Green Slime, taking away his Fabled Ruby Fate Stone just for this turn. Remember, Apol isn't going to be able to do that again unless he finds another one. Though we do see Pro-An revealing things like Heated Vengeance and other cards like that as well. So we'll be able to figure out what's going to happen now. He's got the Grand Crusader's Ring in his hand, maybe going to draw another card here. And then we can also activate the Tree of Hearts effect on the pre-recollection step here, but is choosing against it for now. Doesn't want to just gamble on the top deck being a card that he doesn't need. And we do see here the very crucial Suzaku's Command.
Yeah, the big thing here is we're not getting any quest counters for this entire turn. Now, of course, most of the burn spells are fast speed, so we can just pass and then start throwing them during Apol's turn. But now you've given him time to bring out that Incandescent Reliquary and start digging deeper and deeper into his deck.
That is definitely true. Of course, all of these cards being fast is going to be a little bit annoying, but Pro-An can still deal damage with cards like that Paramore, which will allow him to deal 2 damage as a spell later on when it comes back from the trash, ephemerated. But for now, just is going to swing for 2 and put Apol at 10 damage counters.
Actually, a bit surprised we're not seeing the Suzaku flip here to just block this 4 damage. Very hard for this deck to actually kill Suzaku or Seiryu because he has 12 life and Spell Shroud. So you basically have to do it completely through allies, blazing throws, maybe even Heated Vengeance it.
Yeah, but again, look at Pro-An's hand. He has 2 Peppered Chefs. Even if he isn't able to materialize Suzaku just yet, if Apol doesn't show respect to Pro-An, sets his Seiryu rested, he's going to be able to do a ton of damage out of basically nowhere. And Pro-An is going to, of course, be happy to take advantage of such a misplay, like last game.
We don't have anything like a Windblast Kite Shield, but the Gazelle here, we can't get the recover unless we can play out more cards here because you do have to have lower than 3 influence, and unfortunately he has 5.
So he will be able to still get that very big taunt off, which I think, of course, Pro-An will not be too happy to deal with. And again, like you mentioned, there is that interaction. If you retaliate with the Gazelle and then you flip the Seiryu, now you can't hit the Gazelle anymore. Even if you're able to get it down to like 1 HP left, it's still not going to die. So here we're going to see the Baby Green Slime trade into the Vengeful Paramore, which will allow Pro-An to ephemerate it next turn when his Fabled Ruby Fate Stone is now non-suppressed again. Let's see what Apol does here.
Actually, he's just going to hold all 5 cards here. That's an Innervate and a Resolute. A lot of gas to work with for defense. And we also still get, remember, that extra Azurite Fate Stone draw at the end of the turn. This is why I love this card so much. It's essentially acting with a virtual +1 in your hand at all times.
That's right, but at the same time, if he doesn't play anything this turn, I think he won't be too happy because he will lose that Azurite Fate Stone effect. He did have the Scout the Land, but is choosing to not use it, instead keeping more reaction up. Here is the Searing Truth, allowing Pro-An to catch up. Gets 2 quest counters if this resolves. 2 damage onto Apol's Gorgia, Heaven's Favorite, and goes up now to 3 quest counters. 4 to go. 3 if you count the Fabled Ruby Fate Stone ping at the start of next turn. Pro-An has the Suzaku's Command in hand, but that's only going to be swinging in for 8. He still needs to do another 4 damage on top of the Suzaku Fabled Ruby Fate Stone ping at the start of next turn. Will he have the damage here? He's considering flipping the Fabled Azurite Fate Stone now to make sure that Seiryu is on the board to protect Apol, the Guardian Dragon of the East, trying to protect our player on the East, on the right here, wants to make sure that he can take this series to a game 3.
Big thing here, remember we have that Innervate Agility, which means if we flip this right now, if we do eventually get threatened, we can just innervate back down and then level up to Goja Heaven's Favorite again for free, and then also get a recover 3 on top of that.
That is definitely true. The one thing about Innovate Agility as well, the cost is to recover. So something like the Fire Interference isn't going to be able to interact with that very favorably. We're going to see Seiryu actually appear on the board right now. They're going to be a big 4-12 taunt, Azure Dragon.
I think we're actually swinging. I think because we have that Innervate, he's like, I don't actually need to keep the taunt up. I can actually swing here. We need this Arcane Blast in already. We also have that series command, so if we make it the next turn, we didn't have a single Arcane Banish card. Now we have 1. You need to have a 1 in order to do the Generate, Empower for the free Arcane Blast.
It looks like Proan actually used the Searing Shoof not on the end step, because Apol was able to flip Seiryu and then go for an attack into that Tree of Hearts. And Proan just doesn't see the need to use that cardistry effect at all. I think he's already cycled enough cards. You can see there's exactly 5 cards in the trash right now. So he will be able to, after using 1 more fire card, use that double Peppered Chef combo into Apol's face.
Yeah, but double Pepper Chef doesn't work against Innervate Agility. Big stealth here. No exposed darkness in here.
Yeah, Innovate Agility, of course, protects the entire board as well, right?
Yes,
so
the
he
entire
can't even
board.
swing into the Seiryu to try and finish that off. Let's see how he decides to move from here. It is going to be the Portentous Tengu, allowing him to get an additional quest counter. Now goes up to 4 and then 5 from the Ruby Fatestone.
Yeah, maybe at this point we have to just try and hope to get 1 good swing in with that Suzaku's command, and then maybe try and do the rest of it with burn damage. But it is going to be very hard with all the healing we're going to get off of this Innervate, as well as the Stealth or Spell Shroud, depending on which line we decide to go for.
Yeah, but look at how much influence Proan is holding on to right now. And remember that Vengeful Paramour is available to let him play down a card without technically going down on influence. Just has to pay the 4 memory cost for that Ephemerate. And then now that will be presenting 4 damage total. I think what's scary though is that Apol is putting himself in a position where he can maybe cast that play that Arcane Blast next turn. He is already at 5 cards in hand. Next turn, he'll draw an additional 2, and this isn't counting whether he materializes something like the Grand Crusader's Ring as well.
Yeah, the big thing here is we only have 5, so we still need to find 2 more unless we're willing to wait till next turn to flip the Suzaku. It seems like we're trying to angle for a Heated Vengeance. Ooh, Fire Interference comes in first. That's going to get us our next quest counter.
That's right, and remember what we said. If this resolves, the rest of the turn, Apol isn't actually able to use the Innovate Agility because that recovery is going to be a cost. So Proan is saying, I am going to send it right now, and you better show me some respect if you don't want to lose next turn.
Yeah, that's the thing though, is like, does he have a way of actually taking advantage of this? Oh my god, he's gonna take it!
It resolves! Apol does still have that Resolute Stand in hand.
Yes.
But we'll see, because Suzaku's command is available, and remember, this Azure Dragon is rested. It's not going to be taunting right now. Proan is going to be able to do a little bit more damage. 1 more ping is available for him. I wonder what it's going to be. We can see the Suzaku flip into the Suzaku's command, and he wants to command victory right now. Let's see Proan, what will he do?
The problem here is he doesn't have enough cards in hand to play all of this in the same turn. I think Demolition, 4 cards from hand, and then Suzaku's command another 3. Yeah, it seems like he's just short.
He's 1 short exactly. He is just going
actually
to go
2 short.
Demolition.
Okay, so Demolition gonna come down here, gonna do another 3 damage, but that means we get the Suzaku flip this turn, swing for another 4, put you down to 22. But he has 2 cards in hand left. Is there anything Apol can use? He actually already has the series command. Maybe we can actually just end it next turn already.
Is there a chance for Proan to come back here? The Resolute Stand is going to be paid. He is paying to use it with the memory. No, he's not paying to use it. He's not going to use the memory cost. So does not draw this turn.
Yeah, but we have the Incandescent Reliquary, so we're fine. And we have that series command already. We have all cards up. We can just series command in the Recollection phase. And then suddenly, Proan, what are you going to do? Do you have anything to stop this? Is the Restorative Flames, does he have enough to play it?
He doesn't. He only has 2 cards in hand, so I don't think Restorative Flames is going to happen. He's going to pre-Recollection, use that Seiryu's command on his Azure Dragon. With that big command, he will say, my dragon is going to be the better face. No, Proan scoots it up. We're going to game 3, everybody!
Oh my god, that was just textbook right there. I think the biggest thing that happened there was that baby green to deny an entire turn's worth of quest counters. Just absolute like knowledge there, because I think most people, it's like, oh yeah, it's like it has Spell Shroud, I can't use it. Remember, some cards aren't spells.
Baby green is actually literally the difference maker there. Because if you think about it, one more damage from the Fate Stone, one more quest counter from the Fate Stone. That means Pro-An doesn't need to tap out to go Demolition, and now he has the Suzaku's command, and that sends into A-Ball's face, and that is most likely lethal.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Pro-An here, wasn't able to get the 2-0, but now we get to go first in Game 3. And you know that we saw it in the first game, how much of a difference that makes.
Yeah, definitely. I think Pro-An is probably kicking himself a little bit, may be a little bit upset about that baby green slime thing, but let's be honest, he doesn't have any way to interact with that. Like, even if you shoot the baby green slime, the on-enter still triggers.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, if it happens, it happens. It's just something you have to deal with. And there are 4 baby greens in this deck, so you have to expect it to happen sometimes. And I think maybe wasn't really expecting that kind of play, and now he has to really be cognizant. It's like, oh, what happens if I get baby greened here? Does my whole turn fall apart?
He definitely has to make sure he plays around that. Like you mentioned, a lot of those burn spells are going to be at fast speed, so we'll still be able to play that when the Suzaku, the Ruby Fate Stone does come back. And the good thing is, the quest counters are actually on the Guojia champion instead of on the Fate Stone. So at least suppressing the Fate Stone doesn't reset the quest counter gained, and that would have been really, really bad.
Yeah, and look at, I kind of feel like there's a little bit of nervousness on Plan's face here. You know, usually very jolly and composed, but looking like maybe he's feeling a little bit nervous. But you're going first, Juan. You got this. You just gotta play your game and hope that we don't see the beseech starting from A-Paul here.
Despite Pro-An's looks, despite how composed he always tends to display himself at, he is just as human as anyone else. He also gets nervous. He also gets depressed. And that's why I'm still rooting for him to win this final match. He is going to be going first again this time. And we did say that going first is going to be so crucial in this matchup. Pro-An starts us off on Game 3 of the final game of Ascent Taipei.
All right, let's see what's in the hand. Is there a Ryle? I don't think there is one. No creative, no Ryle. Not a great start.
We are not gonna be happy to see no creative shock or Ryle in order to get net neutral level up, but I think we are going to see burn spells like Blazing Throw, which does a little bit more work than some of the other spells that we have in the deck. I'm looking forward to see how we're able to look and calculate for that lethal. Remember, the first game, we were able to find lethal on before the turn that A-Paul reached level 2.
Oh, and I'm looking at A-Paul's hand. There isn't a single level up card in this. It's a Trotter, it's a baby green. What are we going to do here?
At the very least, there is both the Forest Kick and the Scout the Land, so there are these 2 net neutral options in order to head up to level 1 by the end of this turn. And it's always going to be an option that this Scout the Land finds the Besiege the Winds, and he just goes up to level 1 here, or he plays that. Oh, there it is! The Besiege the Winds is down, and so is the Baby Green Slime! That is going to be huge for A-Paul!
And the Resolute too, I think? That's like every card you need in this matchup.
I think that third card is even Innovate Agility. A-Paul is not going to go out without a fight. He needs to decide right now what he's going to beseech the Winds to tell him to do. What material deck is going to come out now? Pro-An isn't going to be happy with this as well. When your opponent has too much to think about, it implies that all 4 cards are a little bit too good.
That's right, and I wonder if we're going to just go for the Sensor again this turn, or if we're actually just going to go level 1 here. I mean, last time he went for the Sensor, so I imagine that's going to be the line here again.
Of course, A-Paul doesn't know that Pro-An has nothing, so maybe he will try to play safe, go for the Sensor, and then go to a level 1 next turn instead. We're going to see the Scout the Land, see him draw a card, maybe get that Besiege the Wind like we talked about, and then we'll wonder what is going to be Pro-An's next turn. Most likely he's going to shoot a burn spell and then hit to level 1.
One thing he could try to go for here is maybe he plays the Besiege and draws into that baby green to maybe deny any potential. But I don't know if he has enough. No, it only, yeah, he has to go second. 8 cards in hand, should be able to do Besiege, and the end phase, Azurite Fate Zone trigger gets you that baby green. You draw into it, and then now you suddenly have the ability to stop quest counter generation for a whole turn.
That would be pretty clutch, but maybe not on the very first turn that Pro-An against the Ruby Fate Stone. May not be the most impactful for him right now, but I think he might go for the Sensor again. Just discipline play like last game.
Yeah, so Sensor going to be brought out here. Looking at it, yeah, Pro-An doesn't have anything to discard anyway.
We are going to see him go for a burn spell instead. Just going to pay 3. Oh, he does have the Round
Oh,
Abyss,
it was
we'll
stuck
just draw
there.
1.
Draw 1 here. Nothing to discard, it even seems. So
doesn't matter. Still will get to go up to level 1 and gets to put a fire card in the graveyard. Very useful. Still loses an Ember Crypt Burn to go up to level 1. Ember Crypt Burn, not the best card in this matchup. No floating memory really played by A-Paul. We're going to see the material deck, and then let's see what is going to burn. A-Paul this turn. We're going to see 1 damage from the Ruby Fate Stone. There is also a Searing Truth. What else can be played by Pro-An?
Yeah, I mean, there's the Blazing Throw there, Searing Truth. That's going to be another 2 quest counters in here. Only need to find 3 more after the Fabled Ruby Fate Stone next turn.
There is going to be that draw for a turn. He does find the Fiery Interference, which can play a crucial part in preventing that Innervate agility we saw A-Paul find earlier in the game. This time he also has the Restorative Flames, which he can use as a defensive tool. But again, in this matchup, you need to go gas, gas, gas. There is going to be a Blazing Throw as well. So next turn, Impact Hammer into Blazing Throw will be 2 more quest counters.
Yeah, exactly. So we could definitely get there. We also have 2 Sparklights in hand, so it's definitely possible that Suzaku comes out next turn. But no Peppered Chef so far.
Banished from the memory to go up to Guojia 1. Here is the Azurite Fate Stone now.
Yeah, we haven't found a Pepper Chef. We haven't found a Suzaku's command. It's all just the burn spell parts of the deck. And remember, we have that baby green. So if we just start firing burn spell, burn spell, burn spell, we could possibly deny all of that.
That is true, but of course Pro-An isn't going to swing burn spell into burn spell on the stack. It will let the baby green resolve, and then after that he'll decide whether or not to do that. Here's the Forest Kick, allowing A-Paul to get a very controlled level up to 2. Second baby green!
We actually knew about that from the scout down already, so we were aware. Ending his turn, it seems. Pro-An going to play out a Spark, a Light. I wonder if this is going to force out that baby green, or if A-Paul wants to be a little bit more patient about it. Seems like he's going to let it happen.
Here's 2 damage from that Sparklight. Now we're going to see what A-Paul is going to be doing. So now let's take a highlight here, right? A-Paul is saying that what happened is Pro-An has learned his lesson. Pro-An actually shot this Sparklight not on A-Paul's end step, but on A-Paul's passing of priority to try to move to his end step. This means that if the baby green slime is played during A-Paul's end step, the Ruby Fate Stone will come back.
Ooh, there's a big thing here. It seems that he was reaching for that Impact Hammer. We could also potentially baby green the Impact Hammer if we want, but we're still going to get the 1 damage from the Fate Stone, which means the Heated Vengeance is still going to come in for 5, but that means Blazing Throw will be turned off.
That is true as well. Even if that Blazing Throw isn't going to be useful, that Impact Hammer can still do quite a bit of damage over the course of a game. I wonder what A-Paul is going to do. Double baby green into both the Impact Hammer and the Ruby Fate Zone would be disastrous, because then Pro-An would just take 3 damage for nothing.
That's right. But if you're going to do that, you have to do it in response to materialization here, because once we go into the recollection, the Fabled Ruby Fate Zone does go into the stack.
The Ruby Fate Stone does, of course, still proc. No baby green slime just yet. We're going to see 1 damage here from the Ruby Fate Stone, and then Pro-An is going to Fiery Interference right away during the pre-recollection. A-Paul, is it going to resolve? Yes, it is. No Innovate Agility this turn. 6 quest counters now for Pro-An. How is he going to play the rest of this turn? Impact Hammer will do 2 damage right now. Do we see a Heated Vengeance as well?
We definitely had the Heated Vengeance, but it seems like we're just going to swing with this first. That's also going to get us our 7th quest counter, which means we can now flip the Suzaku. I wonder if we have it. I didn't see the Pepper Chef, and I don't see a Suzaku's command, so this is going to be Suzaku for 4. Baby Green going to come out in response to the flip.
We're going to not allow the Suzaku to come in. He's going to banish the Suzaku right away, and now Pro-An has to burn 3 fire cards before he can attack.
Actually, this is crazy. Wait, does he lose the quest counters?
I mean, Suzaku already... Wait, is this before?
I think, did he do it in response to the flip?
This is going to be extremely punishing if he loses all of his quest counters. I wonder what the interaction of this is going to be like. It looks like the quest counters haven't left, but the Fabled Ruby Fate Zone is in fact suppressed.
Okay, we're good.
And here is the Blazing Throw, putting A-Paul up to 14 damage counters right now.
Okay, this is big. We do have level 2 here, going to get 2 more quest counters. Probably going to pick 4 for the gain 2 quest counters as well here. But actually, I don't even know if we have a dungeon guide. I didn't see one in the hand.
I don't think we did. So maybe not able to go all the way up to Guojia Tree just yet, but there is another baby green slime and also a Resolute Stand. So A-Paul does still have some interaction with Pro-An right now. Next turn, he can go for something like the Portentous Tangu or the GCR to kind of draw a little bit more, try to find more outs. But I wonder what A-Paul is going to do this turn if he can't find that dungeon guide.
He might actually just have to go for a draw here at this point.
With the Guojia too?
Yeah, I might have to go to dig for something to do, because this hand, it's not much to work with. But remember, if we just keep suppressing the fabled Ruby Fate Stone every single turn. We never get the Suzaku, and Braun has is that 2 cards in influence?
He has 1 card in memory and 3 cards in hand.
Okay,
so
okay.
still not that bad yet. A-Paul does only have 1 more baby green for now, but could of course draw into a second one. I want you to note as well, the first baby green, he actually popped the Forest Cake on it. So it is going to be a 2/2 ally, and Pro-An is only at 14 total health right now. He's taken quite a bit of damage from both the Ruby Fate Stone as well as that Impact Hammer.
Seems like he chose to actually get the draw off Guaja here, which means if we do find the Dungeon Guide, we would get another 5, which is not enough. We're going to have to wait another turn and probably go for the Tengu to hit 10.
Instead, it's just going to be the Fairy Whispers here, so no level 3 Guojia for A-Paul just yet, unless he's able to both find the Dungeon Guide here and also have a card that lets him draw. I don't see the Dungeon Guide, but I do see Innovate Agility. And remember, Pro-An already used his Fire Interference last turn.
Oh, you know what? We also found a Winds of Destiny. We could maybe Winds of Destiny or Baby Green to get some more suppressing on here.
Oh my. This is such an interactive matchup. Despite how much you think Suzaku is going to be very simple, it's just an aggro matchup. It's so much thought that goes into finding these lethal turns. A-Paul, 8 more HP to go through. Pro-An is still not able to get through them just yet. 5 cards in hand for A-Paul right now. Is able to use that Resolute Stand next turn in order to get a little bit more defense and maybe find a way to get to level 3 safely.
Yeah, I mean, if we just have to hard level Resolute here, hard level, we're going to get another quest counter at the end phase here, 4. If we hard level, it goes up to 7, gets another 3 at the end phase here. So it is possible to hit the 10 on the next turn if we do just have to hard level, but we'd be left with almost no influence and no reliquary.
Pro-An is trying to flip his fabled Ruby Fate Stone on the moving to end step of A-Paul, and Suzaku hits the board again. The Vermilion Phoenix has made its appearance and is trying to show that it is going to be the best Shenzhou ally today.
The crazy thing is we didn't even we didn't even swing with the baby green here, so that does tell me that maybe A-Paul's got some plans for this little slime here. I wonder if this slime can take down this chicken somehow.
We are going to see that slime will cool off those big red flames from Pro-An. We're going to see A-Paul actually just forgot to swing with the baby green. Does actually swing on it before the end step. His priority was passed back to him. End step will allow him to draw 1 card with the Fabled Azurite Fate Stone. Go up to 4 quest counters now.
Yeah, so now we have the Resolute, so we should be fine. I don't think there's a Suzaku's command in here, so we should be good for this turn unless there's enough burn spells to just do it off of effect damage.
Here's the Grand Crusader's Ring, going to draw another card, look for another burn spell. I think that's Vermilion Decree.
Vermilion Decree's huge!
3 damage into A-Paul, maybe even allows him to draw a card. Let's see. It's going to be 2 damage into this baby green. We're not allowing any shenanigans here.
Okay, I mean, looking at the hand, I don't see an Innervate or anything. Wants to look at the cards in here. Just make sure we need to see these imbues give you a lot of information. There's only 3 cards in memory, 1 card in hand, and draw for turn. So you essentially know what 3 out of 5 cards in Pro-An's hand are.
That's right. Pro-An, of course, did choose to deal damage to both Guojia and the baby green slime. Let's see how A-Paul does react here. He can opt to do something like the Winds of Destiny, like you mentioned, but just lets this baby green slime go. Has another one in hand. He has that backup baby green. Let's see how Pro-An goes for Lido 4 with the Suzaku Vermilion Phoenix. Will A-Paul be able to respond with anything? There is going to be the Innovate Agility and the Resolute Stand.
Yeah, so if you go Resolute here, you can just hard level up to 3 next turn, go up to 10, then now you have your Shenzhou on field as well. The question is that going to be enough? There's just so much to work about, so much to think about here. We can just hold up the taunt. We can try and kill the Suzaku if we can. There's too many fire cards in Grave, though.
I don't know what's going to be the play, but A-Paul is definitely responding to this swing from the Suzaku. Innovate Agility would be a disaster. He would go down all the way back to level 1 again. You don't really want to see that, but that Resolute Stand can also be a little bit scary. If Pro-An has 5 burn damage from spells, we're burning a lot to use this. Or is this going to be the alternative cost? It is going to be alternate cost for the Resolute Stand. Only 5 cards left in hand for A-Paul.
The problem, though, is now we have no cards in memory, so we can't even level up. We could play this baby green at fast speed, but that's only going to put 2 cards down, so it's not going to be enough to actually hit the 3 to hard level. Fairy Whispers does put another card in, so now we can actually pull this off, but it's going to leave us with literally nothing left.
Glimpse Tree into the top cards of his deck. I wonder if these are cards that Apol has already seen before or something before, but I don't really remember him doing any other glimpses. He is going to look at that top tree, and maybe he's going for something like the Turbo in order to deny Pro-An of fire cards in his grave, and then when he flips the Seiru, he kills Suzaku, and he doesn't come back.
That's a lot of fire cards. That's, I think, like 6 fire cards in grave right now. So you would need to call Thurble for 4 and then hope Pro-An doesn't have a fast speed card that he can throw in response.
That is going to be the case, but it is still an option. I wonder what they are thinking of right now. Apol still deciding on his Fairy Whispers Glimpse. Pro-An, I believe, already passed the turn to him. So we're going to leave 1 card on top, 2 cards on the bottom. What is the reveal?
Stifling Trap. That could stop
Peppered Chef.
Peppered Chef is a big one. Also could just kill an ally that has low health stat, but probably not what you want right now. I imagine this is probably going to be... what do? We just go Baby Green here, target your sensor?
Yeah, he can... Actually, technically, he could Stifling Trap the Suzaku because it's a skill and use that to level up instead. But then that begs the question, why didn't he just pay 3 for the Resolute Stand?
I think he was really worried about burn spells in response. That's why he wanted to hold up the Innervate really bad. But it's the same situation here. If you play something... Oh, is he going to Innervate now?
No, I think it's what I said. He's going to Stifling Trap the Suzaku so he can level the tree.
But then you're in the same situation where now you still lose the double burn spell.
Well, we'll see what he has. It's 4 damage left, right? Because Goja is at 22 max, and Apol is at 18 damage counters right now. I don't know how many cards Pro-An has left in hand, though.
I gotta say, it would be my kingdom for a Safeguard Amulet right now.
Oh boy, this is edge of my seat gaming, Pro-An versus Apol. This is as much as they're kind of just sitting around doing nothing. I am super invested. I am literally going to fall off my chair. I'm super worried for what's going to be coming next.
Tariff Ring, maybe? Tariff Ring would be good, but remember, you're still at 18. You only need 4 damage. That's trivially easy for this deck to do, even without attacking.
Literally, just the Suzaku punch in will be that 4 damage. And remember, even if Apol goes to Innervate Agility, he's not progressing his game plan. As much as he's not losing, he's not winning either. And that's not how you want to go out in the last game of Ascent Taipei.
Yeah, this Apol really needs to take a long time to consider what he's going to do. He has to worry about burn spells in response to Innervate. He has to worry about burn spells in response to dematerialization. There's just way too much to think about, and the Suzaku's already here.
Yeah, and now Pro-An actually has only 5 cards in Influence, so all of them are up in hand. We're going to see Apol go for the Potentous Tangu here, getting a quest counter.
Are we popping it, though?
He really wants to get more cards. I don't know if Pro-An has anything in response. He doesn't seem like he does. We're going to see him go up. Is that the dungeon guide?
That was the dungeon guide of the Portentous Tangu. How portentous this situation is. I wonder if we're just going to send it. That's going to put us exactly at enough. 5 quest counters, or 10 quest counters, and now we can now flip our big dragon, and now it's Shenju duel time.
Oh my goodness, Apol, you are a madman. The Resolute stand for free into the Portentous Tangu to draw into the dungeon guide.
And the big thing here too is, at the end of the turn, we can still keep the Shenju. We can keep our Seiryu as the Fate Stone, draw a card, which would give us 3 cards in hand, which allows us to activate the Innervate Agility.
Pro-An, you are in trouble. Apol is about to high roll the ever-living life out of you and your bird. Will you be able to find a Suzaku's command or something else in order to burn Apol out before he takes this game and runs away with it?
Suzaku's command wouldn't even work here because the Innervate would be held up. He has to have more burn spells here before we hit level 3.
Oh my goodness. Pro-An needs 1 burn spell and an Ember Crypt. Sorry, the Conflagration where he can kindle it, because right now he just doesn't have enough cards in hand. There is 1 singular out right now. He does have Creative Shock. If he draws 2 Conflagrations, he can cast both of them.
Oh my god, this is getting so down to the wire. Apol really thinking about, am I about to die as soon as I show this dungeon guide? But if you didn't die when you popped the Tangu, had 1 card in hand, you have to imagine Pro-An doesn't have enough yet.
Oh my gosh, Apol, you have drawn an insane top deck here.
He has both commands in hand. He's thinking about which one am I going to keep. If I keep Byaku's, I get to swing twice, or even potentially swing once, wake up, and then just leave it as a taunt.
That Byaku is actually going to be just shy of enough, because it's going to be 5 + 5, 10 damage. Pro-An will still have 2 left over.
Yeah, but if you go for something like the If you go for the Serious Command, you already have 1 Arcane card, so you can go for the swing into the 11 damage Arcane Blast, but if you have a Restorative Flames, is that enough? Currently at 7, would be taking 4 plus 11. That would be 15 damage. That'll be 22. Okay, Dungeon Guide!
Here we go, baby. Show me the money.
All right, what is the damage? Were we losing just some green cards? Who cares?
Not the command even. He gets everything. Level 3 Guozia has hit the board. Heaven's favorite indeed. Apol, you are. Here is the CSR as well, showing his favor for Guozia himself. And we are up to 10 quest counters.
Ending the phase, gonna draw this extra card, losing the Byaku's command. Who cares? We have the Serious command. We have enough. We have the agility. We can now D-level back down to 2, re-level back up to 3 for free, and then heal 3. I think, Boad, maybe this game is slipping away from you.
There's only 7 more damage to go, but that Innovate Agility will do so much. Recover 5, D-level your champion. He goes to 13 damage counters. He needs to do 9 damage off of burn in order to finish the game. Here is the Creative Shock. We're looking for answers.
What do we find here? It's just another float.
We do get Undying Dreams, which is still fine. He can materialize something with the memory cost, like the Smoke Bombs, lets him draw another card. But what is going to be enough? Here's Guozia 2.
Guozia 2 the big, and then just going to draw a card. He's digging. He needs to find literally something. He doesn't know about the Innovate Agility, but he must have to try and play around this. No negates in this deck to stop this. I don't know if he's going to be able to get here.
Wait, he's paying 2. He forgot he got floating memory? Oh, no.
Oh, the sensor.
Oh, you're right. He is not going to be able to use it. Sensor of Restful Peace. So the floating memory doesn't help. Here's the Spark of Light, though. We'll be able to deal 2 damage to Apol. That's still 5 damage short. Just needs a little bit more. Will he be able to finish? That Innovate Agility will be such a pain.
Apol thinking, should I just innovate now or do I innovate later? He's going to take it.
Here's the Spark of Light. We're going to flip.
This is it. The game might be slipping away. I think Boad can't win from this position. He's looking at the card, had like a poker player and knows, I've got nothing. I am a dud.
He does pass the turn back to Apol. He has exactly 1 out just now. Top deck, Vermilion Decree. Both players draw and then sends a conflagration for 5. I don't know how he comes back from this. Apol, you are truly Heaven's favorite today. Let's see if you can finish it up to now.
But Apol here, actually, does he have lower influence? Can he go for the Reliquary here? He doesn't have to take any risk. If he goes for the Serious command now, ooh, also an incapacity as well. So if we can eventually get it, yeah, he has lower influence. We can go for the Reliquary here, draw an extra card, put us up to 5. If we play this Serious command in the Recollection phase, it's going to be extremely risky because it does leave us open to that Vermilion into a Kindle Burn spell.
We are going to be super excited for what else is going to happen here. Serious command, of course, is going to be a very scary proposition. Tariff Ring comes down for Apol. We'll give him a little bit of reprieve. Here's the Serious command.
Okay, bro, do you have anything? Last chance to look at me, Hector.
You have 5 damage to go. Can you finish it right now, or can you not do anything? Here is Apol's draw for turn. Seiryu is commanded. Will go to generate, empower.
It's going to be 4 damage to face, Withering Crown to 12, and then another 11. He has the Restorative Flames, though, and he has a Guozia 2, so that's another that's 22 life.
Generate, empower. Pro
this is not enough if the Restorative Flames comes out.
It isn't enough. Arcane Blast, Restorative Flames. Pro-One stays alive 1 more turn.
We still have the Innervate though, so Apol, we also have the Tariff Ring on the Crackback. I don't know if Proad can continue to hold out here.
Oh boy, oh my. 3 cards vanished, 6 health recovered. Now he's gonna take 11 from this Arcane Blast, goes up all the way to 17. Apol has still, this Dungeon Guide pokes in 1 more damage, Proad. Only a little left to go.
Oh my god, Gazelle as well!
But he's going to tap out.
We have the Tariff Ring. I wonder if this is, oh my god, wait.
Level 2.
We're level 2, wait, did Apol forget?
Apol forgot.
Oh my god!
2. He tapped the Gazelle. Proad maybe has it still. He doesn't have any cards left in hand. Is that last card in hand a Resolute Stand? We will only find out really soon.
We still have the Tariff. We can only throw 1 swing with 3 cards in hand. well, draw for turn, he can throw 2 swings, but so 1 burn spell and 1 swing. He's gonna need to find another, he needs a 4 damage burn spell here.
What is left in deck for Pro-An? This game is so nail-bitingly close. Oh my gosh.
What a
Let's
critical
see.
misstep here from A-Ball. The Gorgeous, they look too similar. I couldn't tell them apart.
Oh my, just 3 HP difference. But that could mean the difference between going to the World's Gauntlet or not.
I gotta say, it was really, I saw the smile on his face, gazelle per game, and then suddenly the blood drains from his face.
Tariff Ring.
Right, bro, and that's nothing, that's just another float here, and he gets it!
A-Ball takes the game. Oh my goodness. Look at him go. He is truly heaven's favorite today. The Guoxia Tree wins Seryu, has taken it, and look at the crowd go wild in Taiwan. This is the homeland, and he has defended it.
Ah, what can I say but Ryle who? Suzaku who? Pro-An who?
Oh my gosh! Wind Seryu, the Azure Dragon, is going to be the winner of Ascent Taipei, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, I gotta say, I love a good misplay to Aura Farm. I'm gonna misplay and then still win anyway.
Pro-An is cursed. Look at A-Ball, he's just so happy. And of course, he deserves it. Pro-An, just giving the handshake, he knows that it was a well-fought game. It was so close. If Pro-An ever had that conflagration, had ever had a Kindle spell, he would have been able to take it. But A-Ball here, he's gonna walk out. Everybody, let's let him have his victory lap. A-Ball, 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 A-Ball.
Damn, I mean, I gotta say, that was an insane finals. I thought it's like, oh, I'm glad, Suzaku going first? Clearly he's just gonna blow him up.
No.
But evidently not.
Just not enough. A-Paul, he is going crazy. We're going to go straight into the interview. Krizome, take us away. Never mind, you're not done setting up yet. We're going to talk a little bit more.
We're gonna keep
Let's
talking.
play A-Paul a bit longer.
I mean, I just gotta say, this man, he's a Seryu main, he's a main Goja, Wind Goja, basically since he started. You know, he has some diversions, but really...
Hi everyone, Ascent, how do you feel right now?
Yes!
What a moment. Anything to say, first words, after being a champion of Ascent?
This is my biggest award in GA. I'm so proud of it. Thank you, everyone.
Anything else? Anyone specific you want to shout out to? Friends, family, friends?
Thanks for all the friends that I made while playing GA. Everyone, thank you. Thank you.
That match was so intense. Anything you were thinking through the whole time during the last round at all?
Huh?
Anything you're thinking through what happened on the last round? So many things happened.
Yeah, I'm just focusing on what's on the field. What could he have in hand? What should I do? And what can I play around? What can't I play around? And then I just let it go. That's all I'm thinking.
Now with this win, anything else? Anything you're looking forward to do?
Well, celebrate with all my friends.
Celebrate. All right. And also, you also won the gauntlet, so you'll be So I assume you'll be attending for the gauntlet, right, in Singapore?
Yes, I will be there.
You think you can take it all the way in the gauntlet?
I hope I'll be in the world, so I don't need to be in the gauntlet.
I see. All right, folks, you heard it from him. Paul, ladies and gentlemen, our champion right here. Any last words before we end this stream?
I love GA. Thank you, everyone.
That's all, folks. Thank you very much. That's it we have on today. We're going back into the interview. Sorry? We're going to the closing ceremony. Sorry about that. So be right back.
Thank you.
Oops, I forgot to close the my bad.
with the knock,